Welcome to Texas. Day one was a banger for the CDL, but here on the Call of Duty Bravo channel, we're all about the Passion Pit. Challengers ready to go. Winners round one action from the get-go. We're catching every single bit of this tournament. And boy, I could not wait to get this thing started as we fly through downtown Dallas, a look over Arlington as we're at the Esports Stadium right next door to Jerry World. And it's the OpTic Texas Open. 3 days worth of the Passion Pit. I'm iHold Shift. With me, of course, I've got Austin Vision. Neil, brother, I'm feeling shiny. I'm feeling glimmery. And I know you're looking just as good as well. How are we feeling about the day?
Oh, man, it's going to be a great day. And, yeah, you're looking real shiny, man. It looks like you got, like, your little astronaut suit on, Austin Powers. I don't know. You go a bunch of different directions with that, man. I like it. I'm here for it. It's going to be a great day and a great weekend, man. I can't wait.
Pumped about it. Like we were teasing in the intro, we've got 3 days worth of Challengers action. You have to go all the way back to 2019 was the last time that we saw a day one coverage happen for these open brackets. So we're going to be seeing some names that we're just not all that familiar with, which is always a lot of fun. Double elimination tournament from the minute one, minute one. That's what I was looking for. And that means, of course, that the first day will be best of 3 action. Not a lot of grace period here for any of our teams, Austin.
No, not at all. I mean, you talk about just what we're used to seeing, especially when we talk about challengers. We've only ever really had best of 5s, outside of the opens and the early rounds that we don't normally see. Those are their, when they're playing those best of 3. So it's a bit of a different dynamic. You go down 1-0, you lose a hard point very early on. It's a different story. You have to bounce back. You have no other choice if you want to win that series.
Absolutely the case. And with that, of course, it means that we're going to be seeing a lot of action throughout the day. So to get you going, let's take a look at our schedule as far as how things will be faring throughout the entirety of day number 1. Best of 3s, as we mentioned, from start to finish. And we're going to have winners round 1 action kicking us off, sticking with the winners round as we jump into winners round 2. And then we'll eventually even see the teams that are trying to avoid getting DFR'd with lower round 1 action. And, of course, we'll conclude the game with lower round 2. But I will say that winners round 3, don't sleep on it, because even though they're still best of 3s, those are usually some pretty big money matches when it comes to trying to secure yourself in towards like the top 32, top 16.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's like getting into those round 4 or 5s, I believe, is when the best of 5s come. So, yeah, making it to day 2 and being able to get yourself just that additional round pretty much means everything without a doubt. So I'm right there with you, Alan. Extremely important. And, again, we'll get to see a lot of these early rounds and see how these can.
We've got 70-plus squads that have signed up for the open bracket. Of course, with that, there are a lot of favorites that will naturally be keeping our eyes on. And this Teams to Watch graphic, you're going to see that throughout the entirety of the weekend. Not only does it kind of show you what the rosters are for some of our top 16 squads, but it'll also keep you guys all updated as far as where those teams are in the bracket. So winners round 1, of course, is where everyone's going to be starting. But I imagine by the end of the day, we may have an upset or two where one of these top 16 squads may find themselves in the lower bracket earlier than they'd like.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be challengers without at least a couple of them, right? Coming throughout a weekend or an open, whatever it might be. But talk about, some of the teams that we have here and, some of the storylines coming in. We were really big on this, ESG and Rocker lineup. Obviously, not having a great performance, coming out of the last Elite. Really looking for a great bounce back. They placed second in the last open. So these guys, I think, always turn up on land. We're expecting that. But there's a couple other rosters, I think, that also jump off the page around this Omit team. Omit fielding a second roster here for this OpTic Texas Open, and I think this lineup, especially with Standy coming in, is going to be really interesting.
No, it's a really good shout. I actually just ran into Standy while I was getting some lunch over here, and he's looking pretty, feisty. He's obviously not really, deterred from the current situation he finds himself in, because that team really is nasty, and they really could do a lot of work. I think on the other side of things, we're also keeping our eye on some of the elite teams that didn't necessarily perform in playoffs to the level that we would have expected. Most notably, ESG Rocker, your number 1 seed, and that LAG Academy team at number 3. Those are the 2 North American squads that have, I think, a lot of recovery to go through after their disappointing Season 2 playoffs.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you expect those guys to have better performances on land. I mean, especially, what we've seen so far this year, like that has been the case. Like we see LAG Academy, they have a pretty solid last open. Again, Rocker, well, they, end up falling short by just 1 placing. So these guys, I think, will certainly bounce back, but we need to see it here, and we will throughout the first and second.
Yeah. I'm also kind of excited to see what Team Notorious will do, just because, you and I were talking a lot about that mostly Spanish roster.
Yeah.
They looked great in the EU side of things, but came up short. It's kind of the same situation when they were at Boston. So this kind of feels like I hesitate to say a do-or-die situation, but At
Right.
the same rate, I'm also not saying that, so we'll see what they have to offer for us. I mean, any other kind of final thoughts over the first day of action at all from you before we maybe get ready to go for our first series here?
Yeah, I mean, like coming in, like I just looking at some of the top squads just to see if they all hold strong and they all managed to make it through. I think with our top 16, that was a really good look. Outside of the teams that we've seen, I think Lenave is another really good shout for as far as someone that I wanted to see come to this event, and potentially be able to put up some big numbers. But we'll have to see, man. It's very much up in the air for as far as these early days.
Absolutely the case. But, of course, throughout the day, we will have look-ins to 2 featured stages. And if you're somebody who's kind of in their hotel or Airbnb still, you haven't made your way over to the venue, what are you doing? Get on over here. The pit is crazy. There's a lot of people all over the place. But we are moments away from our first game. And until we get in closer towards lobby status, we'll send things over just to a brief break. Don't go far. We've got challengers all day right here on Call of Duty Bravo. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. It's a mouthful. It's a lot of things to say all at once. We're going to power through it, though. My whole shift with me, I've got Visions, and we are looking forward to winners round 1 action. Gosh, it's been a long time since we've been able to say that. And the cool thing about it is we are going to have 2 matches going on simultaneously. So our Stage 1 featured station is going to have AEOS versus Game Time. But we also have a second stage matchup that we're going to be keeping our eyes on throughout the entirety of the day, Austin.
Yeah, it should be a really good look, man. Seeing just how these individuals are going to be able to perform, just trying to pick apart, the good things and the positives. And I mean, you got to start somewhere. And I think this is, the first time in a very long time that we're actually, fully representing challengers and seeing even some of these guys through day 1, man. So it could be a good look, man. There could be some diamonds in the rough that we might find today. Who knows?
I'm pumped about that, dude. Let's just be candid, audience at large. We're not going to know anything about most of the players that we're going to see here in this first matchup, but it's always fun to kind of give people a chance to show off their skills. And how about, it's really cool in here. You guys will see it eventually, but, the featured stages are really well put together. There's little monitors up above. They've got, rafters and stuff, so people can watch from all around. And it's going to be cool, I think, for those guys to get on the stage and kind of have a little bit of an extra spotlight on them than rather just being in the pit, kind of stuck between 16 different stations worth of action going on. So it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and you got to imagine what it's like, for some of those guys too, right? Like coming in and knowing maybe for the first time, we're on a featured stream.
Exactly.
Will that probably add a little bit more pressure? I imagine so. But some people flourish in moments like that, so who knows, right?
Exactly. I mean, hey, I know you do for a fact, because nobody would put you spotlight on you. You're just glow. You just have this aura about you. I don't know where we're going with this. We're just having fun out here. It's going to be a great day, too. So, again, just as a reminder, best of 3s throughout the entirety of the day. And by the end of the day, we'll be starting to whittle away at our squads pretty rapidly. We'll be down through 2 different rosters, 2 different rounds, rather, of the lower bracket. So we'll go from, our 70-plus teams to right around 32 by the time that the day is over. So one of those things, man, you just don't want to get DFR'd. That's the goal for everybody today.
That's every competitor's goal, I think, at heart. You never want to, go to a tournament, pay for a hotel, do everything, wake up early, get amped up for a day, and then you just fall flat and lose 2 series, right? It's not a situation you ever wish on anyone, but unfortunately, it's a situation that a lot of people are just naturally going to fall into. So it's tough. You hate to see it, but I guess that's just how it plays out, The way she goes.
Dude, someone's got to go out. It's just the way it is. You can't keep them all. And we'll see that today. Man. I mean, hey, we're at 4 matches at CDL today that has the exact same situation that are going on. So the pressure's definitely up, when it comes to day 2 of the event, day 1 of Challengers. It's time to shine or time to fall a little flat. Hard to say. But it's cool. The venue setup here, I mean, we've got a lot of stations right in front of our setup here, so we're already seeing people starting to get hot. I imagine that we're going to be picking up some audio on our side eventually through the caster mics. People,
I bet you will.
Got him.
Dad. So. That's my favorite call out, by the way. I don't know who started it or when it started happening, but it's got to be within this CDL era that's really taken over. It's just got to be one of the hypest things when you listening to a listen-in, you just keep hearing the deads get louder and louder, and I don't know, man, it builds so much, and you're just waiting for something big to continue to happen. It's amazing, man. I love it.
The energy's got to stay up. It's got to stay high without question. So if I'm not mistaken, we should be pretty close, I think, to one of these 2 matches getting ready to go here. At least the warm-ups are still going on based on what I could see on our side, but we'll have to kind of wait and see as far as if our lobbies are ready to go or not. I thought we were about ready to go, but I don't know if that's actually fully true. So while we try to make sure everything's all good on our side, we'll step away for just another brief break. Hopefully it won't be too long before we start seeing some gameplay. So apologies, but don't go far. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping on into some Game 1 action. This is our second station, the Bravo stream, if you want to call it that. However it may be, doesn't make much of a difference. We're in the game. Team Chidori versus DWF Gold. Like we mentioned, we don't know anything about any of these players. At least I don't, so we're about to find out today.
Yeah, we are certainly going to find out, Alan. Very exciting. It's going to pop off what players. It could be those diamonds we were talking about, but so far, so good. To be a fight, control, and we can see Max up top just kind of locking down the AR. One is going to slip underneath, though, and he's got a lot to deal with in front of him.
Yeah, a good little rotational moment here for DWF Gold, able to get themselves in a position around Cantina. Kills, though, allowing Team Chidori to make his play. Trying to contest this early time before the hard point opens up. Jezage, that's what we're going with. Let's go with Jez, it's easier to say. Able to get through, and how about this? A little bit of scrap time was earned on P1, and now Jez is on 4 in a row as we open up the second hard point. Nice little showing from him.
Oh, you love to see that. The chance.
We go back to the password that was received on station 1 and went straight to
I'm still good. Okay. Well, at the moment, 32-4, the current count. Team Chidori all over the hill, and DWF Gold is trying to set a bit of a pinch, but not really coming through all that successfully. It's a lot of individual plays now with the last two members still alive. 30 seconds to fight for. Opponent just now found himself on 5 as he continues to play the backside staircase. Nick Beam shuts down the streak and maybe held the trigger a little longer. So how about it? Opportunity for DWF Gold to get some scrap time, and they've got numbers on rotation. This comes down to, can they break through this early setup? Because Team Chidori is already pretty much prime and in control of a lot of these key crossing points. 3 members in and around the hard point, the 4th now joining, and Chorky's just waiting for a little bit of help. A little bit of elevation play coming in the backside corner. Chorky able to find the first on the opening. Now the hit, possibly coming through from multiple sides, but Nick Beams is very late, trying to play for some spawn control. And as they get through it, Team Chidori are locking in the first 10 seconds without too much cause for concern. But the setup is here. DWF Gold on their way, trying to find the break. 3 straight kills coming to the mix. It's just Spot, last one left up top, and he's just holding his life. Can he find an angle? Down low, takes down the first. Help is starting to come on the way. Hard point time still being earned by DWF, but pinstripe kill feed. Team Chidori now with the numbers. Back into the hill itself we go, but just as the break was looking pretty prime and ready, it's DWF Gold who get the hold and a chance for them to tie the game here. Austin, are you unfrozen and good? You're doing great. Got you. All right, well, we'll keep kind of pushing through solo-wise. You jump in when you're ready to go. As the third hard point will come to a close, we move over towards Barbershop. Unfortunate team kill on the brick for DWF around the backside alley. Means that everything has to come to a bit of a pause. 4-9 for Chorky up top. Not able to get the better of the gunfight of Deuce. That will mean the first 10 seconds is earned. And more than that, Team Chidori have a really solid read on where this next hit would likely come from. Opportunity, though. Chorky opens up the backside parking lot. Also deletes trophy system, so looking for some control backside fences. Spot inside the hard point is, I'm sure, calling for help as he's stuck in a corner. Doesn't finish the first elimination, actually, and now DWF have a chance to try to break on through, and with the numbers, they will at least neutralize for now. Podage from the front, 25 seconds to fight for. Looking for an opportunity, maybe trying to finesse this. It is just a 1v1 for the scrap. The test comes through. Pre-fire was there, but not going to win the gunfight for DWF, and with that, 15 seconds of scrap starts to get earned up for Team Chidori. 15-7 for Podage on another 3 spree. Nades try to be thrown as we rotate back over towards 10, that front courtyard area. But as they kind of come up a bit empty, it's DWF who have the numbers. Spot, lurking, biding his time just inside 10. He's going to have a little bit of help from Jez. First blood good on the entry, and the second follows. Okay, how about this? Little 2v4 break attempt. Podage now in the mix, and Team Chidori will get the break they're looking for. Still a chance, though, to contest. DWF coming around the back, have quick reinforcements, but Spot's in a position to lock down these rotators, and off spawn, he's able to take down 3 straight kills. DWF still in the hard point, trying to get clearance as Podage, and as he finds the kill, it's just Ish left alive, and okay! Nice little snappy double from him, keeps things well within the realm of possibility to still fight for this last 23. And so far, so good. DWF are not out by any stretch of the imagination. A couple of big moments for Team Chidori with individuals going on major streaks, but no cruise missiles being earned throughout a lot of that action, and we've got a DWF Gold lead at the moment. I think it's most important to mention the fact that, hey, even though you've got Podage at 18-9, they're not getting a lot of help at the moment out of Deuce. Just 5-12, 15 seconds at the hill. DWF are kind of more evenly slaying across the board and a pretty solid share of the hardpoint time so far. So 115-102. Back to our final hardpoint at Cantina. Before we get over towards the parking lot, and DWF Gold, even though they're not on the hardpoint, they get 3 straight kills. Spot the last one left up top. He's going to get stunned. Tries to go to the reload. Finds 1 kill. Maybe the second in the corner. No, it's Ish who shuts him down. Nade does get off, though. Allows an opportunity for the numbers to stay a bit more limited. And DWF Gold are just left with the last 2 members inside the second floor. Another member on the help is Ish coming on in. Kamak's trying to play through the middle of the map. That gets shut down. So now for Team Chidori, numbers starting to stack through the front doors, but the kills are just simply put not here. 110-138, DWF Gold not giving away any time here. And before we jump over to our parking lot hardpoint, knife out, Spot able to connect for 1, but that's all he'll get. The scrap time confirmed for DWF as they will get very close to the 150 marker. Ponage towards parking lot. Only player for Team Chidori who's really even close to the hardpoint, and as he drops away, DWF have the hardpoint for now. Hit coming, though. And Chidori's hitting this from multiple sides. Jez is going to be blocking the bottom side spawns while the rest of his teammates spawn up towards the north side of the minimap. So if you're DWF, this is all about just winning your gunfights, and okay, they absolutely are providing those dubs. Ish to the backside of Warehouse, just kind of throwing shoulders. He's got a really solid read, whether he knows it or not, about this next hit for Team Chidori, all of it coming from this direction. Oh, now he's definitely got the read. Tries to line up a couple more, but only gets 1. Kamak trying to work his way to the hard point, but shut down. And the scrap time of 23 seconds. Looking pretty solid for Team Chidori, but Nick gets able to get 2 before eventually being traded out by the last and remaining member for Team Chidori on the scrap time. So, with that in mind, we complete our first rotation of Hills. 173 is where it stops for DWF Gold. And over the 135 marker will go Team Chidori. 23-13 from Ponage. Oh my goodness. And over 60 seconds with the hard point time. And Austin, I'm hearing that you're back.
I think
Jump
so.
On in here. Let's go.
A round of applause to you, Alan. I love it, baby. 142-173. Great game so far, at least from what I've been able to see. And we'll see if that continues here as DWF Gold just now trying to see if they can maybe get across the map. But so far, the rotation's been held on to pretty well as at least contesting some of that P1 time. But now a huge battle through the back alley, and Spot again is on 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really right alongside Ponage, just really setting tempo for the squad. It just comes down to at certain moments, yep, you need to see Deuce try to get involved. There's kill number 7 for him, but long-range shots doesn't really even get the gun fully up. DWF a chance to at least neutralize some of the scrap time. Not going to be able to fully do that, and now we turn our attention over towards rotation where Team Chidori are stacking through Barber.
Ponage has to get a read on the player, just sitting in the corner. Trades at least are clean, but Beam's able to pop out, find himself a nice pickup here, and DWF starting to close in on 200 points. Control at least here initially. Still have to try to sniff out 1 player up top, and Spot will be another player to be able to kind of continue to watch out for as he finds 1. You have to break in, and the numbers aren't looking good.
This DWF team, they had a slow start without question, but their focus around the hard point as a full squad has been really solid, and definitely the reason why we're seeing this lead continue to grow. 206, 153. Need to have it for Team Chidori. Nade's utility and now numbers starting to stack towards the backside of that Barber Alley. Still, though, time being accrued by DWF. You have to make the play. You've got to go. You've got the numbers and the kills. It takes a second, but it's clean, it's clinical, and the break is good for what will surely be the majority, if not all, of this back 20 seconds.
And the 20 seconds, like already being able to fly forward and win some of these gunfights. Looking really good. We'll see if more kills can end up coming through here. You're going to need this rotation win if you have a shot to stay in this game. Still down by about 40. Very doable. Have to get a read on the players inside, and yeah, this is well played. Oh my goodness! Despite 15 HP, snap comes through, and there's a chance still to break this.
Jez just kind of trying to get up to the second floor. Able to get the mantle. Should catch 1 by surprise. That is a key elimination. Now back down towards the hard point. But no. It looked good for a moment. DWF almost caught off guard behind this kind of bench table area, but as they hold on, now it becomes desperate times, calling for desperate measures from Team Chidori. 232, 174. Not a lot of status change here either as far as the kills are concerned. Finally, some will start to come through, but how do you break through this table? Kills back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. It's Ponage who has the last word, and he's in trying to fight for this back 25.
1v1. This 1v1 is so huge. Another one comes through for him. That scrap time should be locked in. Now a chance still to make this comeback happen, but you're going to have to play perfect, and you're going to have a perfect break. He's not ready for that one whatsoever. Gets caught with his pants down. Easy cleanup here on the rotation. 3 players going to drop down. So far, the setup holding strong.
So far, so good. But can you keep this one going? 198, 238. DWF here first, and they just don't know that Nick's up top. That could be the game-winning play. A little double from him on the outside, and it's all about just holding on towards the interior of Barber. 249, 250. No one is going to touch in time, and DWF Gold will take map number 1 again in this best of 3.
That's right, best of 3. You're going to have to make sure I say that going forward here for at least day 1. But, yeah, a great showing. I mean, there was a moment here to get here and actually potentially break. Everything that had to go right in the last 2 hills, technically did. You could see the hill time and the scrap time kind of go over. But as soon as you have to make, a rotation across the map of Mercado where you can't afford to take the time to kind of clear top Cantina, I mean, it opens up for crazy kills like that to come on through. So, first match here for a lot of these guys on stream. A lot of smiles here from the players on the left. I have to imagine that was the squad that came out on top, but certainly a great first map here, Alan.
Yeah, I love the question mark. Like, is that the other one? Like,
surely it has to be, right?
I mean, surely. They do look happier. They did something on your side, so I think that's probably a pretty safe call from your partner. Man, I will say, kind of looking at, as we look over to the scoreboard here, that was a hell of an effort from Ponage and Spot. I mean, there were some great individual moments. You kind of see the streaks across the board looked pretty solid. 5 kill streaks kind of tallied between 3 different players at different moments in time. But 9 and 30, not what you want to see from Deuce.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I mean, again, look at the share of the hard point time across the board, except for Kamaksu, who was kind of playing that, more rogue slayer.
That's right. Yeah, getting information, roaming around a little bit, just creating problems on rotations. He was doing everything he needs to, but everyone else very much involved and everyone just kind of adding in and pulling their weight. But yeah, it's tough, right? You only got 9 kills on a map like Mercado, 30 deaths. That's, playing extremely fast. Like that is drastically more than anyone else in the lobby. So we talked about, some of these players being on broadcast for the first time. Would that add in pressure? I think we get our answer for map 1, but maybe as these players get settled in, this best of 3 could start to get a little bit closer, and there's still a chance, of course, to sports the map 3 here in the hotel search.
Yeah, hotel search, hotel control. I mean, I think the general expectation when you're looking at the teams that are going to be most primed, I think, as far as major contenders for this bracket, you assume there's going to be 2-0s all over the place. But the cool thing about it, and a big shout out to the admin team. They're like, well, what kind of matches do you guys want to see on the main stage? It's like, just keep the seeds as close as possible. We want to see some series, and especially again, like we continue to talk about. We want to see some players we've never seen before, just to kind of give them a little bit of a boost. So, yeah, really cool stuff. And for DWF Gold, a heck of a start for your first overall map. And it came in the moment where it looked like there was going to be a couple of takeover spots for players like Spot and for Ponage, where it's like, okay, if these guys are just going to just go rogue and just dominate, how do you put together a response? But from largely what we saw, DWF Gold is not playing bad hardpoint. Good rotations through and through, and has me hopeful that we're going to see some well put together search strats as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Search and Destroy gets interesting at this level because I feel like when you look at, these seeds and these type of teams, like Search would kind of probably be like your best game mode. Like you think of a lot of these amateurs, you think of what they're doing, a lot of their time. Like to me, it kind of just screams, S&D wagers, or S&D 8s, whatever it might be. Like that's kind of what I think of when I think of like this, amateur scene before like the top challenger scene. So maybe these guys, might be able to bring in, some pretty spicy strats here for us, or at least bring in a lot of aggression, through their teamwork. That's kind of one way you're going to see it, or you're just going to see a lot of like individual plays, I think, play out here that could be beneficial or, could be very costly. I feel like that's kind of one of the 2 ways that it goes, but, maybe they're more prepped than I'm giving them credit for.
Yeah, and, the other cool thing about like watching this level of gameplay is as we get bigger and deeper in towards some of our more notable squads, like, we could really see the differences between like what it is that really differentiates those top squads versus maybe pickup teams or recently formed squads here to kind of get yourself put together for this open. So I think that'll be really fun as well to kind of break down those little differences as we see them come across the entirety of not just today, but of course Saturday, Sunday. Ooh, it's going to get hot. It's going to get spicy. Man, I'm pumped about it. But hey, these players are already, a lot of winners round 1 games people are starting to wrap up controllers. We're going to have eliminations almost immediately, which is, that's got to be painful, right? Like you've got like one little break before you jump into your lower round 1 game, and if you got 2-0 swept up, got to find that little bit of chemistry to get things going because you don't want to get DFR'd. That's the big thing.
Yeah, you don't realize how quick it comes, right? Because you go right into those matches. You got to keep the tournament rolling, right? Like we know how these work, so you have to have a quick bounce back, and it's never really easy, I think, especially if someone individually knows that they may have costed kind of their team the series.
Sure.
It's not easy to regroup, I think that quickly at this level. So I think it's a really, really good point. Those lower round ones, those ones are just going to be sweaty gruel fest. You know it.
Yeah,
I mean, they
absolutely.
always are.
And that's usually when we start to hear our first bit of chirping coming through as well.
Yeah, true.
The way it always goes. And I don't know what it is. It's like, if you've never been to an event before, like, this is going to kind of fall on empty ears, but, like, the lower bracket matches are always, like, so much more passionate in day 1 and day 2 than even, like, the top teams playing up against each other in, like, their first winners matches that they play up against, another notable squad.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is that causes it, but it's always it always makes for a good time, if not necessarily the cleanliness of times. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll have another, like, Dan Ghosty or Scrap pop off somewhere in that lower round 1 or lower round 2 matchup. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, since, like, those guys have kind of, really gotten big, I mean, even, like, seeing, like, Beans, I think, be one of those guys here last year.
Sure.
Like, it happens, and, I mean, you can just see how much it fuels your team. I think one of the interesting things, like, when I was talking to some of, like, the Ultra guys, and I was like, what's it like playing with Scrap? Like, he's like, you just feel like you're untouchable. When you hear this guy screaming in your ear that you are the best in the game, they can't touch us. Obviously, it's a lot more colorful than that, but either way, it's just absolutely premium gas. It gives you insane confidence. So we'll see if it comes to light for us. But now moving into what is going to be, I think, map 2 here between our other squad. I think our main squad here, Leo's here in game time. See how it comes together. Is the hard point to kick us off here on Embassy.
Yep, another best of 3 matchup. This is our Station 1 match. So we're ready to see it. See what these guys have to offer for us. Again, names that we just do not know. But boy, am I excited to learn. Quick opening engagements over the top of the first hard point. Not a lot of advantage to one side or the other, but Gyra is still finding themselves inside the hard point with another little 1v1 win. Will allow not just 13 seconds time, but possibly more. Of course, I naturally mentioned it. Selenis is able to neutralize that threat. Now turn the attention over towards rotation, where at the moment, Game Time do have numbers kind of in and around the second hard point.
Yeah, looking solid. Alec maybe going to come all the way around. He might have got a sound cue, but doesn't want to go chasing with the AR inside. Position now going to be given away. He's coming over the top, and how about that for a well-placed Semtex? Going to be able to land right on his feet, finds a double, and that will allow some early time to come through.
Yeah, looking good. Weiser on the back, not able to win a 1v1 though, so that leads to possible influence not just over the spawns, but maybe over the hard point as well, as Game Time start to make their move. 3 in a row for Swizz. Challenger number 7 here. I think he actually forgot his password to his account, so not sure who this is, but at the moment on 3. Looking good for this back 30 as well. I mean, he's got teammates causing problems through the middle of the map. That's a heck of a shot from Ness, but isn't able to actually collect the kill. And as he drops, so does the last player inside of the hill. So with that in mind, 18 seconds of scrap. Looking good for Game Time. They should take the lead, but you take your focus towards top servers, and AEOS are here with some force.
They sure are. Set up, looking good. Now have the positioning to maybe even start to run away with a bit of a lead. We know what this P3 hill can do. That's a clean kill that comes through from Clutch. Clutch actually puts together a second after being weak. So this is looking like a fantastic break. The spawns have flipped right away in Game Time. I mean, they are all over the map. That is not what you like to see right away here for AEOS.
Really, it's what, 2 solid breaks there, right? I mean, the setup for AEOS were looking pretty solid around P2. Game Time worked their way back in. Same situation here, early on the initial. Ball up, double, tries to get the trophy down. I don't know if he was trying to cancel the reload or put the trophy, maybe a little bit of both at the same time. A little panicky moment, and with that, 30 seconds still to fight for. And neither team is going to be able to get here with much confidence nor control, as nades are flying from one side, numbers from the other, and we stay a little bit stalled out at 60 to 32 while finally Game Time to get into the hill.
It's a little scrappy, but Game Time still doing a good job of at least holding on. Swizz just perfectly plays his life, gets stunned up, throws his tacticals and lethals out himself. He will be able to secure scrap. Already in the back, kills coming through, almost picks up a second. Which has been so good here on these transitions, especially to the new hill. These opening kills have been great. See if he can try to work for some more.
And we're hearing actually from our prod team that this Game Time squad is a lot of college COD players. You got Gyra, who plays for Texas A&M. Bala, we believe, is the substitute for Fisher. And you've got on the other side Challenger Sever, who is Decim, we believe, plays for Michigan. All 3 of those teams have been doing really well so far in college COD. So there's a couple of those squads out here. You've got these 2 teams that have some CCL representation. I was watching Nate Fiasco from the old St. Edwards team playing just a moment ago. You got some Akron kids here, and it's awesome to see more college COD getting involved with these opens.
No kidding. I was actually wondering, Gyra, one of those players I was actually casting over this week, and he was cooking, man. Like, this guy is an entry. He was looking pretty good. I was wondering if it was him. He had a sub in his hands, and, well, I guess now we have confirmation. So we'll keep an eye on him, see if he can maybe bring a little bit of that flair we were seeing a little bit earlier on in the week in college COD. But all things said, Game timer still good for the majority of this time so far through the first couple sets. And now we'll jump into P5 and see if Gyra can try to open it up.
Just a little cleaner, right? I think especially towards not just the break attempts that we've noticed, but even on rotation, just making life a little difficult here for AEOS. But in towards our mixiest hardpoint on Embassy, you expect to see subs out for just about everybody. Decim is inside the hardpoint for now. First shots gets a little bit of assistance, but just flat out overwhelmed. The flood from the front is good. 3 straight kills. Vice looking at double up, though, catches them both in the corner. And with that, the hardpoint starts to turn. Backside doors, little 360, Vice, a little flare. Maybe an 8 out of 10 from the French judge as Ness tries to follow up behind it, but game time still involved. We have 1 hardpoint left to go here on this rotation, and, well, Decim cannot only not hold his life, he doesn't have enough help to really do much for this scrap time, so game time will exceed their lead a little bit further.
Oh, that was a really good moment. AEOS certainly a chance to be able to get in there, hold it, just can't win the gunfights, can't stay alive inside of the kitchen. Game time, I mean, this is where they've been best. It feels like the back 20 has almost been theirs for the majority of these hills, and they're going to have themselves a solid lead because of it. We'll transition back over to P1. Challenge number 7 will land some shots down low into Bala, shut him down, and throw himself right on the time to soak it up.
Tough positions, though, when you give away paper for free like that. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Selenis to try to keep his life while the rest of his team try to clear up that second floor. And, well, they do it very nicely on both fronts, actually. So, okay, how about this for AEOS? Nice little double, allows a neutralization of the time, but the break attempt once again for game time, just finding clean kills. Not just influencing what happens around the admin building, but more importantly, Clutch can get his way into the hardpoint for some more time. This is going to start to feel pretty punishing for AEOS, who are also being stressed. Looking down towards the bottom side of the minimap as another kill comes here for game time.
Oh, it's just Vice on the rotation. Had to try to win a huge 1v1. Swizz will take him down 4 in a row for him as he's trying to lock it down, to try to get a read on where the rest of the members will be, and the kills just are all falling through here for them. Triple chow to the back. I mean, look at the teamwork that's coming in. You got challengers number 7 here at the very back. It's got to play his life, but stuns, nades, everything rains over the top to make sure they try to hold on to that close spawn.
Okay, good kills up from the backside hallway. Vice eventually traded out. Both Nest nearby waiting for the regen. Vaznev in hand. Just does not quite expect that Gyra was right next to him as he made the play. So now you have to kind of make sure whatever comes next here for AEOS is clean, because this game is starting to get a little out of hand. And at least they do have the break coming in for 40 seconds of time to fight for. Game time largely coming over through Van's side. Shots through the middle of the map, good for Clutch. He can now assist onto the hard point as well. Back in hand, has them both stacked up in the corner, but it's just like, you hold the trigger, I hold the trigger. We'll see if we can get some kills. Finally, Bala gets a read in the stack, collects both eliminations, and game time's in for the back 20.
But top, Swizz reads the spawn perfectly. Threw over the top. Third one's already a little tagged. And the Semtex will finally deal with them, but just talk about a huge moment.
Yeah.
Clutch loses some auto aim there throughout the tennis fence, but will be able to at least find one. Grab time goes over, and game time, if they break this, I mean, they're going to lock this game in.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for it. Swizz tagged up, has one contested of Vice nearby. Stun will land. He's got help, though. So it's on to Vice. Can he hold? Free fire comes through. Good assistance around the back. Ness gets an elimination, and a follow-up plus the long-range shots from Vice. Okay, tasty stuff from Vice. Still at 100 HP. Gyra wants to give it a go, and he's completely obliterated. Ness watching over the top helps AEOS hold.
That was beautiful. Vice, I mean, played everything perfectly, just lays behind the barrier here, keeps himself protected, and forces the engagements to come to him. And he's still going. Gets some help there from his teammate, but my goodness, Vice has a hell of a moment to keep his team in the game here. This is a huge 20 seconds to bring this one back.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, that is a massive hold, and now you're getting a little help from Decim over towards New. 4 in a row for him. Fifth walks right in front, number 6. How about it for Decim? Go Big Blue. 6 in a row, and AEOS in for not just a possible tie, but if they can hold, they will be in the ascendancy.
That's the biggest factor, though. The holds haven't really been fully consistent so far. And that change here, feel like it's going to have to. Team kill comes through, but it's still a moment to get in for a touch. Not going to be enough for game time. One more player will be shut down. AEOS, they will take the lead, and now this game's starting to shift in their favor.
Starting to get a little spicy on the main stage. Decim finally gets shut down, but at 22 and 18, he has done his job more so than I think any of us may have expected initially, considering how much game time was thrown his direction. but it's 185, 171. In game time, they may have to give up this back 25. They are spawning all the way out towards tennis, and there's just not a chance to see this scrap time. So not only have AEOS taken the lead, they have really swung this into their favor, getting over the 200-point mark.
Oh my, and look at the early firepower already coming out through parking lot. They're actually going to remove the AR player. That could open up this lane right into kitchen for the subs. One in a row right now for Nez, as he'll be heavily tagged up. Needs to rely on his teammate for some support here as they slowly start to set up the break.
Yeah, looking good, at least for now. Gyra helps kind of clear out some of the outside areas of this kitchen hard point. 183 to 209. Doors open. Alarm system start to ring. Swizz only takes care of one, though, and the kills are looking good from the front. Clutch trying to come back in, pinch this play. Gets the first, second in front of him. Takes that one down as well. And with the cleanup, game timer back in the hill.
Yeah, tough spot for sure. Good moment of patience here for Clutch to lay down. Just wait for the challenges to come through for him. Game time have been able to keep this scrappy enough and have had the majority of control in and around this P5 hill. 20 seconds that they would love to get to try to bring this one back, but Nez might be looking to try to give it another hit.
And yeah, why not? You've got a little bit of help around the back. A chance to just isolate for 1v1s, but Swizz gets all three. Okay, young man. This is going to be about a dead tie game going into our next P1. And you start to look down towards the minimap to see who can get top admin first. Nez is trying to make a round happen, but around the back, Balla, quick side through the bridge, gets a double. And AEOS may have missed the mark on this one. 3 for Balla, and into the hard point, go game time.
Those are some clean shots, man, especially the second kill that he gets. Far range with the Vaznev looking good. As game time, they regain the lead. 225. I mean, you have to pressure this, and that will be the pressure from the back. Good kill to at least get them off the time, and it comes with the second. Clutch knows what he has to do. He needs to get top bridge control. Huge 1v1 up top, and he won't win it.
On the other side, though, game time have cleared out some of the pressure towards top admin. A lot of the gunfights ringing out from the low ground. 228, 216. AEOS in the hard point for now with a little bit of a surround coming through. And that's just, he's just watching this bathroom door saying, anybody else want to come through? And Balla says, yep, cue me in. 228, 222. 5 seconds and the battle rages on over the top of P2.
Have to make something happen here on transition. All of those members are set up here for game time. They're in the back. Can you flip up the spawns? Can you make a play to the side? No, Nez is shut down. Now in the back, a chance to be able to blow it open. That's 2 that come through. Vice gets the 3rd. Vice is in. He's got a touch, and they're on the time.
Oh boy, but you still have Swizz around the back. You have to clear him out. Does anyone know he's back here still? Vice over the top gets the elimination. Okay, 235, 235. AEOS still in the hard point. Both teams can win here, but you got to stack. You've got to be able to find a way to break this, and game time may have let it go a little bit too short here without being able to stack up for a hit. Last chance. Have to make it across. Have to step into contest. Here it comes, but how about from the back? It steps them off. Can't quite clear things. Vice from inside the hard point. Swizz gets 2. It stops at 249, and game time can still win.
You have to rotate to do. I don't even think you can hold this whole time. You're going to have to risk it and try to send a rotation, but the streak coming on out now. Nessa looking to take him off the old time. That will be 2.
No!
Oh, man. Game time. Get it done. My goodness. The streak can't find more than 2. The stack is there, and it happens. My goodness. How about that for a map 1 here to kick off day 1?
Wow. And people said winners round 1 wouldn't be fun. Are you kidding me? 250, 249 game. And the crowd doesn't go wild, but I think they would have if they were all watching. 'Cause that was a barn burner, man. I mean, even looking at the quick setup here on the scoreboard, like, those are some even KDs across the board there. Hot stuff. 249, 250, but, man, right at the end, it comes through. Unreal.
Yeah, the player that was sitting, just in front of Laundry, like, man, that player, I think, going for the reload really costed them, right? I think if you just hold the trigger and you just watch the cross from the off angle into the point, I think you lock that one up. I think you get that final tick in that final second, but because you're trying to cut off the reinforcements, kind of peek through the back of that Xbox area, it just kind of forces the reload to come out in order to continue to get involved in the play. So a tough spot, but I mean, you'll absolutely take it. I can only imagine what they were screaming after that map 1, but very nice back and forth throughout that embassy.
Wow. Take a look at the final replay again. This is unreal, man. It's just all these little 1v1s around the outside initially kind of help the ability, to even win over towards this rotation to 2. And at a certain moment, you think, oh, this, I mean, right here, like you look at the minimap, it's like you just have to deal with Vice. He's kind of stuck. And you think, oh, we've got the numbers, we get the quick kill. And from here, if you're game time, you're like, all right, we've got everything we could possibly want. This should be cruise control for a win. But, man, the break attempts looking good. Decim, once again, around the back was the one that kind of helped make it work with that double.
Yeah, that double was everything. This opens up the point. This is what allows them to get in. But this is where I'm thinking they can close it out because Vice, I think, finds at least one through mid. And then, yeah, he's got a player right in front of Laundry that's kind of lingering around. So Decim comes off of spawn. And I'm thinking just with his angle that he has, that he's going to have enough to kind of stop this spawn coming through now.
Yeah,
you can see them from orange, right? He's got this cross. You get all the information right here. They're flooding through parking lot. And it's this position where if you don't take those shots and you just hold the cross into the point right there from the off angle, I think you seal that one up.
I think so, too. And then at that point, Decim calls in that streak that he had earned from before, right off spawn. And you have a pretty solid attempt here. I mean, everyone just hits the inside. There's the tablet call. You've got players that are trying to get there from multiple points of attack, but you see it on the scoreboard. There's 249, 250. The only player to stay alive was number 3. And so Game Time survived through it, kind of pick up after the mistake had came through, letting Decim around the back. But, man, that was a tight game. And woo, a fun one for winners round 1. I love Friday challengers.
Yeah, me too. That was a great one. I mean, you never really know how some of these matches are going to go, but when you get, I think, 3 or 4 different lead changes, I think that says it all, right? It's a very entertaining hardpoint without a doubt.
Yeah, the thing about it is, like, the fact that AEOS even brought it back in the first place.
Exactly.
Man, I'll tell you, whew, we've got some fun action on our hands without a doubt. So, with that, I think we're just going to keep diving on in. Back and forth we go. Over to the Search and Destroy. DWF Gold on the Mercado Hardpoint outlasted Team Chidori, but a tight affair here on the Hotel Search and Destroy map, too.
Yeah, without a doubt. Just up by 1 right now. Chidori trying to find that good bounce back. Ponage still picking up where he left off. 8 and 6 so far. But 4v4, very slow. We wanted to know what some of the playbooks would look like.
Sure.
Well, this one going to come from a little bit of a late push over to A. And Spot's got a lot to do, and he's just going to have to kind of play his life and maybe he'll get a read down low. No way does he win that.
Okay, Spot, we see you, brother. Looked good in the hard point. Impressive gunfight win here. Now you've got a 4v3 retake. Oh, but Chorky's gotten through into bedroom. Like, deep into bedroom. Does Spot expect this? The dead silence pop will be a little bit late. Deuce, not a great hard point, but a big elimination there towards bottom bar. Oh, and Beams is also stunned in towards front lobby desk. Just tries to maybe get a trade with the Semtex out. Back of the rifle's not going to do much there. And on the defuse goes Deuce. But how about Chorky? He's still in a good spot, trying to watch over the top of this. First kill good. Has to check for the bomb, though, and will not be able to get his eyes on it. And Team Chidori will get the successful defuse and retake.
Certainly a good attempt. Maybe if he takes the shots, the first player up top and kind of weaves into bedroom, he gets to create some chaos, but just a good call, stick the bomb, and a lot of teamwork here, just kind of pushing the players, out of these individual positions, right? One player behind the desk, double chow him. One player kind of sitting up in top bedroom, double chow him. Let's just try to use our teamwork, play for the trades, and, well, didn't even really need any trades. Everything was taken pretty cleanly.
I think OpTic could take a lesson from that retake. Oh, too soon?
Throwing major out. God damn.
Ah, my bad. But seriously. I'm kidding. But also seriously. So 5-3, Team Chidori. 1 round away. And it will be an offensive hit, not just at A, but Ponage with the bomb is going to cross with Nettie. I mean, he's stunned. There's a nade at his feet. Fortunately, able to stay alive. 1v1 over towards Arches, and that's a nice set of shots from Ish. To get the first blood, and then also follow on the second, leaving Ponage by himself. This would have to be a 1v4. Gets the second, and this is doable.
Oh, it's very doable. Dead Silence still active. Wants to kind of keep the play going there. Use the Dead Silence maybe to push all the way through. It will be red. It will be shut down. A little bit spicy, but they're able to hold on, able to keep themselves in this game. Talk about Ish's 2-piece. My goodness. That was everything.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it wins middle of the map. It also reinforces that anyone trying to push through outside of the bomb carrier Ponage was going to be absolutely denied any free angles. So 11 and 7 for Ponage. Carrying a lot of the weight for his team, but DWF not going away. 5-4. What do you do here if you're on the offense, if you're DWF? And the thing is, like, look, I was going to say the off-site hits that we don't normally see, well, do they have the prep and the planning for it? Little double hit. 1 through kitchen, 1 through rugs. Defense is largely here for this. Opening trade is decent. And how about the follow-up through mid-map? Okay, Chorky and Ish clean up what was supposed to be the pinch for Chidori's defense. And now the bomb can get planted for free at B.
Sure can. spot, not in a good position to clutch this one up. He'll bang open the door. We'll get a read on the player close right, but everyone's now set up in the kitchen. And you're going to have to start wall banging or start guessing perfectly. One of the two.
Does have a frag to play with, but first little burst to the doorway, hoping and praying you can find a couple of headshot multipliers. Not going to work out there. And with that, how about a round 11? We're going to go from a 250 to 249 into a round 11 surge. Give me more winners round 1 matchups, dude. I'm here for this.
Very close affair between everyone we've seen here so far. And the chance to be able to bring this one back. And this is the closeout round now too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Chance now to bring it all the way to a series close here for DWF after being 5-3 down. That ultimate 5-3 curse. And it will be an attacking round that has to come through here for Chidori.
Otherwise, 2-0 in the best of 3. DWF Gold would move on to the next winner's round. Noose up top. Definitely sees Chorky's pre-fire down low. Doesn't make much of a difference, though. Still shots coming. That is such a tough angle to challenge, and you can see exactly why. Chorky confirms first blood. Responded to. Noose is able to neutralize. Take it back to 3v3, and the bomb carrier will have a chance maybe to reposition if they want to consider an option to be.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of that Chow top bedroom. You always know someone's going to be on the desk.
True.
It's a tough gunfight. So kind of given a freebie to bring it back to 3 versus 3. 50 seconds, you know these players in this position on broadcast right now feeling the intensity of this moment, and they're going to make a call to come all the way over to B, but it's being read right here. DWF, they are set up for this.
Dish is on the flank as well. His timing could be everything, but he's been seen and tagged. Deuce will eliminate, but Team Chidori are still going to try to stack this through. They may not expect that there's going to be 2 more defenders on the site. Chorky's trying to play with some elevation, gets up and over. Wait a second, do they know he's here? He gets one! The shots come through, but no! Can't double up. Nearly got the collat, but not going to happen here in round 11. Goes the opposite way for Team Chidori. It's going to be a map 3 affair on the main stage.
Wow. What a crazy little sequence here in the end. I was thinking with the setup and the rotation that they had and the pinch gets red, right? If Ish doesn't get red on that pinch, like, he blows the entire play open. If the other defenders want to, they could collapse with them, meet them inside a bedroom, or rather inside a restaurant. Could have went either way, but tough scenes to say the least. Little trigger discipline. You want to plant the bomb? You want to plant the bomb? Well, you got to get through me. Oh, my goodness. Vice gets 3.
Dude, and that's why you hold on just a second longer. Oh, my goodness. But Swizz confirms the trade, collects the bomb, pops Deddy, and now is on the hunt. 1v1 here early. It's Ness on the other side. That sound's going to expire down low, though. Swizz gets a look at it over the top of the head. Even gunfight. 2 HP. Swizz gets away. Ness on the prediction from the doors finalizes the elimination. Dude, I'm here for this level of COD right now. This is fun.
I love that. I love that trigger discipline coming through for Vice, man. I mean, I'm sure his headphones are probably just filled with footsteps, so he kind of, was reading the play out, but he played it perfectly. Doesn't take the shots at first. Finds all 3. I think the last player, even Dolphin, dives at him, which is super unfortunate. Runs right into his own death. But my goodness, going to be a huge round, and I'm sure Vice also very happy that they were able to close it out there in the 1v1 too.
Yeah, I'll say. The last thing you want to see is the stack-up 3-piece. Result in nothing, but Ness picks it up. Collects the second round for AEOS. Ness with the bomb now. Tested early. Hipfire does largely land, plus the stun connects, I think, onto both defenders here, so Selenis may have an opportunity to get on in. Stun down, Semtex as well. It gets the tag, but not the kill. But the damage, he gets a little bit baited into his own trap. The stun to the nade he thought was going to be good enough. Kills come out, though, for game time. Responded to nicely, though, by challenger number 7. We'd heard that that's actually not Decim. It's their 5th player, so we were miscomming that. Fortunate. Still free gas for Decim. And we go to a 2v2.
He'll be happy about that.
I know it.
God, look at me shine out there. Posting clips on Twitter.
Exactly, dude. No one has to know. How would they know?
Gyro up. Taken down. Doesn't get a read on the player from behind, but he's in a pretty good spot here. He's going to find one, and this bomb still has to go down. So you have to make a decision, and, well, the decision's going to be made pretty quick. Run right to A, just try to plant it as fast as possible. Clutch is also the trophy player, so not going to be an easy retake here.
No, not at all. Well, oh, actually, I like that. The stun opens one side of the doors, and as it pops, he pushes through the other door. So kind of covering his own footsteps in a way. Now he's on the crouch. Semtex in the corner, pops the door, sees him behind it, shots through, not neat from either player's perspective, but the old reverse Uno card gets thrown out. The challenge comes through the doorway on the other side, and the kill's won.
That's right. He just bangs the door back open the other way and flies at him. I love his play. Like, just a moment where you could sit there, pre-aim, wait for the challenge with the Vastnaf, or you could just take it to him, try to force a weird angle, weird gunfight. That's exactly what he does. Good 1 versus 1. I like the plan of just going for the immediate bomb plan as well. Just do not give it too much thought. You know, don't overthink the situation.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. And especially if you know you're going up against attack, like just don't put yourself in a position to be wall banged.
Yeah.
Get out there, take the chow. Use the power that the Vaznev still holds. So 3-0 for AEOS, looking to get us to a game 3 here on our Station 1 matchup. First kill's clean. Long-range shots from Vice as well. Driver trying to fight back. Gets the first one relatively cleanly. Also an opportunity to still play with the bomb in hand. Good help as well. Okay. From a 4v2 to a 2v2. And game time holds some advantages here in this setup.
Certainly we're in a good spot. I think Gyro's just going to try to send it. He's got a sub. Almost has dead silence. And he's going to back all the way up here. He could make a rat play. There's a couple of different options, but they're just going to insta-hop this. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I love this. Ness is on the bomb, and yeah, Gyro should not be able to get here in time. That is a bomb defused. Looking good for a 2v4, Allen, but just able to stick the bomb out. No 1v2 clutch comes through.
Nope, not quite. So 4-0. And honestly, it's just like what we're seeing out of AEOS is just a little bit of, you know, they got the trigger has been played, so some heroics, some special moments to come through, but largely speaking, a nice little bit of awareness and breakdown coming through from AEOS, kind of reading the situation in front of them and taking advantage of isolated areas. So I like what I'm seeing so far from AEOS. Game time, need to put together a response, and the sooner the better, I'd say, down 0-4.
See what happens here in round 5. Chance to get on the board. Game time, changing it up a little bit. Stacking inside of a trophy system down, but now you have to worry about the side lanes a little bit more. Ball's got a lot to deal with. 2 players here. Will be good to read the first. I don't think there's any way he's going to read that second, and it won't be the case. Bomb should be picked up, no problem, as we drop into the 3 versus 3.
And that's what I mean about, like, good isolation. Like, you don't understand or fully have the knowledge of where Ball is positioned, but as soon as he makes himself known, the trade is so quick to come through. But now in a 3v2, Gyro has turned the tides a touch. Look at the breakdown. Again, great isolation for the trade. I love what I'm seeing here. So Swizz is trying to put together some sort of a defensive response as the bomb is planted today, and now once again, game time, we're going to be asked to try to put together a retake, and Vice just chases down Swizz. Clutch, last one left, doesn't even get the first one off. I'm telling you, dude, this AEOS team is not playing bad search at all.
Not at all. I mean, they're playing very confident, and they also have this ability of being 4-0 up, so they can take some of these risky plays. Like, you see Vice just kind of just Hail Mary it right up the middle and follow the sound cues, you know, inside of that storage tools area, and just follows it up to find the player right through mid. I love the confident plays, and that's what you're able to do. You can take that risk. You have the ability to be able to afford to go for it. If it goes wrong, you're still up. But 5-0 here, man, it has been all of them. Game time just have nothing to show here. And they've had a couple of good looks. They just haven't been able to close out some of those clutch rounds.
Absolutely. And again, just like, again, I talked about it, like the breakdown that we're seeing from AEOS. They're doing so well, putting together good responses. Stun, deep, connects. Challenger 7, forward. You expect this position if you're balling. He sort of seems to, the leg tags will come through, but Ness off of the flank will work things out. If AEOS has thrown a massive curveball, and now you can see Gyro's kind of panicking. He's like, what do I do here? Do I go back? Do I go forward? I mean, I don't want to drop the bomb. My teammate's kind of stuck as well. So tough decisions to be made here in the 2v3.
Absolutely. There's just no security right now. When you have, like, fast plays like this breaking out into your back line, like 20 seconds into the round, you have no idea how many are following him up. You have no idea if he's even still there. Well, Gyro at least gets a little information. Will be tagged up, but does not fall. A now being cleared. They have went for this play a couple times, but I don't think you can afford to stack in here if you get the bomb down.
I don't know if they have an option. I mean, Clutch has already joined his teammate, and as he drops, Vice will finalize the round. No worries. Holy 6-0. No need to pop off there. That was casual.
You love to see that right there. A couple head nods coming out. Business here for those boys. My goodness. That was just as clinical as you love to see it. Vice has a huge game here at 11-3.
Yeah.
It's that great round that we just kind of came right into with perfect timing for his little 3-piece to basically solidify that one. And from there on out, just a lot of great chows and a lot of like really good aggression, like used at different portions of the map. Like that play that we just saw in the end there, Alan, right? Like it's the stun nade that tags up Challenger 7. They know he's there. They're calming. We need to kill this guy. He's close on the site. While that's happening, Nez is like cruising with the knife out, just gunning it through the side lane, coming around the back, and he's then a part of that play because they're also tunneled on the player that they stunned out front. So I just love, throwing multiple different of aggression into multiple different lanes, be able to throw your opponents off, especially when you're up like that.
Thank you. That was my piggyback right there, is like what we often see with a lot of top challengers teams, even in the CDLs. Like if you're up 4-0, 5-0, do something weird. You can afford to, because if you lose the round, it's like, all right, we tried it. It was fun. Didn't work out. Oh, well. It doesn't really hurt us too much. And more often than not, it does work when you're able to catch a team completely off guard because of how you've conditioned them so far. 11-3 from Vice. We kind of walked into this matchup watching his three-piece over towards B. Didn't hold off from there. He was I think the culprit of the last two eliminations as well. So nice little search and destroy from him. So we got 3 map affairs here on both of our 2 featured stations. And yeah, definitely a little shiver me timbers coming through as we jump back over to Team Chidori and DWF.
Yeah, gotta get the hands warm real fast here as you're already on B, and well, B might actually go over. We'll see if something can happen through mid. All right, that's a good bounce back. Max able to find 2. You think that would be enough to try to gain control on the zone again defensively? Chorky is there to finally get the job done as he finds 2, but they keep spawning up and they keep flying through.
Second tick of progress, not fully locked. A little bit of depletion done. And it looks like Kamax will jump on to make sure it gets all the way back to the beginning of that second tick. Lots of time. Lives, a little bit of concern here, just down to 12 if you're Team Chidori. But as DWF are trying to set up a bit of a spawn trap, they kind of give away some space here. An opportunity for Team Chidori to not just put maybe a stack over towards the bedroom, but they could also try to float someone in through the middle of the map, which looks like that's Deuce's job at the moment. Nick in the corner. That shutdown will likely eliminate any opportunity for Team Chidori from hitting from the front, especially as he heads down towards ladder. Lots of damage done, and how about 4 in a row for Nick Beams?
I mean, he just gets 3 isolated gunfights in a row. I mean, people got to start coming together when you're trying to regain control of bedroom. It is just a must. But with no time really left on the clock, probably not going to matter a whole lot. 8 seconds here, chance to try to get a touch. You have to do it cleanly. Only 6 lives on the board, and not going to happen. Everyone holds strong, and you also got a streak potentially being worked on here now from Nick.
Yeah, so, those are the 2 big keys. You missed out on the 5th tick of progress as you just were short of the second segment at B, but also in this late kind of status of round number 1, you give away a couple of pretty high streaks. Oh, my God. Did you hear that?
I sort of heard that. I don't think I made out what it was.
But it was not near me, I'll say that much. It was someone on the other side of the venue just, like, straight screaming, dude. That was like a metalcore scream. I don't know what that was, but
must have been a 1v4.
I mean, if it wasn't, we have to have some conversations for popping off for like a 1v1 right there.
Maybe it's a grudge match, Alan. Oh well. We'll have to wait and see. DWF coming right into B, and they have certainly caught Chidori a little bit off guard here. They're going to get that deep spawn by A. Need to have some clean kills. Ish is able to get 1 and escape with his life, and gets info onto 2 more here. You know they're funneling from the back, but it's an unfortunate mantle that comes through on the point and might have just costed them as Ponage jumps down, and he'll find 2.
I'm telling you, man, Ponage and Spot, a few players you'd want in that situation for a little 2v4. Second tick locked, 3rd denied and depleted. 3 in a row is where it stops for Ponage. And how about DWF? They're actually going to get Nick a little bit over towards the side staircase. Well read by Jez. That stops any further progress for DWF, at least with numbers. They still hop on with Ish. Good little bit of cover here. Spot's behind the play, and he's going to be difficult to deal with because literally all of DWF are on the low ground. 3rd tick of progress, though, is still on the way. Spot has to go, and as he gets shut down, hold on a second. It's just down to Deuce 1v1 for the zone, and DWF secure the kill in the extra 60 seconds.
Wow, that was looking a little bit dangerous. I was thinking the play from behind surely would be shut down. They finally get there, able to get the trades, and now just got to work into A. And they already got kitchen control, so that's a great start. Ponage, pretty critical role here. Has to find at least 1. He does get a read on where this push is coming from. Now the kill's got to come through defensively.
Ish over the top. Whoa, clean shots from Ish. 11 and 8 for him. Jez Through Ruggs, gets one, but not the second. Solid read on it, but couldn't do too much with it. And as Chorky's here to reinforce, a chance for both players to stack. First hit of progress looks good. Defensively, a lot of this hit coming from the backside of Ruggs. Ponage for the first. Spot shut down, though, as a part of this, and now help has arrived for DWF. Second tick of progress locked in. Trophy systems to help try to keep this safe. Chorky on 3, and the kills on the other side are good. DWF will get the second round of the control by way of full capture. Massive advantage, not just in the overall score, but also for potential things like that round 5 defense if we get there.
Oh, letting them know a little bit. I mean, why wouldn't you? That's
exactly
as clean as offenses come. I mean, it's just so clinical. I think there's a lot of mistakes that are made kind of around that bedroom control that you talk about. You know, when you're not blocking that close luggage spawn and they're able to grab a zone like B and you start then spawning across the map, you have to defend A. It's just never a position you want to be in. And the problem right now is Ponage is the only one that's really putting up the numbers here. It's not often we see teams get outslayed on defense.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. I mean, across all levels of COD, it's just difficult to do. But DWF looking clean. So here we go. Must have it for Team Chidori. 1v1 over towards A. A little sloppy on both sides, but Spot still wins the gunfight, allows the clock to stop out, plus also get a little bit of help to stack for what will surely be not just 1 tick of progress. This could be 2 for free here, as nobody from DWF is really in a position to defend A.
A little bit of pressure kind of coming over to the B zone. That's going to pull them away. So, yeah, likely will just be a concede. And that will be lots of time. So, a better position to be in here for Chidori. And let's see if they can work around the back or at least get into bedroom just a little bit quicker. That was the huge problem they had last time. They could never fully clear bedroom.
A lot of this play for the offense is going to be hit through shop side. Although Jez will kind of give up on it, allow Deuce just to kind of watch over the top. Everyone else just cuts through mid. But like you mentioned, how do you get back in towards bedroom? And the answer is, I guess you just don't. Now the pickup around the back. 3 straight kills, looking for the team wipe ish. Lots of damage confirms. He chases down the elimination and confirms it. So now all of a sudden, you kill off about 30 seconds. DWF hold A small, but still, it's a life lead.
How are they going to do it? Right through mid, it looks like. Bedroom again shut down. Maybe through the lobby is how they end up getting to the back of desk here. Slowly bait out the players inside of bedroom, but the setup, I mean, it's absolutely fine. The cross is also being watched from K-Max, not to the very back of the spawn. And this is the problem, right? You just go into these positions alone. You have to find tradable positions in bedroom, or you're just going to constantly fall into this blender over and over and over again.
Yeah, I'll say. Ponage is a little bit stuck here on the back. Well isolated. Once again, DWF really showcasing their ability to pick up on some great intel. Use their advantage. Chidori taking, they cannot find Chorky. He has just been sitting on this back staircase for a while, and now you had, what, 2 minutes and 15 seconds with a 3 or 4 life lead. Now you're down about 7 lives, and you're only got 45 seconds to make a play. The only bit of good news here for Team Chidori is that they have kind of re-cleared out bedroom, but this hit is multifaceted. They still need to clear front desk.
Have to clear front desk, but at least get the players out of bedroom. It could start to force those further spawns. As Zeus is able to find a double, he's now in the back. See if he can maybe make some more happen, but Beams is there. He'll shut him down. Chorky doesn't get a read of the player close right here, so Ponage says thank you very much for 1. Almost a second. The zone is stopped, but the kills just aren't coming through. Spot the last one up alive. He'll also be taking out the point.
And now you look to Ish, number 8 in red. He's making the play forward towards rooftops, trying to see if he can get a read on where Team Chidori are. Nick Beam's also going to make life difficult here for Chidori with the cruise missile coming in. 10 seconds on the clock. Cruz takes out a teammate. Uh-oh, hold on a second. Numbers are here for Chidori. Jez from the front side of Dats with a 3-man stack. The defense still in a position to try to deal with this. They don't clear out top bar, and Kamax, he feasts. Gets all 3 on the zone, and DWF Gold are going to take a 3-0 on the control, winning their winners round 1 matchup 2-1.
They take it 2-1. Huge game, big bounce back. But my goodness, you got to be a little bit frustrated watching those final couple offensive rounds. I feel like there were some good opportunities, but here, this is where it starts to crumble. Comms falling apart. You can obviously see the pressure setting in, just having to stack it, having to bring this one back. Not going to be the case. Opponent's the only one really able to get involved here. And Deuce, again, struggling here in the respawns.
Man, tough seeds. But, of course, the bracket and their tournament life is not over. They will have to fall down to the lower bracket. I would take a look at AEOS taking on Game Time. And at the moment, I believe our top banner may be backwards, but in-game names look right. As it will be one tick of progress, only locked in at B with the A zone in full completion. So even though AEOS find themselves a lot of progress, they don't quite get everything they need, and we'll put ourselves on a 2-0 count here, going the way of game time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the interesting thing about best of threes is that you're required to be good in like all 3 game modes, right? Because if you go to a map 3 and you're not a good control team, I mean, you can fall into a situation like this, down 0-2, having to pull off 3 rounds straight. Not going to be an easy task by any means. We know the slaying power is certainly there. We saw it throughout map 1, but it's going to have to come alive now. And you're on the defensive side, so you have at least an easier job. At game time, we've already won 1 offense. We'll see if they can do it again.
Okay. Here we go. Another do-or-die situation for AEOS. Defense going to split. Little 1-1-2 setup. Mid-map. Gyra finds first blood, though. Dangerous tidings as Ness keeps the defense marginally hopeful towards this A zone. Ness will join up with challenger number 7. Hit from the pinch. Oh, wow. Clean response. Weiss is there to pick up a trade, leaving a 1v1 with Gyra, who is tagged, but this ball, oh, he gets the kill on the other side of the trophy. I was like, well, how does he get that kill? I didn't see it initially.
Yeah, Paula still gets his own trade, so he's all good. And he's actually going to run right over to B.
Uh-oh.
No, look at the players in the middle of the map. Like, they got to run to B here, right? And yeah, he's gone. That's a misplay from Weiss, trying to see if he can get there in time. This first tick might already be secured. Paula's in a great position. The Semtex is just going to land perfectly. And you got to go here. You got to push and try to break this.
Oh, and they're watching through mid-map. This is looking really clean from the side of game time. But Selenis single-handedly breaks things up, leaving Clutch by himself, who can only do so much. And it's a clean wipe from AEOS right before that third tick was about to come through. Everything will be depleted. Trying to clear space towards rooftops or AEOS. A little bit extra there from Swizz. Okay, a little feistiness on the main stages. But ball is back on. Third tick of progress is on the way. You've got to find a way to touch it. Well, the defense just never got into a position to respond to it. Very anticlimactic finish, but a 3-0 for game time with some really clean things in the respawn from them.
Yeah, without a doubt. Obviously a super close map number 1 between the two. But I think just a lot of great fundamentals here from this squad. And a lot of players that can step up. We've seen that at least through this series, right? A lot of key moments coming on through. Ball is great throughout this map. We were seeing a lot, at least very early on there, from Gyra as well as Swizz that were just great entries throughout that embassy. So everything looking good for as far as these boys. Very clean control. And they get to advance now to winners round 2.
That's big, man. The thing about it is, with these seedings that we saw here in these main 2 stages, their next matchups are against, like, ESG Rocker Academy and like some of the top teams that are out there in challengers. So, you know, it feels good to survive through a best of 3 in 3 maps, continue in the winner's bracket. It gives you a chance to obviously push your overall pro points up just a touch more, but a very tough battle lies ahead of teams like Game Time, for instance. So we'll see how things start to fare as we get into winners round 2. But over the top of the scoreboard, I mean, how about some of our CCL kids? I mean, Ball at 20 and 13, lots of key moments for him. I mean, that little last play that we saw was one of the more momentous ones that we had in this control.
Not a doubt. I mean, he was great throughout the control. Again, you know, a lot of credit over to Gyra and Swizz. Like, I think those guys were the keys to winning that map number 1 that we saw with their sub pressure and the lead that we at least saw built up there for game time. So I'm right there with you, man. It's definitely a fun team. I mean, I was watching a lot of these guys probably a little bit earlier on in the week. Looks like they're still continuing to do it somewhat here throughout the first round. So a great look here for these guys and a good first warm-up match to kind of continue to go through the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, you needed it, right? Because, again, you're dealing with some of the giants and challengers next. But, you know, it is fun, I think. You know, we don't get often a chance to look over the players like this unless they're in things like College COD and they find themselves on one of the top teams. Otherwise, you know, we're learning right now. It's a live learn, as the Twitch kids would say out there. If you're like a music fan or something, I don't know. Just things that happen on the music side of Twitch, I don't know. But with that in mind, that takes us to the end of our first block of action here at Winners Round 1. Again, we've got a lot of teams that we want to keep our eye on throughout the entirety of not just today, but the entire length of the bracket at large. I mean, the top 16 squads always come with a certain level of prestige and nostalgia towards maybe old tournaments that we've seen, and most particularly look towards that Decimate roster with Yuli. There are quote-unquote defending champs. with the exception, obviously, with it's just Yuli who's returning from that roster. But he has an opportunity to go back-to-back, which is not something we often see in the Challenger scene.
Absolutely. I think you'd be hard-pressed to say that Decimate aren't one of the favorites coming in based off what we've seen for them. I mean, they let up maybe a couple maps there in the grand final, but that very likely could have been a 4-0, a clean sweep there versus Convoy. So those guys are looking very good. But, speaking of Convoy, they have also looked a lot better. Wondering what, players like Gunless and Pristini and Classic can do now that they're back on land with the, added of Rex doing what he's been doing. So, yeah, a lot going on here through our teams to watch. I just have to see how it all comes together around.
And I think just to make sure that we're not going to get NA biased in chat, we do have two very key European squads to keep an eye on. That number 2 seed of Affiliate Esports, they were largely your season 1 of Elite EU champion squad. They're also in those grand finals at Raleigh, so you've got a lot of things to look forward to there. Plus, of course, Team Notorious. That's another squad we have to really keep our eye on because they showed a lot of promise throughout season 2's group stage of Elite, and then unfortunately found themselves cut up again, just a touch short when we got to the playoff bracket. So a lot of things to keep an eye out for as we continue through our day, but it is going to be best of 3s throughout. And as we're setting up for our next matches on our 2 featured stages, we'll send things away for a break. More winners round early action coming on the backside of the break. Don't go far.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open, brought to you by Pro. We're getting to our second set here in Winners Round 2, and it's going to be a proper David versus Goliath situation. And speaking of proper, well, I'm here with proper to cast some Call of Duty.
I am here, Brody. It's fantastic. It's awesome to hear your ever so beautiful voice as we get to watch some familiar faces. I mean, even for us as well, we got to see game time in our opening series here on Call of Duty Bravo. Some familiar names for us, especially when it comes down to the collegiate scene, but as you were saying, a proper David versus Goliath. Now they have to go up against the #1 seed here in this open tournament.
Yeah, this is one of those questions that I really have, isn't it? It's like, this is the beauty of the open bracket in a way. You're never really going to get a chance to play a team like this outside of, like, maybe you encounter them as a 4-stack in rank play. So what do you do when you're a low-seeded team? You're coming up against, the second place from the last LAN event, the Season 1 champions in Electrify Steel's X-Rocker. It is going to be a tough one for them to pull off, but look, stranger things have happened, but that's the attitude I'm taking.
Yeah, I mean, hey. You just got to step up to the plate, and you got to be able to knock it out of the park. I mean, so far, it's not too bad when you're thinking about it, right? I mean, you're able to at least accrue 35 seconds off of P1. You're keeping things scrappy. You actually have some close spawns coming in from game time. So you are in a point of interest that you could try to recontest. It's obviously a team kill coming through from Bala. Isn't going to help out your situation much of any, but great job, I would say, from game time just so far to keep P2 scrappy and make sure that Rocker ESG cannot soak up a full 60 there on P2.
Yeah, I mean, like, so far doing everything right. What we expect out of this game time roster again, though, it's when players on Electrify Steel start to heat up. That's going to be the problem, and right now, Fame have a double here on the rotation over towards New. Clutch overwhelmed towards the back line. That will actually help game time a little bit deal with the pressure from the back as Real takes down Panda. Now Fame and Real going to be knocking around the door. Do they decide to wait, or do they just go for it? I think it's probably going to be the latter here as Fame already picks up one. Baller. He's there, deals with the initial pressure for one, and now gets a second as well. These kitchen counters are so horrible to deal with, but deal with it, they actually won't have to as a player comes in the side door. I will say this much, though, as Gyra finding 3 in a row. Game time, again, they are dealing with this pressure in a stellar manner.
Gyra is showing up exactly where he needs to be. I mean, when Swizz and Clutch have a combined 4 kills, this is where you're looking for Bala and Gyra to show up in a massive way, especially inside a close proximity hard point that is here inside a kitchen. Nice bait switch to come through, at least from Fame, then pushes all the way over inside a cat room to clean up Swizz. So that should more or less guarantee the 20 seconds, barring any sort of heroics coming through from Bala. He runs into Adam Goddard, who was just snaking his head off inside of the old hill. But game time again, I mean, job well done, right? I mean, yeah, you're going to lose the lead here ever so slightly, but you're fighting rotational battles, you're keeping the active hardpoint very scrappy for itself. You just got to be able to make sure that this is a consistent factor because you feel like, again, Brody, it is a ticking time bomb for ESG Rocker to keep up pace with where Fame is at right now, a double positive.
Yeah, this is the problem, right, is when Fame starts to get heated up like this, it is a problem you're going to have to deal with. And now, look at Electrify Steel, they've set themselves up pretty well for this hardpoint. Game time looking to push through the bedroom side. It's not like it's Panda on D2 and might well get overwhelmed here if he doesn't find some assistance sooner rather than later. Goes for a little reposition, just trying to keep himself safe while Fame comes through for the kill there versus Clutch. And game time, they are definitely knocking at the door, but the kill feed is fully purple at the moment. Nobody can get through despite the barrage of stuns and nades they're throwing towards the hard point. This is the problem. Electrify Steel, they are no amateurs here.
No, they're not, and they find an abundance of gunfights upon the rotation before the P4 even pops, so... And you just when you thought that game time got some wonky east and west spawns, they might be able to set themselves up for a coordinated pinch. ESG Rocker can hang with the best of them. That is why they are the #1 seed. And Goddard seems to be that player that steps up to help out Fame's affairs. 15-8 for Fame. Goddard is double positive at 12-5 on a combined 6-3 with Pander, 8-5 for them. The rotation over towards the restaurant. A big one for game time, but again, it's the gunfights that are just not coming their way. Clutch is only 3-13. Bala at least breaks up the monotony with the trophy system kill, but that's the only kill that game time has found in like the past 12 engagements?
Yeah, the one thing I was going to say is, with 35 seconds left here, the good news for game time is they do have control of the rotation, right? There's that, but even then, there's 35 seconds left. You'll still be giving a ton of time away towards Electrify Steel if this one does go their way. Goddard now on 7 in a row. He is just piecing up. Panda, I think he was on 5 in a row. Not sure if he got the 6 required for a cruise missile, but Goddard did certainly get his. And to be fair to game time, I was talking about that perspective position that they did have Andy towards the rotation. Well, they still actually have that, and now they need to hold it because the scoreline, there's 100 points between themselves and Electrify Steel.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about how it was about a 10-point differential going in towards at least the P4? Game Time hasn't found a single second ever since contesting the kitchen hardpoint. So, yeah, you gotta have it going in towards top valet over by this garage area. And, well, you do have players top bedroom. Scathed away. There was a cruise missile that was called in there from ESG Rocker. I'm pretty sure that was Fames that he earned some time ago. It gives you the information, but Game Time, even with these close spawns, even with the initial setup, Brody, they're not winning the gunfights. ESG Rocker find themselves back in.
Yep, that was well, the make or break moment, quite literally, for this hardpoint, wasn't it? Game Time, they really need to hold a full 60, and, well, frankly, they're not able to get it done. And now, of course, you're facing down the ARs that have been so problematic for you pretty much all game long. Panda just watching the long. As soon as Baller steps out towards the hill, Panda should deal with him. And there you go, done and dusted just like that. Swizz now trying to find his way through towards the hard point, taking some scrap time away from Game Time, or from Electrify Steel, excuse me. That just does not happen every single second there. As soon as they break, will be soaked up by Electrify Steel. They'll break that 200-point mark here going into the second and final set. Game Time, you've got to start turning things around.
Yep, need to have a much better second set of hard points. Otherwise, ESG Rocker might just close it out in the first two hills in the second set. Still setting themselves up. They can technically do it here if they soak up every last second on P1. And they're reading where these players are coming from. Bait and switch doesn't work out through the stage. Hater to the pistol, takes down Ball in return. It comes down to Gyra. Big three spree for them in this life. Could be the catalyst for Game Time to work their way back into this map fully.
Yeah, look, they're going to get some time away here with a couple more kills coming through, as you say. Swizz getting one, Bala for the other one as well, but Real comes through with the double. Panda couches for the third, and yep, resets Game Time all the way back towards their spawn. This is a very problematic position to be in with 20 seconds left on this hard point. You have to have some consideration for the rotation as well. Real's just piecing up, doing things that we just expect of him. Inside the old hill, they can soak up that back 10 seconds if they want to. They could also focus on the rotation. They're going to do a little bit of both here with Fame doubling up through Chandelier. Yeah, this one might well be done.
Yeah, I think it might just be chalk. 19 seconds. All you really need if you're ESG Rocker, and you will put this 1-2 rest in a 100-point club fashion. They're set themselves up. They know they got players coming up from the stairs. The crossfire is all pristine. ESG Rocker going to put it away here.
Yeah, a couple more kills to secure it. Got a Rex putting some free fire out towards Swizz. The stun will connect, so an opportunity here for Game Time to take him down, but no more than that. No more opportunities to be had there for Game Time as Electrify Steel. I think, like, I don't want to use the word destroyed because this is almost expected in a way. We called it being a David versus Goliath situation. You can kind of see it there. Like, there's not even any real reason, I think, at this point in the bracket for Electrify Steel to be kind of standing up, screaming. This was expected.
No, it's winners round two. You know, you got to conserve that energy. We got a long weekend here as far as Call of Duty is concerned. So, you know, it's just one of those things you got to be looking at when it comes down to preserving your energy, just getting some of the kinks ironed out, I guess, if you are ESG Rocker. We'll talk more about that later because the Memphis Grizzlies are on screen now playing up against AR Glory. And look, I mean, there are a lot of notable players inside of this lobby. We were talking about this matchup. Close as far as seeding is concerned. Not so close as far as a map one score is concerned. But AR Glory, they still find themselves inside of P3. They could soak up all this time and keep things relatively close.
I mean, you're having some pretty good performances at the moment from players like Crazy Views. That's one of the players that we noted we got into towards this one. We were kind of talking about the teams, and that's one of the players that we were going to be looking out for. So he's having a pretty good go at things with AR Glory for the moment. But as we turn our attention towards the barbershop kill, it will be the Memphis Grizzlies in control. And for AR Glory here, as they already lose Hidden Season, it's not the best start, is it? Crazy Views will go down towards the back line as well. And now they're relying on that pressure coming through the back alley area. To be fair, Royal has actually opened up the lane here a little bit. Unusual, I think, for that to happen, but let's see what Glory does with the opportunity presented to him. Only able to get one. It will be a little bit more pressure coming through the backline from Cantina. And now the Memphis Grizzlies here, just a few seconds away from closing out this game. Clo had way too many directions to look there on the entry, and I don't think anybody's going to touch this one from AR Glory. As we didn't see the majority of that hard point, but the Memphis Grizzlies, they are getting loud. And this is one of those situations. I think this is the 32nd versus the 33rd seed we have here in the open bracket, Andy. This is one of the situations where we are expecting players to get loud.
I can see AR Glory just kind of shaking their heads, just having themselves a little bit of a chuckle, right? Because, I mean, it's just one of those things, like, it's winners round two. You won the opening hard point. There was obviously, we hopped in pretty late, but you do have at least some standout performances when it comes down to Memphis Grizzlies, specifically Prospect, 28 and 25 for them, 21 and 17 for Rep. And look, I mean, you can find all of these kills. Everything is coming through just all great if you are Memphis Grizzlies. But I think that if you're AR Glory, you're able to at least showcase that you can slay. It's just, I mean, you know as well as I do, Brody, when it comes out on a map like Mercado Las Almas, you can find all the kills in the world through all these different notable lanes. But if they're not around the hardpoint, you're not set up, then you're going to have yourself a pretty darn hard time as Prospect and Rep put up a combined 3 minutes inside of the objective itself with an abundance of objective kills between the two of them, not to mention all the damage between the lot of the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yep, it's nice to see as well. I mean, this is the beauty, I guess, because I think it was Alan that said it earlier on, right during the first set, that we haven't got to see day one action in quite some time here when it comes to these challenges or these open events. It's been a really long time. And the beauty of seeing this is we get to see kind of these great performances coming out from players early on in these rounds. Here we're seeing the 32nd versus the 32 seed. And it's like, players like that, you know, we're getting to see what they're capable of, and maybe it gives them a good look towards higher seeded challengers teams for potential elite appearances later on and maybe the far future. I don't know kind of where these players are at in their careers, but still, that is the beauty of being early on here in the bracket. But good news, Andy, I get to see your face for the first time, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, it's fantastic to see you as well, Brody. I see you got a nice new trim. It's looking pretty darn good, if you ask me. But, you know, hey, man, it's been a fantastic event so far. I know we're just in the early stages as far as this major number 3 event goes, but I gotta say, the setup over here is absolutely sick. I'm so happy to be here just to watch the entire pitch just kind of unfold in front of our very eyes, because I want to echo what you were talking about, is that a lot of these individuals that are being represented on some, I guess, non-notable teams have the chance to get picked up, well, by some notable teams. You know, Crazy View comes to mind, but we'll talk more about that later. Here are the stats from this 100-point club affair that we had in our first stay at Greenberg Hotel for this winners round 2 matchup, where, again, Fame was just having himself a day, because that's just what Kevin Fame does. 27 and 12, 2,600 damage. Godorex didn't even reach double-digit deaths at 22 and 9. 19 of those kills not traded, by the way. I mean, I could sit here for hours and just talk about how good these 4 players did look. Real also had a big turnaround for them as well. So we hop into map number 2 between Game Time and ESG Rocker. It's going to be an Embassy Search.
Yeah, remember, folks, this is a best of 3 early on here in the winners bracket, or just early on in the bracket, generally speaking. So this section of story, if it goes the way of Electrify Steel, they will win this one and move on to winners round of 3. Game Time, of course, there is a lower bracket, so that's where they will descend. But let's see if the David in the situation can get some hits in versus Goliath. Is already in a 3 versus 3 we go. Swizz going to find his way through towards the backline here. And to be fair, if he'd have followed through, if he'd have gone around the backline, he might have been able to catch Panda off guard. But in not choosing to do so, his teammates will go down, and now he's staring down the barrel of a 1 versus 3.
No dead silence. Bomb patty cake just outside of A as well. I mean, we got some time if you are Swizz, but the biggest issue is getting an SMG, and you feel like that his first gunfight might just be over by Vans, and that's where Godorex is just located at. Sound cues come through. Pander sees him up top. No reason to take the chow. Swizz is going to have to drop down and take it himself, but won't be able to come up with much of anything. And yeah, you know, it's one of those things that we got to at least really witness when it came down to that hotel hardpoint. You're going against the number 1 team. Their timings, their understandings, their ability to play off of one another is going to be a massive one. This is the type of team that you have to take risks against and try to really fish out these very aggressive timings. If it goes your way, great, but I mean, when it comes down to just stand-up 1v1 gunfights, we know that Game Time are going to have the work cut out for them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of funny in a way, because you can already see ESG trying something a little bit different than you would regularly expect to see. You don't often see these A hits here on Embassy Search and Destroy. I would wager it's probably like 70-80% B hits on this map on the offense. So I think Electrify Steel right off the rip here, trying to unsettle the nerves of Game Time. And well, as they go now on towards the offense towards B, the bomb should go down. 1 player through towards administration side. That's going to be Swizz, who might be looking at an active flank and does so with perfection. Panda, his head will be taken clean off. But that nade is just as good from Real, and that backline presence now is diminished down to just 1.
Bomb being planted as well. Makes you a little bit more frustrated. How you just try to retake this sucker. Up top, Fame's going to take down Gyra, so that's orange control immediately. Even Clutch might be able to fish out some timing to the back. We're starting to run out of time in this round as far as where the bomb can be defused.
Also coming through here, Godorex now left up in a 1 versus 2, but again, it's this positioning up top in admin. How much utility do they have to clear him out? Not a lot, but tagged up is Godorex it. Needs to try and peek here to get the kill on towards Bala. Can he do it in time? He's looking for it, and there it is. The kill is done. The coverage not good enough from Clutch, as he will not win that 2 versus 1 alongside Bala. And that's unfortunate in a way, because they did do everything right there in the retake.
It's just so frustrating, isn't it? You get that bomb plate over on B, and how you have to retake that. You got 2 players that are essentially top AC, around the sign. We know that it's going to be Godorex in this power position, top admin, where you just have to be able to quickly and decisively deal with him. If you don't rip Godorex's head off in the initial gunfight, you're probably never going to get him out from that positioning. Even if you clear all of sign, you just got to make sure that you get GodRx out from that positioning with about 30 seconds remaining. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit more of a head scratcher on how we just try to defuse that bomb. Damage is going to be good enough, but just hopping on top of it with the allotted time has meant that GodRx can throw some shoulders. So here comes another offensive round for game time. Not going to be playing around with A. ESG Rocker put a lot of focus over towards that lane itself, so they're going to be playing for the retake, you would think, but Real just hits through mid, finds 2 for free.
Yeah, unsurprising, isn't it? We've seen a lot, I think, of Embassy Search and Destroy over the first couple of seasons of Challengers Elite from this Electrify Steel roster, and time again, they are heavily reliant on a player like Real flying their way through the middle of the map, and it just happens once again. Opens proceedings with the first couple of bloods, it just leaves them completely winded. Yeah, Electrify Steel, again, now 3-0 up, and you're starting to get the feeling now, I think, if you're game time, it's like, we might be out of our depth here, folks.
Hey, man, you can't count anybody out. We're just 3 rounds into the search and destroy. Come on, man. Have some.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to put money on this?
No.
Is that where you want to go?
I'm not.
Or pride, or some kind of silly bet?
You know me. I don't gamble, brother.
Okay, that's true.
GodRx is 4-0 though.
Yeah. That's not surprising.
It's just what this team is just so good at when it comes to Embassy Search and Destroy. We've seen this so often. They understand their hits. They understand what angles need to be looked at. That way Fame and Real can just run around like a bunch of madmen. Even Fame with the bomb goes for the first chow. He'll lose his life, but the trades are that good for ESG Rocker. Real's going to recover that bomb. 2v2.
He might have sussed out a player here inside the bathroom stalls. Time to get some of your people. Don't do it just yet, especially onto Swizz. He will actually escape such a fate, at least for the moment, as Real does go down towards Clutch. So Panda now in a 1 versus 2. This would be spectacular. I have loved seeing Panda snipe this season, especially here on Embassy Search and Destroy. Fortunately, it'll be a little bit more restrictive than he would like. He might actually get a free kill. He's predicted this perfectly. Swizz, doesn't actually go for it. Tempts fate there for a moment, but I could see it coming.
In case he knows, he has so much time, right? The biggest issue is having the weaponry just to clear all of these hallways and not a whole lot of information just to try to clear it with. There's a quick look at Memphis Grizzlies. AR Glory, they're in their map 2 for Fortress. AR Glory take a 2-0 lead there. Back towards the main focus. Clutch just throws out some warding shots to Pander's rear end. Pander's going to have to try to take this gunfight very, very quickly. Has the sniper. Does he land the shots? No, he cannot in time. Hit flinch certainly coming into existence there. So, game time. Finally putting themselves on the board. You just got to have faith, Brody. You know that song?
Yeah.
Gotta have faith?
I'm not so
Just gotta have faith.
culturally unwrapped that I don't know that song.
Okay, that's good.
Now, I'll admit, I don't know the song lyrics beyond "You Gotta Have Faith" and then "Faith, Faith, Faith." I don't know the lyrics beyond that, and I'm certainly not singing it. But that's just because I'm bad with songs. That's it. That's where I'm at. Anyway, as you say, game time. Now finding themselves on the board here. Perhaps could be the start of an avalanche, which Electrify Steel would find themselves crushed. We'll see. I'm just trying to feel hopeful. If game time roster, they're going to move their way over towards B, and unfortunately, no trophy system down to stop that nade from GodRx. The first blood goes the way of Electrify Steel, but fortunately for them, a trade will be in from Clutch. So now 3 versus 3, and Swizz starting to aggress through the top side.
Ooh, drops down versus GodRx. GodRx goes prone. Very tough gunfight nonetheless. Keeps numbers intact for ESG Rocker, 3v2. Bomb still needs to get recovered. Bala has a sniper rifle watching this pot lane, and nobody's going to challenge him from top AC. If you're ESG Rocker here with the numbers advantage, you see what it means for them. Fame's watching this entire mid-cut. They could just play for retake knowing that they have a full-on advantage as having 1 extra body on the map.
Yeah, there's just so many problems, I think, that game time face here. I tell you what, Bala gets that snipe. I don't know what I'll do. Oh, nice. Tries it. It's just so hard, isn't it? You can see, like, the hair follicles. It's all you really get there, to be honest, in that situation. Real now trying to enact on some information here as Barlow down for the count. He's shooting through every single bit of that wall. And there's some knife going through the air at the moment, but just not enough here to take that round away from ESG. They're now getting themselves just 1 step closer to victory.
Hey, Fame's just sitting there laughing. I mean, every single time he's snaking that Xbox head glitch, right? I mean, you can see the glint of the sniper rifle. No need to chow it. He hears the sniper cracking shot right over top of his hairline like you were talking about. And just, all right, well, that confirms everything. They're still trying to push over towards pots, whether ESG Rocker knew that they got the bomb drop regardless. On their defensive rounds, they are just doing a great job at just making sure that nothing goes past that mid lane, much less the bomb can even get over towards the sign to plant at B. Let's see if Game Time have a response here. They did in their previous defensive affair, but Real's already crossed.
Yeah, they will know about it at the very least. The information from Gyra should be good enough, but will it be good enough to enact on? Well, no. Swizz Gonna slide out towards the bomb site, but the coverage is good from GodRx, and, well, things go from bad to worse here for game time. Now 1 versus 4 for Clutch. This would be a momentous task. It would be incredible to see happen, but he's got to get past square one, and, well, can't even do that. Not willing to put a step out. So, ESG now, just 1 round away.
Systematic, isn't it? ESG Rocker, baby. Here on Embassy Search and Destroy. Real gets the dive across. He has the coverage from Xbox as well, and they're just so fast. The moment that ESG Rocker get any sort of information, they just run at you, and it's just so hard to deal with. And even some of the best teams in North America Challengers struggle with it as well. 9-1 for GodRx, up on that force-free. Real 8-2 is just usual suspects, as you like to call it, Brody, that show up here on this map mode.
Here's a look over towards our live update brought to you by Winners round 2 matchup 2-0 versus a lovely named roster Flowery Unicorn Gas, which I absolutely love, by the way. We love the open bracket. So unsurprising there to see Hype T Sports progress, of course, one of the surprise teams coming out of season 2 of or US Challengers Elite, NA Challengers Elite. I was going to call it you there, but it wasn't you. This is 0, man. Don't even think about it. Regardless, Fame 1 versus 2 to close things out, and there you have it. Electrify Steel. Going to close things out in the Search and Destroy. A swift 2-0 victory for them. Like, game time, mate, they came out. They fought pretty hard in the first, but yeah, beyond, like, I think it was the third hill, things just didn't look kind to them.
I mean, look, you know, we talked about it already. I'll hit it one more time. It is the open bracket. You know that if you are some of these, I guess, even lower-seeded teams, these mid-seeded teams, you're going to be facing off against the #1 seed. It's just how things work out in a nutshell. So, just the ESG Rocker puncher ticket winners round 3 game time, having to track on down to the lower bracket. The Memphis Grizzlies, who won map 1, 250 to 217, find themselves in an uncomfortable position when it comes down to the Fortress Search.
Yeah, this is not so good. This is vibes of what we saw in the very first series of the day, where we had a close hard point. Of course, Team A won it, and then Team B came back and absolutely stormed Search and Destroy. Feels like the same thing might happen again here. Strezzy 1 versus 2 to at least get around on the board and just flies out towards Gallows. That is probably not the best way to handle that situation, but it's okay. AR Glory now just 1 round away from flawlessly sweeping this S&D.
Yeah, and now we get a chance to really talk about just some of these individuals that are represented in this lobby. Look, if you just watch Challengers for, like, the elites and stuff, you probably don't really get to see too much crazy views. Glorios is also a name that comes to mind. Chloe has always been around the scene as well, especially ever since, like, let's say, like, Modern Warfare 2019. These are just some of the usual suspects, if you will, that show up at these open brackets. They tore up so many different teams at that Boston Open. I think it was a part of that roster that was going up against a team that knocked out War in that tournament. That point here for AR Glory, though. 6-3 for Glory, 4-3 for Chloe. Crazy Views is going to get first blooded, though.
Good start here for the Memphis Grizzlies. This would have to be the full sale, the classic, to win this one, and things go from, well, good to even better for the Memphis Grizzlies here, as they're going to get not just another, but another on the board. Chloe now finds himself in a 1 versus 4, gets the first, but no more than that. Overwhelmed here were the AR Glory squad in that round.
You can say they're not too worried about it. I mean,
yeah,
it's the first round that you lost, so why would you be outwardly upset, I suppose, but... Hey, man, it's Fortress Search to Destroy, right? You find that first blood, especially as a defensive team to try to retake that site. You're trying to encroach, take a little bit more space away, especially down over by that dubstep area. It's just such a head-scratcher on how you just have to brute force your way with an AR and just guess what. Head glitch, they're snaking next. 5-1. Have to be the full sale here for Memphis Grizzlies if they want to close it out. Remember, best of 3's here so far. Nervous System at least is going to cover close cross, but nobody's taking a forward approach, not defensively over inside the Gallows.
Instead, AR Glory at the moment trying to rely on their AR Glory. Looking under that A site, we've seen teams in Challengers Elite especially get a lot more comfortable progressing on towards A and shooting through the stage if a player does cross. And Memphis Grizzlies, they want to counter that by sending Royal through, and he gets a little look, and, well, he's lucky to get anything more than that, to be honest. He does get away with his life, but it is enough to get the bomb down here. Strezzy now being naded up by AR Glory. The bomb is going to be down.
How do you retake this, especially after you lost Glory over by the P1 trucks? It mostly has to come through Art. That's why you're seeing both 7 and 6. Chloe hidden, trying to get themselves in, but they're running a Royal inside a Secret who finds 2. Now it's up to Crazy Views. He finds 1, but he's running out of time here, Brody. He's got to chow everything possible, but he's stunned up. The information's known. Good luck, have fun moment.
Yeah, not really much that I think Crazy Views can do in this situation, to be honest. Just trying to damage where he can at this point. I was going to kill him towards Royal there. Royal's actually going to give him another look at it, and Crazy View's like, alright, I guess I'll take that gunfight for free. A little bit more chipping away here at this Memphis Grizzlies roster. Please don't get too close to that bomb. I've really thought for a second their Crazy Views was about to like fly out, look towards the double doors, and get absolutely slapped by the bomb, but he's all good. He survives into the next round.
One round at a time, quite literally, because that's all you got. If you're the Memphis Grizzlies, right? It's just Fortress Search and Destroy. You lose that first blood affair. You bought so much time. I mean, so many nades came through off of, what was that, close original trophy system on the front side of Gallows, but just came down to the gunfights of which AR Glory struggled to win. Now it comes into this round number 8. The offense for AR Glory taking a very slow approach towards this. A lot of respect to the defensive team to maybe make an aggressive approach over towards this A-bomb.
As he out the round. Found just yet. They are heavily reliant in this play on a player like backs away from closed. Still not doing that. While Strezzy lays down and waits for something to happen. And they prospect. Actually, his reposition will be quite fruitful in the end. He jumps up towards top single, gets that first frag, and now AR Glory needs to go on a retrieval mission. This is not good at all. Last player hanging around that backline on a site. Glory. Yeah, good luck, have fun, I think is the phrasing we use, right, Andy?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely I mean, it's the only phrase that comes to mind. He's got dead silence, so I mean, maybe you can find 2 individual 1v1s. You can pop dead silence and maybe clutch up this round, but you hear the time ticking away. 25 seconds for Glory to maybe try to make a play happen. His first challenge is going to be on the head glitch over by the horse statue, and he will find it, but you have to snap, turn, burn in about 15 seconds to find 3 more kills. I don't think that Strezzy Prospect or Rep are going to give it to him. Well, they did, albeit give it to him a final 1v1, but really cool approach coming through from the Memphis Grizzlies there in their approach as far as how do we try to take over the art room, the munitions depot, if you will, because that's really what Fortress Search and Destroy is all about defensively, is making sure that you can try to tussle over that building control. They didn't find a point of entry as far as top single jump up or bottom single doorway, but that silence push up top gets some timing to take down hidden inside a top single early on, and you can just see how systematic it was soon after from Memphis Grizzlies, just a full flood inside of art and find the kills that they did.
Oh, 3 rounds of the bounce now from Memphis Grizzlies. God, it only took 1 round for me to get there, bud. AR Glory needs to put a stop to the bleeding right about now, and they're going to choose to do so by extending themselves in towards A. They've also got eyes on the cross, so if Memphis Grizzlies attempt it, AR Glory should be able to put a stop to it. So what's the response look like here from the MRs? Which is the short thing now, is what I'm going with. Strezzy trying to put some shots through the door and not going to find anything just yet. They look unnerved.
And they know that someone's in these corners. Rep just finds Glory. There's no push for a trade at all. Hidden's trying to play behind this doorway. I don't know how Hidden you truly do think that you are, because, I mean, that door is very wall-bangable, but he does have some assistance. You can see Chloe kind of playing in around the close archway. And then you also have Crazy Views that's inside of open, but they don't check the close corner. Strezzy takes down the bomb carrier.
That's why he's called Hidden.
Good one.
Didn't expect him in that position. Sorry, bud. Real trying to put some shots through the wall, but Hidden is repositioned towards that backline. And of course, the lack of hit markers, they should know that he's repositioned as well. Do they do anything with the information? Kill is in now from Prospect. 20 seconds on the clock, though. Chloe and Crazy Views arguably still have the advantage in this situation. Chloe, though, the shot's not good enough to stop the plant, and Rep takes him down. The bomb should go down regardless of Crazy Views' initial push here. It's okay. The coverage is good. And hold your horses for a second here, folks, because we came into this with AR Glory storming into the lead. Not looking like that anymore.
We came in at 4-0. It is now 5-4. Just because you're up on map point doesn't mean that you can put the series to rest, because hey, maybe it's the download. It's almost complete if you are the Memphis Grizzlies, because they are really just dissecting how AR Glory are constantly trying to approach these different areas of the map, both offense and defensive like. They're giving them a lot of space earlier on, and it's Rep that has been really benefiting from this much more slower approach, especially in the early 30 seconds. He's now 10-5, got himself 6 in a row.
And once again, Memphis Grizzlies here going for that same strategy they had in the last round. It's less aggressive. Prospect with the sniper rifle, though, this time instead of the fast sniff, so we'll not be able to get a kill up top. Could do with the pistol there, but I don't anticipate it. But he's very reliant on stopping somebody from crossing. Here we go. Man dive coming through from Hidden, and oh, the hit marker through the stage. It's not enough just yet, though, and Royal decides he needs to go to stop it. Cruise missile down, but the trophy system prevents it from doing anything. And oh, goodness me, this might be the final moment for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, bomb gets planted. Prospect can't find the exit. Goes completely underneath his scope. Wallbang shot's not going to find any information at all. Now Prospect rep, they're going to have to clear this from the front. Prospect with the X12 pistol. He even gets some warning shots coming through the side door. If he doesn't get this quick scope, it's all for naught. Rep found himself a 6-3, but I think this is going to be it. AR Glory took a little bit longer than I'm sure that they wanted up on map point, but they will at least force a map number 3.
Yeah, reminder, folks, this is the team, of course, that did get hyped in the first round of play, the first map of play, which they won, of course, and now we're going to a map number 3. So, no hype here. After map number 2, not even from AR Glory as well. Pretty interesting scenario to be in as we head towards a control for the next map in the series. Ooh, that was a very, very close one, Andy. And, you know, those are very tense situations here in the open bracket, because if you lose that, like, your head's in the gutter, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially this earlier on in winners round 2, right? I mean, you want to try to make sure that you get as close to a top 16 game as much as possible, especially for these I guess, middle-of-the-run teams, especially being the 30 to 33rd seed. But, hey, yeah, at least you were able to put map 2 to rest. Now you're just going to kind of keep the slate clean, if you will, if you are AR Glory and Memphis Grizzlies, knowing that it comes down to an LSD control. But Rep, again, having a great 4 rounds in a row there, finishes at 10-6, goes on that massive spree. Obviously did not find the benefits that they were looking for as the trophy system for AR Glory kept themselves safe on that A hit and that execute as well. But hey, man, if there's one thing that I've come to expect when it comes down to this AR Glory team, with names like Crazy Views and Glory, these are very notable names when it comes down to absolute land reapers. They are always here to show up. They can get loud, especially when it comes down to the later half. They're not going to exhaust too much energy here, but they can slay with some of the best.
Yeah, this is the big thing, I think, for them. You know, for Glory, I think positioning specifically Chloe as well. These are names that I've certainly had an eye on. And as you say, Crazy Views, who's starting to make a name for himself here in the 2023 season, around like I would say like the top 32 of Challengers Cups is generally speaking where we expect these guys to be, which is unsurprising. I think they're the 32nd or the 33rd seed coming into this one. It's like you expect to win these early rounds. You want to win these early rounds because it's kind of a test, if you will, a temperature test of where you're at in your career. You don't want to be kind of losing this early on in an open bracket here at Texas. So they want to win this one. That was a very important search and destroy for them. And it's kind of wild in a way. I think I just want to speak on it for a second. We look at players like Glory and Chloe, who I know, obviously, like Glory used to play like pretty high level amateur challengers, open bracket as well. So like we know these guys are capable of big things. Just now trying to translate that here into a victory and giving yourself.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, when it comes down to it, you're going to end up having this very, I guess, tough matchup. A very even matchup is why we have it up here on our main stage, right? Is because we knew that, at least when it comes down to these close 32, 33 seed matchups, this is where you're going to get tested at least earlier on, and as far as the best of 3 is concerned. But this kind of sets the temperature, if you will, in the room of where this team might end up standing up against the other side of the bracket itself, Brody. Very interesting to see if this AR Glory can continue on, if not step up to the levels at least that you and I are gassing them up to.
All right, man. Yeah, maybe I'm going a little bit too hard here, buddy. I just love my COD esports history. I love seeing like players return from kind of the depths of the open bracket, if you will. Again, it's nice to see day one of action once again, and we do get names that maybe you wouldn't expect to see on a Challengers broadcast. But in towards the control we go. It's Elasilo to kick things off. And as far as this first offense from the Memphis Grizzlies is concerned, well, not exactly going splendidly, is it? As the opening wave of gunfights will go, a 4-for-1 trade in, or 3-for-1 trade in favor of AR Glory. Now Memphis Grizzlies is going to have to reset for a B push.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Elasilo control, right? Unsuccessful towards your initial hit. Spawn parallel to the next. Spawn, go again. Biggest issue is that you're allowing AR Glory to actually fully understand where this hit might be coming through next, and Hidden is going to be that guy to take over house control. This is a very, very integral position, but typically you'll see an AR in that power position itself. Hidden will give it up. Pop that silence, look for a couple more spawn kills, make it very difficult for Memphis Grizzlies to even see, or much less sniff a zone.
That's tough, isn't it, as Hidden does go down, and now actually hold your horses here, folks. Memphis Grizzlies might well have a chance today. They're going to 2-stack it, perhaps even a 3-stack coming through as Strezzy jumps on the point as well. So Memphis Grizzlies here. This one will go by fast. The second tick will be through. And you will fast get to the point here if you're AR Glory. Do you actually want to invest anything in this? If they do, it's a late one coming on through. Decision they might live to regret. It doesn't matter as Hidden does actually pick up a double here. So this will, anything, slow up the Memphis Grizzlies on that transition from A to B. Rep is trying to make such a transition start. Has been stunned up here. Will survive the stun, but well, no longer days used for the gunfight. It doesn't matter anyway. Does go down. Again, a lot of solo pushes coming through here from the Memphis Grizzlies. They're trying to get something going, and Strezzy might be the start of that.
This is the nuisance now for an offensive player for Strezzy, right? You got an SMG. You just have to try to understand where some of these players are located at. Get stunned up. Get stunned twice as well. So are you going to be aware that you still have one player of Crazy Views that is just lurking behind the truck? Well, actually, both players pass each other like two ships in the night. So I think we're okay, for at least for the time being. Memphis Grizzlies are still trying to get themselves this top BBQ positioning and making it very, very annoying for AR Glory to maybe try to get themselves further map control.
It's called a top BBQ positioning. Is that what you just said?
Top barbecue. Yeah. Top party,
I've just never heard anyone refer to a barbecue as BBQ. That was all bad. I just wanted to clarify. Anyway, 25 seconds left here. Memphis Grizzlies to get something moving over towards B. One player in the back line to make it happen. That's going to be Strezzy as players push through towards green. Players push through towards the football field as well. Hidden, I think, knows that something is amiss. Something's afoot towards the back line. Has spotted out Strezzy. And actually, they send Crazy Views to go and deal with a gunfight, but it's okay because Hidden's there for the double. Glory with the third. And yeah, this one is going to be AR Glory's.
With a significant amount of lives to boot, that's where things can get a little bit more wonky when it comes down to a potential round 5. We'll talk more about that later for sure, but hey, regardless of the matter, it comes down to that opening break. There's so many different times. So we talked when it comes to control in Modern Warfare 2 about your opening breaks. You want to make sure that you have a good one, and, well, AR Glory absolutely did. They had themselves about a good 6 life lead towards even when Memphis Grizzlies had themselves at A zone. When they got 60 seconds out on towards the board, AR Glory did not relent. Yeah, they had players in their spawns, but had a significant life lead at the end of it.
All right, well, good start from AR Glory. Can they have a better offense than the Memphis Grizzlies did previous? Well, not going so well to begin with. Prospect already opening things up with a double. Down checkers. Now if you're AR Glory, looking to try and send players through on a potential flank. Already got one through towards Garage side, so B-Look is actually not that far removed from reality. As Crazy Views over towards Garage does go down, they're going to have to settle for a hold on towards A for the moment. Yet still, they haven't fully removed the Memphis Grizzlies from this position. Rep up top. Maybe the first player to aggress, and there you go. First blood, shots from afar from Crazy Views. He's trying to survive alongside this BBQ, or a bar, or whatever that is. And, well, just not going to get anything just yet. Finally, the headshot will be through from Rep, actually, so it's doing some damage to AR Glory, but he is the only one over here for the moment. And as I say, it Royal comes in the backline as well. These gunfights being won by the Memphis Grizzlies. Rep on 4 in a row completely clears the point.
The Rep goes back to what we saw in those 4-round stints, especially on the Fortress Search and Destroy. This guy is piecing up AR Glory, but not a whole lot of space provided off of it for AR Glory. It was just that one player, so you call in the cruise missile from Glory, and well, that'll get him out from that very annoying position towards that top cat area. But still, I mean, you call in the streak all for what? To get top tower positioning, at least for Clo? There's not a whole lot of positioning being taken away from AR Glory for such an expensive investment. Yeah, Glory is able to push inside of lockers. He finds 2, but you better hope that you're able to at least get these last 2 segments and add 60 seconds on the board off of it.
Yeah, they need to make sure they convert this now. That was a massive investment in towards this A push. Can they get anything off the back of it? And trying to cause problems through tools as well. That'll turn the attention of the Memphis Grizzlies, at least momentarily here. Crazy's actually the only one on the point, though, and that'll make this progression, this capture, go pretty slowly. Finally, Glory jumps on. Hidden now, finding some aggression from Rep, and that point will go the way of AR Glory. So now, what does the transition look like? You've already utilized your streak to try and capture A. Now you have to transition towards B.
Or they could just continue to slay out and maybe guarantee themselves a round 5 defense. A lot of different conditions that could be set here, but hey, things are not too far gone. You do have Clo, who is top BBQ. Just trying to be a nuisance. He knows that he's the last alive. So to stay alive, especially over here in top kitchen, could be the benefactor, and well, it might just be the case because Hayden pushes over towards the trucks. Glory finds a second. There's presence over at B, but the trophy system's not going to keep them safe from some nades. Good returning throwables coming through from Memphis Grizzlies to make sure that AR Glory can't get set up too comfortably.
All right, we're just trying to look for any players here that they can get. Cloak will finally strike up top. Trying to get something started over that way, and another player has actually broken the barrier as well. That's going to be hidden, so it's basically all on these two players, at least momentarily, here as the players coming with the spawn have a couple of threats to deal with inside their enemy base. Clo, though, going to run out of bullets in his main. Weapon has to switch to the knife for the fight versus Prospect, and as he falls, as does another player, this now comes all down to Glory and Crazy, who have gotten past that player towards the green side, but trades in favor once again of Rep. Cloak will give this one last hit with 0.4 seconds on the clock, and hold your horses here for a second, folks. He does actually pick up one. Hidden now, though, finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Has to waste enough time for Glory to find his way across the field. Cannot get it done. And, well, the Memphis Grizzlies will survive in much the same fashion that AR Glory did in the last round.
But that first segment over at B did get captured. Again, when it comes down to round 5 defense and control for Modern Warfare 2, it always goes towards segments first, and if we're tied in segments, then the kills start to be a consideration as far as who gets that round 5 defense. So, wonderful job there from Claude, not just even in that one life where he was just on a 4 spree, just top BBQ, just jumping in between both that top bricks area and going down to tools, just being annoying for the Memphis Grizzlies just to deal with because he was pulling defenders to look at him constantly. Allowed players like Hidden Season to move his way up further forward so that way they can try to get that progress over at B. Could be the difference maker for that round 5 road.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those ticks. I know that you most certainly do, Andy, with our little notebooks. We've got an idea of what's going on with the ticks. Going into potential round number 5. That's not a good start, though, for the Memphis Grizzlies as Strezzy got an Anakin Skywalker on his teammate. Another kill off the back of it, though, but the door has been opened here for AR Glory to make something work here on the defense. Hidden Season will get dealt with. Strezzy with one on the point now, so here's the first real effort from the Memphis Grizzlies. From up top, though, comes Cloak. Crazy views for the double 2. So AR Glory here, they're dealing with all the pressure in the right situations. But I like this from Memphis Grizzlies. They're not just focusing on one point. They've got players pushed through in the form of Royal and next up Strezzy as well.
23 up against 27. Again, this is where the Memphis Grizzlies actually did struggle. You remember going back throughout the entirety of their opening break, they had to really resurge just to see 60 seconds out on towards the board. But AR Glory, I mean, I love this discretion that's actually being exemplified by them. You do have Hidden Season. He's in a position to maybe try to play for a couple of spawn kills, but they have all slipped past his notice and his watch. They are already past that field. They're showing progress at B.
An effective 2 versus 4 on the point. Yeah, Royal's over by Pride Rock, but I don't think there's much pride in that situation at the moment as AR Glory just completely remove him. Maybe not. Actually, Royal gets 1. I thought maybe he can get double, but that's just not to be. So only 1 tick of progression made towards B. Memphis Grizzlies now going to have to regress over towards A, and the first threat they're going to face is more likely than not Clo. Also, Hidden Season to consider as well. Clo is very far pushed up, and I don't really know if he's been spotted at this point. Royal gets involved in the gunfight. He will go down. Now it's just Strezzy, who also gets pieced up by Crazy View. So 12 seconds left now. Memphis Grizzlies set back to the respawn point. They have one last chance here. It's all down to Rep, and he turns around for the kill before deciding to go on all the points. So now his position has been notified for AR Glory. He falls, and that should be all she wrote. No, actually, Royal managing to touch base over towards A. So things far from done here for the moment, as Memphis Grizzlies now have a shot at capturing this A point. Royal's going to pick up another one. The door closed in the face of Crazy Views here as he tries to make his way out of checkers, but it isn't enough here. He slams those doors wide open. The cruise missile actually going to be invested here by Clo. They know how important these ticks are. Strezzy still alive, though, in and around the point, despite the flurry of kills for AR Glory. Strezzy able to get another one. No more than that. A final nade will close things out, but those ticks did come through, so the Memphis Grizzlies do actually come off pretty favorable out of that round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, how to turn a bad round into a salvage one is that they're still able to get 3 segments. Yeah, it's across 2 different zones, sure, whatever, but still able to get more segments, and the way that I always view it, Brody, is that even a single segment was more than 0. That's how math works, but even more so than this is that for AR Glory, that is now back-to-back defensive rounds that you really should have been able to at least fully shut out the Memphis Grizzlies, but it's just not the case at all. If one player slips through, all of AR Glory just run into them well willy-nilly and give up these free eliminations. Just things that you cannot exemplify, especially in a long weekend that is the OpTic Texas Major Open. Prospect opens up this defensive round with a 2 spree. That means that Memphis Grizzlies have full map control.
Yeah, this is a very good start from the Memphis Grizzlies in terms of guaranteeing a defense for round number 5. Have to do more. They have to get a second wave of gunfights. Trades once again good here. 2 for 1. Prospect trying to push through. AR Glory know that they need to deal with a player like Prospect, and this is really annoying, I think, when players on the defensive side manage to make their way in towards green. You know that's the first step to a surge towards B. They've completed that first step now, and Chloe wants to complete the second, which is start to make some progress, but he is all on his lonesome. But if anything, to be fair, AR Glory, they might have other designs over towards A. 3 players in that direction.
No tower control, though, so Prospect is going to be able to move his way past the rocks, seemingly for free, drops down, takes down Hidden over by boxes. Need to get Prospect out from that positioning. Glory, able to combine for 2 more. Crazy Views does have this up top positioning. It's an elongated 1v1 top lockers, but will be inevitably traded out. Still progress happening at here at A.
Things looking pretty good for AR Glory here. This third tick, I'm not too sure what the maps is like for a defense in round number 5, but I think AR Glory are ahead at the moment. We'll be able to get this third tick. And there you go, Royal in for the double. The Memphis Grizzlies do clear the point. Yeah, I thought it was the third tick. They managed to get it done. So, they want it. Hidden Season, going to give this one a go, but he has a lot to do there. And yeah, I think Strike's just a little bit too early. Would have been nice to wait here for players to come to spawn, but maybe that luxury just isn't really in their favor. Chloe going to try and fly out towards A and just doesn't expect somebody, or B, excuse me, doesn't expect somebody sat in that corner.
To guarantee the round 5 defense, AR Glory need one more segment. I think they should still have it off of kills, but things are tied up as far as ticks are concerned. Remember, AR Glory got 4 in their opening offensive round, so they're going to give this one last good Scholars try over towards A. Royal will find 2. Crazy Views is there for the inevitable trade and on 2 for his life as well. Thought that he had some assistance from Chloe up top, but
wow.
Chloe gets gunned. Prospect turns to deal with Crazy Views, clears away the A zone single-handedly. We're going to around 5.
And you talk about the kills. I'm not too sure kind of what the differential actually is right now, but those last pushes are risks, right? Because while you're trying to guarantee that defense with a tick, you can very easily just give it away by kills. Like, that has happened before.
It's about doing the quick maths on stage, right?
Yeah.
Being able to quickly pull up the scoreboard and being able to do that math, whether you're aware of it or not, it just becomes a little bit more monotonous, I want to say, for COD players, specifically for your IGL, just to essentially put down his controller, pull out maybe his phone for a quick little look at his calculator. I mean, that'd be me. I try to stray away from math as much as possible. I just write down segments in my notebook. But it will be an offensive round coming through from Memphis Grizzlies, which means that AR Glory, that they had more slays on the board. I mean, even looking from top to bottom, that one is pretty apparent. 23 and 22 for Glory, 20 and 16 for Crazy Views as well. Only one that's really matching the pace on the opposite side. I mean, Rep had a great round 1. Prospect has picked things up, sure, but nobody really positive outside of the +1 for Royal.
Yeah, Memphis Grizzlies now really want to pick things up here in this offense for round number 5. Again, they're relying on these individual efforts. Not a lot of them actually working. Royal tries to trade things out, but he himself will be traded out by AR Glory. Back to back we go here in the kill feed. Back and forth we go, I should say. Memphis Grizzlies, though, actually coming out on top, you might suggest, as they've now got players on B. So the clock will be stopped momentarily. Actually going to be jumping off the point will be Strezzy in favor of trying to get some more map control, potentially favoring this A here. And that might well be the right decision. They've got somebody up top in Red Tower. No longer the case here as Chloe flies his way up towards the nest. And we'll take the Crow very much down. Can anybody find their way through for the Memphis Grizzlies? Now all reliant on Strezzy. He will go down as part of a double from Crazy Views. And that's not good.
No, it's not, but AR Glory, we've seen this defensively, right? They're able to clear away the zone. They have themselves map advantage as far as views are concerned. And well, speaking of those views, Crazy Views is up top inside of admin. So able to find 2 players trying to get across the soccer field. That's what I was worried about, Brody, is the last time that they got all of A control and inside of the building, 3 players got past the line of defenses that was AR Glory, and they got over towards B, and that split the defense up. Down to 27 seconds, the Memphis Grizzlies reeling just to try to get themselves at least building control. And they are even struggling to find the gunfights themselves as Hidden finds himself a nice 2.
Here we go. 17.6 seconds on the clock here. Memphis Grizzlies have a realistic chance, but you have to get past the player inside the spawn, and it's just the timings that's really problematic, I think, for the Memphis Grizzlies at this point. Here they go, though. Strezzy in towards bottom, doesn't expect a player to be inside. Checkers, Glory's like, well, I am. Too bad if you didn't expect it. Prospect through the fence. You don't get any aim assist through there, and this one is probably done. So AR Glory, they have just put their controllers down. Would love to see the in-person cam, and there it is. A little bit of words exchanged there on the left side, as I think, especially after the hype that Memphis Grizzlies were bringing to the table in map number 1, I think that probably is deserved.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Memphis Grizzlies hopped up off of map 1. They won 250 to 217, and just were letting all AR Glory have it. I mean, if there's one thing that definitely comes to mind when it comes to AR Glory, is that when they were getting seemingly screamed at And then they were just sitting there just shaking their heads, just laughing a little bit. That's the exact mentality you need to have when it comes down to this very, very long weekend that is the OpTic Major 3 here in Challengers Open. 23 and 27 for Prospect was the only one to really put up numbers for Memphis Grizzlies, but on the other side, everybody's sharing the work as far as AR Glory is concerned. Obviously, the damage number's a little bit off. There's no way that Crazy Views went 28 and 18 with 800 damage is all I'm basically saying, but some really impressive stat lines to speak of. Crazy Views, again, can absolutely slay out with some of the best. We saw Chloe obviously delivering as well. The teamwork and cohesion is something that is starting to be warmed up, I want to say, for this AR Glory roster, but job's not done yet. At least you're stayed alive in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, you had to fight all the way to map number 3 to get it done, but the journey doesn't get any easier, right? Because I think the way my maths works this out right now, because they are the 32nd or the 33rd seed regardless, they have to face the 1st seed, I think, right? In their next matchup, I believe, unless my bracketeering is incorrect here, which would be Electrify Steel. So things not exactly looking so hot there for them, Andy. But still, look, you know what? We've seen crazier things happen. I think we just saw an upset going down right now. I saw it on Twitter. That was the Dogs of War roster, which I think is Kelsaruni's team, I believe. Did just lose 2-0 to a team named Alamo. Not too sure who's on that roster. But that's our first shock, if there is one, if you could describe it as that, of the day. So, look, shocks are not out of the question at this point, Andy.
No, it's not, right? I mean, it's land, it's a different environment, right? You got a whole bunch of Europeans that are traveling over different time zones. I'm sure that they would probably be awake until about 5 a.m. as it was, so they're used to playing into the wee bits of the morning when it comes down here in Central Time. But regardless of the matter, upsets are always going to happen. You have pickup teams, and you also obviously have a whole lack of scrims to kind of build yourself off of as well. So not totally surprised about the Dogs of War one. I'm sure that we'll probably get a few more before this weekend's end.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's still pretty early on here in the bracket, folks. That was winners round 2. Next up, we're going to be progressing the bracket forward. We've got a match right below us, the Detroit Deviants versus the Llamas or Alpacas. I'm really not sure if that's like a question or a statement. I don't know. Maybe you prefer both. I don't know. I love them both, but I also love that Detroit Deviants roster. We'll have that.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Major, presented by Perifio. You kind of saw it in that little intermission screen. Detroit Deviants and then Llamas or Alpacas. That's our matchup that we're going to be kind of focused on here while our other station is getting set up. My whole chip with me, I've got Visions. I think there's two sides of this story that we're about to see on broadcast. Number one, this Detroit Deviant squad has a lot of expectations behind it. And on the other side, for Llamas or Alpacas, maybe just the question of which animal's which.
I guess the only what is the difference? Really, I have no idea. I googled it really quickly, and apparently their ears are apparently really different. That's how you tell the difference between llamas or alpacas. So now you know.
Okay. So what, llamas? They're like straight up.
One
ears
has pointy ears. Honestly, I forget which one's which. One has pointy ears. One has really long ears, basically.
Okay.
But I couldn't help you if I saw one. So
yeah, just give me that animal.
Well, it's a llama or an alpaca. That's probably what I'd say.
It's got to be regional as well, right? Because like alpacas are like eastern, right? Like you know, you think about alpacas being like the things that take you up the Himalayas, while you've got like llamas that are like South African, like that. There's also like a regional discrepancy. I don't know. But taking a look at over our final scoreboard, you've got Nate Fiasco, shout outs, old CCL player, and then you've got Lazy, Flaky, and Papa Joshi. Not the greatest stat lines, especially considering that Beagle goes 23-9 with 18 untraded against you. So, man, tough scenes there as far as the starter goes on this opening hardpoint.
Without a doubt. And, I mean, it is a really interesting roster, I think, when you look at the core of it, right? Like, Beagle, Rancor, Parasite, Super, all coming together here. I mean, a bit of a reunion, I think, for Beagle and some of his older friends that he's had in the scene. But Parasite coming back in, I think, is really interesting, and he has, you know, a pretty solid map.
Yeah.
Something this like you're going to have to do to beat this team, as much as, you know, we look at this as a favorite, like, you have to try to outslay these guys in the respawns. But maybe there'll be a shot in the S&D as we take a look at the map set. We got an El Silo coming up.
Yeah, you know, again, you know, it's hard for us to build many expectations, you know, on this matchup in particular, let alone for a squad in Detroit Deviants that is the definition of a pickup. But I will say, in terms of like squads that kind of got mismanaged because of either travel problems or health problems that we've seen, they actually put together a really solid roster here. Because you've got the core of Super and Rancor. Super's who's probably the best player in Europe right now. Rancor, who has gotten so much better over the course of the first two seasons of Elite. And then Beagle is Beagle. You know, he's looking really polished as far as an SMG is concerned. And then you have Parasite, who kind of fills in the role as that flex AR, you would think, here alongside Rancor. So I think you've got a really good compositional setup in this Detroit Deviant squad to not just hold some good pro points and a great seed, but I think you've got the opportunity to actually do some damage in this bracket overall.
I think so too. And I mean, let's also just talk about, you know, some of the players like Super and Rancor who just came off of an insane turnaround in the last Elite. Like, made a hell of a run all the way to grand finals, right? I think everyone kind of wanted to see that full team here to see if they could maybe replicate what they did online to on land. But either way, I still think that you have a great roster here. And this team could absolutely make a run. Like, I just look at these guys and I think of the slaying power of just like Super coming on through and just having Rancor with them to be the objective man. This team could be very dangerous, Alan.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this, you know, kind of looking at, this is a stretch, bear with me, audience, but like when Beagle came into the scene for North America last year at the beginning of Vanguard, you know, there were some, I think, issues when it came to trying to find the correct team in terms of like play style, composition, obviously a big part of the question marks in early Vanguard, but Beagle was always going to be like a Vanguard leader when it came down to his ability, you know, to jump on into the mix really early and be like that kind of first blood seeker. But now that you've got the ability to also mimic that with Super, like I think those guys together can fly on the map, and I'm excited to see when it happens. Here's a little update as far as considering that we have that Detroit Deviant squad as our number 13 seed. They're playing this winners round 2 matchup, but at the moment, everyone's safe in the winners bracket for now. But I will say, as we get deeper and deeper into that winners round 3 matchup, there will be, I think, some big mix-ups and maybe some upsets to happen. But we drop on in, map number 2. Search to destroy El Silo. First blood good for Detroit.
First blood good. And now have to try to make something happen, especially with Flacky's position inside of Junker with the bomb. It's like they wanted to go to B initially, but then as soon as they saw someone top bricks, they're like, all right, no longer the game plan. Now Lazy would have to pull off some nice little snipes. Not even going to have it out. Should be an easy round here for Detroit.
Yeah, looking clean for it. No worries whatsoever. And I will say as well, when you talk about, you know, pickup squads like this, you you love to see like no stress opening winners round 1 matchup.
Sure.
Like it gives you an opportunity to kind of talk things through, say, hey, this worked out well for us. You kind of start to learn each other's tendencies a little bit. I think maybe more so for a player like Parasite, who's not familiar with playing alongside the majority of this team, whereas I think B-Cole probably has obviously seen more of Super and Rancor in his time competing in Europe, 2 years ago and such of the nature. So it's good to see. Good stuff.
Yeah, no, I like that shout. Parasite, I mean, well, he subbed in, I think, what was it, the first Open? And he ended up getting, like, top 6, I think, so...
Yeah.
Definitely not, or very much used to a situation like this. See if he can continue to find flow as the double chow comes through. Parasite able to draw first blood. A-Site now could be a target. Still got one defender in. Fiasco is also kind of shrugged off of mid. So a lot of this lane is completely open. You can see Detroit Deviant's taking full control here over the middle of the map.
Lazy's gotten all the way around the backside of this play at A, though, and, well, he's now the last one left. I was about to say, maybe there's a chance to isolate Rancor and then come back to the play, but now he's in a 1v4 situation. Parasite gets the bomb planted, no worries. Team Notorious have won their winners round 2 matchup. It must have been pretty quick because I was just talking with Barrett and the rest of the ownership group. They're like, yeah, we're about to play, and that was like 10 minutes ago. So it must have been a pretty quick one for them as they move on into their next and most pivotal round of the day.
Clean stuff, man. 2-0, no mistakes. I don't think there's been a kill on the other side yet. Maybe one. It's just been all perfect so far, man. No mistakes. Yep. I love the idea of also the double chow, and that's something I think that you have to start doing against teams like this in these rounds is I think when you start to go down like this, 0-2, 0-3, like let's just start holding hands and making plays, right? Like let's just start to play really tight and at least force trades on the map instead of just constantly relying on 1v1s that you're losing because obviously no one's winning any at the moment.
Yeah, some of these pop double chows that we've seen from Detroit have actually looked pretty clean. I mean, Parasite, the last offense before, he gets that little, stun check with his teammate Beagle, I think, who was with him. Now you get in towards this early round of the defense. Again, you're seeing 2 different groups of 2 working together. Beagle and Parasite, Rancor and Super. Beagle for first blood. Blakey does open up some vacancy here at A, but this would be a very pressed plant, especially considering that Detroit Deviants is getting up top and around the back. The bomb's going to be planted, but how do you exit here safely? That's going to be the bigger question as we go into this 4v3 retake. Oh, hello.
That's the weirdest kill. And how about it? Lazy turns it into a second to try to see if maybe Llamas or Alpacas can get their first round on the board. Lazy looking for kill number 3. He's seeing feet down there, and his teammate's going to be able to find Rancor, but Parasite from behind gets one. He knows who the second player is, and 2 beatdowns from Parasite. Pulls out the fisticuffs and pulls out the 1v2.
Oh, no. Oh, no. 5 in a row for Parasite. Yeah, he's all smiles
over there.
And the thing about it is, not to discredit what Chris puts out, but it's very rare. I feel like you see him laughing and smiling in the middle of a series, no matter who he's playing. So
yeah, that's a good.
He's gonna be feeling pretty good about that 1v2, especially considering how he found it.
Yeah, don't see it happen too often. The beatdowns come through. Good timing there as well. Get the second and 5-0 now for Chris. So Parasite certainly in his groove right now, man.
I'll say
rolling. Everyone else is. This is looking a little tough here for Llamas and Alpacas. Just still trying to get themselves on the board.
And it is kind of important to know, trying to learn more about this team, which we'll inevitably see, I'm sure, down the road, is how Parasite hits himself out round to round. And he has been playing that true definition of a flex. SMG, last offense, AR this time around. Shots were baited out. Flaky gets the first. Ooh. Nice response onto Super, who did have the pistol up hand, leaving things down to Beagle for the 1v3. Bomb had been planted. Gets the first, no worries. On the defuse early. Beagle will have to check this, and he has opted to play time that he does not have. So, Llamas or Alpacas will stick for the defuse and get on the board. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, they get on the board. I think just a couple of aggressive chows come through mid. It's a good read. It's a great double kill to follow up there onto Super after finding Parasite there right outside of Courtyard. So, very, very nice stuff coming on through. And then, like you said, the bomb just down, able to get in there, hold the defuse, and Beagle just doesn't have time to pull off the 1v2. So they got a round. Let's see if they can start to build off of it. But the offense, I think that's been the biggest problem here thus far.
Yep, that's for sure. I mean, just not finding a lot of success in these opening first bloods is always going to put you on the back foot, especially in a map like Asilo.
Sure.
And even more so when you've got Parasite beating you down your backside. Full stack defensively for Detroit. How about this play? All of it towards top A window. Double stack up top, double stack down low. No entry anywhere in the map. and now you've got your bomb carrier down, and I think Llamas or Alpacas were probably in the midst of a comm saying, wait a second, we're in to B, and never mind, we lost our bomb carrier. Now it's about trying to play recovery as Flaky is stuck with a pistol and sniper combo, I would imagine, from the backside of this play.
Yeah, Jet sounds about to run out. Pistol shots aren't good enough. Rancor gets the best of them. Raid comes through. Now Lazy had to pull off a 1v4. Not going to be, man. Wow. Detroit Deviants. I mean, they just run at them that round, right?
Yeah.
They just completely storm the map.
And why not? I mean, you've got an advantage built in just the individual skill. May as well force that to be how you win rounds. So, I don't know. The thing about it is, like, that's a cool play still. Like, even if you were to put that against a top S&D team in Challengers, that, I think, is a setup that could work. Double stacking window, you've got ARs down low watching your cross from patio to patio. Like, I think that's kind of sick. I don't know. Yuli and the Decimate squad also moving on to winners round 3. They'll play up against one of 5 different Nobility Rising games that are out there. They've got a yellow team, an OG team, a black team, a red team.
Color wheel.
Literally, all the primary colors are covered.
I like it. Yeah, those guys, I'm sure will have no problem making it maybe even the very end again. But first blood comes through. Eco finds a trade. Got to be careful with some of those punches. His teammate comes through the door.
Didn't he do that with that Twisted Theory squad?
Yeah, I want to say there was definitely a point where he did that. So you're going to just got to be a little more careful coming around those walls. But either way, this is a free bomb site. B is going to go down here uncontested. Now it's time for retake here for Llamas and Alpacas.
Yeah, at least they will have the ability to clear out all of soccer, but the problem is you don't have the ability to kind of watching over this top window, let alone what's going to be over towards AC and backside truck, which is currently where the other 2 current defenders of this plant reside. Equal on 4. Rencourt, free kill through mid. Poppy Joshi, nothing. Okay. Detroit Deviant's very calm, very collected, very casual. And again, we're going to see some of this here and there, as we go through these opening winners round games, but there is, I think, again, just to re-hit it, and we're talking our ears off now, but being able to find cool setups for Detroit, I think is going to be what they're going to bank on. Like, hey, remember that time we played these guys winners round 2? We did this. See how to do that again.
Sure. Yeah, just little things, like just getting comfortable with each other. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, based off of the vibes, like I know, it's pretty convincing for the most part, but based off the vibes, it seems like everyone's kind of getting along well, in a good mood. That's what you kind of need if you're going to be a successful pickup team, right?
Yeah.
So it's been there, and now just one more round here. Alpacas, we'll see if they can try to hang on a little longer.
Take another round away. Could be nice. Or you probably inevitably head down towards the lower bracket. Fiasco loses his first blood, trying to reposition, runs into Vehicle, but Flaky does shut down the early pinch. There is a delayed one, though, also on the way. Rencourt is sneaking his way up through Hut. And as his Dead Sounds is in play, he may try to make a call here, but as Vehicle once again gets a second kill, now they've got him completely trapped bottom bar. Rencourt is very aware of this. Vehicle may just go for the full-on ace. No, Joshi gets the kill, but the trade is immediately there from Rencourt. No worries at all. GG's and fist bumps to come.
Exactly what you want to see here is the pickup team.
Yeah.
Very clean. I mean, nothing really else you can say about it. Just a really nice round out of them. A clean hard point on the Fortress. I think, it was 40, 50 points that came through.
Yeah.
They're just trying to refine the setups, man. Just try to lock it in, try to get comfortable with each other, and it seems to be flowing at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And there's something to be said, and, stop me if you think I go too far here, brother. But that Parasite team, when they were playing as Team War at Boston, you already mentioned the Parasite pickup that he played alongside, back in Raleigh. That was kind of an emergency situation, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But that Team War squad was a definitive team. And I think there were some major issues in terms of, like, how seriously maybe they were trying to take it. I thought that there was, watching them lose their first game, it kind of looked like a nonchalant, like, we'll be fine. It didn't really feel like there was a sense of urgency built into that squad. And we obviously saw kind of what happened to Parasite and his team during the last Elite. They didn't look all that great. And now kind of filling in again, I think this is a position where Parasite will play more like how we knew Parasite. Because, he's not just a part of a team that he put together, like he's filling in. The sense of urgency comes from the players like Super and Rencourt who, are standing in for their other Spanish compadres who couldn't make the trip out. So I think this team has a much more serious tone that will eventually be there compared to like that Team War team at Boston or obviously, the squad that we saw kind of coming out of Parasite during this last Elite where they didn't obviously play all that well.
Yeah, I don't think they even came up with a regular win in the season. I think they got reverse
they had
swept,
one.
like
They had one.
maybe near the end. Okay, but
Yeah.
I remember like they were up 2-0 versus that Twisted Theory squad that kept reverse sweeping
Yeah.
every single team, right? So there were a lot of chances, and I think that really deflated that entire team through week 1. But tough scenes. However, bouncing back, rebounding, looking really good. Smiles are out. Another round secured. And these guys get to continue on trucking here through the upper bracket.
And with how their seed is the number 13, they will have a very key matchup, most likely for winners round 3, and definitely for winners round 4. They'll be playing up against one of our other top 6 squads. So that will be, I think, our real good chance to watch those guys play again and get a full evaluation of what their ceiling could potentially be. Because, you know, one of the things that we talked about a lot watching that Twisted Theory squad with Eagle was, like, dude, coming right out of the league, he was playing with a level of maturity that literally we never saw throughout the Vanguard year. So he's been fun to watch, and obviously Super is probably one of the best players, if not the best player in EU right now. So that's obviously something for us to kind of keep in our back pocket while we watch these guys try to make their run.
Without a doubt. I mean, Beagle, it's unfortunate because, like, when he was teaming with Hixie again, it's like, oh boy, like we're back with it, right? And then Hixie kind of gets pulled up, so we don't really get to see like the true form. Like nothing really came to life from it just yet. They were just getting started. It felt like. But you were starting to see, I think, why we had talked, so highly of them throughout last year. Just kind of seeing them get back in the mix again. There's just that avid flow that I think you always see whenever you're watching someone like Beagle. So it's always fun.
Cool. So that is our stage 1 matchup, I believe, that has now moved on into a different setup. But as you see the graphic change below us, our next match are 2 seeds that are relatively tightly put together. Noctum Esports going up against a team called Frogs. And I think this matchup could provide at least a little bit of interest here because this Noctum team, of course, comes in favored. Not the same full Noctum team that we saw during Season 2 of Elite, but most of it is going to be represented. And then Frogs on the other side, I believe, have players like Lightning in it, so they're not going to be bad. And Frex is also on this team, so this will be an exciting matchup to see. As we look over exactly how the maps and picks and bans have gone, we'll get an embassy hardpoint to start things off with another LSCLO search, at least here, brother.
Yeah, we've been getting, I guess everyone's trying to keep Hydro out of these best of 3s, and I can't say I blame them. But either way, it feels like at the moment we've been kind of getting, a similar rotation in and out. But an embassy once again, as we do in fact jump into it. Noctum Esports and Frogs, this should be a good one. Yeah,
it should be. Again, this Noctum Esports squad was, a team that qualified for Season 2 of Elite. And they put on, man. I mean, we saw them early in their group stage run. They were looking solid. They were looking like they could potentially do some damage to their group. Obviously, things didn't quite go their way once we reached the end of the group stage into playoffs and all that conversation. But they were a very pleasant surprise from the qualification of Season 2 into what was a very competitive group stage and a very competitive Elite. So, taking a look at what they have to offer. Only 2 seconds here early. However, there is still a chance to obviously do some damage as we look over towards the second hardpoint, but Frogs are making a pretty solid attempt to try to rotate over quick.
Yeah, Roma is able to get into the back, and Kids wins a huge battle inside office, so that should loosen up a lot of the pressure. Everyone else should just about spawn kind of behind parking here. And that will be the case, but he'll still neutral. You can still contest this because of the parking lot spawns. ARs are set up to fight as Aroma just starts to slowly put out the damage, and he will be good for another kill.
Dude, does Aroma have enough stickers on this gun? Are you kidding me? Look at this thing. Like he went over to like the dollar store and just bought whatever was on the shelves and said, just start slapping them on there. Frex trying to avoid the break. Aroma still in the backside heady, just making sure no one gets around the back nor can hit from the front side of Vans, and that is absolutely clean. As we have another Peripheral live update, Millennium 7 moving on to winners round 3. So our top 16 squads, as expected, are making their way into those key pivotal last best of 3 series.
They absolutely are. And Noctum Esports, they come out with that time because Aroma plays his life as long as he did. Just becoming a hard gunfighter, just making sure that you play your life, just forcing them have to constantly look at angles, makes it very difficult. But rotation coming on through. Jeb already set up, a little bit tagged, has the trophy down, but doesn't have all the support up here with them. They're kind of watching down low here, so this double push through orange could be a little bit dangerous. Second trophy going to be out, trying to get an angle to catch them coming in, but nothing comes through, and nobody is set up with them up top. That is an easy break here for Noctum.
I think there's a comm there from Frog saying, hey, they're hitting you from bridge side, so he tries to get out of the line of sight from it, trying to take an off angle from the front door, but obviously it doesn't quite work out. Fortunately, though, Frogs do spawn kind of on the bottom left side of the map, allowing them to get up ladder and then re-hit from bridge themselves. So a decent break attempt coming out. Rezi, who has been, I will say, one of the top performers from this squad during the group stage. He was super impressive. Tries to get the break single-handedly, but now the rest of the reinforcements are here, and it's Kids for 3 as the break attempt finally gets locked in.
Maybe Kids is a Lanimal, because he was like the one player that I was heavily criticizing when I was looking at this Noctum esports roster. I was talking about how good he is in Search and Destroy. That scene that he came up with, or came up in, but the respawns haven't been there. But on LAN, 11-5, I like what I'm seeing so far. We'll see if it keeps up. One off of the streak. He will be shut down off screen as the setup looking good early for Noctum. They're here first, and they'll be in the time again.
And this is where things could start to get a little bit dangerous here if you're Frogs. You've been competitive until this point. But now it's going to be the first real big setup you need for a break attempt on a key hard point. Rome in the corner, red, but not dealt with. Semtex down, Trophy to keep the hard point a bit more safe. Second attempt, though. How about this? Frogs good for not 3, but 4. Lightning getting 3 of them. And that'll be a break from Frogs with still the potential for more streaks to come.
Oh, and look at how fast they're already pressuring at a spawn. Almost a second comes through there. Roma has to work for the trade. A little bit ambitious, maybe challenging it again. Gonna leave the numbers a little bit thin inside the point, and Kids wants to break it open. A big 20 seconds to fight for. Just shooting, looking, and diving. And the kills will come through. Noctum esports good for the scrap time.
Yeah, not bad, though, at all. I will say, just kind of in terms of how you get that break, you at least kind of go, I won't say fully 30 for 30 on the hard point. I mean, Noctum will technically win that hill by about 10 seconds or so, but in terms of putting together a convincing break, there are some inspiring things there. So 99-59. Aphelion Esports, that's expected. That's a heavy-hitting EU squad. They will make their way to winners round 3 as well. Nice little and live updates presented by Perifio coming through throughout the entirety of today, and even more so tomorrow when things get nasty. But Frogs have one rotation, and now it's down, can they actually put together the hold? Squiddles will fall. Kids still involved. 1v1 for the hard point, and that's an easy read. The break good for Noctum.
Good again. Going to be very scrappy. More hits on the way, but Noctum esports still feels like they've been able to get the majority of the time. Second push about to come through the lobby, and while Kids able to get some good damage in, Squiddles can't really fully get the trade, and he will chow out. Will be taken down here from Frex. So everything now going the way of Frogs as Rezi wants to give another look here to see if he can get in for 15 seconds, and that's another huge win here from Frex.
Yeah, Frex is really impressed. He's had a couple of key moments where he's required to pull away at least 1, if not 2 kills, and he's put together some really good responses to these late Noctum hits, at least making life a little bit more dangerous on these final breaks. So a pretty tight game here, about 40 points or so as we get over towards P1. Frogs looking for some right side map control as well as controlling the paper windows. Frex Lightning, first 2 kills, that will neutralize the hard point and even allow them to get in maybe for a time. Roma mid-map is just kind of watching these crosses, playing in and out of that little cubby corner that he's got. So he's just going to use the hard point as a bit of an alarm system until his teammates can clear up the high ground.
Kids is playing out of his mind right now.
He's really good.
Oh, he's snapping, he's looking. Should fall here as he's weakened up, but he's almost got all of the hard point time here, about 1:15 with 18 kills, man. He's been so critical around the objective here for Noctum, but still, Frogs answering back, still fighting here in this Embassy hard point. 18 seconds they want to get, but it's more about this rotation, and Noctum, they've been so good on the rotations here so far.
But this is some very valuable time for Frogs, I would say, especially if you could start to find some kills on the exit and rotation. But now it becomes a little bit more hard pressed, spawning top left side of the map. Not where you want to be. You've got Aroma locking down one side, Rezi the other. Those are 2 very powerful ARs in some very powerful positions. Rezi with all the damage in the world. Semtex denied by Trophy. Jeb, Airy working on the back side of this, and all the stuns, the nades are all landing, but Kids hits a little bit of a pinch. And how about that as a way to lock down the hard point as Frogs will start to spawn bottom left?
And that's what I talked about the last P2 hill. Like, it's just such a tough kill. Like, they just make you work so hard to finish off the elimination that by the time you do it, it's just all shut down because the support gets in there, and then Kids, well, he's in there again. Lightning, though, responds with 2. Might be able to fight for some of this time as the map does kind of flip out with the spawns here. Those would be a huge 20, but now we'll see the rotation already, and Frex has got some big kills in front of him.
Yeah, and you can even see just Jeb being very passive about jumping in the hard point. I don't think Frogs know exactly where Noctum esports are on the map, and they have misread this situation almost completely. Because really it was Noctum hard focused on rotation, but as they started to clean up a couple of individual kills, it allowed Rezi to go back to the hard point. And what would have been a great back 20 seconds for Frogs ends up largely going the way of Noctum. So we got about a 70-point game. Noctum with numbers have neutralized the hard point, working on getting towards the bridge. Squiddles in the hill, doesn't need to find a kill on the area, and now Frogs are in a little bit of trouble here trying to have to break this from the front.
Yeah, they have to break this. This is a required break with 40 seconds left. Challenge comes through. Lightning there for 1. Jeb's got a tough spot here coming up the ladder. He needs someone to distract through orange before he can really peek over the top here. Jeb's going to take his sweet time.
Well
Here
done.
he comes through, and, well, the patience does pay off for the break. They do get in. Resi still wants to give it a hit.
And this is actually a huge last 20 seconds here, not just for the score, but look at how the minimap is starting to function. Noctum feel obligated to hit through old here, and the kills are good. One more, Lightning strikes twice. And now Frogs with the back 10 just have to take care of Aroma, which they do successfully. Kids will still spawn close, but there is an opportunity here for Frogs to get their numbers early to admin, and then, of course, they win the gunfights, which is a hard ask against a player like Kids right now.
Yeah, oh, it sure is. The stun finally locks him down to make him a little bit easier to deal with. Squiddle's still alive. Still very much soaking up time as 200 points now comes through. Frogs starting to feel it. Have to get in here for a break, and it's a little bit too individual at the moment, but kills are good through the outskirts. Maybe this could be their chance.
Looking good for it. Okay, how about this? Resi, last one left. Oh, it's a nice little fadeaway shot coming out of attack. Gets himself behind cover. Still has Ari just holding in the back, which he's not able to do for very long. And now the game has been blown wide open. 100-point game and then some. And it's going to be one of those that I think Noctum, will be happy about. But on the other side for Frogs, pending they've had the time to go back and rewatch any of this, there was just a couple of key moments that just missed out on barely, which could have kept them in this game a little while longer.
Could have been the case. Now just need one good break, and, well, Noctum have been able to do quite a few of those so far here in the map, so
I'll say.
Shouldn't be hard-pressed to get one more, as they just need 10 seconds. Squiddle's going to start to work through parking lot. Jeb again stunned up. No trophy to protect him. As Squiddle's just going to work this angle, come all the way around. I mean, it's just so beautiful. The teamwork is there. The break is in, and Noctum Esports. They look good for map 1, as it's just a few more seconds down. Beautiful work here from them.
Yeah, and that's in the face of Squiddles having a pretty rough game from almost start to finish. He started to pick it up there at the end, but Kids was just a monster. I mean, flat out, dude. And the thing is, like, we really had a lot of time to watch Kids last year in Elite. He was kind of one of the players that we had not seen do much throughout the Cold War year, but Vanguard, he definitely kind of had his breakout, so to speak. But like you mentioned, like, online this year, he's just been kind of fine. He's been a part of the puzzle, sure, but he really hasn't been the same kind of pop-off potential. But, man, that was one heck of a map 1 from him.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'd go as far to say that his online performance has been really underwhelming, I think, based off of what we've seen from some of the respawns. It's not been pretty. And, yeah, man, that was my biggest question, because I was looking at this team coming in. I was like, they might have one of the better AR duos in Europe, like, period. Throughout, like, a lot of the teams. And, I mean, you start thinking about everyone that's over in Europe, and that's, not an easy statement to make, but I think based off of what we've seen, it absolutely backs up and supports that claim. So I've been very excited to see this team. And now that they have a sub, a leading slayer like Kids, if he can continue to play like this Noctum Esports team, they might be arriving here at this OpTic Open now, and it can be very interesting this weekend.
Oh, without question, my man. I think that this team, based on what we saw from them in the Elite, if they could keep up tempo with the top squads that are out there, I think they can absolutely be an upset potential squad. Because that was, I think, the biggest thing when we saw them kind of finishing off groups and we were watching teams through playoffs. It's like, okay, Aroma is finding a lot of eliminations, but there are times where he's late to rotation and he's getting beat, like on 1v1s with like ARs. Resi was, I think, probably, the definition of that kind of faster-paced AR where he was kind of being proactive, and you could see that based on the hardpoint time he also found here. But there was definitely, I think, a coordination issue on the larger hardpoints for this Noctum team when it came to them able to kind of stay with the top dogs in EU. But hey, they stick together for the large majority of this, and it's looking pretty solid, at least for now, at least in this matchup. So Embassy Hardpoint goes their way. LSC will search and destroy be next up.
Yeah, you know what that means. I mean, we got to see just what Kids is going to do round 1 with that SMG, right? Because if there was ever a time that we were kind of watching over him during the Elite, it was usually the S&Ds that I think he always found a lot of favor in. And the fact that he just has a heater of a map 1 could make for a lot of explosive plays here with that SMG in hand here coming into the LSC, though, which is, something we've seen quite a bit on the day. We haven't really seen maybe as much sniper pop-offs, but it's been a lot of this kind of push through middle map control and then kind of spread out through either lane, or a lot of what we saw in the last map from Detroit was kind of doing a nice little aggressive play round after round. So a lot of good looks, at least from what we've seen today so far, Alan.
And we've talked about this a lot, but I think it is important to continue to bring up the fact that, like, if you're Noctum Esports, this is a great series for you to kind of catch your stride, because this Frogs team is going to shoot back. Like, Lightning's good, Jeb's good. We've seen them in the past. They're top 32s every now and again throughout the cups. Like, these guys are talented. They've been playing the game for a while. They're going to be able to give you some resistance. So to see Noctum, I think most importantly in that map 1, and this will be a topic of conversation for map 2, work through those problem spots where the hard point can really kind of work against you and come out on top almost every single time there in that last rotation, I think is chef's kiss. So I'm happy to see that, and I think for Noctum, that's going to help build their confidence and what they could potentially do down the line, especially if we see more of that map from them.
Without a doubt. I mean, you kind of feel like it's going to go up from here. Strong performance map 1, as much as it's close to through the first set, like you can really start to see them like take over about halfway through, and you see the moments happening as they're playing on the mini map. So I'm with you, man. I think the Noctum team's got a lot of potential, looking really good. Again, keep your eye on kids. Like, this is the player I think you have to look at when it comes down to search and destroy. The fact that he drops, what was it, 26, I think, in the map 1, he could definitely come in here, bring in that fire. It's exactly what you need. But on the opposite end, Frogs need some of that fire. They got to shut that man down if they want a shot here in this best of 3.
Especially considering, like you mentioned, we expect to see kids probably be one of the spear points of these offense and defensive looks with that SMG. So here we go. Frogs in the green. Of course, because why not? And then Noctum in their purple. Offense first for the side of Frogs. Lightning the bomb carrier. Forward defense here for Noctum, but not so far forward that they're pushing any doorway. At least not as of yet. And how about that as a little surprise? Convoy had to go 3 maps against the St. Louis Ozarks to move into winners round 3. So that's a top 5 seed that got a little stretched out in winners round 2.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun one without a doubt, especially with the way that Convoy Gaming roster was looking coming in. So must have been a tight one, must have been a good one. Lightning able to get one back, and now Kids, the player I talked about, has actually found the timing to creep through the door, and Kids will be able to actually back up and find Frex. Doesn't get a sound cue, isn't in position to get the trade, and now a 3v2 here for Noctum.
And that's another one of those key 1v1s, right? Where the map all of a sudden looks very different. With that going against you, if you're Frogs, Lightning just caught off guard. Kids is running around the map, looking for maybe a round 1 ace, and he may have it. Contact made. Jeb wins the gunfight. Bomb now picked up. Dead Silence is earned off of all of this, so he's actually going to be able to get a plant here most likely. Aroma's on the way in from the outside of tower. Can he catch him on the exit? There is no exit. He'll hold his ground. Semtex is still available as well. Timing, not going to be good. Aroma was going prone, and Jeb gets the kill. So now for the possible 1v3, and Rezi's hopped it.
Oh, I love the call. Just hop the bomb, stick to defuse. Jeb should not be able to get here in time. Rezi not going to fall for any of those tricks. A good look at the 1v2, though. I mean, I love the idea. You find the first kill, you have to have an idea the other one is probably behind you or looking to find the trades. You're just trying to get out of there and reset, but not going to fall for it. Just hop on it. Force him to look. If he comes, he comes. If not, we got the round.
Yep. It's a mature play. But what a try that is from Jeb. NT in the chat. 3 kill those from Kids. I mean, you called it. It could be a problem. And boy, was he ever in round 1. Opening look. Kids nades over the top. That does hit Frex. So that's good information. But Frex, I believe, is sniping on that corner. So if there's a second peek. Yep, that's what I was worried about. Rezi did kind of give him an offer, and Frex collects. So first blood good for Frogs as the defense starts to make a bit of a step forward.
Numbers here. Bomb just going to hold strong, and maybe they wait for a play to come through for Aroma through the side lane, but no, he's not going to commit. He's going to back up. Sniper in hands here still. Just looking for an angle. Just hasn't really been gifted any lines of sight so far. 50 seconds on the clock. Time to work with. Lightning, I think, has been spotted. If they can work for him, they can open up the site.
But it's a nade that lands from Aroma. Dead Silence for Squiddles. And he may have split this defense in 2. Aries stuck, but wins the gunfight, turns. No trade as of yet. Aries in a fine spot here, too. Finally gets caught. Now, this is going to move the defense, and I would say they're going to try to defend over towards B here. But Lightning, yeah, he's seen this. Drops down, finds the kill. The second one right behind him happened simultaneously. And how about Frogs all of a sudden getting involved with the search?
That was a really good round, man. Like, there was a lot to fall for in that round with just the way that the players were positioned, like over by B, like over by A. Like, there was just a lot going on. So I don't think there was ever like a clear idea in my mind on what they were even doing. I had access to the minimap and X-ray. So I think it could really throw you for a loop when you're on the defensive side there and you're trying to get a read on what they're doing. But everyone held strong. It's a good shutdown coming through in the junkyard. And with that kill, I think that really slows up that B play, that they were trying to target.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. So 1-1 we go. How do you deal with potentially another kid's rundown as he's going to stun open his own doors. It's a double stack up top here from Frogs, and I believe they did catch a little bit of information onto Aroma. That may influence their decision-making here as far as where they want to go. At the moment, hard stack in towards this interior side, but Squiddles, he avoids the stuns. So now defensively, he's in a pretty solid spot, but well read by Lightning. Trade on the other side as Jeb found one before dropping to Kids, but that is full clearance to get this bomb planted. Rez is going to give it a go, but gets caught trying to pull the scope back out. Now it all falls onto Kids. Gets the first one, no worries. Semtex at his feet just to give a little bit of space and hopefully get the regen for the rest of this 1v2.
Possible, but the positioning from Frex, it could be tough. But they are also isolated. So if Kids can find Airy, he opens up the sight, but that sound cue should come through. He's right above him. He's checking angles. He's looking. But it's such a tough spot here for Kids to try to clutch up. Challenge comes through. Airy good for another. And Frogs, how about that? It was a very well played round to pull ahead.
Yeah, I like it. And it's another nice read. I mean, we kind of saw it on our minimap perspective, but I think Frogs get the information that, hey, they've got Aroma playing over towards top tower. And if you know for a fact that Kids had stun open the door, that's two members for sure that are out of the picture. Let's just take this thing and swing at B. At worst, we have a 4v2 there. And wouldn't you know it, they found themselves a 3v1 for the first blood. So I love that call. It's a mature play from Frogs, and it puts them up by 1.
Certainly does, and Kids has been kind of the only playmaker, I would say, so far for Noctum. You know, Rezi and Aroma, they're not really getting good looks for some of these opening engagements that we usually see them take and then win, but hasn't really been there for them. This time, they're going to bring the bomb right over to B. They're not messing around. They want to try to get this bomb down. Frex is at the back, and he has no idea this bomb's going down right in front of him. He's going to find out quickly, but it's down.
The thing about this, though, this angle, they don't know he's here either, though, at the moment, I don't think. Squiddles is going to hold off of his plant. Did they see him through the side window? No, he doesn't, so the pistol has to come out, and over the top of the bomb, he didn't see him there either. So Squiddles for 1. But Jeb, Airy, retake is in. Airy considered the defuse that hopped off, tries to play for the forward elimination, not going to work. Now it's just down to Jeb, 1v2. First outside the fence line's a freebie. But he's got to put some work in for the second. And it's right around the back corner. And Jeb has lost them, but finds the shots and the connections there just in the nick of time. How about that for a little 1v2 plus enough for the defuse?
Wow, that's incredible. Shout out to the dead silence there. I mean, that is a huge reason he gets around there without the player reacting or pre-aiming, just not ready for that gunfight whatsoever. But that's a huge moment for Jeb. He wasn't even really a part of the play when his teammate was around the site. So I was thinking, oh no, this is not looking great. But as he gets the first, he reads the second. That's another huge one. Starting to see that clutch factor now come through here for Frogs.
Telling you, man, this Frogs team is not to be slept on. They can be competitive. Rex, Jeb, Lightning, we've all seen play at locals. And more often than not, they find themselves in the mix for top 32 at Cups, which is not bad, considering who they probably have to play up against for those top 32 matches with their current seeding. So 3-1 up, and now we need to see some signs of life from Noctum. That's not just Kids. We have to have it.
Yeah, we have to have it. Again, Aroma and Rezi, I just don't think I've gotten good looks at challenges, and that's a huge part of what we usually see work for them. This time, Aroma should be there to finish off Lightning, and he does. Gets caught in the cross, and that is probably going to slow things down as Jeb starts to work some wall bangs in A.
And at a certain point, I was going to say going into this round 5, like if Aroma doesn't find anything top tower, like you got to give up that spot, brother. Like,
sure.
I get it. It's an easy position to find free kills, but if this offense continues to get a read on you, which, by the way, they are again, Frex is able to get a lock into Rezi. That would have once again opened the doors and the floodgates to get back to B. But now, a 2v4 situation. Airy, I wouldn't recommend it. I would not. They've got nades going that way. They're trying to get Jeb forward. Okay, I see it.
Okay.
Jeb gets the kill. Now you're on the back, but the problem is there's no way to get back inside once you've committed to that exterior play.
Yeah, not an easy spot for Airy to get across freely like he did. But the stuns and nades, I guess, helping out. Now we'll see if he can pull off something crazy. Doesn't have the Daddy anymore, but he at least gets to kind of reset and get them questioning. It's just trying to weave around where they've already cleared and get a look on bomb. Now he's going to take shots. He'll find one. Trades there, and finally Noctum Esports able to find a response.
Yeah, and I think it comes at a very key moment where, once again, you're committing one of your defenders to be hard set towards that top tower position, and you can see that Frogs are, now they've confirmed that intel. Like, I would not be surprised when we get to their next offense if they don't just go hard B. Like, if Aroma's been there every single defense, and you and I know, we watched them all throughout Challengers. Whenever they played this map, he was there every single defense. Like, he just loves that top tower position. So if you can get that awareness built and just try to hard counter it with just a blind push towards B, I think it could work out for him, especially considering that, you know, you've pretty much got a guarantee set up as far as at least one of the main ARs for Noctum.
Sure. And the beauty is you get to ignore that entire side of the map if you want to. Just watch the push through, right? That's pretty much all you have to do if you can get a read on it like you're saying. See if it happens. Again, Kids has still been a huge part of Noctum's esports success here so far at 7. Getting a little bit more involvement from the rest of the teammates. Lightning, again, has gone to this spot quite a few times. This time he's not finished off, and Rezi gets shrugged off the angle, has to reset and regen. That's just going to put everyone into a stop here for a moment, but Aroma finally gets involved, finds Jeb.
Yeah. Big first blood considering how Frogs are trying to still commit forward. I love the idea of it, but the problem is, can they actually afford it? And no, it's too expensive. That is shopping at Gucci on a Goodwill budget. Lightning will drop and knock them now up very commandingly in this search and destroy after some scary starts, I will say.
They're starting to put it together. Like I've been saying, I think a huge part of the success you typically see from this Noctum search and destroy lineup is their ability to win 1v1 gunfights. And I just don't think for the most part they were able to get into too many of them. They weren't finding, good looks. Now I think they're starting to find them. Aroma's good for that first blood. They start to open up the site, use the teamwork to break in there. And they've put it together for a couple in a row. 3-3 now the tally. Huge swing round here.
Yeah.
Big one for Frogs to kind of also bring it back in their favor.
Now we'll have to take a look. Again, there goes number 5 in purple, straight towards tower, and here's the call from Frogs. I'm telling you, dude, this Lightning, I think, is probably the IGL for this team. This kid's smart, man. So now you isolate Squiddles with stuns over the top. Roma's not a part of the picture. This is just such a solid read. Now you can contest Rezi. Tough 1v1 for him, but stays alive. Gets the reload. Oh, nearly the gunfight. But trades end up favoring that of Frogs. But the problem is in the process, they have lost their bomb carrier. Kids will get one at range, but it's a 2v1, and everyone in the planet knows where Roma's coming from.
Yeah, no dead silence either. I think the only good part of this position is that the bomb's down, but Roma's position going to be given away, and Eric just runs at him, tracks him down. Huge round here for Frogs, man, to pull ahead here by 1.
And again, that is, I cannot stress enough, how smart and how heads up that is. It's often one of those things, when you compare Search and Destroy and Call of Duty to other, bomb-based game modes and other titles, you see multiple rounds in a row, so you can build those trends maybe a little bit easier because you're not swapping sides every single time. But to be able to carry that knowledge and put together a response and a great counter, that's super mature, man. I'm impressed. So 4-3, Frogs have now put together a good response for Noctum's defense. Can Noctum maybe do the same here? Because this is a very similar look for Frogs, trying to run right down B alley.
Bomb's going to go down here. They want to try to drop this. And plays right in the back. Lightning will be able to at least escape with his life, so he can still pinch this play up. Just needs to wait for the regen. Trades go back and forth. 3v2 here for Noctum, and, well, all comes down to 1. Frex would have to pull off a 1v3.
That's going to be tough scenes for Frogs because they had, I think, an advantage around the back. The problem was Noctum was set up and ready for it by playing super passive deep. So as soon as that flank is made aware, Noctum is quick to collapse, and you essentially trap Frogs in mid-map. Frex gets the first, wants to pop the dead. He's only got 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean he's only got 6 seconds because he's got to get to the bomb. And as he makes his entry, doesn't even win the gunfight behind Couch. I mean, he took his whole left foot off and still didn't win the gunfight.
Yeah, he got imploded by that Vaznev, I believe it was. This hands right here. Look at this. Woo. Wow.
2 bullets? Are you kidding?
Hit fire to the head. It's a little TP.
Oh, my God. I almost threw up in my mouth a little bit right there.
Hopium there is it wouldn't have mattered, right? It's all right.
No, I don't, yeah.
That's about all you can say to that one, I feel like.
All right, Noctum have to make a change here defensively. I think you have to give up that top position over towards tower. What? No. Romo will play a little bit lower this time down. He's not going to play all the way up top. You have a little bit of an aggressive angle taken by Rezi, so he gets an early look to see if there is a gut check call, but uh-oh, don't love that. Full team shot action coming through. And another Peripheral Live update. Winner of this match will actually go on to play Detroit Deviants. Ooh, that'll be a spicy one.
Should be a spicy one, man. Of course, that's Parasite and Co.
Yep.
That's looking pretty good after their last match. Sure, will be tested a lot more. Whoever makes it through this one. Noctum Esports are 2 rounds away from doing exactly that. The bomb, though, will come through here for Frogs. See, you have a 3v3. They could set up how they want to, and they're going to give up the site. The timing here is great. Airy finds kids.
I was just about to say Aroma and Rezi are stacked. They're ready to pinch this. But the timing doesn't work out. Good information for Aroma. Damage in, wants the gunfight. Takes down Airy for the eventual trade. Now 2v2. Rezi up top. Sees the elbow of lightning. But gives it up in order to go low. Oh, he's going to wait for the check. There it is. Well read by Rezi. Hops on for the defuse. Now it's down to Jeb. You've got to go, brother. You got to get there quick. And just gets stuck off the Dolphin dive. Not going to get there in time. Plus the kill comes through. And now Noctum on map and series point.
I feel like Frog's got to be a little bit frustrated in that round. The team kill, right, I think is really what sets it off. That first kill looked like it was going to be pretty clean on the Squiddles, just kind of pushing up through the stairwell. But unfortunate team kill comes through, and then the moment, even when they catch kids, was still looking solid. But that read onto Lightning, my goodness, that's really kind of the sealer for me. You win that gunfight, no one's got the checks up top. Jeb's just forced to make a move.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's tough because you have to feel like in that opening 1v1 gunfight where the team kill came through that there was a lot of damage exchanged, so like stuff like that happens. But ultimately, timing doesn't quite go their way in a couple of key moments. So now 5-4. Have to get 2 in a row if you're Frogs. And this time the defense shows a bit of pressure, but it's only Lightning who gets through. No dead silence, though, and it's been red again. This time a little bit more forward in towards Bar. Squiddles, though, traded. 3v3. It's your bomb carrier down. Still possible here for Frogs defense.
Sure is. Rezi going to use the Deddy. See what he decides to do with it. Maybe just wants to collect the bomb. Just start to clear space down low. And it will be his for the taking. So Rezi grabs the bomb. A has been cleared. Chance to plant this for the clutch spot. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, heads-up play here from Rezi. I mean, you've got Aroma who's going to make sure nobody else flanks through. You've got Kids who is kind of your first overwatching alarm system. And if Aroma starts to hear action, yeah, he can make this play happen. Just get up around so now you control both sides of the high ground. Oh, this is just, how do you beat this?
Yeah.
Yep, Rex tried for the defuse. No way, no how. It's all down to Jeb, who has to clear both high grounds. Well, he gets the first one for free. But time is a problem. And information is minimal. I was about to say he gets the second as well, but there should be a trade, and there is. So, man, they put up a heck of a fight, did this Frog squad, but in the end, just this Noctum team a touch better.
Yeah, touch better. I mean, it's tough to beat these guys down. You're not really going to outslay these guys too often in the respawns, and they have a lot of playmakers when you look at this roster across the line when it comes down to Search and Destroy. It took them a little bit to kind of get going. It was a good start there for Frogs. I think they had a 3-1 lead at one point in time, but just couldn't hold on to it. A couple really tight kind of 1v1s and 1v2s as well, right? That could have went either way and maybe played a difference, but not how it played out. 6-4. Now Noctum go on to play Parasite and go there.
Sweet. So, in the end, Frogs dropped to the lower bracket. And for Noctum, I don't know. I was about to say, like, do you start to stress a little bit? Because the Search and Destroy was, it started to get, like, a little predictable, brother. Like, that's my biggest worry, especially considering that, like, if I'm not mistaken, Noctum played LSELO Search like in almost every single series in the group stage, so there's a lot of film out there, plus like it doesn't look like much has changed, but I don't know. We can consider it as we watch Omit now on the other stage. They find themselves locked in against Lean Pick. That's supposed to be. But such is the way Challengers names go, brother.
Yeah, it's always a little interesting with the team names that we get, but I'm really excited about this Omit roster. I mean, they pretty much have this one in firm control at the moment here, up by about 122 points, but I'm really excited to see how this team kind of faces off against some of our other top squads here throughout this entire bracket. Sandy coming in with Wardy, these two kind of side by side, beating the sub pressure should be interesting, but
yeah,
one being fought for, Lean Pick doing a good job at least trying to contest some of this time.
And this, like, I you know, we were talking about this a bit to be the top of the day. It didn't really hit me until we got into map and I really see these guys in the action. This team can freaking fly, brother.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, Standy Wardy, sure, you expect them to be running, but like Cryptic and Flames are some of the faster ARs. Like, I wouldn't consider either to be like a hard set like lockdown AR, like Cryptic last year was, I would say, one of the more flexible players that he's playing like on the Stallions roster, I want to say. And Flames was like a Maddox player in BO4, and he played that game for 18 years. So, you know he's going to be ready to move quickly, too.
It's a scary team, especially when you get to some of the bigger maps. Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter because you got to deal with Standy, I guess, and working on smaller maps too. But and so it goes both ways. But still, yeah, I'm very big on this team. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. I think they might just be good here for a map number 1. You would imagine just one more break, but see if they can try to do it right off this push. Wardy's good for the first. Now a chance to see if they can try to surge through.
Yeah, just the stat lines, 24-18, 21-14 for Flames and Cryptic, respectively. I think kind of also goes to show, like, these ARs are not afraid to get into the mix. Turn, though, does at least neutralize one elimination. 30 seconds to fight for. Help is on the way, but the kills just keep coming up Omit's way. And that should likely about do it. Yep, I think Challenger 5 has put his controller down. He's number 3 in red, just hanging out. And no one's going to get there in time. So Omit clean in map number 1, and yeah, this team is going to be, I think, hard to deal with if you don't get into position before they do, because not only are they nasty when they get set up, but they fly.
Without a doubt. And I mean, just like going deeper with this roster, right? Like, it's kind of really important that these guys have a strong open, right? Like,
agreed.
I think you take a look at, Wardy. Standy's obviously coming in from the Ultra roster, so, he's just kind of just finding his footing again, so I'm trying to work himself back up to the top. But I think you look at someone like Wardy, who hasn't really been at the top at all compared to last year when we were seeing him, top 2s, top 3s on LAN events with that Team War roster, I believe it was last year. So we haven't really seen, that same performance kind of come to life from him, from his team. I'd say from him, I think he's been pretty solid throughout Modern Warfare 2. But with this roster, I think maybe they could finally look to punch through, break in, and maybe have a good run here on Sunday if they can continue to play like they're playing right now.
Flames got 28, 24 of those is non-traded. Mercy. Okay. Heck of a map 1. So with that, again, we are kind of in the midst of one stage being in the middle of their series, whereas the other is about ready to get set up. We are getting close to crunch time. Winners round 3 is going to be saucy. And then we'll have a lower round 2 set of matches where, again, we have to say farewell to some squads. We're going to learn something about some players we don't often see. It's going to be fun. So with that, we're going to send things to just a brief break. We'll get Proper and Infinity back on the cast, and we'll continue on through day number 1 of the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open, presented by Peripheral, continues right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open, presented by Perifio. We're about to get into the next map in the series between Omit NA and Lean Pick, which I have no idea what that means. I'm Infinity, joined here by Proper on the casting desk, mate. It's always good to see your face, always good to see you smiling. Not sure if Lean Pick are going to be smiling as they get into the second map here versus Omit NA.
Yeah, look, you know, it's just one of those matchups here earlier on. As far as winners round 2 is concerned, you know that you're basically out in the woods when it comes down to having anything, I want to say, like higher than like 32 seed, because you're going to have to go up against some of the top 10 seeds. And this Omit roster is nothing to scoff at, Brody. They have some very notable names that are representing that organization.
Yeah, I think Austin touched upon it there just before we went to break, right? It's such a wonderful team. Of course, this is one of those brand new teams coming off the back of Season 2, and there are just so many routes that we could take here when we talk about kind of this team. The big talking point, emboldened, is Standy, right? Making his first appearance in Challengers since March 2021, of course. A former Challengers champion during the Modern Warfare season as well. Standy is an absolute monster in the Passion Pit. And honestly, like a little bit selfishly so, I'm sure Standy doesn't feel this way. But I'm glad he's back in Challengers, man, because it means we get to cast over his gameplay. I can't wait to see what he brings to this roster. So far, looks like his contributions have been pretty well-founded, because Omit winning map number 1 convincing.
I'm just, you know, just to kind of echo off of what you were just talking about, I'm just happy to see that Eli is competing in general. You know, when you get into a situation like some of these pros that then have to be benched out for a CDL team, a lot of them just kind of just hang on. They don't really like compete. You know, it's really nice to see that Eli is still booming when it comes down to his overall gameplay and being represented and going hand in hand with players like Wardy, Flames, Cryptic. I mean, you could not have asked for a better supporting AR and roster as a whole when it comes down to this Omit team. So setting ourselves up for what could potentially be a 2-night stay here in Greenberg Hotel. Going to be going off with Search and Destroy first. Flames will find first blood. Wonderful stuff when you're thinking about this overall BXQ that is coming through for Omit.
You know, it's kind of funny. I've been thinking about this recently because we always kind of reference the stay. You know, like how many nights you're staying in the Greenberg Hotel. Like, I wonder how much it costs. How much is it?
A lot. It's a lot of money.
It costs some lives, maybe, potentially. Certainly there for Challenge 05. I believe that's going to be Proxy, who will foul to Morty. Now a 2 versus 4 here for Ray and Panic. I'm going to go ahead and call him Panic. I don't know if it's actually Pansic. I don't know. Panic sounds better. See what he can do here.
We know that most Call of Duty players, whenever they use an X,
it's a vowel.
It's never actually pronounced as an X. So I think that Panic is probably fine. Ray, Panic, 2v3, post-plant. Does find the first is Ray, and towards the back. That's taken down Standy, but you have no idea what you're getting into inside a kitchen, so you're just going to be pre-firing just about everything. You don't expect Wardy to hit the flank on the back half wall. He will clean up the round wonderfully so. Didn't even need to invest his dead silence to do it.
Yeah, right through it there, you can see Omit with the aggression flying towards Restaurant and Servant. Lean Pick up on a platter. What are you going to finish things off there to Omit? See how they get on for the rest of this Search and Destroy. And we talk about Search and Destroy, I think, just generally speaking here, Andy, right? I mean, these are players, I think, on Omit especially, like Wardy last season towards Vanguard. Like, it's weird now because I think his season so far has been relatively muted, but, like, Wardy is a very good Search and Destroy. Last season, he was a staple for a number of teams.
And we talked about this when it comes down to the elite stage. I felt like Wardy was kind of hindering himself, not playing an SMG. He has been one of the most noted SMGs to come out from Europe. Wanted to play more AR, but hey, you're playing along with Cryptic as well as Flames, 2 good ARs that could overwatch your play, and it's working out quite wonderfully. Cryptic again will find first, plus another as well. That'll work out quite nicely on a 3 spree. Leaves turn, along with his teammate here for Lean Pick in a 2v3. Guess your one saving grace, at least Turn does have the bomb, and he takes down Sandy on the flank, so becoming more and more doable as this round progresses.
Yeah, there's not actually a lot of control over A whatsoever here, to be honest, for Omit. They're going to get more control now as Lean Pick taking a little bit of time with it. I think just giving Omit a little bit too much credit here for the situation. Off the back of it, losing map control. Shots flying out from both Cryptic and Wardy here in this situation, and things go from bad to worse as Proxy will fall. Now it's Turn left up in a 1 versus 2 situation, and of course, him taking shots into both of these players, they already know where he is.
That's that silence. It's a weapon. Player up top on the fountain is going to be Cryptic, and he will take him down. So what is that now? 4 in a row for Mr. Cryptic himself. See him right there. Second in from the right side. That guy is locked. Really kind of, I guess, resurfaced a name for himself when it came down through this overall season, playing with that Aphelion Esports roster back in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. Was just dropping bombshell after bombshell of performance. Looking to follow suit here in his winners round 2 matchup, a single kill away getting himself a glide bomb. This is obviously completely on the fence whether or not he's running score streaks. Doesn't look like he is. Just one kill Cryptic needs to get himself that cruise.
We always have to check nowadays, don't we, bud?
Always gotta ask.
After Super's antics, I think Super's the one that's just like made us double think every time. Like, yeah, hang on, we'll check for a second before we get ahead of ourselves on whether or not they're one kill away from the cruise missile. But Cryptic is, and he get it done. One player to take down will be Panic in the back line here. Panic takes some shots in towards Wardy. Not enough for the frag just yet. Maybe the follow-up will be a no. Even that, just again, it's not good enough for the frag. Lot of space now for Omit. From behind comes Proxy for the kill on towards Standy. So now numbers in favor of Lean Pick, and oh no, things not going so well here on the follow-up. As Cryptic at least goes down, now a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 2 for turn, just cannot get it done. Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort, I think, to begin with there on the retake from Lean Pick, but anything further than that just wasn't on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't find those picks as quickly as they start surging for Omit in and around this kitchen area, it becomes a little bit more of a nuisance than it is anything that you, again, have to jump on and guess where they're going to be located at. They have head glitches galore as far as that double counter setup is concerned, and well, the gunfights just did not come their way. Really did think that Panic was at least going to find that entry, but without finding that at least once, Omit dissect the information. One saving grace if you are Lean Pick. You did take down Cryptic as far as that spree is concerned, but still have yet to find a round for their offensive attempt. Going to be setting up mid-map, maybe trying to find a player overextending, but Omit are just okay, hunky-dory if you will, setting in and around couches plus the atrium.
All right, well, Omit taking this in the right path at the moment. Just not giving anything away for free towards Lean Pick. And, well, their first effort for Lean Pick, sending Panic out towards the bomb site. He will go down. Now Bomb well in the open arms and the open reach here of Omit to try and take the round away. But at the moment, again, it's just waiting for Lean Pick to push forward towards A to retrieve that bomb. There we go. Turn's going to be one to get it done. Flames just with this head. He will actually go down here, so a chance for Lean Pick.
Oh, big two-piece actually comes through. So bomb should be more or less guaranteed to go down here. Still more Semtex is being committed over by the check-in station, and well, Sandy's going to get cut down upon his cross. A whole ace up on the board here. You thought for a second, but Wardy does not invest that silence. He will find the first. Needs to get a 1v3 to clutch the round.
And players split up here as well, so he does get one. Unlikely to see a trade. Also, though, careful of the fact that Ray's probably going to run active flank sooner rather than later. As soon as he sees the help desk, Wardy should be down and out, and there it is. A good start in that round from Omit. They draw the first blood on the cross. They think they might have full map control, but in choosing not to push forward, I think it was Proxy that picked up two and flipped around on his head.
It's just tough, right? Because, I mean, when you find that first blood, you don't immediately see the information. It's like mere pixels that the bomb would then fall behind the actual site itself. So you're more or less just hoping that there was going to be at least a teammate to maybe try to get inside a bedroom, if not over towards the top catwalk. It's just unfortunate that the way that you rolled out, if you are Omit for defense, you would just never guess that there might be a player to chow you towards top luggage, inside a bedroom, so on and so forth. So they didn't want to take the risk. They allowed Lean Pick to at least get on the board here. So offensive attempt coming through for Omit once again. Swarming all the way past the A-bomb is Standy. He is already inside of luggage, but the player on the opposite side trying to make a play happen. He's turned, and he is past Chandelier.
He's turned up for a flank. I will get it done, to be fair. It depends on how long Omit wait, because they might think that somebody's on the flank. I don't think they're going to, though. Turn. About to activate. What can he get here? There's the first. Now bomb down, and this will send both Flames and Standy for a while. They've got him react in kind, and Flames will do that, to be fair. Good kill now. Makes us one-dimensional for a Lean Pick, and also elsewhere, Standy has traded things out. So 2 versus 2 we go now, and yet still Omit not happy with the positioning just yet, and that is the right choice to make. Flames switches to the vast net for the kill on towards Panic, is going to get it, and now an advantageous spot here for Omit as Ray, I mean, his dead silence is about to be on the cards, but still, this bomb is well away from him.
Yeah, so much to clear, but the moment that he sees a scarce bar over here by the A-bomb, should more or less understand, okay, they are going to rotate over towards B. Well, hold no for now. That is the mutual information that gets traded off as that bomb being planted. And the post-plant for Standy and Flames, they're playing back-to-back around the pantry area. You just got to play the timings, check the bomb, throw a couple shoulders. Ray's dead silence going to run out before he even gets inside the kitchen.
Yeah, at least he makes the transfer without making too much noise, but he's just going to fly his way in. He just through the doors. No hasty reaction from Omit. Now, though, they're getting themselves on towards a site. Nade out right in the front face of Ray. Down to 45 HP he goes. Not really ready for an engagement, but knows that time isn't really on his side. Bomb now. not going to get defused regardless of what happens. So Ray goes down, and Omit, they stabilized after losing that round.
It's pretty stationary stuff. I mean, what is a traditional A-bomb rollout, right? You just send players like Standy to get aggressive towards the top luggage stairs. He's able to at least finally resurface and find himself a trade, but it's all about the AR gunfights that come through over by D2, the display case, and then looking over by couches and the atrium, so on and so forth. Once you dissect where these nades and other throwables are being tossed away from, you shut down the one player on the flank, which was turned, you know that it's all going to be a focus over towards the front. Just lucky to find that transitional gunfight as Panic thought that he was going to get flanked himself. So got to have this offensive round if you are lean pick again, shifting the focus over towards A, but one player that's going to turn up in a big way. You can see Challenger 05. He is playing inside of the double archway. He will find first blood, but does not get Standy out from the position. He is in check.
Yeah, that's the problem. Standy at the moment is just someone you need to deal with, really, if you're a lean pick, because you still feel kind of uncomfortable. That stun will connect. Roxy not going to get the kill just yet. Finally will do. The head comes clean off Standy. And now they should be able to get the bomb down. Again, though, it's kind of the wariness that somebody from Omit, as soon as they go for the bomb plant, is going to jump out and take you down. They would be pretty correct, actually, in that assumption, to be fair, because Cryptic is still sitting up top in bedroom, ready for someone to make the move. There we go. Turn, flies out, will die. Now player on the bomb will be Panic. Flame's still pretty far removed from this situation, so Cryptic has a lot of responsibility on his hands.
You have Flames that just picks up the mid lane, so now you have two people that's watching this cross, and even in bottom bed as well. Cryptic, yeah, should have seen that Panic ended up sneaking past. So Cryptic's going to try to at least confirm that the A-bomb is at least clear. The battle up top for Flames is a tough one. Panic with the Vaznev will take him down. He might commit back over towards A, but is he going to expect Cryptic to be inside? Even those gunshots are going to be good. They keep him off the bomb plan for now.
Yeah, but now we can just go on the other side. Oh, no! Oh, gets his head clean off. Panic down for the count, and Challenge 05, a.k.a. Proxy's not going to be able to get the bomb down now. And frankly, that's one of those rounds where you're going to be kicking yourselves if you're a lean pick, right? Because you had full control. You're in, what, a 4 versus 2 situation, but it was just the cautiousness that you didn't want to get jumped by Cryptic, I think just taking that a little bit too far.
And that's just the thing, again, if you are looking at these high-tense situations for these last two players that are alive for this lean pick roster, is that you should have been able to understand that those bottom doors for luggage, those are open. And unless you are overwatching that bomb planter to come all the way through, you're essentially watching what could potentially be a timing from the opposite side. But the challenge, you're safe from top and bottom bed. It's that challenge that comes through from bottom luggage that allowed them to come through, and for Cryptic to find the last two. Wonderfully done for them as Omit find themselves up on map and series point.
All right. Omit trying to close this one out. But he might be the player to get it done here. He's far pushed forward. No dead silence to speak of just yet. Might not even need it. Oh, turn crosses his path, but will actually escape the clutches of Wardy here. So now going to reposition, and it just doesn't matter. Does not need dead silence with all the utility going on around him. The war zone, and Wardy is just running straight through, looking for a second. Is going to be denied, but now the bomb is down.
He's able to find the trade. So you know that at least your top and bottom bedroom is secure. But you're like you were talking about, the trump card is the bomb is down. Sandy's playing in the 1-from-1 position. Has that silence if he wants it, but you got to get past Flames. He's on the gut heading.
What's he going to try to move forward here? Shots going out towards Flame. This position, and let me tell you, I've been in many rank play games. That is so frustrating to deal with when somebody is on it and somebody of Flames' stature. Well, yeah, you're not getting that player off it. It's Omit. 6-1 victory. They do end up losing that one round that Lean Pick managed to take, but no more than that. And again, like, it's not a surprise. Like, this is, what is it, the 10 seed versus the 55th seed. Like, if Omit were to lose this series, it would have quite easily been the biggest shock that we would have had so far in the bracket. But
oh, yeah.
Again,
oh, man.
it's expected.
I would totally expect it. I would have lost my marbles if I was Omit and I lost this Lean Pick roster. I mean, they're not bad, obviously, by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you and I actually have some time that we've got to spend with Ray specifically. He actually plays on a college team, actually, with Cruz, everybody's favorite Kiwi here in North America. So, you know, it's just one of those things, again, that you know the matchup was going to be tough. You know, Proxy was able to at least showcase a really good search and destroy turnout. Again, he is Challenge 05, 8-6 overall, was fishing out a lot of these first bloods itself, but hey, man, that's what you get on the opposite side of Omit. Everybody sharing or I guess getting a good grip as far as the line share is concerned, as far as work that needs to be done. Sandy, say what you will, a little bit late to start, but he is that entry SMG being followed up by Wardy continuously. I'm interested to see how far this team can honestly go, because by names and stature, they are something that can create nightmares for this open bracket here in Texas. But Is the cohesion going to be there as the weekend continues is the biggest question for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions around this Omit roster. Again, there are so many storylines that we could go with when it comes to this Omit team. Standy obviously coming down from the CDL. What is he going to be like in his first return of challenges again since 2021? Woody, he's been kind of muted this season so far, despite all the hype around him from the Vanguard season, being EU's arguably #1 player, depending on kind of where you put him and Beans. And then obviously Cryptic with what he's been able to achieve on Aphelion this season, despite Aphelion not having such a good go of things in Season 2. And then Flames, of course. I mean, Flames might seem like a name you might not be used to seeing, but he's just got top 6 at both lands this season, right? With Phase 1 Esports. So there's just a lot of different ways you can look at this Omit team, and I think just kind of what these guys have achieved so far here in the Modern Warfare 2 season. It's a really high potential roster. It's realizing that potential against some of the higher level teams. But that's where our questions are going to arise. Because again, Austin brought it up earlier on. You have a sub-duo of Audi and Standy. Like Standy, probably one of the best subs to come out of the Modern Warfare 19 season. And Wardy, one of the best subs to come out of the Vanguard season. I mean, like, that is a recipe for success if you've ever seen one. This roster, to me, if any roster was going to work that Wardy's been on this season thus far, and let me tell you, there's been a lot of them, it's probably going to be this one.
And that's just a really tough gauge, isn't it? Because, I mean, he's been on some really good rosters. It's like just really weird when you think about, like, that old Convoy Gaming roster. They didn't win a single series until their final group stage back in Season 1 of the North America Elite. But, yeah, I think that you're looking for the continuation that is going to be Wardy, especially transitioning away from being that more or less second AR all the time, third SMG, to now being a Vaznev full-time again. I think that you're going to be able to see Wardy of what we got to see and expect out of him, especially from the Cold War and the Vanguard year, right, Brody, is where he's always just being that initiator, always being that follow-up towards this SMG that he's playing with as well. So, yeah, love the way that this team looks. Just interested to see how they continue on through this bracket as it progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, that was the 10th seed versus the 55th seed, so we expected Omit NA to win that one. Let's move on to another matchup, though, or another teams to watch, actually, graphically. We have all the teams that we were looking at coming in this. Effectively, this is the top 16 seed. Again, we talked about our Omit currently in the number 10 seed, Cryptic, Stanley, Flames, and 40. They are going to be moving on in the bracket through to, I think that was winners round 3. Now, though, I mean, taking a look kind of around the grounds here, I don't think we've had any major upsets so far with all of these 16 teams, Andy, because we don't expect it. Again, if you're a top 16 seed, you should be getting through at this point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If you are seated inside a top 16, aka if you are on this list, then we totally expect to see you make it to tomorrow, much less how Sunday's going to be shaken up as well. Probably about half of these teams still have room to be able to get upsets across the board, if not within this as well. I mean, even from just a namesake alone, some teams that can really kind of put in a lot of damage. I'm looking at that Smog team, that number 14 seed, right? Glow Frosty was a part of that roster, especially through Boston, that was starting to reap a whole lot of notable teams, and they looked very good through the tail end of Season 2 of the Elite. Funny enough, actually did eliminate the Electrify Steel Rocker Academy roster back in the Season 2 of the Elite. So very excited to see how the rest of all of these teams do get along. Not to mention how we do have some EUs across the board. Team Notorious looking for a better turnout. What happened back in Boston, same could be said about that Aphelion roster as well, looking to get themselves yet another top 2 finish.
Yeah, EU's presence here this time around, I mean, it's always the interesting conversation point, isn't it? Especially for me, kind of as a European, right? I'm always kind of, but, bias caster aside, always rooting for the European teams to at least have some performances. Again, it costs a lot of money to get European teams across to the States for these tournaments. So always rooting to have some modicum of success. And this time around, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because the top 2 teams in the grand final, again, I tweeted this before we got into the event, like, this is the first time ever that we've had top 2 teams from an Elite grand final not actually appearing in the following LAN with Wobble, I think it was Linz that is 6th for the event, so I really hope that Linz gets better. And then, of course, Larnawe, Del Mysterio, only 2 of those players actually appearing on Detroit Deviants as well. So EU's in a bit of a weird spot. A lot of firepower behind Aphelion and Team Notorious. We'll see how they get on further in towards the bracket. But here's another matchup that's going on right now. FW Element versus Big Beans. And I think for some of you guys, again, if you paid any attention to challenges over the last few years, you might be familiar with some of this FW Element roster. Katani and Juju, these guys have been a duo for a pretty long time now. I think since like early 2022.
A pretty long time now. Yeah, absolutely. You're always going to expect to see Juju and Katani get in a couple of matches and show some face across some of these opens. Proto is also a team, or a player, excuse me, that you definitely write some stock about. Got to finish your food, though. Proto's going to be able to at least clean up 2 more inside of Kitchen, the active hill here as far as Greenberg Hotel is concerned. On the opposite side, I mean, probably wouldn't expect more or less for you, Brody, to maybe recognize a couple of these names, but Eons is definitely one of those players that we have recognized in and out from the collegiate scene as well. Currently 7-5, 7-6 for Tovin as well. 13-4 on the opposite side for Mirage is obviously the dagger when you're thinking about this Big Beans roster to fully get themselves back inside of the kitchen hardpoint. They might give themselves one good shake at it. It's going to be Eons. He's just going to run into the waiting hands of Mirage, who's on a 4 spree.
Yeah, Mirage is having a hell of a game at the moment. And again, like, it's kind of nice to learn a lot more about FW Element because we talk about kind of their placements around Challengers Cup so far this season. They've been gravitating around the top 16, maybe outside of that in some of the cups as well, sometimes surpassing that. So we don't really get a chance to see this roster all that much. Of course, they recently did bring Proto onto the team. So we'll see how they get on here for this event. Currently about 40 points or so up on towards Big Beans, but it is Big Beans at the moment in control of Bar Hardpoint. Beans now, not of course the same Beans on Boston Breach, Beans with Z. Gonna get some kills inside, attempts to get the trophy system down, but it will actually be, ironically enough, for Semtex that stops that from happening. Juju now starting to aggress on towards the point as well. This heady position is so frustrating to deal with because, of course, you can actually capture time from it too. And now really starting to beam here as Mirage and Juju combine for 7. Mirage with the triple in the feed. FW Element, they have read these spawns perfectly. You know where Big Beans are coming from.
Brody, there's not even a single player that's at 10 kills, much less 20 in 5 for Mirage on a 5 spree. Like, what? Nobody's at 10. This guy is just feasting right now up on the main stage. And, hey, honestly speaking, that could be the one catalyst for FW Element to really make some damage as far as these bracket is concerned. But job's not done yet here, even here in map number 1. You can see here Tovin, 11-9, piecing together a nice little streak. Going in towards this restaurant hardpoint. This is what you need. You need lurking SMGs just to be in and or out from wine inside of rugs. Maybe find themselves a good entry. And it's worked out wonderfully for Big Beans to at least get themselves the first 20 seconds.
Currently 60 points in the advantage here, or FW Element. Big 40 for Big Beans to take on. Right now, though, here's a look over towards what's going on around the bracket with our Peripheral Live update. LAG and Boston Academy, again, 2 teams that we expect to move forward. Well, they have done exactly that with victories in Winners Round 2. So they'll be moving forward into Winners Round 3, of course, as we get further in the bracket. Their matches will get tougher. I believe that's the top 32, I think, now is where we're at with Winners Round 3. So, none of those teams move forward. Right now, though, as before we talked about that Peripheral Live update, Big Beans, we said they needed the back 40 seconds. They've actually managed to do that, and now they've finally broken double digits in terms of the kills.
Over triple digits as far as hardpoint score is concerned. Not a bad restaurant hardpoint, I'd say so. But now you gotta try to steer down the barrel. That is gonna be the break attempt here as far as P6 is concerned. Gonna get past the raid boss. That's Mirage. It's a big trade as Proto takes down Tovin in return. Even off of these lack of dead silence play, Proto still goes unnoticed. Lays in some damage, but at least Juju alive in this 1v situation. Gets caught with the knife out. We've been there too many times, haven't we, Brody? But it's a break nonetheless for Big Beans.
Yeah, and this was actually tough now for FW Element as well because they'll be spawning out towards that back kitchen area. Annoying when you got ARs just staring it down like this. Big Beans, though, aren't going to be able to move forward on towards the hard point. Got to be careful, though, because Juju's starting to re-aggress in from behind. Looking for the kill against Eon's not going to find it. I'm going to be much more reliant on players like Proto and Katani that looking to traverse their way through that upper stairs area. Katani might be able to do it. It's heady, really annoying to deal with, especially with the coverage of the chairs in front of you as well. But Katani down to 2 HP, still proud as ever to move forward there on towards that gunfight 3 on. So they will break the 150-point barrier, but by no means are Big Beans out of the conversation as we move into the second step. They're only about 40 points or so behind.
Again, it really feels like it's just Mirage. He's slaying out, but this is where we see teams really start making the others look silly, even if you drop impressive numbers. That Big Beans, as far as their cohesion is concerned, off of that previous break attempt, looked pretty darn stellar. It's just the returning gunfights that they have been struggling with. In towards the second set, though, that's a big 2 for Eons that happens off screen. Katani will shut him down and will actually find himself a nice little 2 spree on the Tovin as well. So, double-ditch effect. When you're thinking of this from FW Element's perspective, they didn't want to really contest all P1. They wanted to get themselves some good kills before they start stretching across the map for that P2 that could become a money hill.
Yeah, Big Beans, 15 seconds left now. They want to try and get over towards that point. They've got one player in the backline, Stu. Gonna cause some damage. Big 1v1 for him against Juju. Well, actually, you win it now. And this causes Mirage, of course, who has been the MVP so far for FW Element, Be a little bit more cautious about how he's playing this one. Fortunately, the spawns are with him for the moment. Juju will spawn alongside him. Mirage wins the 1v1. And all is calm in the world here for FW Element as they get the first touch on Lobby. Again, a massive hard point in this game because Big Beans, they're already down by 40. They do not want to lose this hill.
They're going to get that proximal spawn for Tobin bottom bedroom. So this is now 4 players that are going to work their way through P4. Player number 1 is Kitani. He is holding this cross. He's got a Vaznev as well. He really started to commit these players through the check-in area, but even as the stun connects, Kitani stays alive. Juju will clean up Beans, and that is going to be the last player to maybe try to make an argument for that last 30 seconds. There's still good time to fight over here inside of P2. They are more than a well of it. Big Beans, though, might have to chalk it and rotate across the map.
Yeah, this just ups the urgency, doesn't it? Because with 20 seconds left here, I mean, what, FW Element are fast approaching that 250-point mark. That's a big chunk of time to give away, but you almost have to get the full 60 on the next, or at least gamble for the full 60 on the next. That's what they're going for. Already, you can see FW Element flying across the map. Proda, 21 and 19 on 3 in a row. Will get cut down by Stu watching the cut, but the trade should be good for Juju around the back line. That's where FW Element, much of their aggression is going to be coming from. They're going to be able to take down 1 inside the cut. So FW Element now relying on players around the side door. Goes in a little bit early. Does get cut down for it. And now Mirage and Juju around the backline here. The players closest to do anything. The Big Beans hold. Tobin just flying around these kitchen counters. It's very hard to take players down. That's why this is a money kill, generally speaking, in this game. And FW Element will get this one more hit before focusing on the rotation. Because, again, they only need 25 to win this game.
But yeah, and they have the better side of the map ahead of this rotation for... I mean, at least for FW Element, but gotta still win the gunfights if you are Big Beans inside of the hard point. They simply cannot as Juju goes prone. Will find his 3rd for this life. Even these back 10 seconds, this is a heat and a half. If you are Big Beans, Eons has to chow because he's on the other side of the map, so won't be able to close out that one. What was now going to be 10 seconds, all that required for FW Element to try to close out this map. Number 1, Big Beans looking to hold on strong. Their setup is rather spacious, but it's working out in the end. But are they going to expect Proto to spawn back spot?
Yes, they are. Yeah, that's the read, right? You know that those spawns are kind of janky here. On this hard point in particular, it's just kind of read when the flip actually happens. But last time around, it was Juju on this exact heady that was so problematic. Mirage as well, he got that triple to break. Just 7 seconds required now for FW Element. A double in from Tobin will keep them in the conversation. Mirage now the last one left alive, and he cannot produce a triple this time around. Big Beans still holding on by their fingertips, but here is that spawn flip that we were talking about. And Proda and Juju, the team shots are good here to close this one out. One player close by, around in the back line as well. None of them going to get a touch in the end, and FW Element, they will close that out. A map that they really arguably should have won, just given kind of that early lead that they managed to get.
Yeah, probably a lot closer of a scoreline than I'm sure FW Element wanted, especially when they had just had this guy, Mirage, just going completely AWOL through the first set of hard points. I mean, he finishes 31 and 18, sure, but still, I mean, you felt like that 250 to 199 is an egregious scoreline to let through for this Big Beans roster, but hey, man, nonetheless, they were able to at least turn up in a way that brought them back to this respectable scoreline. Obviously, team cohesion is certainly a thing, but at the end of the day, team cohesion is only going to get you so much when you have to play damn near perfect hardpoint there on P4. You feel like you need to constantly keep yourself in couches in the atrium ahead of the rotation that was going to lead over towards the restaurant once again, which was a good hill in the first set for Big Beans. It just was not enough as Juju even finishes 22 and 17. 2,800 damage, was being followed up so wonderfully by Mirage again, who drops a bombshell performance, but he leads the lobby as far as damage is concerned, not to mention his non-traded kills to his normal KD as it goes as well. Also been a hardpoint time. Not a whole lot less to speak of when it comes down to this FW Element squad. They were absolutely frying.
You know what's funny in a way is actually, you know, I could pinpoint the moment that FW Element really won that hardpoint, and I know probably make a joke at this point, like, Brody, it was the point they got 250 points. But no, actually, it was the rotation from P1 to P2. You know, they were already up by about 30 to 40 points or so, and then they managed, of course, to get the vast majority of time off the lobby hardpoint as well. And you know what's funny is that Mirage, we already pointed out, I think it was like 20 and 5, right, at one point, and that was through the first set. You look at his finishing KD at 31 and 18, like, during that second set, during those final few hardpoints, he was actually not doing the same things. Like, he was actually being at least slowed down by Big Beans there, but just not enough there as the rest of the roster able to pick things up. And there it is, of course, in our map set. If you're a fan of Hotel, we were talking about how much it costs to stay here. Hopefully not a lot, because you might be out of pocket by the end of the series.
Yeah, you might just be, right? I can tell you that it is expensive. Not that I've stayed there, but I definitely looked it up because I was curious. But Hey, man, triple stay here at Hotel as far as this matchup is concerned between FW Element and Big Beans. And you really do feel like, you could even see on the opposite side, the veto process is concerned. Triple Fortress was given away, or taken away, rather, at Embassy Mercado. So you feel like you're probably going to be looking like at Hotel, maybe an LSC to get thrown into the mix as far as the S&D or control is concerned. But Hotel is just, again, it's one of those maps across all 3 game modes that you feel like you should have as far as a map is concerned. Everybody plays Hotel. It was one of the very first maps that we got as far as competitive is concerned that everybody was scrimming in. Knew it was going to be played as well. You just have to feel comfortable with it as well. Your SMGs just need to constantly be on point because it is an AR's playground. But the way these longer lines of sights do enact itself. But the biggest question, again, not really knowing how these 8 players in this lobby do kind of play off of one another. What's the sniper play going to look like, Brody?
Yes.
You and I both know as far as Hotel Search is concerned. Every single round could be thrown up into a consideration when there's a sniper in play.
Yeah, absolutely. That was exactly me and you on the same wavelength again, buddy. Exactly what I was thinking. I wanted to know what the sniper situation looked like for this roster, and even having kind of at least tangential knowledge of like Juju and Katani. Again, we watched a little bit of them on the Louisville Red Wolves roster. I always say that. The Red Wolves roster from last season. Like, I don't know if either of them are going to be running the sniper rifle. I hope it's not Mirage, to be honest. I mean, Mirage might well be disgusted with the sniper rifle, but just let him fly. if I'm on this team, I was like, yeah, get attacking Mirage's hand, let him do his thing. Yeah, going to be interesting to see kind of what the sniper battles look like. The other conversation point, of course, we always have here, especially when you're on the offense, is you can also kind of play this map not just off the back of snipers, but off sub pressure as well, by kind of just sending players flying through and getting yourself in towards bedroom, because that is such a powerful position on Hotel. Like, it's so irritating. Amount of times I'm sitting there in the comms and rank play, I'm like, guys, get in bedroom right now. We need bedroom control. No one ever listens to me, of course, but it's really important. And I think that's going to be another way that we can maybe see teams come out of the advantage. Something we do know, of course, this being a best of 3 at this point in the bracket, is that if Big Beans lose this one, they go down to the lower bracket. And trust me, you don't want to be there because it's a lengthy process. It's a lengthy place to be.
Your day becomes that much more longer, right? I mean, if you get down in the lower bracket, then the consideration that you might not even make it till tomorrow is obviously there. But yeah, I think that Hotel Search and Destroy is going to be very alarming for both of these 2 teams, right? Because if you are FW Element, obviously you can close it out in 2. Big Beans would then force it to that map number 3 of a Hotel control. But enough questions. Let's get on into it. Big Beans in the offensive attempt first. Roto's playing in this very close quarter. I wonder if he even saw Stu's light cross. He might have. And yeah, it might be the case as both Juju and Mirage flank back around to try to defend this B-side.
All right. Well, first couple of kills in favor of FW Element, and overwhelmingly here, Big Beans now finds himself in a 1 versus 4 situation. He's getting tagged up from a variety of different places. Yeah, there's no exit there. There's no place on the map, no nook, no cranny that you can get out of.
I mean, speaking of nooks and crannies, I mean, Proto, again, is just playing in that one position where, like, you see, like, maybe a small pixel of a leg crossing over inside a pantry. And that was enough information for both Juju and Mirage just to fully wrap back over towards the back kitchen half wall, get their nades in there, force Big Beans just to feel trapped, as everybody in FW Element will find themselves a kill in that round. Nothing to speak of for Big Beans. They got themselves on the site itself, but wonderfully executed as far as a retake is concerned for FW Element. Now they got on here in their offense.
Already, trades going down in the middle of the map here. 2 versus 3. Goodness gracious, this is a fast search and destroy around Tobin. Now left up in a 1 versus 2. And we were talking about how important the sniper rifles would be to play here on Hotel Search and Destroy. Well, Tobin hasn't had anything to do in this round so far. Very far removed in his overwatch of the A-bomb site, but that's not where the bomb is going.
Yeah, whether they know it or not, I mean, most of these eliminations all came through the atrium over inside of Rugs, so you're cleared all of the B-bomb site. You force the 1v2 retake. Saving grace for Tobin this time, though, is that they do have a Vaznev 9K. They don't have to commit over towards just the X12 pistol. Dead Silence, if they were feeling it as well, that'll be the case. Pop that Dead Silence, wrap around the back. The post plant is mostly worried about the restaurant hit. Whether an audio cue came through or not, Tobin's in towards the back.
I gotta be careful if I'm Proto and Juju about how much of them they actually give Tobin. Proto's still got to look this one, because he might well have jumped on the bomb, but it is just a shoulder. A very wide one, mind you, but Tobin's not got enough to get the frag, and this round should now be FW Elements, as long as they're not silly about it. Just check it at the right time. There you go. GG's. Tobin's going to jump on the defuse. Juju should check if all is in order, and that will be all she wrote in that round. Again, the numbers advantage. Tobin just had a much too long journey to make, I think, just in that 1 versus 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, the journey is for one thing, but the moment that you start to shoot over by that back door, you better hope that it was for the kill. Obviously, that player that was over there, I believe was Juju, over by the cat room, saw him, was able to stay alive, but once you get that information, 2v1 at a post point, you just got to keep throwing shoulders, stay alive, check the bomb when it's necessary, which is what ended up happening for FW Element to be able to find that round. I mean, that round itself was settled within the first 30 seconds as all the dust settled inside of the atrium. 2-0 lead here for FW Element. Big Beans utilizing a lot of utility through the middle of the map. Does not stop Mirage from finding first blood, though.
What is going on? In the middle of the map right now, so much of it in these first few rounds has happened there. This time it will be Stu who's found her first blood. Again, trade's going down 2 versus 3 now. Once gets one before falling. Now, Beans and Toven have to aggress here, have to play aggressor, and Beans, I think, knows that some mid-map coverage would go a long way to securing this round victory. Toven certainly doesn't seem sure about getting the bomb down just yet, and even still, Big Beans scouting out for a B push again. Beans has to be the playmaker.
You just have no information, right? And Toven's trying to throw some wallbang shots through the curtain up towards top bedroom. Beans, again, like you were saying, needs to be that playmaker, but Juju does fall. That's over by couches, and now Beans is looking to fly. He pops that silence. He's trying to clear all of this B bomb site, but I think Proto was in that position again. I think he saw Toven cross, and that's going to call for Proto just to commit towards the flank of another flank. He'll get behind enemy lines, and now you are scratching your head if you're Beans. You get flanked through the side door. Not a whole lot you can do. Dissection of the map there in the final few moments out from this FW Element roster, specifically Proto, who again goes over by that side cutoff area. You can see players just barely cross over inside a freezer. And once it comes through, I mean, Proto is just so quick just to be able to hit the rewrap all the way through the chandelier, be able to find the bomb carrier before they can even get inside of Pantry. 3 rounds in, and FW Element are looking to be unstoppable in the search so far.
And so far, I think in these first 3 rounds, there's an element, I think, of, I guess, uncertainty in some of the plays that we're seeing at the moment. I mean, that 2 versus 3, Big Beans again, taking a little bit too long to make it happen. Now, decisiveness is what we need to see from Beans. Has 4 kills, potential in his hands. FW Element just sprinted through bottom bedroom, and yeah, he's just seen 3 players, and it's like, what on earth is going on over there? It's absolute party in bottom bedroom. FW Element now with 2 kills in the first openings here of the round, and Stu and Eons, I mean, so far apart.
Again, it's going to come down to isolated 1v odd situations. Eon's bottom luggage, like you were talking about, will take down Katani, so at least you have that positioning in your favor, but would you expect that Mirage committed towards the back P6 staircase? Wouldn't necessarily argue that you would, but working their way up, Eons finds the second of the round becoming more doable. Oh my god, Eons.
Oh god. Oh god. Proto, mate, you cannot just be crab walking this. I know that you don't have dead silence, but there is no point. And that's a round? How on earth has that happened? I mean, FW Element, fair play to them for just like full sprinting bottom bedroom. That's a strategy I don't think I've ever seen in any Search and Destroy this season thus far. But this double from Eons is absolutely huge. And to do that, completely flips around on its head.
They was looking for the entire ace. Eon's found 3. He's able to at least get a gifted engagement for his first bottom luggage. Then also has the assistance, even though Stu was running a Vaznev, he was on the God Heady, so he was going to be able to communicate, if not maybe throw a couple shots towards the player top lights, and once that slight damage comes through, Eons is able to press the issue. Big bounce back round coming in to stop the bleeding of FW Element. Now we go in towards a Big Beans offense, and they're trying to get themselves over towards A. They leave the bomb inside of P2, Brody. Whether it was intentional or not, that could become a pretty big issue when it comes down to committing towards one of these sites.
I do like this from Big Beans, to be fair. Again, we talked before we got into this about how important getting bedroom control is. Toven, you can very clearly see, is attempting to do exactly that. Tiny, though. Should catch him off guard if Toven climbs that ladder. He's going to do for the moment. It's just trying to catch any players from FW Element off guard if they choose to push through. But it is Toven's position that would be paramount in a post-plant situation. Just getting that bomb down that Big Beans need to do.
Timing is going to be crucial for the exits. Goes down, Eons actually escapes, and Beans finds the timing towards Katani in the top bedroom area. Now this hit and retake is mostly coming through the atrium, and Eons is aware of it, finds yet another kill.
3v2 now, Toven finally going to activate, and Mirage just does not care for what you have to bring to the table. Still, though, FW Element have to be the proactive team in this situation. GG and Mirage, what can they get done? The duo looking for more. Mirage now, an ace in the round is what he needs. 15 seconds left. Can he locate Eons? He's making a ton of noise. Almost gives it open to Mirage in that 1 versus 1. Mirage actually turns around, but not enough. Eons with the final kill there.
That round honestly could have gone very different. Very, very different if Eons doesn't land those last few bullets. The movement maybe too clean, maybe the shot just a little bit too far off, but allowing the bomb to get planted that quickly over towards that bomb site and not finding a single exit, you don't really have to do too much soon after. If you are Big Beans, you have the double arches, you found that kill inside a top bedroom, so you know at that point by proxy you should be seeing where a lot of these players are relocating from. Eons still continuing on with that spree though, looking like he just needs one more kill, Brody. He'll get himself a cruise.
Pretty big, I think, for Big Beans. They've already got 2 rounds on the bounce. Third would be lovely. I'm going to stop this bomb plant now, and FW Element now in the better position for it. Katani flies across to the L desk. Mirage able to take down Beans from top bedroom, and now Katani's going to activate for 1. The knife on towards the second! Slashes him up, looking for number 3. The triple will be denied, but Toven is in danger. He's already been peppered up. 25 seconds left. A 1 versus 3. It's looking high on unlikely as he will be cut down in the middle of the map. But what a knife kill there. That 2-piece was everything.
Yeah, you can see Katani having himself a little bit of laugh about it as well. He just had no business finding at least the knife kill, if not the spree as a whole. But when it comes down to these FW Element matches and rounds in particular for this hotel map too, is that it feels like the rounds that they've won so far have mostly been settled within the first 20 seconds or so. They find that first typically gets followed suited by a second as well. Just these quick, snappy gunfights is really the sole reason of why they were walking away with that map 1 as comfortably as they did. Works out quite wonderfully for Katani this time around. 4-2 though, still 2 rounds left to play with in between these 2 teams. And as an offensive attempt goes for Big Beans, they are putting a lot of stock into what Toven can find off this dead silence push.
Toven's not going to find anything. Mirage is going to cut him down. As you say, a lot of it was based on what Toven could get accomplished over towards B. Now Big Beans, you can see on the defense, or on the offense, excuse me, they are spread very thinly across the map. Trying to make their way over towards B now. And FW Element is going to be there.
A lot of doubt, because you find that first blood, and they haven't committed over towards A. Mirage is watching this like a hawk. Well, finally, Proto acts off of it. He might have heard a sound cue, but he takes down Stu. That's the bomb carrier now inside a pantry, and the stun's going to confirm Beans' location. Still takes the chow. Proto, that's a bold call, but at least Beans live in a 1v2. Pop steady.
Yeah, the problem now, though, of course, Bomb is just sat down in front of Freezer, so Beans has a lot to do here, and Dead Silence is quickly depleting, isn't it? Gonna take some bullets from Mirage. If he doesn't go down to Mirage, it'll be the other player as well in that 2 versus 1 situation. And yeah, I just think, again, it's one of those situations where Toven was so big in that round to do something early on that they didn't really have a backup plan. The plan B was just basically non-existent past that.
Yeah, plan B was to brute force our way inside of the kitchen bomb site, which, honestly speaking, never really works out too well, considering all the different corners that you have to check. If you don't have any stuns or nades, then it becomes a little bit more of a treacherous situation that you just have to pre-fire and guess correctly which corners are going to be located at. Again, it mostly just comes down to Proto's timing to be able to fish out at least that kill, but off of Toven's that silence push comes up with absolutely nothing. Negative information was gained from it, much less a trade to speak of. Allows FW Element to get their 5th round here in the search, and series point at that.
All the trades in the middle of the map. We're back to our classics, rounds number 1 through 3. In the end, it's 2 versus 2. So neither team coming off better per se. Proto's now got Dead Silence and he wants to activate it through B. He would be on his own in this pursuit. And just whips Toven off the kitchen counter. Those things are normally horrible to deal with. But off that information, Beans now knows he has a 1 versus 1 at worst inside the site. Kill versus Juju has been made now. Now he has to get the read. Where is Proto coming through with his transfer from B to A? Is he going to go through bedroom side? That's what Beans is thinking at the moment. That is the incorrect call. Proto is still sitting inside the help desk, and Beans is searching every single corner for him and making a lot of noise in doing so. This 1 versus 1 not going how Beans thought it would. And with 12 seconds, all Proto needs to do is just keep an eye on that bomb. Beans is going to jump on the defuse here, but Proto now knows with 7.5 seconds, it's time to jump out and put Big Beans in the losers bracket. FW Element going to take that search and destroy.
Just really good search and destroy prowess being exemplified. I mean, it's almost what you would expect when you are thinking about this FW Element team. I know that if you are not an Advent fan or a go-getter when it comes down to watching a lot of S&D tournaments, or as far as everything outside of maybe even the top 16 is concerned, in quite some time you probably wouldn't even recognize a few of these names for FW Element. But there's a lot of good search and destroy prowess, a lot of good discipline being exemplified from that entire roster of FW Element. Not to mention sportsmanship. Look, I mean, they smoked them on the search and destroy. Like, they played them like a whole bunch of fools, but nobody's standing up, nobody yelling at each other, just understanding that the job is not done quite yet, that they need to continue on with these very, very good moments to be able to close out these maps, because the bracket only gets more and more intense. But Mirage, you got to talk about the guy, man. He drops 30-plus kills in the Hardpoint map 1 win. Goes 11-5 here in the search and destroy as well. 9 of those 11 kills not traded, by the way. But for me, the overall breadwinner when it comes down to this map number 2, I mean, you got to talk about Prado, right? This guy was just always in the right place at the right time. He was getting information, but even beyond that, he was utilizing that information for his and his team's benefit, whether it's to be able to get the rewrap going back through Chandelier, or just the initial push seeing, okay, I saw 3 legs cross inside of Freezer, so it's going to be a B execute. And then all of his teammates just understand that, and they commit towards the retake over by B-side, and it works out so good for them as well. Just these little things. It's the little things in life, Brody, that makes me a caster and search and destroy lover. Just so happy.
Just know what made you happy, mate. As FW Element there with that search and destroy victory. As you said, it was dominant. We've got to give Proto his flowers for being in the right place at the right time, and getting himself in the right place a number of times there in the search and destroy. Good uses of the dead silence as well. Very little times do we see Proto having dead silence and not using it to the best of his ability. And we also talk about Mirage, right? I mean, 11 frags, we saw it there in the scoreboard. Just Mirage, man. I mean, like, we come off that series, and again, we talk about kind of these early rounds. Yes, FW Element are a team that in North American Challengers have kind of hit top 16 a number of times, in Challengers Cup specifically, but still, it's learning a lot more about these rosters, learning a lot more about kind of what they're capable of, and seeing kind of these players early on that are going to shine and really kind of maybe cause problems for some of the higher seeded teams. Mirage is one of those players, and Proto is too. Really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table when they go up against Omit in the next round, because that is going to be a very tough match, I think. We'll kind of see what's going to happen that one, Andy.
Yeah, again, that's always going to be the question. You're going to hear me sound like a broken record, especially even if you make it past winners round 3, then your winners round 4 matchup becomes that much more treacherous. Again, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty. We aren't even over 100 teams as far as this open is concerned, but those top 16 teams that we were even showcasing at the end of map number 1 for this best of 3 series, we're going to be seeing where those teams do stand ahead of that winners round 4, and especially for Saturday, because we have so many more matches left to get through.
Yeah, indeed we do. Well, next up, I believe, is a look over towards the lower bracket for really the very first time here. The best of 3s will continue at Texas. Don't go far, because we've got more Call of Duty challenges after this break.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. We are starting to get close to that, well, about halfway point in the day. Winners round 2 matchups have started to kind of conclude, and with that now we start to look down towards the lower bracket, and we will be eliminating a lot of teams here in this back half of the day. My whole shift with me, I've got Visions. Our next matchup, how about the Memphis Grizzlies and Haterlows? Or Lows, Haterlows, Haterlows. What do you want to call them?
Haterlows? How would you say that? I'm not good at Spanish. How, like, if you put some kind of Spanish flair on that, what would you say, Alan?
I don't know, but you sounded very Belgian right there. Like, Haterlows? Yeah, like some loiter.
That was probably the first attempt I've ever had at doing Spanish. I can't say it was my best, you know?
That's fair.
But Haterlows, I guess. We'll go.
Yeah, we'll just call them the haters, because that would be, I guess, what the
haters.
Yeah, we'll just call them the haters.
They're saying their name. God
yeah, and this Memphis Grizzlies team, I want to say, is a shoot-off of the Portland Trail Glizzies from last Open when they were in Boston. I want to say that's most of the same roster, so I don't know. It could be a fun one, at least by name alone. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. But, hey, you know, the thing about it is these two teams are relatively evenly matched up as far as seeding is concerned. Not that that really says too much at this level because the pro points are usually just whatever you earned off of GVs, things like that. But we love having new people on broadcast, and they're playing under the lights. There's a little bit of a crowd coming back in since OpTic is struggling a little bit right now, but you know, we'll see what happens with that matchup in the CDL. And now that we're getting the lower game, you'll start to hear it, I think, through my mic. And we'll see in the player cams. We're going to have a lot of yelling going on because now it's do or die.
Yeah, we're getting into, like, the deep passion, especially in, like, these lower round matches, right? Like, oh, my goodness, people are digging deep. They're getting amped up. It's a great time right now in the venue, I have to imagine. But we'll take a look at the map set we have coming up here. Hotel Hardpoint, Embassy Search and Destroy, and Hotel Control. I feel like we've seen a lot of these maps so far on the day, huh?
We've really only seen Hotel, Embassy, and El Cielo, haven't we? Have we gotten a single Fortress or Hydra yet?
Don't think so. Definitely not Hydro, because I remember saying it like the last time, and they're like, we have not seen Hydro yet, and I don't blame anyone for throwing that in.
We definitely have not seen any Hydro, that's for sure. A little bit of Mercado, but not a lot of it. And, well, that's all we have to say. Because, let's be honest, we don't know any of these players. It's going to be an interesting time. But this is where the fun comes in towards it. So, we will have 2 matches going on at the same time. That's the important thing. Both stages are setting up kind of at the exact same moment as well. Just kind of looks like our Alpha lobby is about ready to go. Our Bravo matchup is fully lobbied up and about ready to go. So we've got Revived Gaming Black. I believe they have the red team and a black team that's here with us. And this Burger squad, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a COD Rec League squad of the Boston Burgers, if I'm not mistaken there.
Maybe.
Yeah. I saw a Boston Burger jersey earlier today. I thought it was someone who was coming to spectate, but he may have been playing for this squad. So if that's the case, love to see the College Rec League getting involved.
Yeah, me too, man. I mean, that's going to be awesome. I know that there was a lot of passion within that league. And, you know, you talk about trash talking, you talk about getting hyped. Like it is that league in a nutshell, I feel like, when everyone's throwing out their wins, getting on the timeline, whatever it might be. But time to take a look at everyone a little bit more in depth. Revived Gaming Black up against the Burgers here. Let's get into the hotel.
Indeed, indeed. And some notable players here, actually, on the other side. We've seen players like Suds in the past. Also, Phil Phenom.
Ooh,
he was, dude, BO4, he was, dude, I became an instant Phenom fan in BO4 because he was, like, getting up and really yelling at people. He was getting hyped more than anybody else, I think, at Anaheim and Miami. during those open bracket runs. Whereas for T-Dub, Cover, Crazy Care Bear, and Moja, my first look at these guys, but again, if this is the Boston Burger squad, then I'm sure they have at least some experience, whether as a collective or at least in some form with one another.
Right, have to imagine so. Long-range shots here from Kex all the way in the back. He's trying to hold down the rotation. It's a good amount of time that ends up coming off of P1, though, so you almost need to hold this rotation to get some time back, and the ARs now are starting to get set up as they are finding some kills, and that's going to allow them to get in some early time.
Yeah, good stuff so far for the Burgers. We're over towards lobby. Early contest. No one expected T-Dub to be here. Finally, the shutdown comes through. Phenom gets a very key elimination because things would have gotten mixy and very dicey very quickly. So, time now being accrued. You've got RGB coming over towards the kind of front side mid, trying to find their way in. Ooh, and well, shots will not quite fully land. Burgers looking solid, at least till Mossy Frog gets in for a double. That will relock in the hard point. 28 seconds to fight for it.
Huge moment. Force a rotation now from the Burgers to have to shift across the map, and you can start to make some early moves yourself. No one's really zoning through mid. Mossy Frog does have an angle. Maybe get some work done very early, and I mean, yeah, they are just soaring throughout the map. 15 seconds on hold, and they are already about to break into new.
Yeah, it's one of those moments here where things become maybe lopsided in a way. Oh, dude, this is what you were talking about before. Like, you're snaking the floor. Like, my guy's out here doing the worm inside of the side entryway to kitchen, and it works out for a key gunfight win. And how about it? Scrap to initial is 100% now in play.
Yeah, that's insane from them. Mossy Frog also has been pretty much electric throughout the day so far here, or rather throughout the hard point, I'll say. He's 10-4. A couple kills coming on through. Push in the back. Looks to be completely nullified. One more player, and T-Dubs would have to do a lot. So he'll also be taken down. A little bit split, I would say, from the Burgers when they're trying to approach this. Not an easy hill to break, but you got to try to bait and switch the best you can to the doors, and gunfights just kind of keep on raining through here for RGB.
Yeah. Starting to come a little bit of a blowout here. And yeah, Kex on 5. Good response, just kind of in and out of the cold and hotline here. And yeah, we actually are getting the confirmation that this is the apparent Boston Burgers COD Rec League team. So big shout outs for those guys coming out here and giving themselves a go. This may be one of the first times that we've had, well, I mean, again, we don't do day one broadcast, but I don't even think based off signups we've seen much COD Rec League in full form come out and sign up for these opens. So this is a cool another moment here, I think, for what challengers can be.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Coming through, and also knowing that they're also on broadcast, I'm sure, is adding in, you know, that additional factor here for them, without a doubt. So, gonna see if they can try to bring it back. They do at least have control of the hard point for now. A lot of screens, you're gonna have to shut down this man on your screen.
Man.
While he's on 7, he's just been on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, between Kex, Phenom, and Mossy Frog, like, pick your POV. They're all providing some unreal stuff. Just lined up. Little play around the back. Crazy Care Bear gets a lot of damage, but only confirms one elimination. And then caught while reload is coming through. Phenom gets the easy kill. He's now 13-5, picking up on this off-spawn location from the Burgers. And, oh, boy, it's starting to get a little out of hand. 14-5, 16-7, 10-5. Suds is hanging out, kicked his feet up, and we've got a 110-point game.
Yeah, and I think the majority of the points here of the 30 came off of P1. So, haven't really had too much of a lockdown hill. And once again, Kex is just being a problem, man. Running at him. 2 more come through for him. Puts him on a total of 3. You'll get a read of the play in the back and doesn't have to challenge. You can wait for the regen to send out the comms. Good nade there from Cover to at least find him. But yeah, time's still going the way here of RGB. Look this out.
Yeah, they're really playing well, I will say, kind of in that middle 30 seconds between hard points. We've seen a couple of different hills now where they've gone scrap to initial, which is not easy to do against anybody. But it helps when you're finding a lot of participation through the middle of the map here on Hotel in particular, which has been, I think, the key reason for this continual success that we've seen. And still, it's just, you know, a team of 3 right now. I mean, Suds is just, he's not getting any engagements.
He doesn't need to, right?
He's literally like, he's the second AR up. He's just watching for any potential pinches. And when he's finally called upon, knife is out. Okay, Suds. Nice little double from him.
He's finally got a chance to shoot back at somebody, right?
Yeah,
Everyone else
for
has
real.
just been dropping right in front of him. Suds has had a very chill game, sitting in the hard point, minute 18. And we take a look at the rotation, and I don't really think there's been a rotation loss so far for Rod Game in Black.
No.
See if they can win the opening gunfights. Gunfight's looking good. One more player. Phenom is there with the snap for 3 of them, and that's going to shut down the Burgers.
Yeah, I wonder who these Revived Gaming Black team lost to be in lower round 1, because I don't think their seed is particularly high. So, I don't know, man. That is very puzzling, to say the least. as I quickly try to use the search function to figure out where exactly they lost. They lost to Anomaly Team Acrylic. Not sure who's on that squad. That was a 30 versus 35 seed, so. Okay, that's what you got.
Suds heating up. Hill time still coming through. Burgers are just trying to fight. See if they can get over 30 points. I don't think they've seen over 30 in the last few hills. Kex is not making it easy for him to get in here, is he? My goodness, all right. Once that one gets scary. But the Burgers, they get through. They find a break.
I mean, yeah, they got a break for a second and a half. That's tough. And really, the majority of this 35 points that we've seen have come off P1.
Yeah.
So that's not great news as far as moving around the map with any sort of ease or success. And again, to be fair, like, I mean, you're dealing with some pretty solid players on the other side here. Like,
oh yeah.
Like Phenom was he at Worlds that year? In BO4? If he wasn't, he was darn close.
Yeah, he might have been really close.
I remember watching his pop-up. He made some dramatic comeback happen on like a Hacienda hardpoint. I remember him yelling at people, so. It's weird how things like that like stick in your mind, right?
It's the, yeah. It certainly is. Well, oh! All right, and that says it all. All right, Mossy Frog puts him down, and that tells the story here. That's as clean as you'd like. Fist bumps coming out here, trying to keep the vibes up, but that one was one-sided.
I didn't. So yeah, so it's the COD Red Blade team. They've all got jerseys on. This is actually super cool, man. Like, for those that may not know much about the CRL, like, it is the definition of like a bunch of guys off of work going and wanting to compete a little bit. Like, it is. Yeah. They are the chillest guys. Dude, it's really funny. I stopped into their stream a couple of times because, you know, we have a lot of our staff at Clutch that works alongside them, but. They have like the funniest ads that they've like self-created like during their breaks and stuff. It's hilarious. Like, have you ever been in a hard point and you find yourself getting demolished left, right, center, and inside out? Well, here's the cool thing: we introduced trophy systems. Like, dude, it's some of the funniest things I've ever seen on a broadcast before. So shout out those guys.
I like
as
that.
we jump into this should be a pretty solid match. The Memphis Grizzlies, Prospect Rep, Strezzy Royal. They were popping off against a team that they had played earlier, but could not quite find a way to win as they go up against. Los Haters, the Haters, Haterlows.
Haters, yeah, that's what Alan's giving them here. The Haters trying to see if they can move back through, and they do have the lead. And well, P1 they got control, but Royal's on 4. He's got a chance to actually blow this play open, and he will be able to get some good team shots. Oh, that's a snapper and a half. Luckily, the trade comes through, so you don't have to worry about the cruise missile. But all that P1 time still being soaked up.
And Royal was the one who was really getting loud in that winners matchup that they had played earlier today, so expect that. I'm sure he's going to be the one providing a lot of the comms, whether to his teammates or his opponents, whatever it happens to be. And in this little small comeback effort, he's been great. Minute 15 of the hard point, 23 and 13. Haterlows will get back on to P1 for some of the scrap, but you take a tally of the mini-map in Memphis, and are all in position, ready to go for P2.
Yeah, they're going to give up a lot of this P1 time and concede it. So once again, one of those situations where you have to find some kind of a response here and get some time back. Kills need to be clean. And Blazen's already just moving right into the point, but no trade comes through. Prospect holds strong. That's 5. Make it 6. He'll find 3, and he'll stop that first push.
And now it's just down to read and react for the Memphis Grizzlies, kind of stuck inside the hard point. They've got their feelers out towards mid and spa, and those kills actually come through in those exact same locations as previously mentioned. So now Prospect has got his kind of alarm bells ringing. He knows exactly where this hit's going to be coming from. Sees the cross of one. Aim is up. Trying to help out. Sees the shoulder. Kill number 7 denied, as he will just tally the assist. But regardless, job done here for Memphis as they hold on to the scrap.
Yeah, without a doubt. Able to hold on. Said they needed to, and they're able to grab that lead right back. So we move over to Kitchen, and they're starting to already knock on the door. Seeing if they can break in here with this double team push. But first kill, pretty clean. Have to imagine Brent might just try to play his life here, but tries to stick around. He'll also be punished. So rotation shut down initially. Great hill, though, comes through for the Grizzlies. Now it's a chance for the hitters to try to set up and lock in some time.
And I love this position from Blazin inside of couches. You can kind of watch this mid cross through glass. And yeah, even though he hasn't found a kill, he does kind of at least alert the defenders inside the hard point of where this hit's going to be coming from. But the kills are just not here. So now all of a sudden the spawns will be blocked. Kills continue to come through. And how about the break for Memphis? It's only a team kill that comes out. Blazin's trying to finesse, just working his way in, trying to sneak into the hard point. But kills continue to turn him in favor of Memphis. King back into the hard point as he also kind of snuck through the same route that Blazin previously did, and now he's got a little bit of help. Contested goes the hard point. Good read. Pinstripe kill feed. But in the end, it's the Haterlows who find their way in for over 200 points.
My goodness. I mean, that was a scrappy Kitchen Hill when you look at that. You don't see that many breaks come through. A lot of contested time as well. The Haterlows able to come out with the majority of it. Huge scrap time to potentially set them up for a win going into this P4 hill. Memphis Grizzlies need to hold on. Last time their P2 setup was locked down, they didn't let anyone slip through the gaps.
This time Blazin around the back. All that subtext gives them some very valuable information. Goes to the drop shot. And now the pinch is on. Although, how about the play from Rep? Gets 2, clears out the front. Spawns will flip. Memphis should know about this. Just comes down to can they collect the kills, and so far so good. Strezzy for the first. Nades being exchanged for both players over towards the front desk. And as the read through mid is also there, now Memphis have a full understanding where this hit's coming from. Patience is in play. Kills are coming through. Contest is only there for a bit. And how about Memphis? 238 to 219. Could win right here. King has to make the play. Good prediction, but can't lock down the shots, and the kills just keep on coming for Memphis. Last one they need is Spazzy, and as they collect the kill, Memphis will strike first in this best of 3.
That was beautiful. My goodness. I don't know who the player was. He was playing kind of in the desk there right through lobby, but just holding on to the stuns and nades and not going for a challenge and holding that angle, man, just shows so much discipline, doesn't it? Just a situation where a lot of people, I think, would be kind of press the chow out. You got him weak, you tagged him up with a nade, try to finish off the kill, but I think it's those little moments that allow a setup to hang on a little bit longer than it should sometimes.
Yep.
And that was a great example of it right there. Memphis Grizzlies, a great showing here on the Hotel Hardpoint to kick it off.
Really solid stuff. And, I mean, the kills from Royal, 31 and 17. He's also that guy in the camera that was on the very far side. He was getting loud in his previous match. He's continuing to pull that out right here, right now. So, lower round to 1 matches continuing on, continuing forward. Eliminations are starting to come through here and there, but largely speaking, it's not really been as one-sided as maybe you would have expected, just kind of as we often see at this early stage of the bracket. And again, I think we're going to see some passion start to flare here on a lot of Last Lives.
We might just, man. I mean, I can hear it like through your mic every here and there. I can't make out the words, right? But I can hear like some shouting here and there. Good. So I know it's got to be getting hot and heavy in there, Alan.
I know. We just got to find a way to get a crowd mic going or something. I don't know. I don't know if we have the ability of pulling that kind of sauce. Not quite there. But I don't know. Maybe an opportunity. Need you to just drive on down from Toronto. Set up just get your sure going in one of the setups.
Oh yeah, buddy.
No worries there. Okay, bring a double for the boys. You know.
I got you. Yeah, just let me know how many. You know.
It looks like there's a moment where we've got there's an update that apparently just hit. So I think I can actually see a couple of players that are actually updating their setups right in front of me here, and the refs are not scrambling, but they are being very helpful. So take a look at this is the scoreboard from map 1 of our other matchup between Revive Gaming Black and the Boston Burgers. Obviously very one-sided, but like I mentioned, I'll have to take a look. I want to say that Phil was he may have been like the top 32er at that BO4 champs. I want to say he qualified though. There was a lot of teams that qualified for that BO4 champs. It's just like, oh right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, it's fact. Especially like back then in that format too, right? Like it felt like I mean we've never had that many players at champs throughout the CDL era. So yeah, no, I think it's a good shout. If so, then props to him for still going, right? Still putting in the passion and still looking for some big dubs here.
Absolutely. He had a good Cold War year too, if I'm not mistaken either. So lots of things to look forward to as far as this game is concerned, especially if you're on the Revived Gaming Black side as you look back at what this best of 3 layout will look like. LC will search and destroy. We're no strangers to this map mode combo on the day. Hotel Control will be there if we need it, which based on, I think, the first map, I don't know if we're going to need it in this particular series, but who knows? Maybe the Boston Burgers are a godlike search team. You never know.
That's right. That's like the storyline when you talk about the amateurs, right? Like it's like, watch out for the S&D. This could be where they bring the series back. You never know what's going to happen here, but either way, we'll have to see what their plays will look like. And they might just be willing to throw in like hella risky plays, like, and just kind of send it. So they might show us like things we're just not used to seeing, and that could catch their opponents off guard, right?
It's those rec league strats, man. It's the way it goes. It's like when you show up to Lifetime Fitness, you look to play basketball, and they've already got these little weird set plays all built out. I've never been to a Lifetime Fitness, nor have I ever played basketball at a Lifetime Fitness, but that's the running joke meme in like the NBA circles. So I just assume that's good content. I don't know.
I'm with you. All right. Got a little chuckle out of me, Alan. I don't know what it means, but I'm here for it.
All right, sweet. Love that about you. Taking a look, and how about this? Our observer, Ryan Switchy, has confirmed, yeah, he played for Legend Status. I remember that logo because we had to try to work with it, and it was not well built. But they made like a super heroic run at Miami. But obviously, I don't think they won a game in their group stage portion of it, so they finished top 32. That was like, dude, that was such a weird champs. Like you had that
There's crazy things that happened that champs.
You had what was that roster from Europe that like beat Gen G? It had BB Connor on it, I want to say.
Oh goodness, I don't remember that roster.
Yeah.
I just remember the lower run. That was one of the biggest things I remember.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, come on. We had what? We had Thieves Phase like lower round 1 of that tournament, dude. That was crazy.
Ultimate reverse sweep, crazy stuff.
Shoutouts if you were around for Black Ops 4, and if you weren't, go watch that lower round 1 matchup. It was unreal. Speaking of unreal, how about the speed of that first Swords Destroy round?
Yeah, that was nice segue, Alan. That was very quick. Just cruised right through it. Just kind of running at them, and I mean, I think that's what we're going to get in a lot of these rounds. So that's why, you know, I'd be really willing just to kind of throw out some random play calls here and see if you can kind of catch them off guard. But everyone's kind of bunkered up. Isn't maybe ready for all the gunfights to come on through, and it's a great opening round. Kex is just continuing to be that guy as well, it feels like.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Oh, my God. Are you ready for this roster?
Oh,
it was
no.
Phenom, Ryza, Pure, Ethan Fatal, and Foncho. That team made world champs, bro.
That's a throwback.
Oh, my God. I mean, we saw Ryza and Pure do really well in Modern Warfare, obviously. They were part of that Carnage team, but,
yeah,
man, that is a throwback. Into round number 2, though. Kills pretty even until they're not. Okay. That's all I got for you in that round.
Yeah, you keep giving me like all right, well, all the kills keep coming through here, Alan.
Sorry, brother, I'm giving you very little. These are not softball tosses. I'm sorry.
Kills are looking good, man. Everyone's just kind of doing their thing right now, and they're having their way. And no trades are really to speak of here on the other side, unfortunately. So working towards streaks very early. Kex, another couple kills here for him. He's up to 4. Mossy Frog gets very involved in that round. Getting the bomb down, doing what they need to do. I want to see Burger send something here, man. Let's see a B push.
I want it. I want a B push, and I want it now. It's like what's that insurance or that loan commercial? It's my money, and I want it now. No, that's probably a U.S. thing. I'm sorry. Just trust me.
We get totally different commercials, man, even on Twitch.
Sorry, brother. My bad. But no, we are not going to get our B push yet. Cover, good response to Mossy Frog's aggression, but he's now the last one left. It would have to be an ace and a 1v3. Doesn't the Dead Silence has both nades to play with, which is probably a bad thing. Probably should be throwing those off the rip, but it's all right. Could use them here. Phenom, crossing. Shots are clean. Okay. Show me something one time, Covert.
Hearing stuff. Hearing footsteps.
Do it.
For a second. Kex is laying down and he spots him. Oh, the stun doesn't connect. The regen is there. Okay, that's what we wanted. A moment like that. Burgers are getting hyped up and they're letting them know.
Dude, they've got a little crowd behind them, too. I can see it here. Let's go, dude. Those are 3 really clean kills.
Yeah, you played that well.
Damn. Okay, Covert. Love to see that. That's one for the momentum changers. Opportunity to try to get your team pumped up about it. 2-1 the count. Still not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see if they can roll 2 in a row as they move towards the defense and just deal with how fast Revived are currently playing against them because these guys are just running.
Oh, yes. They're not playing with much respect whatsoever, which means that you kind of have to contest mid that much more if that's the case. But so far, able to get the bomb pretty close to A. Cover is continuing to keep it going, though. He's able to find another one. Puts him on a nice little spree. See what happens up front here. Mocha now starting to get involved. Burger is starting to come online.
Hey, yo, okay. How about this? Cool the jets a little bit. Find a way to stabilize. Kex still with the bomb. Oh, caught by surprise. If Cover wins that one, dude, what? That would have been sick. Now it's teed up. Still a 3v2. Numbers are good. Kex on the hunt. Finds Mojo in a corner. I think they're trying to cook up a nade. That will lead towards bomb planet A. Burger's up top. Not going to get an offer towards an exit. The stun doesn't quite land. The frag will. Doesn't quite get into the corner. Nah, they try to burst through the door. Care Bear will drop. T-Dub, last one left. Does not have the same magic that Cover did. And the edge continues to go the way of Revive Gaming.
Yeah, man, I would have loved to see them kind of drop down, played a little bit slower there. I know they didn't have a read on the second player and whether or not he was in the site, so you can't really just fully play it like both are in there, but just to kind of slow down and play the stun and nade for the info, I think could have been really key. Good attempts, good look, great opening engagements. You know, at least kind of winning some of these entry battles is something we haven't seen so far. So
yeah,
still things on the up and up. Just got to kind of close out these clutch moments, I guess. A lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, you got to shut down Kex, who's kind of been the follow-up player so far, 8-1 for his squad, and he's making a hard hit over through B alley. Stun, that's going to be painful. Cover and a teammate were both affected by that. Nade does the follow. Mossy Frog gets the peak. Pretty textbook, I would say, for Revive Gaming on this aggressive defense. And even though Kex's long flank is shut down, it will likely not make much of a difference. Mojo, last one left, which would have to be a 1v4.
Have to be a 1v4. You have to wonder if they just get antsy and start coming to him. I was wondering if he was going to maybe hold. That's what I would kind of think to do in this scenario, but no one, I guess, is pushing through. Mo just going to use the dead silence to get to the other side of the map here. So he can catch some players off guard, as long as he doesn't make too much noise. Maybe he'll make something happen.
First one seen. I think he may have gotten a comm from a teammate because there was another player teaser. Yeah, he either saw it or did get a good comm from a teammate. Lots of tags. The problem is the Vaznov at that range takes a little bit more than that. Both nades still available. How do you get to the bomb, though? Ah, missed just barely a chance on a Mossy Frog. Now he's stuck. Yep. Tough seeds. Not a lot you can do from that position, so Revive Gaming Black will, as you would expect, take the round. But smiles for the Boston Burgers. Love to see that.
Yeah, they're having a good time, man. I think that's the beauty about this matchup is we all know that it's one-sided. It's pretty obvious, especially if you haven't tell or couldn't tell from the commentary. But it feels like they're having a good time, man. They're smiling, they're fist bumping. They're just out here just to see what can happen, and then they're going to enjoy the weekend after. So
love that.
Can't be too mad whatsoever.
And they're rocking some custom jerseys, bro.
And they're looking clean.
I need to get a good look at those. Like, based on what we're seeing from the player cams, those look pretty cool. Like, they're not just like slap a logo on it. Those look pretty well made. Love to see it, dude. It's passion projects.
Hell yeah.
Love that. Snipe out for Suts. Could lean towards a pick and then a B push. Mojo up top. Tag. Doesn't matter. Okay. Brilliant first blood. And they follow up with the second. Bomb is planted in the meantime, and all of a sudden Revive Gaming Black have to hope that Sud's pistol can continue to do stuff like that in this 2v4, now 2v3.
Dub gonna start to clear. Now just gotta use some teamwork to bait and switch in the site. Not an easy player to switch, but we'll see if it happens. Good read there onto Suds. Now you gotta get through Kex, but oh, okay. Thought he's gonna do something again. He gets up to 10. Won't be able to pull off the 1v3. A second round comes on through here for the Burgers.
But boy, it got a little close. Almost a little bit too close, some would say. I'm telling you, they've got a gallery behind them, dude. I don't know if it's like other COD Rec League players or if it's just because they've got cool jerseys, so everyone seems to like them. That's all it takes to make me a fan. If you got a cool jersey, I'm a fan. I'm easy to please,
like
Austin.
that, eh?
I really am. Yeah, I am like that.
I like it. All right. See what happens here, man. Yeah. They're shooting. You know the interesting part is like they got Gunny, right? Like, like they can shoot back. Like we've seen a couple of like nutty kills from Cover. Mojo had a really good moment there. Almost, absolutely smoked another. So got a little Gunny to work with. And if they shut down Kex, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I just need to see them throw their utility more.
Yeah, true.
I think that's mostly it. Like, some sort of information, make life a little bit easier, but hey, gunfight's being won here. There we go, Semtex up top. Defense rotating in towards the B site, did not expect that. Mossy Frog gets the kill. And now all of a sudden, as the bomb is pretty much hard committed, just don't get stuck here. Top Pride Rock is cleared though, Suds drops. Just up to Mossy Frog, gets the second. This would have to be the full ace for Mossy. More along the lines. He sees everything. Gets away 6 HP. This kid is cracked, dude. He's McTwisty over here.
Yeah, he's ran around this side once or twice. They're going to double chow him. My goodness, dude. He knew where he was going, like, before it even showed on the screen. Like, the guy was cruising. Definitely a solid attempt, but, hey, man, Burger's starting to put together some rounds here. It's a one-round game.
I'm here for it. Literally and figuratively. Okay. Here's the call. You ready for this?
All right, hit me.
I want 3 SMGs defensively, down through mid, double stun, Semtex the right door. Let's see it. Get in their face.
If they do this, I'm convinced that you're in their ear. And
Nope. It's going to be a top A hit. Top A hit.
Oh, we're switching on the fly here, boys. Don't worry. 4-3 here. Chance to get the bomb down
this.
very early. Yeah, he is behind this. But we'll see if he can get to the top in time. The bomb will go down, and Cover's actually down low. He will be spotted. Ooh, gets a good look at the gunfight. Not going to happen. Huge man advantage now for Revive Gaming.
All right. They didn't listen to my comments. It's fine.
Yeah, come on.
If I would have predicted that, though, you would have thought I was a prophet.
I would have, yeah.
Yeah.
Check this guy's mic. We have to go to a break.
We're hot micing into the venue. Yeah. No, we're not. We're not hot mic'd in the venue. Don't worry, team. Okay, so that entire play, unfortunately, doesn't quite get off. I want to say Covert, he went high, like he went up top first and then fell down around the back. So just trying to force a first blood instead of trying to deny a key post-plant position kind of foils that setup, I think, from the get-go from Burgers.
Yeah, without a doubt. I thought it was low first and he was going high, but unfortunate. Tough spot to be sure because you're so many angles to check. But either way, see if they can continue to put rounds up. Try to push this one a little bit further to stay alive. As Suds, he's been good for a couple first bloods, but you will be able to find teed up, remove him right away, and I think everyone's just going to try to sit and wait, but I don't think they're waiting. They're coming.
Yeah, here comes the full hit, the full wrap. Cover. Good read, actually, on this. Problem is, whoa, there's no problem! Ooh. I was going to say he's about to run into somebody at 2 HP, but he gets the kill on a Phenom, lets him know about it. Now from a 2v4 to a 2v2, Mossy eventually tracks down Cover up top and is left to Moja. Good information on the first bottom bar. Wants the challenge, and I think that was a healthy Suds on the other side. So it ends in favor of Revive Gaming, but they gave the people a show. I'll say that much.
And they're still smiling. And they're still smiling, man. They're cheesing, having a good time with the fist bumps coming on through. I mean, you can only imagine that, they had a good time here with the way that they're reacting, right? So, not too bad. Cover had a couple of key moments that I'm sure he'll probably go back and watch over, so he'll be pretty happy about that, right?
Clip it and ship it, brother. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Add it to the reel. Over towards our second stream. Memphis Grizzlies and Haterlows in the mix on the Embassy search. And again, it was one of those map ones that was close until it wasn't type things. And now the search and destroy. Very tight affair as we get into round number 8. Bomb planted 4v4. Spazzy pushed off of this position at Orange thanks to a very not well-coached nade. It was just kind of lingering. Gets the prediction on the shots. Doesn't matter. Blazin had an opportunity maybe around the back, but Royal was unexpectedly still lingering on the top of the awning, leaving King K by himself in a 1v3 with a lot of problems to try to solve.
A lot of problems. Not going to be able to solve them in time. I'm such a big fan of teams, stacking up top. Like, when you see the bomb get down, especially, like, when you're trying to retake that as a sub, like, you're almost always thinking, all right, there's going to at least be one, but you're almost never expecting the second.
Yeah.
It's just that, additional insurance in case that player does end up dropping. You can still at least play the clutch spots. You don't have to worry about anyone else kind of, getting themselves out of their positions to all of a sudden try to play recovery very fast. So, always a big fan of it. It's a great scene to be able to tie this one up here at 4.
Good calm there, bud. I like that.
Thanks, man.
I mean, it's just like it's the byproduct of you're playing elevation and you're playing 2 sides of the map at the same time. Like, just that alone makes life super hard. First blood, Royal on the corner. How does he get away with that? So now the bomb is down in a very bad spot. Stuns, nades, all coming through. Strezzy's watching the initial cross. Doesn't really connect on it, though. Good isolation. No help up top from Rep. I think he was pushed off the angle from King. Okay, how about this? Brilliant recovery from Haterlows. But look at the long wrap for Prospect. Rose needs to keep his life. Wait for your teammate to make a play. Clear off some of that post-plant positioning up top.
And not a lot of info there for Royal to work off of. Just one on the bomb, so it'll be a difficult retake, and you lost Prospect. Oh, really weird engagement through the doors. Haterlows, they will come out on top, still maintaining control here.
Wow. Okay. That was as weird as we've seen a gunfight. Everyone's playing around doors. But yeah, Vaznev that angle, too good up close. Okay. So we got ourselves a deep search and destroy here. What's the call? How do you bounce back and take 2 in a row, especially starting off in this attack? Lots of risk. Obviously comes with that mid-map. But you give away too much for free, you don't have the ability of ever seeing the middle of the map. So what's the comm? 2 players up top. Strezzy will hold the corner. Wait for a little bit of oversight. Late peek through mid. He's got no help. Up top, you can only do so much. And this play has been read. Royals in a little bit of trouble. And now the bomb is down, and Haterlows have taken over the entirety of the map, essentially.
Yeah, it's so risky just to send one player on the cross, right? Like, not even anyone to kind of trade with him. Still a chance to maybe work through this A lane, though, to kind of open up the map a little bit more and try to retrieve the bomb. Certainly an opportunity for that, but starting to be red. Challenger 15, I think, starting to pick that up. So, could see a huge engagement here, but still playing it very slow. Memphis Grizzlies not trying to just overextend, but Royal, he's caught off guard. 3v2 now. Yeah,
it's just, how do you recover from these positions? You don't know who's below you. You don't know if they're in your building. That's should have been free. Yep. So now damage is confirmed. The frag also kind of flushes out a second member, and that actually gets rep forward. Hold on a second. But he misses a chance as well. It's just missed opportunities with these gunfights. Bomb collected, but 1v3. You got players all over the map, and that's such a different round if you just get one more bullet into Rep's kill that he could have had mid-map, and then, of course, the one up top. Tough scenes. And now we go to a 1-1 map count here on this lower round 1 match.
Yeah, we definitely do. I'm still a little bit confused with only ever sending, like, one player on the cross here. Like, not even anyone to at least, like, peek it with you or, like, to shoulder it. That was also, I mean, something that, you know, wasn't done from the bomb carrier that died right away is you didn't shoulder it first. And sometimes you don't want to because there's a sniper rifle, but if you're the only one crossing, I mind you have to shoulder it to get at least a little info to let you know if it's safe.
And I think
that's, oh, go ahead.
I was on the other side of that, too. Like, if you're going to put 2 ARs up top into each window, you would have to assume that means that team shots will push off anybody from top AC. And if you're going to try delayed cross, you have to throw stuns if you're an AR up top just to give your subs some information if anyone's down below you.
Sure.
Like, it just felt like there was just a lack of information, just kind of a gut check call was made, and it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just one of those tough calls. But, hey, we got a series on our hands here for a really good one. I mean, the map number 1 was very close. I think outside of maybe just the end of the second half is where we started to see a couple of hills get chained together. But at least some of the looks that we did see here from Haterlows, you know, did look good in the respawns. The biggest thing is just not letting the slaying, I think, get too far away from them going into this control.
That's a good point. I think that's got to be everything, especially because, what, it's a hotel control, if I'm not mistaken?
I believe you are correct. That sounds right.
So that's even more so the case. Like, you have to be efficient when it comes to slaying, because if you start to get behind the ball fast,
yes,
you know, like, it's just, it feels chalked at times. So 1-1 map count, and we've got ourselves that hotel control after a you know, a pretty tight opening hardpoint, like you mentioned, just a couple of the key moments that were missed out on. So I expect some fireworks here at hotel control. At least I'm hoping for it, because, hey, we love these round 1 matchups, whether they're winners or losers. Passions and tempers start to flare.
Absolutely, and the controls have been an interesting one, like, on the day in, like, these early matches, because I think a lot of them have been, like, really one-sided. And this comes back to, like, my point where it's like, if you're not putting, like, a lot of time into learning control and trying to actually, you know, make it become a really good game mode, one of your stronger game modes, then, you know, you could fall into that spot where if you get to best of 3s and it's now all determined on a control, then, you know, how much of that work were you putting in, I guess, is my question. Because some teams have looked really, really good, but I would say others have looked a little bit spotty when it comes down to just doing, like, the fundamentals of what we expect, I think, on Hotel.
And, you know, we're blessed in the way that we get to watch top-level challengers play regularly.
Right.
And even to throw it out there, like, you and I do a lot of college COD, and, like, even those teams start to really get structured at the top level as well. And when you're dealing with the first day of an open at a major location where it's sold out in 5 minutes, like, you know, you're going to be getting a lot of people that are playing just because they're around the area. You know, are they really even getting scrims or things like that? Like, or is it fair. Like, you know, hey, let's get on, let's play some ranked play. Let's test out, you know, what we got going on. Maybe this team works out okay in ranked and we can take that to the event. You know, the expectations can only go so high because, let's be honest, like, if you're earning pro points through GBs, it's usually, like you talked about at the top of the show, through things like search. So we're not often seeing, you know, multiplay come through when it's overall respawn and search, you know, for GB points, unless you make it deep into a cup, which, again, for a lot of these players has not been the case. Although I will say for the Memphis Grizzlies, this is a squad that has earned some significant points comparatively through their runs that they've done in some of the off cups and things of the nature. So here we go. Hotel control. And already Memphis on for a triple stack at B. They got 4 straight kills, make it 5, 6 straight kills. And B may be gone here, brother. Yeah.
It's gone. This is kind of what I talked about. You know, if you haven't played maybe a lot of control together, it can be really difficult off a start like this. Have to calm perfectly and understand, you know, where everyone's going off the breakoffs. But kills are good for the Grizzlies. 2 minutes now to work over to this 8 point. At least some good middle map controls being locked down right now. Challenge 15 is on 3 in a row, and he's got a Vaznev to play with.
And he could be in a really good spot. You don't have to go too much further than here if we're being honest with one another. I like it. Through mid. Royal tested. Oh, and the stun will allow him to get away. Strezzy not so lucky, though. Royal turning. Should be able to secure that trade, and so he will. Prospect in the back towards shops. That will be... Oh, this is a problem. You have to get rid of him. You have to get rid of him with numbers, because now you're on for A. It's going to be at least a double stack. Strezzy's going to watch the cross and say, not needed. Triple stack is in. Second tick of progress is a lock. And Prospect is behind the play, getting, well, not free kills. Should have been free kills, but it doesn't make a difference. He stops the defense in place, and the ticks come through for the win on offense.
Yeah, he at least does some damage there. Weakens them all up and forces them to turn before they can look towards the zone. Yeah. So, nice little moment, and... Man, it's a little tough because, like, I think that play that we saw unfolding through the back there from challenger number 15, like, it almost didn't happen fast enough, or it wasn't, you know, like, taken back to go the other way and say, okay, like, I'm not going to do anything here. Like, I'm going to backtrack, go to catwalk, try to take a different route. Like, that never really happened, and I think that 2 defenders kind of just got caught behind the play. And everyone attacking was already in restaurant stacking the points, so yeah. I think it was a tough one there.
Okay, can this Haterlows squad find similar success on their opening breakoff? First 2 kills are good. That's actually all over towards B. Royal, the only defender who could try to stall this, and he tries to extend his life by getting into a different position, but is denied. So now you've got 2 players on FB. Defense still spawning relatively close, though. Have a chance to try to bounce back into this. Nades over the top are largely connecting. Yeah, no trophy system down, or maybe it was depleted early. Second tick of progress will be locked. The defense, well, actually, no, second tick of progress will not be locked. Just before it got confirmed, the kills came through in time for Memphis to regain.
Wow, that was a crazy break. Strezzy tries to push it forward and see if he can take a more advanced position, but Prospect, he's there to basically shut down this push at B. Now I think it's time for Haterlows to start looking over towards A. Just one more player, and Prospect also trying to hunt this man down.
Yep. Should be good for it, you think? Yep. Catches him just a bit off guard. But how about Haterlows? Already over towards A with some pretty advanced positions in towards mid archways. Royal's going to have a chance to try to break this up by getting a free angle here. Oh, and a pretty solid read under another player mid-map. Repsh trying to follow up. Gets one, but not the second. And with that, Haterlows, in the meantime, stay on the zone for what will surely be a second, if not a full 60 seconds with the 3rd tick coming out.
I like where Spazzy's head's at right now. Just trying to force some engagements inside a lobby. Do not allow them to kind of go about the map how they want to. Don't give them a lot of freedom, and even some good exits. Trying to push maybe a little bit too far here is the Memphis Grizzlies. They're going to have at least Rep kind of inside of bedroom, but he is the only player here. Rep's going to have to make some big plays happen, and he's going to drop.
Okay, here we go. Opportunity, 2 players on. Royal gets a look at one, finishes off the kill. You got to start to make a challenge happen. He's the only one that could actually get on towards the zone, and I don't think he fully realized until it was too late. The Memphis spawn just too far away, and even though it looked maybe a little bit questionable at times, I mean, ultimately, casual stuff at the end there from the side of Haterlows.
Yeah, and it comes back to, like, that play that I was calling out from Spazzy, who was already putting pressure, like, right through mid-lobby. Because he plays his life, like, 5 seconds longer, his teammates are able to secure the zone, come off the zone, and then get his eventual trades. And because those kills happen through mid, there's only 1 player inside a bedroom to play defense. So it was kind of just a breakdown, and just trying to take away more space than they had, I guess, was the biggest factor.
Yeah, good comms. I like that. And so Haterlows is able to tie up this game completely, not just on the scoreboard, but also in tick compression. That's also with King only finding a single kill so far, 1 and 9. Damage up top, not able to confirm the kill, but at least pushes off the Memphis attack for now, but no one's watching mid-map. It's a little bit of a breakdown as far as setup is concerned. Blazin and Spazzy, I think we're trying to get aggressive around the middle of the map, but no one was able to watch front desk, and now you've got another triple stack on. Second tick of progress, looks good. And Haterlows are trying to commit to trying to defend this, and this could be costly. 3rd tick looking good, but at least for the defense, They are still spawning top right-hand side. So even though you're going to lose the 60 seconds here, you will have a chance to set up a little bit of a defense towards A, but I say that. And KK gets cut off spawn, and now all of a sudden Memphis are on for some progress at A.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. They get the close spawn, they fly right through. Spazzy's play is going to have to come through pretty quickly, and it's going to have to be successful. Teammates are working for the front. The pinch still unfolding. Shots coming through. Spazzy's able to deal with one. Teammate gets a second, and well, the rest of the attackers back in spawn. Spazzy's now able to play his life and maybe get in the kitchen.
Yeah, well done by Spazzy, not just to get the kills, but like you mentioned, push a little bit further forward, trying to block these spawns, push them around a little bit. No need to do anything crazy here for Spazzy. Try to keep finding kills through these doorways. There's the check. Well done. Great shots out of Spazzy for 3. Back and forth we go, just kind of drawing a figure 8 between both these two entryways to kitchen. But watch out through mid-map. Memphis have a lot of control through couch and even towards archway, and now, yeah, Spazzy's a little caught off guard. I mean, Haterlows, they're just so defensively back towards shops because they had no mid-map control. Now Memphis with the kills are on the zone.
Oh, Royal's able to get one, but he can't push through with his teammate to find the trade. So he has to play his life. Still time to work with here. You got a minute 15 on the clock. You don't feel pressured or obligated just to sprint in there. But you really want Royal's play to work out here through the side, and he will be shut down. Good pick up there from Challenger 15 off of spawn. The defense still very much alive and well, but now starting to drop. Strezzy finds 2.
Oh, Rap with the read on 1 HP! Well, Turnorama goes prone, finds the kill, and that will maybe dictate the entire outcome of this offense. I thought Rep was dead to rights. It just has the reaction to go prone, take a little spin, find the kill, and win the round.
I feel like it's a bit of frustration on the other side. And I mean, it's a high-pressure moment for these guys, so it's, rightly so that you would feel frustrated after a round like that, especially with the setup that you had, the kill that you got right through double arches. You had numbers to work with. Strezzy with that 2-piece. Boy, does he just blow that play open.
Yeah.
Get right in there and stack the point. All offenses here so far.
And all of them are coming quick. It's like all it takes is like one straw to break. And everyone's on each zone for quick stacks and quick conversions. Rep watching for rugs. But Haterlows, all about this initial setup towards B. Strezzy caught bottom bar. No worries there. First blood good. Blazin now trying to clear off topside bar. How about that? Good help from above. And the kills are not done. That may be enough right there. That's 2 big kills through mid-map. The Memphis spawns are pretty much at the top side, and you've got Blazin watching this cross through Spa. It's not looking good for Memphis, but they're committing numbers forward, and they get 2 straight eliminations. They're able to clear the zone off. Just comes down to finding the final kill onto Challenger 15. Nate is out, but he can't even get there to keep the progress alive, and only 2 ticks will get locked.
Oh, I don't like that play out of Blazin. He just kind of chows out. He tries to find the player rushing to the point, but if he plays it slower, maybe that's a lock-in on the zone. But they do move over to A, just like they kind of did in the previous offensive round. Get some ticks, try to get the lock-in of the minute here. Prospect, he's going to give it a look, but he will be shut down as well. So things looking good. That should be the zone. Second tick locked.
Royal may give this a go, though, still. You've got a couple members already on rotation, but doesn't really quite predict the hit through mid and the push through rug. So, yeah, extra 60 earned. Haterlows the 5-life lead. Well done by King to finesse his life and put a little bit of presence in towards top bedroom. And around the back, the kills are still coming through. So now the third tick can start to make its way. Oh! Not good for Rep. Absolutely spun on. And yep, it's the same old story. You get a little bit of success on a couple of kills, and all of a sudden everyone's on the zone. We continue this all-offensive affair.
Rep just got smoked.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. He was weak, too. I don't know who got him, but holy. Those were some shots. So, now who has offense? I don't want to have defense coming into round 5. All the ticks should be evened up, so it's going to come down to kills. So, that would mean that Memphis should be on defense here, I would imagine.
I think so. I mean, based on how convincing things were, yeah, you've called it right. I mean, 5 in a row for Spazzy in that last little surge for Haterlows. Okay. Haterlows on the attack. Good news for them based on how things have gone so far. And I think Memphis have learned their,
finally.
They finally are like, okay, they're not going to go A. Let's stack up a little bit more towards B. Get a little bit of clearance over towards couch. Okay, that looks a little bit more traditional. And now Haterlows will have to kind of decide with their kitchen spawns. They want to try to keep forcing it to B, or do we just default to backing off and stopping the clock at A? They will do the latter.
Oh, my. Challenger 15 flying. He's got no support while making this play happen, but he's drawing defenders over. He draws 2 players over to B because they're not sure of how many players might be trying to make that B push happen. But A was only touched for a second. No segments locked so far. Grizzlies have been just about flawless on this defense in this final round.
Yeah, much better than we saw in any previous round that we had. And yeah, Strezzy is on one. 5 in a row. Has not died this defense until, of course, we start talking about it. So with that opening, Haterlows will get on and likely be able to make some significant progress. Prospect is moving and kind of leaning towards coming. And wow, these door tags are aggressive. But King finds the kill. Strezzy tried to get back over, at least takes down 1 trade, but does not have the regen. Still goes for the chow, and will end up ultimately still dropping. So 24 plays 18. It'll be a minute 40 on the clock as the defense will default over towards their B defense.
And the only big difference, at least this time, is that the Grizzlies didn't actually send a final hit over to A or send like 1 to 2 lingering players to try to fight for exits. Try to hold, set up across the map. It might be good for it, Rep. Gets a little worked in that last kill in the previous round, but he has completely shaken it off. Looking for kill 6, and with the Vaznev, he will deliver. Huge moment for him. That cruise missile, that could play the difference here with a minute 20 left.
Oh, absolutely. It allows you to kind of keep your defense more, on a line of scrimmage ahead of the zone. And if things get dicey, you could call it in and force everyone off. So King doing some work. Oh, okay, 3. Just mantles. Where's the calm on that trade? Royal gets absolutely obliterated, and now all of a sudden Haterlows are on with 2. Trophy system's also down here by the sound cues that we're hearing. There's the cruise missile, I think, being called in. King trying to move over. Nothing really able to land, and all of a sudden you've got the second tick of progress well on your way with more kills still coming. Memphis has to make a move. Prospect, Rep, getting kills. Contest is in, and finally the clearance comes out. And wouldn't you know it, you got a lot of time, but it's a 16v8. You have to slow down here and be methodical if you're Haterlows.
Yeah, you certainly do. The lives becoming a factor, but 1 good push. We've seen it so many times throughout this year, but not a good second attempt. It comes off a spawn. And now those deep kitchen spawns also coming through. So there's a lot of the map that you're going to have to try to clear before you even see this zone. And you only got 6 lives left.
Yeah. Prospect is also playing backside luggage. Stack is here, though. You've got Challenger 6, or Challenger 15 is sitting through mid-map. He can cut off these rotations defensively. This is still very plausible. 13v4. Mid-map play is cut off. So last chance saloon here. And they just still have not found Prospect. I think they finally get the calm on it. And even though Spazzy does get the elimination, you're down to a 12v3. Here's the play. Last attempt. On the zone. No, not going to happen. And it's all down to Spazzy. It's a 1v1 tick progress is all that he can play for here. But he will not be able to get through the defense, and the Memphis Grizzlies will take the series. Tight one, though. Really, yes. I mean, throughout all 3 maps, very entertaining match.
Absolutely. I was a little worried because we, jumped right into, the first round, and it was, I don't know, maybe the 40-second offense, it felt like. But then it just got responded with over and over and over again. A lot of big plays as well. I thought right here with King K's play and then getting a good stun right into the back, that could have been the chance to be able to maybe lock it in and get the job done and pull off what would have been a little bit of an upset potentially versus a lot of these guys here on the other side, but not enough. Memphis Grizzlies, they will hold on with the 3-2 victory.
Yeah, good stuff so far. I mean, these lower round 1 matchups are typically unpredictable, but again, this Memphis Grizzlies squad in their winners round, I believe it was technically 2 matchup because of how the seedings worked and how many teams had signed up. That was their first game they played was in winners round 2. It was the 30 seed versus the 35 seed. Those are legitimately, anyone can win those matches. Mm-hmm. And for a squad that has some pretty notable squad of players on it, they were tested here as well. So some things they need to clean up as they continue their lower round matchups, which they will still play another match today. Lower round 2 still has to happen. But Austin, our broadcast coverage, it's about to go back up top. Winners round 3 is coming up next. We have a lot of teams to keep our eye on. I know that both matches that are going to be set up in the main stage for this next set of games is going to be nutso. We got the 15 versus the 18 and the 16 versus the 17. Woo. Anyone's game.
Yeah. These are when the matches start to get really spicy for us, especially still being best of 3s, right? In the winners round 3. So
correct. Yeah.
You just don't know what's going to happen. The vetoes, everything, very interesting, man. I can't wait to see how those ones play out.
We'll find out. We'll do another little juggle up of the casters, let everything get set up on the main stages. We'll come back with winners round 3 action. We've got 2 heats of that. And, of course, we still have some lower matches to finish off the day. Lots of challengers. Stick around. We'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open presented by Perifio. We're getting very deep into the bracket now. Austin just said it before we got into the break. This is where things get spicy. This is our top 32 teams now in the winners bracket. The 15th versus the 18th seed now going head-to-head on broadcast with Omit Mexico versus a Wobble Academy EU.
Yeah, and this is a good look at some international matchups, right? I mean, Omit Mexico just playing underneath the Omit banner, kind of missed out on playoffs for season 2 of the Elite, excuse me, and a Wobble Academy EU. This is a good bunch of individuals that we have seen coming out from the circuit, missed out as far as qualifying for season 2 of the Elite, but they have been sticking together. F. Dizzy, Chaxter, trying to continue on with some of their antics here on Hydroelectric as far as map 1 is concerned. It's going to be a good playground for our two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if two teams here, as you say, an international affair. Let's see who can come out on top right now. So the gunfight's going over Bob's way here as they look to get control over P4, and they look to have done exactly that with that final kill coming through from Chaxter. So, visual hold will be in for a Wobble Academy EU. See if they can go any further than that. Omit trying to find their way through the middle of the map. Chaxter with the first player to meet them there and get the first blood, but no more will be found. And the Wobble have to be careful here because coming around the backline is Infinite. He's about to pull off the ultimate surprise. Not the nicest surprise in the world. It's okay because Maestro's trophy system is much more powerful in that scenario. And, well, those spawns are pretty potent.
Always got to worry about that fifth player. That trophy system has no care in the world for what team you're on. It will do damage to you regardless. This P4 hill on the other side has been quite favorable for a Wobble Academy as well. To speak of, they are finding kills all the way through the double arches. It should be a guaranteed scrap time. I mean, you do have one player that's spawned in towards the back. That's Rupert. So what? You're able to get about 10 seconds here off of P4, and you're actually holding in the middle of the map. Look at the spawns for a Wobble EU. They are actually currently still spawning in effectively over by P2. Omit Mexico should be aware of this as they're setting themselves up inside P5.
Yeah, and another big hill here coming out from Omit Mexico, but this is one of those janky spawns really do come into effect here on Hydro. Bob's trying to force them with Dizzy making his way around the backline. Hasn't been spotted out just yet and might get some good time, and you can see it on the mini-map. It'll be in Fresh that looks away just as Dizzy makes his way around the backline. There you go, finally. Dizzy's going to win that 1v1. Now close spawn should be good here for Wobble Academy. On the entry towards this hard point. They still haven't secured any of this backline, though. I think Dizzy realizes just a little bit too late that, hey, somebody might be hanging around the joint. And for the initial, at least, Omit, pretty good here on this generator hard point.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. I mean, they came in with about 50 points, looking to get themselves not only the lead back, but to be sitting pretty darn comfortable. Heading in towards the second set, we will go. Player number 4 is Dizzy. He's going to maybe try to make an argument up top. We'll take down Infinite. This is just for scrap times, just to maintain what is about to be a dead even game going in towards the second set. And this is where things start to become a little bit more of a learning sequence. How much can you take away from the first set of hard points? Can you become better as far as winning those rotations and blocking the spawns on Zarquil Hydroelectric? We know that spawns in this map are a fickle beast.
Absolutely they are, but so far, I mean, these two teams, they both seem to be wrangling with them, I think, pretty well as we look over towards the scoreline at the moment. Pretty much even Stevens here at Wobble Academy will put their nose out in front just a little bit. Left up, trying to provide some coverage at 14 and 14 at the moment, trying to stop any players making their way through that dome. Dizzy also looking to aggress, gets punished for it, and Rupert actually comes out with the double here. Will pressure on towards Chaxter. That is a triple from Rupert, and now I'm at Mexico looking pretty good here, not just at this hill, but also their rotation towards Nexus.
Yeah, they're just going to leave Rupert on the hard point, just going all solo dolo, like takes down Dizzy from the water pit as well. Yeah, F.Dot's going to be able to trade him out inevitably, but you have done a great job at just converting P1 into a comfortable position, and now the crack kid on the block, Snoopy comes in, he finds 2. One player has actually slipped the net, is Maestro. Good capture here from our observers, but Rupert off the respawn is watching the water play. You couldn't have asked for a better start to the second set if you're Omit Mexico.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted, but now the pressure starting to arise once again from the front line as Fresh realizes that he's got no coverage over from that mid-cut. Is he already looking to challenge that? Thresh has his L trigger down, though. Infinite around the back line, just too hot to handle. And Maestro now just trying to pepper up some players left, right, and center. Again, it is not enough to remove Omit Mexico from this hard point. You need to make sure you get those back spawns. That is what they're trying to do. Wobble Academy, they are knocking at the door. They cannot get past that mid-cut. Again, every single kill going Omit Mexico's way. They're extremely happy with the way that rotation from P1 to P2 went.
Yeah, the second set is becoming more and more fruitful for Omit Mexico. You also have players like Rupert, who is looking to hit the rotation early all the way through the cliffside, down over by the water. Maestro, he's not really looking for this. I mean, you can tell that the Spidey senses might be tingling, but he's not going to clear away Reaper in towards the back. Now, this should flip out the spawns, you wouldn't think, because Maestro is in that power position. Now, where do you spawn if you are Snoopy? Still spawns in all the way backside of P4, but now Reaper strikes. He takes down Maestro in towards the back. Wobble Bob's Academy going to be trying to deal with these players now we're on the flank.
Backstep, see what he can do. First blood is through and just going to distract Reaper enough that he isn't able to at least immediately trade as Maestro causing problem inside the hard point. And Chaxter now with the route along the water will give control here to Wobble Academy. This is not a good position for Omit to be in. They need to make sure they push through this hill, take time away from Wobble. They're going to do exactly that. It's 3 in the kill feed. Infinite with one of those. Rupert picking up yet another double at 20 and 13. He is having a heck of a game. And now the positioning that I was describing Omit being in, they're not in that at all anymore. Wobble, they got one player moving all the way over towards next. That is F-Dot to try and win the rotational battle. But a massive one here for Snoopy should guarantee the hold here for Omit.
It is a massive one because now Snoopy can come all the way back over towards this God head glitch over by the rock. More or less block the spawns. The issue is that Rupert had already spawned up all the way over in Narnia, essentially. So has another big 1v1 in a Chaxter he will run into inside of Ruins. And this is while the rest of his team are actually 2 ways hitting the water routes. It's Maestro and F-Dot to come up through the mid-water cut. So a lot of stray gunfights are going down. And even though you found a teammate, if you are Snoopy, everything will stabilize off of Thresh's previous positionings. Will maintain those spawns towards the back.
I got a feeling if this continues to go away from Wobble Bob's Academy, it is yet another hard point that might well prove a dagger here on Hydrate. But a couple of kills now potentially coming through from Wobble Bob's Academy. Those players, as Maestro picks up a double, might well face some pressure from the mid, though. Infinite and Snoopy going to spawn around that area. Infinite could not do any more damage. Now, the back 20 hit, short of something miraculous from Snoopy. To be fair, I don't know why I doubt him. He has been able to pull out those miracles time and time again for Omit Mexico. It would have been good for Omit Mexico to get that last 20 seconds away. At the same time, though, I mean, look, it's 20 seconds, right? They can focus on the rotation, but they need to win these gunfights.
That could have been a 30, potentially full 50, depending on Infinite's chosen route all the way through P1. Cause a little bit of a spawn out, but like you're saying, you're still in a good spot if you are Omit Mexico, holding the rotation over towards P5, and this is where the majority of their time came through in the first set of hardpoint. Spawns still arrive, though. A little bit of a pinch effect is starting to be followed up with F-Dot coming through the side door. He's got help from the back as well. F-Dot will double down. And the break comes in for Wobble Bob's Academy.
Big break again. Just 40 points behind Omit Mexico at the moment. They need every single second to tie this game up. They won't probably be able to be fair, if my maths doesn't fail me, but still. One last look, will Omit Mexico give this? And Fresh and Reaper are currently in the numbers favor for them, but F-Dot now, the last one left alive, has 2 players on both sides. There is one, looking for the reload here, with down to 2 bullets, down to be weak for the second gunfight, and off the back of that, Fresh will win it with 35 HP left. Omit still looking to fight for this valuable 15 seconds, and Fresh is playing Ring Around the Rosie with Dizzy. Will they hug at the end? I don't think so. Fresh gets the kill. They will take Thresh out of the hill there for the last 5 seconds or so. Omit still have just about a lead in this game, but the Wobble Bobs, they need to make sure they hold this current position.
You have to play so spacious. You got one player that was Chaxter. He was watching the push that was going to be coming through double arches, but nobody's watching the flank. So you got Infinite that's hitting the long water route, and these spawns are technically not blocked. The issue is that Rupert had already spawned up, but there comes the spawn out. Chaxter as well as F-Dot, they spawn all the way effectively in towards P5, so now the pinch comes in. The break's soon to follow. Omit Mexico can technically still win it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, one of those crucial moments here in the game as Omit managed to break on through. Yeah, they can win it here. They're unlikely to. They're probably more likely to rest on the laurels and make sure they hold the rotation to next. And that is maybe a lifeline that a Wobble Bob's Academy have, but still goes in favor of Omit here on P1. Rupert not able to finish his food there as Chaxter going to get a double. Keeps them in the conversation, but Thresh answers back with a double off his own. But more importantly, perhaps, you see Dizzy winning a crucial one-on-one engagement against Snoopy. That keeps the Wobble Bob spawns over towards P2. They're still in this, Andy.
They are still in this. They have the close spawns for P2. It needs to be a money hill. But again, player number 5 is Infinite off screen. He is again hitting the same similar water route that broke them in towards P1. So Chaxter needs to go big at old. He's able to find 2. That conveys information for where maybe the hit is mostly coming through from the front. But when does Infinite strike?
Yeah, they've got to know. They have to know. No, they absolutely don't. Infinite does it time and time again, and now they have been broken. Dizzy needs to go. Q's around the backline can only find value in 1 frag. So Omit Mexico now looking for the final 17 seconds. They're well into it, and now they need to flank back. F-Dot is that guy for a Wobble Bob's Academy as the push around the front just isn't working. And he's spending so much time just running around. He's already been tagged up once. Cannot find anything. Omit Mexico take map number 1 in what is, again, a crucial series here as we reach our top 32.
It was neck and neck, really. I mean, when we got into the second set of hard points, it was a dead even game. But then, again, I was asking myself, and for everybody else that's in this lobby, is what did you learn away from that first set? The holds, comparatively in the first set, when we hopped into this game for Omit Mexico, were so just drastically different than what we got to see when we first hopped in. We only got to see a good look at it through P5, but you got to see just the overall knowledge just being exemplified as far as where they needed to be at the right time. Yeah, some overextensions did cause some spawn outs. That's just Zarquil Hydroelectric, baby, but even more so than that, you just got to see some really good team shots, some good gunfights being won and towards some crucial parts of the map as a whole, which benefited them for a majority of time in the second set off of P4, P2, and then again, P5 is just so fruitful for Omit Mexico to be able to take that map 1.
I think you're just hitting the nail on the head there, right, bud? I mean, it's just like they're holding the crucial rotations, and when the crucial rotations aren't in their favor, well, what do? They send Infinite on a flank. You know, they make sure that they flip the spawns out for those crucial rotations. Just really well played out of Omit Mexico. Again, you really cannot underestimate this team because they have heightened their stock quite a lot over the course of the Modern Warfare 2 season so far. Here's a look at the end of the game stats then, fresh. 31 and 19. Not that much of a surprise to see him topping the charts here for Omit Mexico. Of course, he was a really valuable part of this roster looking back towards Elite Seasons 1 and Season 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never surprised to see Mo up at the top at 31 and 19, but I'm almost surprised to see that Snoopy, with the amount of engagements he has, wasn't right there joining him. I mean, the story for this Omit Mexico roster, yes, it is always going to be talking about Thresh. The guy is absolutely nuts. He's also going to college. He's looking for a degree and competing in 2 different leagues and trying to compete at the highest level as well. But Snoopy coming in towards this roster kind of really put this entire 4-player squad on, or the rest of the challengers, NA, I should say, on notice through Season 1 of the Elite. Yeah, kind of fell a little bit short. Same could be said about Season 2 of the Elite. But you go even through Boston, this is technically the same team that did beat Team Notorious in 5 maps. That is no easy feat. They're looking to add another European team on the old belt loop.
Yeah, it's not easy at all, is it? I mean, like, this team, it's Omit roster. I think a lot of people still underestimate them because they are relative newcomers. I think it's fair to say, right, even if they've been around for a few months now, but they're still continuing to knock at the door. It's kind of an interesting point, right, because I would consider them a top 8 North American roster. That's where I put this team, you know, in the NA region. I think they're like another top 8 bubble team around that period. That's not a bad place to be. If you're like talking about like a top 8 European team, that's like, okay, you're not really that competitive because I think that the European talent is like much more focused among the top 4, top 6. But like when we're talking about NA teams, like if you're a top 8 team, like you're well in that group and you are very threatening towards the top rosters. We've already seen that, as you said, and we know what Omit is capable of. So, Wobble's Academy, they are absolutely up against it here. But we've got to talk a little bit about this Academy roster, I suppose, to a certain extent, because they are still pretty powerful themselves. The player that I think, you know, we're going to have on our tongues here this season is F-Dot, right? I mean, F-Dot, it was kind of on the conversation for European Rookie of the Season. Linz was also in that conversation as well, and we know what he's been capable of. But F-Dot's had a bit of a weird one. I think definitely tainted in a way by the fact that the originals, despite what they were able to do in Season 1 of Challengers League, were not able to attend the LAN event. So F-Dot has just so much capability. I think this roster is, again, another chance for him to realize that.
I think that Felix has been really tossed around as far as what team would honestly give him the better placings that he ever so wants, but sticking with this team for a reason, Brody, so it must mean something to him. Very fast plant over here inside of A, and every single player is still alive in this lobby.
Yep. Nobody inside A, of course, from Omit Mexico, so Wobble's Academy. Looking pretty good off the back of that. First 2 shots go in. Snoopy actually will survive the engagement. Both of them just think, all right, I'll just move away from one another, and elsewhere trades are happening. Snoopy going to be allowed a chance here, a crack at the site, but do they know where F-Dot and Chaxter are located? It's a bit of a weird position for these guys on the post plant, and Chaxter does get sussed out. F-Dot, we were typing him up, we were talking about him, can't pull off a 1 versus 3 in the situation. Infinite has already picked on the bomb.
And that's just a really good call if you are Omit Mexico, right? I mean, you show little to no presence inside of the building, inside of the A site. Why is that? It's round number 1, search and destroy. You don't have any trophy systems. You have no dead silence to try to make these very egregious plays that much more potent earlier on. So you let the bomb plant go down. Then you play for full retake. The way that they swarmed up top and around money is what is the utmost winning factor, is that fact that Snoopy was able to stay alive for such a long time. He finds 2 within that round and makes a Wobble Academy just really force their hand as far as to maybe try to check that bomb. They lost numbers so quickly Mexico with a wonderful retake there on the A-bomb now for their offense.
All right, well, Omit Mexico have just as easy of a time getting towards the A site as Wobble's Academy did. The answer is absolutely not. Dizzy is sitting inside. F-Dot has already caused some problems around that B lane as well. But just like that, we talked about that first blood coming through. Omit, they're able to overwhelm inside A, and this leaves a couple of players. Maestro has offered a free frag on towards Rupert, and now Omit Mexico. Do they want to get the bomb down just yet? As Snoopy does trade things out, the answer might be yes.
They're still trying to figure out where F-Dot's located at, and he challenged from top admin. He had no idea where the rest of these players are located at. But again, it is the dissection of a round by proxy of information that is the Omit roster. It's something I talked about through their run of Season 2 of the Elite. Again, falling short, not making it to playoffs, whatever. This team has progressively been getting so much better at search and destroy, and it was already at a really good spot. Again, just all around what you can see to trade that information to Snoopy, who is now on 5 in a row. The kid has not died yet, and he's always either trying to fish out that first blood for the opening of the round, if not being able to find a crucial 2-piece to keep Omit Mexico in the running.
Well, currently 2-0 up are Omit Mexico here. Just a little Peripheral live update for you folks. Decimate Gaming getting through Nobility Rising pretty quickly. That's a 2-0 for them as they continue, as we say, their speed run through the upper bracket. We'll be keeping an eye on, of course, the Season 2 champions in North America as they progress. Now, though, 3 versus 3 as F-Dot will trade things out on towards Snoopy. Dizzy almost puts the advantage in favor of the Wobble Academy here. Going to have to swerve a stun thrown at him by Infinite. It will not connect, and still a 3 versus 3 is what we're looking at.
Not a whole lot of information to go off of. You can see Dizzy with the bomb on the mini-map. He's still toying with the idea, maybe I can commit over towards A, or do we just try to go off the information that Maestro sees from the house? But while you've been kind of playing with your food here, you've allowed Thresh to activate his Dead Silence to hit this flank around the back of Billiards. Doesn't fully clear the bar, but he might get the freest kill that he's ever seen. We'll take down F-Dot, and his Dead Silence is reset.
That's so oppressive towards Maestro as well. You kind of at the point now where Dizzy has to get involved despite having the bomb in his hands, and Dizzy is not able to convert for the frag, so Maestro becomes much more important in the play. Dizzy elsewhere has picked off one, but again, he was all on his lonesome. Trades are easy in that position, and Maestro finds himself facing down 2 players. Has managed to escape Rupert momentarily, but it is for a very brief, fleeting moment as once again Omit come out on top.
You can see Rupert there at the end. He's the closest Omit player, shaking his little hand warmer right there. I mean, he's probably chuckling the same reason why I am. You were in a 3v3. You've allowed so much time for Omit to, again, gain information and for them to clear so much of the map away. To see that you, as the offensive team, are turtled up. You threw all of your attacks, all of your throwables so early if you're Wobble's Academy that you had to do it the hard way. And you had to find information just by sheer gunfights and being able to take these challenges top AC. You had 2 players for Wobble's Academy in that final moment that was trying to deal with the player back there. That Thresh made the play from behind to be able to close out that round.
Another little update for you folks. Again, Aphelion now 2-0 in T1 Esports as well. So have a look over towards the Peripheral live update for that one. Thank you, folks. Again, we're trying to keep an eye on what's going on around the grounds here as Omit going to get through Wobble's Academy EU. 3-0 in the Search and Destroy. This is not that much of a surprise. Again, Search and Destroy was their strongest game mode over towards Elite number Season 1 and Season 2. Now, looking to have a good go of things here in round number 4. Well, that most certainly helps as Dizzy takes himself out of the equation. Shaxter also drops by the way of Snoopy. And now F-Dot and Maestro split apart here in the 2 versus 4.
Post plant situation is going to see Infinite just play the bomb itself while they took down Maestro. That's got a sniper, and he gets a leg. He only gets a hit marker. That's the only thing that a Wobble's Academy have found within that round was a hit marker. And that is just so tough. You're trying your best. You want to throw wrenches into the system, but again, it mostly just comes down to how fast and how diverse Omit are just opening up a lot of these rounds just to take some really crucial points of the map away, whether or not you're a defensive team or an offensive team. It just always feels like that Snoopy is just about everywhere. And if he's not there, then Infinite's probably there as well. 3-0. Infinite has not died through 4 rounds worth of play. Omit Mexico have not lost a single round in the Search and Destroy. Looking pretty darn good to maybe put it away here in 2.
All right, well, shout out to producer right now, getting us a look into what's happening with Twisted Theory and Mags Up. That is the number 16th seed versus the 17th seed, so also a pretty close matchup in terms of seeding. And right now, Mags Up currently out on top. Of course, that is mostly the former Jokers on You roster from Elite Season 2. But Omit Mexico, again, they want to have a flawless go of things here in Search and Destroy. Wobble's Academy, trying to get their way back in, and things just keep on going against them. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Numbers were not in favor of F. But he has at least evened them up.
Rooper versus F. Needs to get recovered. Luckily enough, F. does have dead silence. He's going to activate that. How much information are you willing to clear? What is Rooper's field upgrade looking like as well? Is he making a lot of information? Well, it doesn't matter at all because Felix just clears all of top kitchen, finds the pick over by the A control zone. All right. Got ourselves on the board again when the dust had settled like you were talking about there, Brody. You did not at least immediately have numbers, but at least there's one player in the 1v odd situation that you have left alive. At least it's F. with the dead silence to be able to clear away all of the map like he did and then just act off of whatever previous information was known from Rooper. So, quite literally 1 round at a time. If you are Wobble Academy, you are down by 3 rounds. You lost that map number 1. Would love a massive resurgence. Also needs to go and be talked about. Chaxter still sitting on the goose egg right here, looking for this guy to turn things around.
Yeah. I hate to call out individual players, right? But we need to see a player like Chaxter, a player of his caliber, set things up if Wobble Academy want to turn things around. Got 1 round on the board. Maybe Dizzy can be the start of getting the second here as he takes the bomb carrier down. That's going to be big. Again, though, what do they do off the back of that? Because now they've got Omit Mexico on the run. Rupert might well have at least 1 player here, but he's stuck between both. Shouldn't be long before he's taken down. And there it is. Oh, Wobble Academy now. 2nd round in a row.
They're starting to switch their pace up little by little. And by doing so, by even getting these stuns out early, whether it's through kegs or through the upper hallways of the building, you are denying Omit Mexico from getting away with such aggressive antics of what we saw through their opening rounds. If you can deny Snoopy and Infinite from getting in these first blood positionings, then you're going to be much better par for the course. Chaxter still gets first blooded, but it's a way that Wobble Academy were able to react off of that first blood, turn it into a second, and then flip the map back on its head, find themselves 2 rounds in a row.
Well, they've got a 3A plan here, to be fair. It's recognizing that might be the problem here for Wobble Academy. You're very careful about the fact that somebody's probably in that couch corner. Now they know. A is clear. I might have to go for a retake.
Look at both. Snoopy and Infinite are actually very quickly on the flank. We saw them crab walking past the keg store. They're going to try to pinch this along with Thresh, who's still up top.
And first blood through from Snoopy. Systematic takedown here of this site. F. behind the bar is going to be the real threat here for Omit Mexico. This bar positioning is so annoying to deal with. And the stun, the stun goes out. It will connect, but the nade unfortunately connects on himself. And Snoopy, well, I think after F. was immobilized, able to capitalize on it. Dizzy overwhelmed. Chaxter gone as well. And it takes a while. They leave it down on the wire. But again, Omit, they overwhelmed. They're back in the driver's seat.
It's round 1 all over again, Brody. Give up the A-bomb. Just make sure that at least your flank is secured, and they just play for a full-on 4v4 retake. All of the nades going off, whether it's sound cues or not, you knew that you got so much utility out from the offensive team of Wobble Academy, right? And even from there on after, you had those 3 players just hitting through the fence line. Look, it's one thing to see that it's 1. But off that death cam, if you see more than 2 players, I start trembling, and that's after Thresh even found a kill up top over by the A lane itself. So, again, systematic. As you would like it from Omit Mexico, they stop any sort of momentum that Wobble Academy were trying to build for themselves, now have themselves up. Not only on map point, serious point, best of 3.
All right, let's see if Reaper can finish it off in emphatic fashion. Some snipes would be nice. Give us something, Reaper. I'm sure it's probably not going to give him anything. You would hope, at least.
I'd hope so.
You never know.
How far forward this defense is actually playing. And it's all off of, I guess, like the respect that is Omit Mexico. Maybe they didn't find any information early, but like you were saying, I mean, they maybe be playing off of Rooper in that sniper rifle as well. Have yet to find anything. Starting to dwindle down the clock, though.
Oh, there you go. It was off screen, but Rooper gets the opening snipe on Maestro. He was hunting that kill for the longest time. You could smell him from a mile away. Elsewhere, Dizzy has also been tracked down, so it is now Chaxter and F. Agent 007. See what he can do. I'd be able to catch Reaper off guard. That would be huge. Oh, come on, man. Chaxter, look up there. You know where he is located. He had to look down low. He's surely going to get this kill versus Reaper at least. And there it is. Thresh has spotted him out, though. The information is good. Omit not comfortable enough to get this bomb down just yet. And, well, yeah, F. just got eviscerated. Now they most certainly will be. Chaxter, gone from a donut to a breadstick. Now wants to make it into a trio. for these kills. There's one. Looking for the second. Hasn't just gone straight for it. Knows that isn't the smartest idea on 28 HP.
Oh my!
Looks out and Chaxter takes his head off. Chax is back, baby. 3 in a row for him. Wobble Bob's Academy aren't done yet.
Not done yet. Chaxter finds 3 kills in the round. Get a Wobble Bob's Academy up to a 3-5 scoreline, but man, I gotta tell you, I did not really have that on my bingo card as far as how this that round was gonna play out. Not with how far forward everybody was playing after that bomb. XQ was coming through. Rupert found first blood. Infinite was there for the second as well. And all of the map was seemingly denied for Wobble Bob's Academy, but Chaxter makes the play without utilizing that silence, comes up behind Rupert, finds that first, and then acts off the information after F. got absolutely burnt alive. Still more work to be done here, and it's going to be a fast B executed, would seem, for Wobble Bob's Academy. They're moving across this field.
Indeed they are. Can they get across safely, though? Got a few rounds to play with. I'm in Mexico here. Just trying not to give anything away for free. F. elsewhere has taken down Snoopy around the back line. That was a play that they were trying to rely on to make a flank happen. That is no longer on the cards here. You can look at the mid-map pressure that Omit Mexico are putting up, and I don't really think the Wobble Bobs have much of a choice as to where they want to go with the bomb unless they get another frag on the board. Again, that might well come by way of Chaxter, who now finds himself here with yet another kill. This is 4 in a row for him now. He survives, and the bomb should go down at B.
He has good coverage over here as well, so he can stay alive bottom tools for as long as he would like. Infinite Rupert going to double up together and going to try to do this for a full-on retake, but you start to have a certain amount of sweat drip down your brow once you know that the retake has to be over by B, and Dizzy with an AR is just locking things down on the backside of this site. I believe this is a 4 AR rollout for Wobble Bob's Academy, and it works out wonderfully as Chaxter finds the last 2 in the round. That is now 6 accrued in 1 life for Chaxter. Cruise missile has been earned.
Wow, we were describing Chaxter. I mean, I jokingly, mostly jokingly, described him as Agent 007 only a couple of rounds ago, bud. 6 in a row now. He's putting his team on the map. Literally. Keeping his team in the map, we should say. Keeping his team in the winner's bracket. That cruise missile should be extremely useful. Maybe not so much for this round. If they go to an offense round number 11, we know that those things can be useful for clearing players away from B for a free run. But we'll see. We'll keep that to the back of our minds here. Omit Mexico looking to make their way through towards A. Again, right now, looking over towards Twisted Theory and Max Up as well. Twisted Theory currently the lead of that one.
Max Up trailing for sure. At least they have those P2 spawns, but we'll let you know how that one concludes. This one very much so still might end here in between Omit Mexico and Wobble Bob's Academy, who again, Omit Mexico, they are giving a lot of respect towards the defense, who have stacked themselves over by the A lane. F-Dot struggling to find that first blood. Doors comfortably close in his face. We have shaved a lot of time off this clock here in this round, Brody. Omit Mexico still toying with the idea to try to burst here inside the A site where Dizzy is waiting.
There we go. Dizzy behind the couch. No trade just yet. There should be from Snoopy. Yeah. Not enough HP left in it for the second frag. But that bomb now down just outside the A site. Leaves Omit Mexico in not the brightest of spots. The trade's good once again for Chaxter. What on earth has happened to Chaxter in the last few rounds? 7 and 8 now. And she to close out this search and destroy. It's Maestro, the new kid in the bot. The 1 versus 2. Not going to catch the best timing against Rupert. Might well catch a gunfight that surely should not go his way. Rupert survives at the moment, but Maestro still wins it. And on 1 HP, the great escape is on. Snoopy's going to get the bomb down. Now, calm before the storm here. Maestro. Lightning strike tries. Yes, he will. Maestro for the 1v2. And we're going around 11.
He had no business winning the first gunfight, walks away with it on 1 HP, pops dead silence, wraps all the way past the hillside. That is just impressive stuff when it comes down to it. Hey man, if Chaxter's going to deliver and go on a massive 6 for you, might as well get some assistance from Maestro, who now finds himself 6 in 7. Yeah, there's no way that Snoopy was ever going to expect him to come back through the billiards double door. Not giving off his previous information that he was top bricks in his previous engagement. So, just when you thought that they were down a Wobble Bob's Academy on the back end of Chaxter's Herculean effort, find themselves very much so in this game, and Chaxter still has the cruise missile. It's an offensive round for a Wobble Bob's Academy to stay alive in the best of 3.
They're not going to use it how I thought they might. Usually you see teams kind of using it to clear beat, make their way over there. To be fair, if the information is gained from Dizzy, that might well still be the call. Jack's going to bring it down, though, just for information. I don't think Rupert has anywhere to go here. Might be able to get inside Garage in time. Yeah, accelerating's not enough and isn't going to bend it far enough. But there is the information now. They know where everybody is located.
But there's nobody in a position to maybe try to act on this. So I like this call coming through from Wobble's Academy. You force them all to go inside. You got 3 players hitting across the A lane. This is going to pop that silence. He has a big one. Good hip fire shots, but now he's quite literally out on an island. Big first blood for Infinite.
Yeah, but look at this play coming out from Wobble's Academy around the back line. Even if they haven't got the numbers to make this one work, if they do it in time, Omit Mexico might not expect this at all. It depends how loud they are in this. And Maestro hasn't activated the silence. He hasn't got it yet. And Snoopy, he's just played it perfectly. Takes down Shaxter. Maestro's able to trade out for 1. So 2 versus 3 we go now. Maestro tagged up to 6 HP. The bomb should go down over towards B.
It's looking likely, but you have information maybe off of 1 player. Rupert finds Maestro, 1v3, F-Dot's only plays and maybe extend the round. Snoopy, dead silence. He's gonna run straight into F-Dot's face. What is that, 16 and something odd kills for the kid. Look at all Omit Mexico letting them have it. That is a massive win for them, and they continue on with their ventures here in the upper bracket.
I tell you what, but that was a lot closer than I thought it would be as we got into the first 4 rounds. I was like, oh no. Oh, this is not kind to Wobble's Academy, but they turned things around. They forced a round level 11. I gotta say, much of the heroics of Chaxter for what was his 7 kill spree, I think it was, across 3 rounds. And then Maestro, of course, for that nutty 1 versus 2. But even that is not enough to suppress what was a spectacular performance in Search and Destroy from the likes of Rupert, Snoopy as well, at 16 and 6. Look, I'll tell you what, mate. Snoopy maybe hadn't had the best statistical performance in Elite Season 2. It doesn't matter when you're coming to land and doing stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely, and he was making everybody really nervous, even through Boston with his ability, not only just with the gunny, but he's a smart player as well. I urge you all at home that when we get this Omit Mexico squad ever on stream again, watch how well Snoopy and Infinite work in tandem, not only as an SMG duo, but around the AR line of sight that is being offered from Rupert and Thresh. It is a continuation, and that's why everybody's sitting there being like, wow, Snoopy's nuts, but he has a great bunch of individuals around him to make that 16 and freaking 6 performance on an LOCLO Search and Destroy versus a very good Search and Destroy team at that. Made them look like a bunch of preschoolers. Again, Chaxter had a massive turnaround as far as that spree is concerned, but it didn't feel like that the cohesion was anywhere near where it needed to be for that team.
And here's looking towards the end of the game between Twisted Theory and Max Up, of course. We don't know how this one ended, actually. We have no... I hope you've got no knowledge of it, because I certainly don't know. As we look over towards the final moments of this one, of course, Embassies, we know that they're pretty close towards the end of these games.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is that the last time when we hopped away from this series is that, you know, Twisted Theory, they had themselves a pretty comfortable lead. It was like somewhere near about 40 points or so to get towards this score line itself, even from replays, is pretty impressive, especially when you're thinking about the names that are on Twisted Theory itself. Fire is at 42 and 27 going in towards P3, what I'm pretty sure is like the 3rd time. And it looks like that might just be good enough for Mags Up to maybe get themselves at least this rotation, but I mean, I'm more or less just worried about like how we allowed it to get this close in the first place.
This is still isn't done. We have no idea how this one ended. This is a replay, folks, so we have no idea how this one concluded whatsoever. Mags Up could well be about to do this, especially if they've got players in the right position. Gintroid from long, picking up a double there, but Mop comes through with 2 of his own. That still isn't enough to remove Mags Up from the hill. That's the big problem for them. The more problem, I think, for Mags Up, though, in the situation that they don't have trophies, so just removed in terms of that, and yeah, that's not going to help as Archive takes down his teammate. That should be all she wrote. Yeah, I mean, I feel kind of bad for Twisted Theory there, to be honest, if they didn't win that one, because as you said, we saw it in the pit that they were down, or they were up already by about 40, 50 points or so when we looked at it. So they kind of needed to win that, if you ask me, but still, it's Embassy Hardpoint, man. Those are, like, always close.
Yeah, it's really tough to say that Embassy basically replaced Bocage as far as, like, the most close scoreline hardpoint map that we have.
Weird.
It is very strange. Not necessarily when you actually, like, dissect it fully, like, analytically. There's a lot of, like, close proximal areas of the map that you can walk away with full 60s. You can handshake, you know, P3, P4 itself, because the rotation in between those 2 to 3 and then 4 to 5, so on and so forth. They're not exactly easy ones. Gintroid goes 44 and 30, by the way, with 5,200 damage. The heck is going on over here the entire time? It just felt like that it was the tale of who was going to do it better on each side. So that's map 1. Again, best of 3s here, even in winners round 3. Twisted Theory were able to close out that map 1, so we'll change that at the top of the screen here for you momentarily as we get on to this Fortress Search.
Yeah. By the way, Fire had like 40 plus kills there. That's what they meant by Fire 4. I never knew. Down to the search and destroy, though. Twisted Theory.
God.
Got numbers deeply entrenched in the middle of the map. Exotic, if he pulls off like this sneaky butt move, I don't know what to say. There's no way you should be allowing a player to do this. They are very confident that somebody hasn't got past street, and that's a kind of an arrogant confidence, because this is a lot of map control given away. Exotic allowed to do this now, and still hasn't been dealt with. Twisted Theory, they seem nervous. Finally, though, Hollow takes him out from doubles. Now Jintroid looking to get the bomb down. Luckily enough, the coverage is good from Zyril. Zyril for the double as well, and Mags Up do win. But yeah, Exotic, in my mind, wins that round.
I mean, he had no business getting up all the way through the P1 trucks, really, if you're thinking about it. There was a player that was on the open archway head glitch that more or less is always tasked just to watch that mid lane, but was nowhere to be found, was all focused what was going on inside of the gallows itself. While you had Exotic in his previous positioning was actually trying to get himself at least inside of Art. The last two teammates there for Twisted Theory were trying to get themselves inside of Art, and even Exotic going 1-for-1 in that moment of time off of his death cam, that gave him everything that his team needed to get, as that the hit was mostly coming through from Art. So good first round coming through from Mags Up, and well, it continues on as Archives finds two.
Yeah, it feels like teams are getting a lot more comfortable peeking out towards street side, on defense especially. Twisted Theory, I mean, even though it hasn't exactly worked out, they're showing that right now with Mock continuing to give it a look from Stables. Hollow, though, will pick up one from Single. So alleviates the pressures just a little bit, but if Mock does manage to get across this side, if he just chooses to go to B, he will walk into the open arms, and not so welcoming arms of Exotic, who has already been quite problematic here. Mock has decided to do that. Now the coverage from Hollow needs to be sublime, and Hollow's now spotted out the problem that lies in way over towards B. If Mock can get this kill, though, this round completely flips on its head. Mock is hunting for it, and Exotic did not know that Mock had crossed that line. And now, as I said, this round completely changes context.
Well, now it changes even more so, because Mock pops dead silence. He's over here on the B side, and I'm sure Exotic's probably sitting there like, he's at B, he's at B. So you just concede all of the A site itself. 2v1 retake Jintroid in Archives versus Mock. And again, Mock pops his dead silence as soon as he gets inside of the 1v2. He's just going to play in this tight corner. How is this going to fare for him? You would assume that Jintroid and Archives will play for the trade.
And Mock's got to play this patiently, though.
See him?
Team 1, there's Jintroid. Now Archives as well! No! Archives takes him down. And, well, those B plants, they're fabled. We rarely get them. Even that one went well, though.
We get B plants. It's just the way that they were even leading off their opening rip just to try to execute over towards B is something that you honestly do not see every single day. But it's like you were saying there, Brody, a lot of teams have been getting a lot more comfortable as far as challenging that mid street is concerned. It just does not work out. Archives finds 3 within a single round. 2 of those kills were the first blood plus the second that came through. And it was just, again, dissection of information coming through. Exotic, even though he dies over by the B bomb site, where that last player was alive comparatively to Mock, pushes all the way over towards the back gallows stairs. That is information that you needed. Mags Up with a 2-0 lead here in the search.
Aggression towards A here. Twisted Theory. Exotic. Trying to peek out bottom art. He does so. Might well catch one player off guard, and tries to do it in Tana with Jintroid over towards Stables, but it's trades galore here in the middle of the map. In the end, a 2 versus 2. Enough, though, for Mags Up to get the bomb down, and Zyril might be able to get some reactionary kills. Yes, he does. There's one on towards Unit. And Mock now has to activate the dead silence here to pull off a 1 versus 2. They don't want to go 3-0 down. He's going to hop this bomb. Archive should check. Archive should check. Yeah, the call is good. I gotta give Mock the props for going to that, but still, the call is good enough. They check the bomb.
I always get super excited when we're in a 1v situation. Really, like, your
Nice,
best
isn't
play is just going to try and get yourself that ninja defuse, but I mean, you can even see right here at the very end, like, Zyril was going to be clearing away all of P5, essentially over by the Blacksmith. You had the last positioning for Archives, clears away bottom. Art checks the flank. Nobody's hitting through P1 trucks, so surely he is on the bomb site itself, is the absolute case. Archives on 5 in a row, by the way. 1 kill away will get himself a cruise missile. Mags Up, have yet to drop a single round.
Well, we'll see. Twisted Theory needs to find a way in towards this series. That's not going to help as Jintroid takes down one with the sniper rifle. Now looking for more. Hollow. Peeks around the corner. Jintroid should take his head off, or maybe his shoulder. Depends if the sniper lands, but instead, He's going to be the one to check. Doesn't quite expect Hollow to be in that position. And now 3 versus 3 we go. The bomb will go down.
3v3. And you actually get the bomb planter of Fire as he was trying to exit. Now, the biggest issue is that Mock, again, he's trying to make this play happen. He knows that there's going to be a lot of players coming through open. Exotic late to react. He's going to get taken down over by the horse statue. So now Mock from behind. Bomb's not planning for him on that side. Zaro's going to win the first gunfight. Archives hops it.
And the coverage needs to be good as well because Archives is 1 kill away from the cruise missile. So you have to be careful about this one. Archives is going to take the defuse and Hollow comes through for the double. And that's such a risky round. Again, I mean, a cruise missile here on this map. Yes, trophy systems are so annoying. But it can act as the nail in the coffin in the search and destroy. You cannot underestimate how important getting that out of the way and getting yourselves on the board simultaneously is for Twisted Theory.
If you won the round, that's great. It would have been a 4-0 lead. If you get a cruise missile and you lose the round, I feel like you wouldn't lose too much sleep over it if you are mags up. Because you have rounds to play with, right? You'll typically see that at the highest levels of search and destroy is that you just chalk the bomb defuse, you give the round up, and you get that 6th kill because you know the Chow had to come through. So maybe a little bit of fumble. Maybe it could be the turning of the page moment, or maybe it's just Cyril for the opening 2 here in this round.
I didn't see it. It was off screen, but that's it feels like such a flop play for me because you know that someone's going to be watching that cross from top ratings. Like, that's pretty standard, to be honest, on the defense. I don't know. I'd like to see it again, but regardless, Hollow now. Whoa, hang on. Hold your horses for a second here, folks. Archives was on 5 in a row previously. Now Hollow has a 5-spree zone. Looking for the cruise missile. If he gets some good timing, might well find it, but Exotic should take him out from the back line, and there it is. And yeah, like, it was off screen slightly, so I'm not too sure exactly what happened, but it looked like 2 players ran straight across the open door across site, thinking they were safe, and they absolutely weren't.
No, yeah, no, I mean, Cyril has been playing that positioning more often than not on the defensive rounds. And I just feel like, again, you get so much information here in Modern Warfare 2 off of the simple fact that doors are open. It's just what it is. I mean, how often are you going to see a player go top rails in art and just stun open the doors? If that door is open, you should more or less guarantee there's probably a person top rails watching it. But whether they went for the bait and switch or not is going to be a confusion for me. Here's Hollow. See, he does it. But nobody's going to chow. The bomb is still moving its way over towards B, and Exotic has read this. He goes back to defend it.
I like that we were talking about it, and we immediately see the how-to video. Regardless, Cyril coming out with a brilliantly placed nade for the double on towards Stables. Now numbers well in favor of Mags up here in this round. Twisted Theory again. The best thing they can do in this situation is put the numbers in their favor by getting the bomb down. Hollow's going to do it a little bit more classically by taking out Gintroid. That'll make Mags up feel a little bit less safe about this play, because Hollow could just peek out single at any time. Get a look potentially on towards 1. Cyril's watching it though, and Cyril takes the head off Hollow. I think Hollow, he dies here. Maybe if he tried to get some time for Fire to get this bomb down, but Fire's now going to have to do it all on his own. So
where's he go? He's got a trophy system in this round, and he goes up top single. Exotic Cyril, 2v1 for the retake. They're going to clear all of the site. Fire. Oh, the Spidey sensors are just way too good. Doesn't even eat any damage. Exotic, he's just playing for the Chow to come through the side door. He's not even hopping on it. Fire's not giving him the Chow. He's going to play the timing, checks the bomb. Exotic's not defusing it. Back to square one.
I really thought Exotic was about to hop it again. Now the Chow. It's unfortunate for Exotic. Fire though! Oh! Despite having the weapon for the situation, Exotic's like, I don't care, buddy. We'll see you in the next one. Exotic, a huge 1v1 as they continue to stomp out Twisted Theory in this search and destroy. Fire had the right idea. I mean, that play was so good, but still.
Did he though? Because like, did he think that Exotic was defusing it?
I think that he thought because he looked and Exotic was looking the other way. That's what he thought.
He comes through and he just starts pre-firing rather than just throwing a quick shoulder and then maybe trying to get himself back into safety. I don't know. I think Fire should have had that round dead to rights. Obviously, tough scenes when you're an SFG player, the last alive, and you don't have dead silence. I'm sure that Fire probably wanted to jump out top single and maybe chow that from a different angle, but it's neither here nor there. Mags up, have a 5-1 lead here in the search and destroy. Again, a must-needed map number 2 to push to map 3.
Theory now looking to defend. They're pretty deep set in the middle of the map, and that's going to befall them, isn't it? As Exotic comes through for the double. Exotic is just so fast in this search and destroy. We look over towards the cams, and Mags up here. They're going to put the headset down for the moment as they tie this series up at 1-1. A very important search and destroy victory for them.
It's a massive search and destroy win. So, I mean, when you're considering how we saw the end of that hard point, you knew that it was close. I mean, obviously from scoreline is one thing, but they played them relatively close where Jintroy was just dropping a bombshell of performance. This time it's Zyril that comes through. He goes 10-4. I would argue that even Archives had just as much impact. He finds himself on that 5-3. Yeah, finishes dead even 5-5, but a lot of the opening rips for Mags Up was just reading Twisted Theory like a book that they checked out not even about 10 minutes ago. Obviously, you know, say something about Trench Unit, he only goes 1-7, doesn't exactly help things out, but it's the mid-round adjustments that are just always so stellar for Mags Up that came through here in the Fortress Search and Destroy. Snap decisions, if you will, Brody, that you have to exemplify when it comes down to Fortress Search and Destroy because there's only so little time to react off the information that you get early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really like the heads-up play that we saw there from Mags Up in just so many rounds, as you say. I mean, Exotic, just that early flank, I think, was pretty much like exactly what I'm talking about here, right? Just encapsulates exactly what you love to see from a player like Exotic. Of course, Zyril also providing quite a lot of AR pressure there in a number of different situations. All of that, of course, equates to 6 rounds there to the 1 of Twisted Theory. They tie this series up at 1-2-1. Again, we can now talk about the history of these two teams because we kind of jumped really hot in towards this series, right? But for those of you guys who don't know, of course, if you even really followed with Challengers Elite for Season 2, you'll certainly have heard of Twisted Theory, despite this roster being a little bit different. You won't have heard here of this Mags Up roster, although you might, because they are effectively the Jokers on You team that failed to qualify for playoffs. Only just failed to qualify, we should say that much. They had their fate in their hands and didn't manage to win the series required for victory. But still, like, these are 2 rosters here that got into Elite Season 2 more or less, with some changes now coming in towards this event. So both of them really, I mean, they're big names that we should be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Twisted Theory, obviously, as far as the backline is concerned, if anybody knows who Zinx is or remembers Zinx in his run with whatever it takes at the beginning of the Vanguard year, he's actually the coach for the Twisted Theory roster, and they've also been getting some Search and Destroy assistance through G Bursted, who I don't believe is here at the event. But regardless of the matter, yeah, I think that even more so if you've been watching all of Challengers Elite and you just hopped in and you saw this broadcast and you saw all 8 of these players inside the lobby, you're probably familiar with about a good, I don't know, over half of them, maybe like 75, 80% of them as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Exotic has been around for a long time. He's been playing with the best. He's coached some of the best as well, and it's wonderful to be able to see Exotic come into this Texas Open with a very good roster as well. Jintroy looks to be in prime form as far as slaying is concerned. Obviously, we know what Zyril brings as well as his longtime duo of Archives as well. That was a part of what the old Aerial Arise roster that surprised a lot of individuals as far as that. What was it, a Cold War run? I think it might have been Vanguard. I'm not too sure, but these guys always turn up when it matters the most. Who's to say that the Texas Open isn't anything but just that?
Right, actually, and you talk about Exotic as well, right? I mean, Exotic is no stranger to being in these positions. I think he got top 16 over at Boston with the Hyped Esports roster. Of course, not the very same Hyped Esports roster that got top 3 in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. They had to make changes to get to that point, but still, like, you know, top 16 is a really good placement, so Exotic is no stranger to that, and joining this team of Archive, Cyril, and Jintroid always feels like some combination of these guys are together here in Challengers, so to see them together and playing well is nice to see. On the flip side of the conversation, though, you've got this Twisted Theory roster. It's an interesting case, I think, when you talk about kind of Mock and Hollow, who, again, I think they might be like the duo. I think they've been together for like 2 years now, they might have played like 1 or 2 tournaments apart from one another in that space. But it's been a really weird season for them, starting things out on the Decimate Gaming roster, that also, you know, when Parasite was coaching and then Parasite beat them over at Raleigh. I'll never not find that kind of humorous, at least to a certain degree.
Sorry not to.
Yeah, it's hard not to, isn't it? And obviously, you know, for this Twisted Theory roster as well, they looked like they had a really good roster, and then Hixie got pulled away from them in the middle of the season. They had to bring kind of draft back in Season 2 of Challengers Elite, and now we've got this kind of entirely new roster with Vehicle separating out, with Fire and Unit joining the ensemble as well. It's been a weird season for Mock and Hollow, man. The one thing I will say is they're very talented players. I think they've just got to find the right combination of players to actually make that into a successful team.
It's such a short turnaround for Twisted Theory again, because you already brought up the one point is that when we were talking about them with playoffs, you're expecting them to be playing with Hixie. Obviously, you know, things change at the very top of the echelon, right? You know, for CDL, they drop Standy, they end up picking up Hixie, they form that 4-player roster, and Toronto looks pretty good, so you can't really shake them for it, but it kind of leaves Twisted Theory in this very interesting spot, because you obviously have to make these changes to come through to make a decisive playoff run. It just didn't obviously work with Dak. We talked a lot about their intangibles that Hixie did bring to the team, and just felt like that the team was never really back into that positioning again. So then they drop Vehicle, and then they make this squadron happen. and it's just been all over the place. I feel like just the immediate turnaround for the Twisted Theory roster probably was not as robust as they would hope, so that way they could get their Search and Destroy to where it was when they were playing with Hixie back in Challengers Elite Season 1, but I mean, for Hollow, right? I mean, this guy was on OGLA back in Modern Warfare 2019. He got picked up with Drazi. He's looking to find himself back in the league maybe one of these days.
Yeah, we'll see, man. That's the conversation for a lot of players, isn't it, though? You know, just trying to get themselves back in the league. It's been, like, a long time now since the inception of the CDL, the 4th season, so there's been a lot of players playing in and around Challengers that have had at least a short stint in the league, and, of course, Hollow is one of them. So, we'll see whether or not he can get back in the league. Twisted Theory, that would be a good start on the road for him. Right now, though, here in this control, Mags Up, of course, the former Jokers on U roster, looking to get control of A. They've already got the second ticket progression in, and at this point, you start to ask the question, if you're Twisted Theory, do you actually invest any more of this? And how much of a defense do you actually have over towards B as well? Because a couple of frags have already gone down. Zyro's starting this one at 4-0, looking for number 5. He did have ammunition in his gun. He was just knife in the air, though. And now things not looking so good for Twisted Theory here. As Zyros doesn't die, a wave of gunfights come through, and they're stacking B.
Things don't look good. Things are getting worse by the second. Zyro's on 5 in a row. Second segment, well on its way. The battle up top inside the window. Gintroid will lose it. He didn't even get to this zone in time. I mean, Unit finds 2. Finally, you at least get on the B zone, but not before 2 ticks come through. I've never seen such a steep life deficit, especially for an offensive side of affair. Mags Up 23 lives compared to Twisted Theory 17.
Twisted Theory, they're going to clear the point, but at what cost, right? I mean, it's just, there's so many win conditions here for Mags Up. They've got a full life advantage. They've got 2 ticks of progression over towards B. They only need 1 for the capture, and just about 100 seconds or so left in this round. There is a number of chances here that Mags Up have to close this round out, and things might be about to happen here as Archives and Exotic combine for 2. They only need 1 tick. A good stack would get it done, but Hollow now starting to aggress in the back line. He's only had to put shots in towards 1. Mock will actually finish that gunfight, but there is the stack required. Can fire touch in time? No is the answer. And that first push, extended push, mind you, right? But that first push, that first like 40, 45 seconds or so where they captured A quickly and transferred the first 2 ticks of B, that is huge in terms of that round.
Oh, it absolutely is, right? I mean, yeah, every single time we talk about control, it's always about segment progression, but it was as decisive as the life advantage would speak of there at the end for Mags Up that gave them so much room just to be able to take down Twisted Theory the way that they did. I mean, opening sprees were somewhere near about like the 7 between 3 different players for Mags Up, and that's a very scary thought when it comes down to how you need these opening rifts to go. Offensive attempt for Twisted Theory is actually giving a lot of respect to Mags Up. It allows Exotic to take into Billiard. Still has that silence to play with, but Hollow's still in top office to be able to find that first blood for the round.
Ooh. Good look at Exotic, excuse me. That kill inside. Not enough just yet. Now Twisted Theory hit. Looking for a push over towards B. They'll have to get past Gintroid to get it done. Of course, they've also got something in towards A as well. That's the choice that's being made now for Twisted Theory as Fire makes its way over towards this point. Exotic, the closest player to do anything about this from Mags Up, and Fire going to win that 1 versus 1, but you got to be careful here as Archives comes through for the double. Gintroid with another as well. The point is being cleared from Mags Up, and the last remaining survivor for Twisted Theory is going to be Hollow. He is swiftly removed, and Mags Up haven't lost a tick just yet.
They're not even going to hop on the A zone to deplete that first segment as well. They're feeling so comfortable with just trying to flip out the map, knowing that there might be a player lurking inside a field, but they've allowed a potential stack to come in. So first segment over by B. Almost here, just a few Mustachio's hairs away from getting it. I mean, Zyro's been trying to chase down Mock, what feels like for about 30 seconds now. He finally finds the kill, but you still have 3 players over here for Twisted Theory, 2 stacking on the zone.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for Twisted Theory, to be honest. I don't know if Mags Up actually want to invest any more into this. They're just going to prepare themselves for that inevitable transition. Here we go. The B is secured now. Extra 60 seconds on the clock we go. How well positioned are Mags Up to deal with this one? Well, the first kill does come through in favor of Unit. I picks up another as well. Yes, Cyril has taken down 1, but that reveals his positioning. Cyril, though, for the double. That is extremely valuable. They hadn't dealt with Exotic. Moving forward, 2. So Twisted Theory on their initial push doesn't exactly work, but they've got 1 player still remaining left behind. That's Unit.
Stun will confirm that Unit was up top. It is that silence is about to dissipate. They're getting a free kill on the Cyril. Not easy shots with the Vaznev, and that's not before his dead silence runs out. Still good map positioning to speak of, because now Exotic even working his way up from behind. He's going to deal with at least a big player up top in that tower. That's going to be Mock. So good kill to find for yourself, but still got 2 players on the zone.
Gintroid and Exotic going to clear at least one of those players, and actually the second as well. So just a theory, they look a little bit less certain than Mags Up did in that prior round. Kills starting to come through once again from Mags Up here. They've got a 2 life advantage leading into what will be the final segment of this round. 40 seconds on the clock. Twisted Theory trying to retrench themselves towards the middle of the map, and Archives with the double, looking for the triple. Not going to find it. Unit just too much to handle there. Elsewhere, Hollow has fallen. And Unit's position revealed. He is hot under the collar at the moment, trying to survive so many players coming in his direction. He will actually do so, Kira. The distraction technique might be enough to make some space for Twisted Theory. That just hasn't happened, and now Unit needs to be much more involved.
12 plays up against 6. The defense have utmost amount of control. Archives up top. Knows that it needs to be challenged. Hollow down low will be the first to fall. He sees fire as well as Semtex is going to clear fire, at least from that pole positioning, but you got fire, you have Unit. They're both on the A zone. You have to turtle your way in here, and it just allows Mags Up to get the freest cleanup in the A zone that I have ever seen. Mock the last alive to maybe try to do anything, but again, you still have Archives up top, peppering you with damage. Zyral up close to get the final kill. 4 segments, not going to be good enough to be able to match up to the offensive affair that was Mags Up, as they now have a 2-0 lead in this control, Brody. It is their opening rips. They inevitably lost that B zone control, but when the dust has finally settled, when things started stabilizing through the middle of the map, it was so quick and so decisive where Mags Up needed to be across the map, as Exotic is 17-7. He still got it. Zyral 12-8 as well. These guys are absolutely feasting on LSELO control.
Yeah. Just a theory. There's just a lot of holes in the gameplay at the moment that Mags Up seem to be really capitalizing on. As like Exotic and Tara most certainly don't help Twisted Theory's case when they're doing things like that. Now we need to reverse sweep in the control to stay alive. Of course, this is a best of 3 after all. Mags Up first effort to get this one done, though. It's an A hit. Trade's going down. Mock for the double, Mock for the triple on site. That's pretty good here, and that first tick doesn't actually come through. So as far as holding completely strong, things looking pretty good for the initials, but they need to be more convincing. They don't currently have anybody up top in that power position, and that might be a problem.
Zyral is that person that get up inside that positioning. It's going to be for the offensive team, though, and that could be their advantage as well, because you have Archives that is clearing all the way to the bottom side of Lockers. Doesn't check his feet, though. Unit's going to get that kill. You still have Gintroid that's on the zone. He has the assistance from that top red tower like you were talking about, Brody, but you also have players on the flank for Twisted Theory that you should be worried about.
Gintroid should have just seen him. Call should be made here that, hey, somebody's coming on the flank. Shots from Mock will certainly reveal that, and now Gintroid on the field heat as Exotic has fallen. That second tick will be through, so even if he doesn't get this, it will be fine, but he gets the 1v1. Fire now with the nade to close things out. Gintroid does fall, and Twisted Theory, they hold on for the moment. 2 ticks of progression lost over towards A, and now they're trying to reset themselves with some map control towards Bart. Unit also having a look over towards that field side, but Mags Up, they want to make sure they finish off A. They haven't quite accounted for Fire, although he's still hanging around the joint.
That's going to be my question. Do you just allow that to go over? I mean, you might have. It would have been smart, maybe. Because now you've allowed the A zone to be tacked over. 60 seconds added on towards the board. You can see on here on the screen, Exotic still has that streak to be working with as well. There's so much presence on this side of the map for Mags Up. At least some straight trades will be called all the way through, but Exotic's inside of tools. He's going to call in the cruise missile. He finds Hollow, but there needs to be more space taken.
Yeah, and actually that forces all the players inside while Zyral is still outside all the way on the flank through Pride Rock. That has to be noticed, and it is. You can see Mock off camera is going to pick up that frag. Elsewhere, Unit takes down Archives as well. So this push off the back of that cruise missile, actually pretty weak from Mags Up. They need to rely on some crucial one-on-ones. They don't win either of them. Mock and Fire win their ones here and will clean house with 60 seconds left. That is a massive win for Twisted Theory.
4 life lead, 15 plays up against 11, just under a minute, and just look at how quickly Twisted Theory off of cleaning up the field. They are just trying to get in the face of Mags Up and try to end this potentially with lives sooner rather than later, but Gintroid off the respawn is able to find himself 3 in this life. Mock's the last player over by the B zone. He gets dealt with, and now if you're Mags Up, you can get on the zone. You should be knowing where they're coming from.
Trophy's down as well, so Utility won't do anything here. Gintroid hops on the point. Zyral should get on as well to make this one go down pretty fast. The kills are being won by Mags Up. This is not looking good. The Twisted Theory unit, what do you got for us? Absolutely nothing. Mock is the last remaining player, and Mock picks up a huge double. Twisted Theory still not done yet in an 8 versus 6. Archives What can he do from Mags up to keep them a little look over towards B? Absolutely nothing with 30 seconds left. Twisted Theory, they stabilize.
They need to go. 27 seconds, and you need these kills to come through quickly. Fire is also just down low. He's going to take down Exotic. No respawns remaining. Your best bet is going to be Zyro on the map to maybe try to cut all the way through the bottom side of lockers, but Hollow was there waiting. He will take them down, patient as ever. Single life lead, Gintroid 1v6. Probably not going to happen, but Twisted Theory stay alive in the control. That is happening.
Yeah, I didn't know. It's funny you like a 1 versus 6. Like, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't count it out. But
I
yeah,
was like, no time.
Yeah.
no time.
You never know. Well, we didn't. Anyway, Twisted Theory, not done yet. And that was down to a huge double from Mock there towards the end. You know, yeah, even if one player survives, it keeps them, in a 2 versus X situation. A lot more manageable than just Gintroid on his own. So, yeah, Mock with a huge double there. Keeps Twisted Theory in the conversation here. But again, the mountain to climb, still daunting.
The overall ticks, right? I mean, Twisted Theory obviously need to win an offensive round. You would love to have it via segments and then just hope that the kills sway in your favor. But it's not looking too likely. Exotic will be taken down for first. We're looking at the A zone first. Nobody's up top to deal with Archives, who finds a return kill, but Hollow's there for the trade. Mock for the second. The stack should be here for A.
Indeed it will be. And again, now the question has to be asked. How much do Mags Up want to put into this? They were pretty reliant on Gintroid to flank working out for him. Exotic's now going to be looking for next frags, and Hollow should be aware of that fact. There's one for Exotic. Looking for the double, not going to find it here as the team shots are good for Twisted Theory. This transition might also be pretty good, but Archives, I think, with a great denial, the double should be good enough here for Mags Up to dig their feet in. Look at number 3 and number 4. Zyral and Archives pushed all the way up. Unit was the closest player to do anything for Twisted Theory, and he will fall. So, Mags Up here in a pretty safe spot for the moment, but as Hollow picks up another one, they're becoming increasingly reliant on Archives picking up more than just one. He can't get it done, and now the doors are open.
They're spawning all the way over by their shack. I mean, look at how far away all the white arrows are on the minimap itself. Space not necessarily being taken away, and nobody's looking towards the north side of Pride Rock. Plus, the stack is not in. Unit's the only player on the control zone itself that allows Gintroid to come in from behind. Exotic there for the pinch. Stray trade still to be spoken about. The clock being stalled out here, you would assume sometime sooner rather than later, but not with Gintroid still in that backtrack positioning, just trying to keep all these Twisted Theory players at bay.
Twisted Theory might be about to do this, to be honest. Fire's keeping an eye on tools. The 1 kill versus Exotic would be enough, but it's okay because Unit from the middle of the map will be taking down another one. Gintroid allowed to get one before falling, so now it's going to be a 2 versus 1 on the point. Archives through the window has a little bit of time to work with, but not really that much, and decides to go on the flank. I thought he might, try and be careful through the window. A flank is not the right play in that situation. And Twisted Theory, second round in a row now, we're going to round 5.
So here's the thing in consideration. Did they do quick maths? Did they have their TI-83 plus calculator out right now? Because it comes down to kills. We're tied up as far as sticks are concerned, 10 apiece. It's like I was saying, I mean, if you're Twisted Theory, you really wanted that one to end via ticks of progression because it puts yourself into consideration that the round 5 could be tossed up to kills, and that is going to be the case. Not enough slays found in the past round if you are Twisted Theory to sway the decision. That is a 20-20 Gintroid, a 27-20 Exotic. This guy, again, is feasting right now, but does not stop a round 5 to come all the way through. Twisted Theory did it the one time. Looking to do it again.
Yeah, I'm not counting Twisted Theory out at this point. These guys, again, absolutely on one at the moment. Mags Up, trying to catch any of these players that have managed to filter on through. Exotic is currently on the hunt for a unit, and Gintroid gets the call like, hey, can somebody kick this guy out? And Gintroid's like, yeah, sure, I'll take him down. Indeed he does. 3-for-1 trade to kick things off here in favor of Mags Up. Twisted Theory now going to have to reshape their priorities as they start to push over towards B, and that kill from Hollow will open up proceedings.
Exotic around Tools, trying to pick the best point of interest to take the engagement. He flies out from Tools across the fence line. Unit will be there to take him down. You have so much presence over here if you are Twisted Theory on the B zone, and you have to be careful. You have to get the players out from top party first. That's going to be Hollow. He's that player first that gets cut down in the Semtex from Zyral. This is why we always talk about it off spawn. In control on Elosilo. Throw your tax, throw your nades, throw everything you possibly can. Get those trophy systems off because that's Semtex block, and if not, a crucial 2.
That is a sigh relief and a half from Mags Up. They were just about to lose that B zone. Now they've fully stabilized. Have they actually, though? That's the question because, yeah, they've got control of the middle of the map. They've let one player filter on through, and Mock can do a lot of damage. We've already learned that from this control so far. The Theory putting a lot of pressure in towards A. The gunfight's not exactly going in their favor, though. Mock has been dealt with over towards B. It's trades galore. Hollow, the last man standing for Twisted Theory as the rest of his team come off the spawn. Won't be long before he falls as well as Jintroid for the reposition. Hollow actually survives. I have no idea how he gets out of the clasp with Jintroid there. Hollow still alive somehow, playing a ring around the rosy around the wall, trying to play his life. Does enough here to just waste some time away, but 30 seconds on the clock now. Time is your enemy.
Minute and 28 on the clock. 18 plays up against 14. Ever since the opening engagements, Mags Up have effectively had a whole set of respawns over Twisted Theory's head, but with that B zone being chalked over, you're mostly trying to put yourself in a position to try to keep lives favorable. Zyro off the current respawn, calls in a cruise missile, gives the information to Exotic, who finds yet another two-piece. Exotic is at 33 and 23. What year is this that Exotic is flying like this, but he is looking pretty darn good. Just under a minute left for Twisted Theory's last offense.
It's a good question. Exotic. Feels like late Modern Warfare plays coming out of Exotic at the moment. And now they're starting to regress here. Twisted Theory on towards A. They've got the numbers to make this one work, but Exotic is on fire at 34 and 24. Finally going to go down here after pick up Hollow. Technical progression about to be through. This is not good from Mags Up. They're fully reliant on a play from up top from Zyril. He needs to go full Batman. Jintroid in the back line as well. The trades starting to go down. Fire and unit going to win there. One's unit for the double. And that will be all she wrote here. Twisted Theory send Mags Up to the losers bracket.
That's a reverse sweep in the control, Brody. That is just like Jintroid's face and hand gestures scream all about it. Mags Up should have had this. I mean, Jintroid drops 40 kills in the map number 1. Exotic drops damn near 40 kills in the map 3. And they get reverse swept in the LSU control. Book it, put it in a manila folder, put it in the file cabinet under things that absolutely cannot happen. That is just so unfortunate when you're looking at just the overall performance that is Mags Up. Especially through the search and destroy. They were making every decision possible to put themselves in a position to try to win this map number 3 and to stay alive in the winner's bracket. All the kills in the world, chalking the B zone when they did, rotating over towards that A zone and making sure that they maintain tower presence. But it's LSU, it's control, it's Modern Warfare 2. It really does only take one good break to get yourself in those power positions, and units two-piece there at the end, just sticking that Vaznev in the face of Mags Up is going to be a big catalyst in the reasoning why they were able to close out that last offense.
That's got to be frustrating if you're Mags Up. Let's just be frank about it, right? I mean, to be 2 up in that position, of course, this would have been our first, at least from a seeding perspective, upset of a top 16 team, one of the teams to watch here in Twisted Theory. And Mags Up just could not get it done when required. Twisted Theory, they are out to play. Jeez, that is really tough, I think, just overall for Mags Up to take. Fortunately for them, there is a lower bracket, Andy, so not all is lost. But I think especially when you're looking over towards like players like Zyril and Exotic, who had not just a hell of a game, but really a hell of a series. Like, that's just going to be so frustrating.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, dude, Archives goes on a massive spree through the entirety of that Fortress map number 2. Zyrol's always right there making really crucial punishments happen from top rails, just making Twisted Theory look lost on the map. And again, like, you know, I'm not sitting here trying to harp on Exotic in his past few Call of Duties, but when was the last time we saw Exotic go 33 and 24? That guy was feasting on El Asilo, mostly with a SMG. It is no easy feat what Exotic was able to piece together in that map number 3. And the same thing could be said about Jintroid, who goes 44 and like 27 or something like that in the map number 1 for Embassy, barely scathed away. And I would say that Twisted Theory, I mean, their logo is pretty darn stellar when it comes down to how they just barely were the snakes in the grass in this best of 3 series to be able to stay alive in the winner's bracket. Good heavens.
I mean, what, a close hard point, a dominant search and destroy from Mags Up there. I mean, that did really feel like their series to lose, and lose it, they most certainly did, as Mags Up not going to pull off an upset against our top 16 seeds. All of them still currently situated as we expect them to be going in towards the second day. Of course, we still got one more round, I believe, after this to be talking about, but still, I mean, like, it's not a surprise. Again, we look across kind of the 16 teams, and beyond, you know, a couple of obvious names that we are not here at this event, obviously the European teams of Wobble Bobson, Lanave Del Mysterio. I'm just so excited to see when we get to the next round of play, when we get to kind of when these 16 teams face off, what happens when some of the international teams face off against one another, when some of the new rosters face off against one another.
That's just always the immediate question, isn't it? I just want to be able to see what the international teams look like up against each other. We got a little bit of taste of that when it came down to Omit Mexico versus Wobble Academy, a little bit of Latin America versus EU showdown. But let's continue on with it, shall we? Because we have a European team going up against a North American roster, Team Notorious, a team that just refused to lose controls in their elite seasons. Back on the main stage here, they have a 1-0 lead.
And you know what makes me excited? Seeing Maple with the sniper rifle on Hotel Search and Destroy, because he, in this position, knows exactly where to look, knows exactly where to go, but Frosty has the better of him here! Goodness me. And well, Eric Boom now has to find his way into a 1 versus 3. A hard position to navigate, almost gets the 1v1 against Frosty. ApexD is going to take him down. And Eric was on 4 in a row there. Didn't get a touch on it that much. He could well have had a cruise missile with a couple more frags, but that will be denied.
That's why you saw Eric in that specific moment in time, was just holding his irons with the AR. Maybe you can get a pretty easy 1 versus Frosty, but ApexD's there. Popping dead silence coming through kitchen. How would you ever expect that 1v3 situation? Would it have been a tall order to ask out of young Eric Boom? No, that's not a jab at his height. I know what you were thinking, Brody.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
But QR Gaming. No, I'm moving away from it because it's just simply not. Eric's a funny guy, but I'm not going to make fun of the guy's height for that.
You can smell that, folks. Anyway, Team Notorious now looking to extend their lead once again. But, I mean, I don't know if it's Core Gaming, QOR Gaming. I'm not too sure what actually the play is here. They've been switched all the way over towards a free run through the restaurant. Metals thinks, oh, hang on, something's amiss here. Goes to react and will actually fall off the back of it. Wee Man does trade things out. That nade doesn't exactly land in the kindest of places for him. The 3 versus 3 now as Eric's managed to find his way inside the site. Core pretty removed here in this situation. Wee Man now shots in towards Frosty as well. This is a bit janky, I think, on the hold here from Core Gaming. 25 seconds now on the clock as Team Notorious. They do actually have a lot of control over Kitchen. And Maple with a sniper rifle. They've located Apex now as well. Dead silence activated. All Maple needs to do is tag him as Maple he swings across.
Oh, I think we're just going to hold the irons on top of the bomb itself. No. That's so tough. And it just really does feel like that's just the Team Notorious deflation of a search and destroy round, doesn't it? Where, like, Maple's the last alive. He's got a sniper. Like, he doesn't find another automatic weapon, so he can't, like, press the issue because he's got an X12. And don't get me wrong, like, Maple's been gross with the pistol historically through every single Call of Duty I've ever seen him play, but that's just a tough situation. You go in to the hotel, you have a 2-0 lead. Eric Boom almost gets himself streaks. The Core flip it on its head. ApexD has had a great past 2 maps, or 2 rounds, excuse me, finding himself on a 5 spree here for round 5.
Yeah, kind of a flip of the script here, isn't it, as we jumped in towards this one as QOR now have themselves a potential streak on the cards with ApexD's. Oh, we'll find it as well, running straight head first into Wee Man, and well, has the better weapon for the situation, tags up the stunt on towards 1, but the trade will be good. Not before, of course, the cruise missile has been accrued in the back pocket here, so despite this being a 3 versus 3, QOR, regardless of how this round goes, will now feel they've got something out of it.
This map is so spread. Not just for one team. How's Pacer got himself all the way over here? Eric's going to find it. That would have been a really cool flank if he had the timing. However, Frosty, E2N, they were on the complete opposite side of the map. Off of that previous information, the bomb should be going down here for Eric, and it absolutely is. The biggest consideration is that Metals is not a part of this play whatsoever. But the biggest problem is that Frosty and E2N, they're trying to retake this fully split.
Oh, I mean, E2N knew exactly where to look. Fair play to him, but Maple's going to take him out regardless of what he wants. And Frosty now with the 1 versus 3. Yeah, good luck, have fun, buddy. That is not to be. And yeah, you kind of called it right, I think, early on in that round. It was just like these players are so far split apart that I don't think there was enough information for QOR really to work off there in anything.
Yeah. That's just literally, yeah. I mean, like, hey, you just basically summarize search and destroy, right? You get no information. The heck are you supposed to do with it? You're supposed to quite literally just brute force Kool-Aid Man your way through that brick wall. And just maybe find some information in the gunfights galore. That's why I was like sitting there questioning. I mean, like, not that Pacer doesn't have a kill, but wow, how's Pacer just gotten himself all the way past the A bomb, and why is he just playing D2 like that? So maybe a little bit of disjointment as far as Core Gaming's communication is concerned. Team Notorious looking to fully capitalize off of it. They will break the 2-round stint that Core have been able to put back together for themselves. And while Core back to their devious ways, they have split the map up considerably. 2 players about to be running into metals.
Metals should be ready for it. No, absolutely not. Pacer actually wins that one. Curiously enough, Core Gaming here, moving away. On the other side, Frosty has taken down Maple. Okay, that's not good. They had the bomb. They had a full advantage in the round. Now the bomb needs to be picked up and repositioned. And it might well run straight into a couple of players. Fortunately for Frosty, he wins at least one of those gunfights. So now a 1 versus 3. Eric Boom here in the situation. Gets Frosty. Does he get away? No. Decides to go back for more. And this is not an all-you-can-eat buffet, my friend. Go down.
I mean, Eric really thought it was. He stayed chowed through bottom luggage. He just stayed there. E2N playing the Godheady of the display case. Not really showing much besides just, what, like a half a pixel, if that, when you chow that from bottom luggage. But, yeah, tough scenes, really. I mean, Metals gets completely overwhelmed when it comes down to those 2 players that were pushing inside a kitchen. Was underneath the Vazdev itself, so Metals never really saw him. But then that flips out the map. That causes Eric Boom to try to double all the way back. But mid-map was never really retaken if you are Team Notorious. So those cross-map affairs, very, very good for Core Gaming. About this as far as a change of pace is concerned. Fast attempt over towards A will still garner Frosty to get that first blood on Eric, though.
Team Notorious, at least they've still got control of bedroom, right? At least they've still got the bomb in their hands, even if Maple goes down here. They've still got that, but Maple will not go down. He'll pick up the snipe. Now he finally will. Else, though, I mean, like, it's a good effort to try and trade things out. Wee Man actually makes it realistic with a double, though. I thought this round was over, to be honest. Wee Man, though, pulls it back from the brink. Now makes it a 1v1. Pacer, at least he's got the bomb to watch over.
Wee Man does have dead silence, though. That was going to be the question. Would you pop it? Clears line. Now coming through the middle of the map, he has an opportunity to completely bamboozle Pacer, but Pacer is just watching this like a hawk. Bottom bet he's going to see Wee Man cross. He'll take him down. And how about the turn of affairs here? Core Gaming have themselves a little bit of a buffer for a lead.
Man, I don't know what the hardpoint scoreline was. I was referred to, it was referred to me as pretty heavily favoring for Team Notorious over Core Gaming. Core, though, in this Search and Destroy in particular, seems to me neck and neck with this Team Notorious roster. Not an easy feat to say at all. Team Notorious, of course, they looked a lot better Season 2 of Challengers Elite, especially in terms of placement after what happened over there in Europe. And I actually just got the confirmation it was 250, 282, thanks to Ryan Switchy, our producer, or observer, excuse me, for that update. Yeah, that's a pretty heavily favoured Notorious map.
It's a pretty good map one. Pretty good map one. Search and Destroy is not looking like the same way, though, as Apexities presses the issue. Take down Maple bottom bed. That's first blood, but doesn't necessarily feel comfortable. You can plant this bomb over here at A, as Frosty is overwatching with the sniper. Still have to figure out where the rest of these Notorious players are located at.
Dude. Oh, man, these snipes. It's nice to see someone else with a sniper rifle doing stuff, even if that one didn't connect. Frosty is threatening at the moment. And that landed just on the toe or something. Anyway. He's in favour of Core here. Wee Man, bottom luggage here, trying to check it out, and he might well be on the way to do exactly that as he gets overwhelmed. Too much to handle there. With both Pacey and Frosty. Pacer and Frosty, excuse me, taking you down. Pacer, though, will go down as well, and now 2 versus 2. The bomb has not been planted yet.
Oh, there's an intrinsic pinch, because Metals is still over here by checking. He's completely bamboozled Apexities, and his teammate of Frosty goes down on the opposite side. Didn't know where Eric was located at. Apexities triggered a discipline. Good to showcase it. Takes down Metals. We're running out of time. Is he going to get back here in time just to plant this bomb? Eric should be aware of it. He's going to get the challenge. Your only play was to plant the bomb if you're Apexities in that moment of time. A good resurgence, I will say, through the middle of the round to be adjusted if you are Notorious. Just to be able to have Metals hit that quick flank all the way through checking. He found that first kill, completely split up. The last 2 players alive. It really forced Frosty's hand just to try to clear bedroom if they possibly could. Couldn't win the first gunfight versus Eric Boom, and then understanding the timing at hand, it's either you're going to go for the challenge if you're Apexities, or you're just going to try to plant the bomb and extend the round. It was the latter, and Eric Boom will find his 10th kill. 3 in that round, by the way.
Either way, Eric Boom has been getting significantly better at Search and Destroy. Of course, he took the lead, really, for this roster, I think, generally speaking, in Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Now we can see why. Getting a lot more comfortable just doing Eric Boom things, and gets in, gets out with the first kill. The Great Escape is on from Eric Boom. he has just made out with a kill and a half. And
Hell
more
has
as
no
well.
fury. He held health, no fury, like a small man with a submachine gun. He's going crazy. He's got 6 in a row. 13 and 4. Cruise missile has been earned. And he gets the information on the last. Give him the ace. Eric, boom, baby. There he goes.
Look at him. Look, we're pretty low resolution here. We're in the UK. I'm getting it through filters of internet. I can still see Eric's beam and smile off the back of that ace. Goodness me. And that's Eric. That's the Eric that we wanted to see, right? That's the Eric that we've wanted to see for so long. We know that he's capable of that. He might well be small, but he packs a hell of a punch. 7 in a row now for him. Cruise missile on the cards. That is a lot of information that can be utilized for Team Notorious to close this out.
Eric is 14 and 4. The heck? They're going to look to build off of this, too. Attack 56, like you were saying, has himself a cruise missile as well. He's going to get double, triple chow. Pacer dives right in front of him. Will inevitably be taken down, but Weeman's there for the trade. 2 for 1 goes the early stages here. Core Gaming have themselves a numbers advantage.
And Maple through the middle of the map, I think, just trying to take out any of these players that give it an extra look. I'm kind of surprised that Metals didn't fall there. Maybe the doors were closed. You can see Frosty looking in that direction. Metals, though. Looking towards Frosty. Nope, Frosty with the better weapon for the situation. Now Maple has to pull off a 1 versus 3 to prevent a round 11 situation. It would be a close-up snipe, and looked like he probably should have got that one, but, you know, again, these players can sometimes look like they're in the crosshairs when they're actually not. So, round 11. Here we go between these two teams. But Core Gaming, it is to survive to force a control. Not that that's really that nice against the Notorious roster, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if you really ever want to face Team Notorious on control. They're pretty good at it. Seen worse. But at least you force a round 11 here if you are Core Gaming. All right, Eric actually got first blooded in that previous round 10, so still has that cruise missile to be playing with. Where do you go as an offensive Core Gaming? There's a lot of focus actually Notorious defensively over towards being through the middle of the map. So really the only sole defender will be Maple. Just comes down to what weapon Jack decided to spawn in round 11 with.
Yeah. I was wondering where Maple was going to push him with the sniper rifle, assuming he's actually got it. Eric Boom's going to bring this cruise missile down. Not going to tag anything though. Just pushes these guys all the way back towards Bart. That's the crucial thing. Map control, but Maple's actually going to fall. Pacer takes down the other one as well, and oh no. Eric Boom and Metals now in the 2 versus 4. Eric's already been tagged up. He needs Metals to come and save the day. Eric's trying to draw out E2N here in the situation. Does exactly that, but loses his life for it. And now it has to be an ace in a 1 versus 3.
Double weapon setup. That silence has not been accrued. Gonna have to do this the old hard way. Has to check every single angle. Pacer throws out a stun. Reads the first on the info desk itself. Wow. Can't convert it. How about it? Core Gaming forcing a map 3 versus Team Notorious here on LAN.
Yeah, that's a big win. That's a huge win. Even if you don't win the series now, I think just kind of for confidence sake, to take a series off, arguably, well, I mean, they are the number 2 EU team here, right? It's so massive for them, especially with Notorious has kind of been able to pull off in this Modern Warfare 2 season. Apex T's a 10-7 game for him there. To be honest, I think that everybody had their kind of moment on Core Gaming in that search and destroy. But what a response from them. Again, Team Notorious, I mean, their search and destroy has improved massively from Season 1 to Season 2 of Challengers Elite, right? They were 3-6 in Season 1. Actually, I've got the stats here. 6-3 in Season 2. It was one of the things they very clearly focused on. So, to win it, still, I mean, to win any game mode is good, but to win it in search and destroy where quite clearly those improvements have made against Team Notorious, yeah, Core will be very happy with that.
It also needs to be said is that this entire team that is Core Gaming, you can see the names from top to bottom, are very good at search and destroy. And another collegiate athlete coming through the wings as well as Ethan 2 Nice. E2-1 there at the very bottom. He has 6-9, but good to see that he is competing here with Apexides, who, again, you look through the different hallways that is search and destroy in all of its nature. Apexides is a player and a name that comes to mind. However, that said, you really do have to give out a few unfortunate heartbeats that is there for Eric Boom. 14-6. Aces round number 9. Yeah. Keeps themselves in the workings for it all, and it's just unfortunate to say that both Weeman and Maple, whether or not Core Gaming were able to recognize that we can get in their faces and win the gunfights quickly enough and give ourselves a numbers advantage, if that was the gameplay or not, That's the one that they really aced out, and it worked out wonderfully in their favor.
And here's a look over towards the series as well, as it currently stands then, with Core Gaming putting themselves in it with the Hotel Search and Destroy victory. Of course, there is that earlier scoreline that we were talking about, with Notorious taking that one 250-82. Again, that is a stomping to kick off the series. I think to answer back like that for a Search and Destroy, it is absolutely huge. Again, especially when we talk about the context of this series. I'm not sure exactly what the seeding is. It is the 7th seed Notorious against the 26th seed Core Gaming, QOR Gaming. Again, not entirely sure what the pronunciation of this team's name is. Still though, I think just to win this map, again, it's massive in terms of, you know that now you take a map of these guys, hey look, maybe you can take the series. You know, there is absolutely that possibility now floating out in your head.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Core Gaming,
that didn't sound very convincing, Andy.
But dude, it's controlled, man, and it's Team Notorious on control. This is their bread and butter game mode. Even when they got DFR'd in Elite Season 1 playoffs, they still didn't drop a control that when we got through Season 2 of the Elite, that's where things got a little bit more shaky as far as their control is concerned. Maybe Core Gaming are the control gods. There might have to be if they're going to take down Team Notorious and force them down the lower bracket this early. Oh my.
Yeah, that's not a good start from Team Notorious. It's a little, it's like 1/32 of this game. I don't know if that's like an actual, like,
I don't think it is.
Fraction. It's not. It's a fraction of the, yeah, thanks mate. Maths is not my strong point, but it's a fraction of this game overall. It's just one wave of gunfights. Not all is lost for Team Notorious, especially if they've managed to get a couple of players filtered through already. WeMan is one of those players. Metals is the other. Both of those looking to gravitate around A for the moment here. They've also got Maple up top, but Maple's going to fall. Eric Boom, of course, who is relatively pushed up as well, goes down. Team Notorious, they just can't fully get themselves solidified for a push just yet.
Righty. We're down to 38 seconds. Okay, I was about to say, and Team Notorious only have a single kill, but Eric Boom, Metals here able to find 2 more. So here we go, a little bit, getting some air through the lungs. I mean, you got Maple that's trying to bring back a few defenders over towards the B zone. This is a great bait play, if you will. You have WeMan top tower as the A zone is slowly being tacked over.
And kills still in favor of Team Notorious here. They should be able to capture A, and I think Core Gaming here would be very much wise to not push, not give any kills away for free towards Team Notorious here for a potential rotation. One will go. Frosty goes down. Now Pacer going to fall as well. And oh, goodness me. Now starting to look a bit shaky here are Core Gaming. Eric Boom, though, not the best weapon for the situation there. He's on site. Tuan and Frosty playing both sides. You've got to keep an eye on number 2. WeMan coming on the flank. I think that was a little bit premature, those shots on towards Frosty. He might still be able to convert for the kill, and he will be. But now, of course, his position known before he's able to get down here. Might well see a trading kind coming out from Pacer around the back line. Kills, though, being made around the front here. Pacer has to win the first one. Yes, he does. The defense of the point has begun, but it will then pretty quickly as well as Maple picks up 1.
Metals is pre-aimed versus top bricks. Nobody's in towards the backside of Garage to watch this very long angle that leads out from the backside of Lockers. But the pre-aims, they're working out favorably for Team Notorious. The stack soon to follow. Frosty can't even get there in time. And just when things were looking grim, it took us about a good 45 seconds for Team Notorious to find more than a single kill on the map. And they win the offensive round via segments progression. Make it make sense, Brody. I'm not too sure. These guys just found a second win halfway through the first round.
I told you, brother. Just a fraction. I told you about. I told you what specifically.
Yeah, but what you said wasn't a fraction. Like, I just want you to understand that.
1/32 is a fraction, right? 1/32, 1/30th. I don't know.
30th of a second.
1/30th of the game is what I was going for. Was that just initial wave? I don't even know if that's correct. All I was trying to go for was a specific fraction, just saying it was like 5%. I should have gone for a percentage then. And anyway, regardless, don't worry about it, folks. Team Notorious, they won the round and they did it via tick progression as well. That is a huge victory for them. Core Gaming. Now I want to answer back in kind. Well, this is a pretty much an answer in kind. Exactly what you wanted to see if you're a Core Gaming fan. As they pick up 3 kills in a row. Apex now starting to get aggressive here, trying to get some kills off the spawn. That should be a look here from Metals and that player down low that joins him in that position. That'll be WeMan to take him down. And, well, actually, it'll be Eric Boom from the middle of the map to take down a double. Metals and a double of his own as well. And just as quickly as Team Notorious, they look a bit shaky at the start. They will stabilize.
5 for 3 start. He gave up a single segment over at B. Yeah, say it's pretty good. QR Gaming, though, off the respawns. They clear away house. That's the right call. You clear away your courtyard. Pacer was a little bit disjointed, maybe trying to get a little bit further along the map than what it was required, but you can see them still spawning parallel over towards B. Is Core Gaming. You find 2 kills in succession. You're clearing away all inside of the rec room. And now Ethan getting in towards the back. Would have loved to at least find one on the metals. Can't find it, but the clock's still being stalled out here at 35.
Yeah, Maple firing shots through the tarp. Now going to recognize exactly where Pacer is. I think Mel's might have heard him on the other side, but Mel still has a lot of work to do here. We'll pick up yet another frag. Still one more player around the back alley. Again, no AA through that fence, but Metals just doesn't even need it. 25 seconds now on the clock. Core Gaming going to have to go to the backstop plate. Back to square one. Try and take some control over A. There you go, kills now being made here as Maple, Eric Boom, and Metal's going to combine for E. E2N keeps them in the conversation here for the moment as a double is going to be made. And a triple as well. E2N here keeps Core Gaming in the conversation. Yes, a kill is made from Weeman around the back line, but Core have a chance.
Third segment in total captured, first over at A. You feel like you have to go all in for this if you are Core Gaming. You got Frosty top tower. Can't do too much to keep his teammates alive as Maple is just beaming everybody. Even gets the second one on a Pacer. Last player alive will be Apexities. You know where he's going to be located at? He's around the zone. The kill comes through. 4 seconds remaining, and Team Notorious will take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, things look okay for Core there at the moment. I think they got the 1 ticket progression, right? That's all they got over by that point. It's something, at least, right? Even if it pales in comparison to what Team Notorious did. Did I just see Eric Boom? I don't know what sign you make that. I just see him do something like a sign with his hand of some kind. I don't know if I can, like,
I don't even know if Eric Boom knows sign language. I don't know.
I wish I could, like, replicate it too. Anyway, I think the vibes we're getting here for Team Notorious, they'll be happy with the situation because of the fact, obviously, as we said, 6 ticks versus the 1 from Core. That's pretty big. And, of course, now 2-0 up here in this one.
Wee Man halfway to getting himself a cruise missile. You saw there, young man is running himself some score streaks. They're looking very good. Double positive here for Metals. We'll start off the round on him. Wee Man actually gets gunned for first blood in the round itself. Pacer just playing inside of the rec room, so good 3-for-1 start when you're looking at this from Core Gaming. You never really want to count Team Notorious out of it. Yeah, you remember round number 1, Brody. It took them about 45 seconds just to find themselves the first kill in the round for their team. Things evened up here, 27 apiece.
Yeah, Team Notorious look a lot more confident now, and why wouldn't they, especially as the kills now starting to come on through. Trades in their favor. Player inside the window will be E2N. Apex, I believe, is coming through the back alley as well, but the first tick is in. E2N now decides now is the time to strike and doesn't do it in tandem with Apexities, who comes in a little bit later. Again, these trades going in favor of Team Notorious as far as they're concerned. As long as somebody's hanging around this B site, they'll be perfectly fine. But Eric Boom becomes the second in a double from Pacer through the fence. Metals will pick up yet another one. And yet still, Notorious continue to bang at the door of B, and I don't blame them whatsoever here as Metals now continues on 3 in a row.
Still have players around the zone. I mean, Maple isn't touching it because Metals is still looking for more kills. 15 and 7. He's on a 4 spree now. Looking for more, though. Player up top. It's going to be Apexities, who is snaking his head off. And Metals isn't going to be able to find that kill not too easily. So the kill may come through. He may have stopped Metals from getting that trade, but doesn't mean you're going to stop the B zone from being converted. A 6-life lead for Team Notorious with a minute 35 on the clock.
That is huge. Again, Team Notorious just did not let up, regardless of the fact that they lost players time and time again. They managed to get B here. And A, of course, is the easier point to take. Easier in air quotes, because, again, little G, at the end of the day, you never know. But Apex is going to kick things off on the defense pretty well with that opening blood. So Team Notorious now sent back to the respawn point here and trying to get map control through the middle. Eric Boom finds himself on the opposite side of a door against Pacer and will win that 1v1. We are going to need a lot of sub-pressure here from Team Notorious to make your way through. And there they go, trying to find it. E2N, though, with a double. Not going to win out. The triple would have been good versus Weeman to clear the point, but not going to get it. And now Weeman's going to double up himself here. Weeman, single-handedly, keeping Notorious in the conversation. Extends out for the kill versus Apexities already. And Weeman is just that guy. Can Frosty do anything on flank? Absolutely not. Team Notorious, they look like they're about to stack this.
Halfway towards the second segment, Eric Boom is still piecing. Pacer takes down Maple. You know this is mostly coming through the double doors. And last kill required. Pacer finds 3, cannot find all 4. It's just Metals that's up top of the tower. 13 plays up against 6. That second segment being depleted.
Man, absolutely huge from him. Pacer, though, answering back with a triple of his own. Core will keep themselves in the conversation here, but a 6 versus 13, that is not good. That life disadvantage that is just so daunting at this point in time, and it goes from bad to worse as well, down to their final set. Pacer and Frosty, though, do pick up a couple of frags here, just trying to keep these guys out for the last 40 seconds. But now, Frosty's down for the entirety of this round. So 3 versus 10. They have to rely on players like Pacer getting hyper-aggressive in on the flanks that Team Notorious shouldn't expect. 25 seconds, E2N again. That kill versus Maple. Every single one counts, but it feels like an inevitability at this point in time. And there it is. Team Notorious with the life advantage in the final round. Cleanly sweep this control. Not to say it's expected, but again, this team, historically speaking, has been extremely good at control.
Yes, they have. Only dropping 2 controls across 2 Elite Series. I would say that we have definitely seen worse stat lines, to say the least. So, where one series ends, and then the next one picks up over towards Omit NA versus FW Element. And, well, we got to see FW Element earlier on in their early goings, Brody, and they looked very good versus a team called Big Beans, but versus this Omit roster, things looking sarcastically different.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's going to, isn't it? It's very much different gravy, different beans, if you would say, right, for Omit. Again, they're only 10 points away from victory here. I don't want to count out FW Element just yet, though. We've seen crazier things happen, but as Wardy picks up a double, they might actually be able to finish it here, but Proda's like, nope, you're not finishing it just yet. You're going to have to fight up towards the Blacksmith hardpoint if you want to close things out here on this map. Early utility going out gives them at least a look, but you've got to get in. Flames with the double now, but it's going to be around the back line. Will come Wardy through. Maps Wardy for the double, potentially to close things out. Looking for the triple. Cryptic will be the one to take that final blood, but it doesn't matter how you get it done. Omit, get it done. And they take map number 1 here in this series.
You can see Coach Vinny behind them as well, just dapping up everybody. This FW Element roster, look, they are very, very respectable, especially when it comes down to the search and destroy, but there is no doubt in my mind when it comes down to the respawns that you're going to have a tough time, to say the least, to deal with both Wardy and Standy on the same roster, just absolutely slaying things out. Not to mention one of Pat Cryptic is just some of the best AR gameplay that we have seen all year long as far as challengers are concerned. Uphill battle, to say the least there.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's that conversation point, right? Because we look over towards the 10th seed versus the 23rd seed. At the end of the day, like, Omit are one of these brand new teams. We don't really know fully what to expect from them just yet. Again, we've only seen them play once today. And again, it's kind of one of those early, like, high seed versus low seed matchups. So we expected Omit NA to win that one. Again, though, Omit, you know, they're a brand new team here. Don't fully know what to expect out of them just yet, kind of where they place overall in the power rankings of the top North American Challengers teams. Yet still, that doesn't remove them as the threat that they are for a team that is currently 23rd seed. So they absolutely have an uphill battle. Let's take a look at kind of the stats at the end of that game. And, you know, to be honest, of course, I mean, earlier on, I think we were having a lot of conversations around Wardy and Standy, what they bring to the roster as the SMGs. Well, Flames actually comes out and proves that, hey, I need to be part of that conversation, guys. As an AR on this roster, 25 and 20, also having a pretty good go.
Yeah, I was talking to Eli Standy about this entire roster earlier, right? Because, I mean, you know, if you're Standy, you get put in a really tough position, right? You're bench for Hixie. You're not going to get traded out that immediately towards the CDL team that would benefit from a player of Standy's caliber. So he has to make this pickup squad happen. And luckily enough, both Cryptic and Flames, well, they were already playing with one another. And Wardy, we knew that was going to have to be looking for a new team, as he was on previously Omit that was playing along with what was like Gravity, Day Patty, and I want to say like Caps was on that team as well. So Wardy's like the only returning player for Omit NA when it comes from Boston Open in towards this one. So I think that Standy, and I told him this to him, he fell into a really good position to be able to make this pickup squad happen. As Flames, like you were saying, is a very good AR. You mix that along with Cryptic. The slaying of this team really has a very high skill ceiling.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of what the rest of the journey looks like for this Omit NA roster. Again, though, it's not an easy match, we'll say that much. We saw FW Element earlier on. They're also a pretty good team, and upsets, we're still looking for that big one, I think we'll say, right, that we love to see here in the open bracket. Perhaps FW Element be the one to serve that up versus Omit NA. It's a big ask. We'll see whether or not they can perform it, of course. We've got map number 2 coming up very, very soon. Before we get there, though, we're going to go to a very brief break. On the other side, map number 2 here between Omit and FW Element here in Texas Open.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challengers OpTic Texas Open. We are still dealing with some winners round 3 action. My whole shift with me, Visions, as we close out the day. Omit looked solid in the opening hard point, but at the moment, this UpW Element team giving them a little bit of stress here in round 2 of the Search on Hotel.
Yeah, no kidding. Able to have at least a solid start up until Wardy flies out and is able to find the first one. And will likely be able to secure this one. No chance to get the defusing. So yeah, it's been a great start for them. And I'm obviously been like waiting like all day long to see this Omit squad.
Yeah, for real.
I talked about them at the beginning. So I'm happy that we're here, Alan, and it's been at least a solid start thus far.
Yeah, and I can tell you flat out, we are dealing a ton of winners round 3 action right in front of me. Falcons just lost, I think, in 2-0 fashion to Smog Alpha. There was a lot of yelling from Pac in particular from Falcons.
Hearing something.
Yeah, Henry's subbing in for that roster with King Abadi out for the weekend. And Henry's playing well, man. He's looking pretty solid, but they will fall in the lower bracket. So at the moment, Austin, pending the Element and Omit game we have in front of us, winners round 3 has rocked chalk all the way through. We have yet to get an upset in this winners round 3.
Yeah, it's basically been, the favorite that we have going in. So no crazy upsets, at least so far. See if anything happens here, maybe in this matchup. But at the moment, Omit really controlling everything. Numbers advantage here in the 3v2. And now you'll have to make a move over here and try to drop this bomb. Pick it up, I guess, first and foremost. But
yeah.
Rhoda, he's already under a lot of fire. He's going to have a lot to do.
This FW Element team is not to be taken lightly. We know what Prod's been able to do. He was a part of that young squad in Season 1 of Elite. They looked really solid. Couldn't quite get it done in playoffs. Juju, is there anyone more experienced in challengers than him? I can't think of anybody off the top of my head.
He's been in challengers for a good while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'll say. But this is a tough situation in the 2v3, time running out. Prod, 2 kills. Those are both very incredible considering the position he was in. So now you've got a 2v1 situation, but Wardy has got the advantage of being able to play over the top of the bomb, likely knowing that the bomb had been dropped. There's the information on the cross. Doesn't even wait to execute any trigger discipline. Flushes him out with the nade, and now it's just about trying to predict where this next 1v1 is, which Juju comes from behind. No problem. The kill is in. An FW Element, well, how about that?
Yeah, how about that? They make sure that he doesn't get away with it this time. And have to imagine Juju had dead silence while this play unfolded, or Wardy might have had a really good look at pulling off another clutch play there with the Vaznev in hand. He's looked good with the Vaznev in hand. I know he's had a couple of role swaps throughout Modern Warfare 2 with a bunch of different rosters, but yeah, he's been finding form again. However, huge round to come back into it. Juju 4-2. Talk about one of the big vets here in the scene leading the charge.
Yep, love to see it. A lot and a long way to go, especially considering what we know this Omit team is likely going to be able to do with tempo and speed. We talked about them briefly earlier.
Sure. And
how about this for a set play? 3 members making the move over towards B. The only defender in the area is going to be Prod. And he's playing pretty far away from this cross. So it's all about, does he actually find more than just the first? It's not bad to go 1-for-1, but there's definitely a chance for more than that. Juju opens the door. Semtex doesn't really get all that deep in, and the stun also misses. That's not great news overall as the bomb's planted.
No, you don't like to see that. Stun hits his teammates, so if he wanted to get in there for an angle, has to wait. And now they're pushing out. A little aggressive there from Flames. The rest of the team, I thought, would maybe follow up with that play, but kind of just a solo play around the back to try to catch them off guard. Doesn't work out. 2v2 at 25 seconds. Cryptic able to hold strong, but now a 1-versus-1. He challenges the back. He's weak, and you'll find it.
You hit a good point. I mean, it is a bit bizarre to see you've got numbers, you've got the post plant, you could just back up into restaurant if you want to, but instead they try to get aggressive. Flames gets caught, but the rest of the squad follows up. And I can respect it, especially if you consider that, hey, maybe defensively they haven't thrown many nades over towards the opposite side of the map. You don't want to get those nades to deter your entire post plant, so maybe you're trying to catch them while utility's being cooked or whatever it happens to be. But regardless, Cryptic gets 3 in the round, 3-1 now overall. Omit looking solid with a little bit of a cushion here early in this map too.
That's been a very, very good start. Clutch play combined with a couple of just well-executed rounds here, playing off of each other, using numbers, and that's the big factor. They've had numbers in almost every single round. See if that continues. Also have the crews in the back pocket, just in case you need it. As nades come through, pretty far pushed forward. You do have the bomb here. Johnny can't, fully commit to a bedroom play. Can't imagine he would want to. It's really risky. Nade doesn't connect. Now he'll cross back and maybe try to drop it.
And you have an AR of Juju who's kind of watching over the top of this entire play, so he knows that no one has even peeked over towards that outer staircase. So this is all about trying to bait the defense and to try to contest the plant. But Omit do not bite on the bait. Now it's down to the 4v4 retake. Flames first one up, denied. Wardy immediately for the response. That's going to clear out bedroom, but a question mark will still linger here for Omit, considering how far forward a lot of that post plant was. And with the crews out, Wardy is just going to go in the hard way. Passes right by Katani, who was watching it the whole way. Juju also collecting a kill, leaving things down to Standy. Nate connects for the first. Was that be a 1v3? Tries to hop for the defuse, but Katani can see it. And no worries there. Easy post plant setup.
Yeah, I really like that. Able to get in just with a couple of key kills and not a whole lot of, like biting on the bait, I would say. I got the start. I think that was really the big factor.
Yeah.
But still enough to be able to find the kills, play the setup well. I think just sitting behind the block while 2 ARs are sitting up on the desk, like you can't really read that and you don't really check for it. And if you do, you're almost always going to get traded. So yeah, I love that post plant setup and it's a critical round. They find it. Number 2, need to build off it though and tie this one up here coming into defense.
Okay, see what they've got. Play looking to lean towards B. Not committed, though. Just kind of sniffing things out. Standy's the one looking to maybe see if he could catch someone off guard through couch. And, oh, my goodness, he is just
like this?
Dude, free. I mean, what do you want? And maybe the cruise was just called behind this, by the way, because I think I may have heard an explosion on the other side of the map. So Standy just runs through mid. Everyone else kind of retreated in towards the indoor areas around B and A. And even still, the bomb is not committed to this, Austin. They are pulling the defense over to B. And this hit's going to go to A.
Are they ever? Standy's also able to get out with his life. Cryptic has been just trying to sniff things out and see if maybe one player is lingering here. There is. The timing could be interesting, but Chow about to come through. Cryptic doesn't know what he wants to do. He's going to back up and now try to drop it again.
Yeah.
Post plant this time for Omit.
But I was going to say, Katani never left the A site. He's just been kind of lingering bottom halls, largely because Standy was seen on that cross back to mid to A. So now you've got numbers if you're Fort Worth Element. Katani gets another. Just no one can flush him out of this position. Standy up top is going to have to play heroics for a 1v3. Has the clock and the bomb planted towards him, at least largely so. But now you've got a hit from Mirage. He's going to jump on for the defuse. There's the check. Katani drops. Standy has to pull them off. Semtex is out. Pulls them off for the defuse. A 1v3. Now to a 1v2. Over the top. Oh. He guns Mirage. The 1v1. 12 seconds on the clock. And Standy has killed off enough time. No one there. How does he get away with that?
It starts with Standy and it ends with Standy. My goodness, you'll die to the bomb, but it doesn't exactly matter. He gets the round, and he lets him know, stands up, you can't be dropping 1v3s like that. Smokes, I think, Katani on the stairs, who had to win the gunfight. And even though Standy doesn't finish off, the diffuser, he gets a great Semtex down, challenges it from down low, gets the second, and just finesses the third. That is beautiful.
Man, you want to talk about maybe a little bit of nerves there for FWE? Like, brother, sure. It's a 3v1. You're not even going to chow me? Like, come on. Wow. So now 4-2 up. Juju's pushed back mid-map, but there's a lot of help here. And yeah, Katani Mirage also part of that play through mid. And that would be good for the first 3 kills, no worries. So now Wardy would have to one-up his teammate from a 1v3 now to a 1v4 situation. Lots of time on the clock, but it will be a free plant here at A, pending, of course, that there is no mid-cross being seen by Wardy, and yeah, he's backed off and is going to do this the hard way around the back through bedroom.
And when you lose like an opening break like this, yeah, like Wardy's going to spot Prada here. He's kind of the player you have to deal with because he can always just linger from behind, and he's not really giving him a clean gunfight. He's just toying with him. Continuing to toy with him, asking for help, I'm sure, just takes the challenge, though, and he is good to take out Wardy.
Yeah. I like the call, though. We don't have to see like a triple stack like that offensively to where the first person to throw shoulders is Juju on the corner, and then it's 2 subs through Arch and in towards Couch. And end up getting the eliminations. Usually it's the other way around where like a sub dives in and just goes prone so that the Dolphin dive and the ARs are behind him. But different look that time through. Keeps this one relatively tight. 3-4 the count. Again, must-win situation here for Fort Worth Element. It is a best of 3, all things told, so have to find a way to start to turn the tides in your favor and make Omit try to all of a sudden find responses.
All right, Juju's watching mid. Let's go. I like it. No more. I mean, Sandy made it up mid without even popping Deddy last time.
I want to say the Cruise was called in. I'm not going to lie.
Maybe.
Yeah, the sound cues are hard to find, but I think the Cruise is called.
That's fair. Either way, have to still find a response. And you're kind of getting pulled over here to mid, so they're going to try to get a look through this. Right through this mid block here. You could get a peek out from the air that is kind of just sitting inside of Statue, that lobby area, but Raj is going to do his best to snake over the top, try to find some shots. He's going to get a little info, but that's that play I was talking about. Cryptic Mix, he finds first blood.
It's just like they get a read, they're going to follow up. They want to make sure they get this easy isolation through mid. All the shots are so clean. Okay, Wardy. Leaves it down to Katani for a 1v4. Defuse also required, so call it a 1v5. And, well, a couple of shots hit over the top, but once you hit the jump, hard to keep it centered. And Standy.
Oh, he's leaned back right now, Alan.
Oh, my God, dude. He's like, what am I doing?
He's going back to the CDL.
Yeah. When's dinner? Like.
Yeah, he's ready to chalk today up without a doubt, man. Not too often you see gamers like fully leaning back on land, you know?
Real.
It does not happen often, but it is happening right now. And Omit just need one more round here, Alan.
Yep. What's the call if you're Fort Worth element? It has to be a default to A. Yeah. Dude, you're going to watch mid-map just kind of passively from front desk. Make sure no one hits the flank. Everybody else focus on the front. Trophy system will deny any defensive utility. And how about this for a little route from Prada? He gets deep. Already over towards Valet on the halls. Flames, of course, has revealed his position, but oh my God, read like a third grader's book. And I'll tell you, Flames reads at 8th grade level.
About the Deddy, and well, Standy finds the second. Omit are looking pretty good here for what will likely be the closeout in the map 2. Mirage trying to keep the play alive. Oh, he does. He finds 2. Wait a second. The bomb isn't going to be watched at the moment, so they are going to have to make a move back in. That's the only difficulty about this. Juju needs to get an angle. They got to check.
What are we doing?
No one's going to move. No one moves, and Omit say thank you very much for the defuse.
What are we doing? Like, the flank was denied. What are we waiting for? That was a tough one to watch. I'm not gonna lie. But EY is Standofkovich the third. I made that up. He's leaning, he's cruising, he's chilling. This Omit team's looking feisty, brother. I'm telling you, like I think all of our initial kind of inferences about what this team is going to look like, what kind of tempo they're going to want to play at. I think they have the potential of being one of the speediest teams in this bracket, just based on this composition that we've got built.
Yeah, and that's why they're like my key team to watch, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah,
whatever you want to say, right? Like just a team I think that could really do some damage that hasn't been together very long, and I think it's already showing. I mean, we'll see how the tests go as they continue to climb through this bracket, but at the moment, I would say it's been a very clean day. I mean, when one of your players is leading all the way back, I mean, it's been a pretty solid day, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was the last winners round 3 match we were waiting for to be reported. Everything else has come through, and I will tell you, I was expecting there to be some sort of upset somewhere in this round 3 of the winners bracket.
Yeah.
Just about everything was 2-0s, dude. Like, and most of those games were quick 2-0s, including this one. So, wow. Clean stuff from Omit. Both the NA roster and the Latin American Mexico roster looking pretty feisty, I'm not going to lie.
They are.
And I'll tell you, man, it's going to be, I think, hard looking at just this top 16 that we currently have going into winners round 4 and being able to pick a definitive favorite. Although I will say both Affiliate Esports and Decimate were the first 2 winners round 3 games reported, and they did not start first. So what I'm getting at is they beat the brakes off of whoever they played. So keep your eye out on those boys.
Yeah, they do got a pretty good seed, to be fair, but yeah, they definitely smoked them. Number 4 seed coming in, Yuli Prelude, Johnny, and Dave Patty. I think those guys are certainly going to be a treat to watch as we take a look at a lot of our top 16 here. But yeah, man, it's been a heck of a day. Both Omit squads, I think, have certainly been turning up here for us. Even Notorious, I think, had looked at least pretty solid based out of what we saw. Eric Boom was frying, so yeah, a lot of crazy things happening throughout Friday here.
Yeah, Eric dropped 13 for the L in the Search and Destroy.
I think it was 15.
15, something like that.
Something crazy.
Regardless, that's not something you're going to see often. Him dropping that much for the L. I guarantee you, tomorrow if he drops something like that, it will be for the dub. He doesn't do something like that twice in one weekend. So the interesting thing about that Teams to Watch graphic, every single one of them in winners round 4, which means if you're a Kansas fan, we rock chalk. All of the top seeds have made it into winners round 4, and now we've got a situation in our hands where we need to figure out who stays alive for what would actually be top 48. Again, it's a little bit of a different situation because of the amount of stations we have here. We will not be playing lower round 3 tonight. We will be playing it tomorrow morning, and that would determine who our top 32 are. So we've got a couple of lower round games still to get through before we're done for the evening.
Yeah, that's right, and that's fun, man. Some late night Friday, day 1, lower round games. Who's making it to day 2, right? Like, those ones are grind fest. They're a lot of fun, man. So you don't know what's going to play out, I think, in some of those lower brackets when we get this late into it.
All right, well, speaking of lower round 2 matchup, Team Rios and Variant COD in the mix. And how about our boy Taze, CCL player, giving it a little bit of a go. Dude, we have so many college COD people.
There's a lot.
Dude, I'm looking at Exceed and Beagle right now being absolute clowns, dude. They're suing me right now. I don't understand. Why? Why are you guys doing this? I don't know.
We get a camera? I don't know what's happening, dude. What's going on there?
I don't know what that was. There are phones that were out. I don't know. Let's get on into this, though. It's just,
log it in.
Dude, literally, they just came running up down the lane, just going, Sue. It's like, what the hell is happening?
Oh, boy.
Vibes are high. I'm not sure why, Exceed. You kind of got smoked today, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Very caught in the hard point. We've got a Hydro hard point as well. Keep that in mind. Not often we see that.
No, we do not see it very often. I think based off of even what we've seen kind of this weekend, it could be a little bit unpredictable, right? Even when you feel like you're blocking, sometimes you got to do a second take to make sure you are. So we'll see what things shape up to be here in the Hydro, as it's pretty even right off the bat. Just trying to fight for some of this P1 time and then look to push through. The shots come through here from Flog, as he's going to be able to tag up one enough to be able to push through to the back.
Okay, a little back and forth affair here. A lot of vying for positioning for P2, of course. Taze able to get in towards the back. And he's going to be in pressure because this is a foot race on the left side of the map. This is good awareness from Taze. Kind of bounces out. Anchor spawns. Has a teammate spawn near. That's his go call. A little play with the door, and the kills come through. Pretty darn clean as far as a anchor into break is concerned.
Without a doubt, just really clean in the back. A little bit of patience, just waiting for a second. And now Amp is also the zone here for the front. Those are clean kills coming on out. Maybe a third. Okay. And Beck's here to play. He'll find himself on 4 in a row, and he's getting some good looks at some more potentially.
Yeah, the only thing that they've really missed out on here is that Waves has kind of snuck into Ruins, but instead of playing for the hard point and trying to flip things around for the scrap, he tried to zone off Royal and gets caught from behind in the process. So not exactly what I would call clean at the moment here for Team Rios, and the scoreboard absolutely reflects that with what was not a full 60, but pretty darn close. We'll call it a full 45 considering the battle for spawns that happened to open when we opened up the hard point.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I feel like, this is one of those rotations, too, where it's like you lock down a full 60 on P2. Like, it's not difficult to break this P3 hill if you can start to get players in the back here. Maybe start to work through Gen. So many angles you have to watch. Flog feeling all of the pressure up top. He'll be dealt with. Now a chance to be able to find the kills inside the hard point up top. That will be a second. Marshall able to make some big moves. Almost there for the third.
Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, up top, a little battle of the brawlers. Frost able to take down Royal. So now a chance for Rios to really lock in some key time here on the third hard point. They've got a clearance from the front. There should be a solid read here that the rest of the play is coming from the back. And you've already got Flog on rotation. So if you can find a way to keep this back 20 a bit scrappy, maybe there's a chance to kind of keep this more neutral. But doesn't quite happen. Marshall's able to find the last 2 eliminations needed to lock in the scrap time, and that also puts a bit of a deterrent in towards the stable spawns as we rotate over towards the ruined pathway.
Yeah, take a look at the mini-map. Team Rios kind of come behind the rotation here and basically sandwich them in on the map. We'll see who ends up spawning in the back. It looks like that should be held on to for Team Rios. It's being blocked correctly on the rock, so things looking good, but now they're in COD here. Going to certainly be in a position where they're going to have to try to push to the back, and Frodo, well, he's onto it, but he won't get the read. Taze is there playing his life.
Yeah, really well done once again by Taze. This will block the spawns, but Variant COD are a little slow on the jump. Coming back over to the hard point. Waves has a read, front side Ruins. He's going to have help. This will be a double hit now from the front. Royal, the next one up, shows his rear end just a touch, but good help from behind. Frost still trying to work his way in. May catch Royal on reload, but back and forth we go until Flog is able to take a double. But the spawns never flipped, so Team Rios pressured from the front, but never fully broke. And Variant COD once again regrow their lead with still 15 seconds of scrap to try to earn.
Yeah, they're just finding the impactful kills, I feel like. And they're finding ways into the back, just holding the hill.
Yeah.
Good transition kill here as well. Now AmpX, I mean, he's just been shooting, hasn't he? My goodness. He's looked really solid so far. Almost earned the spree really, or rather the streak really early on. And now the kill's starting to come through here. Much better look here for Team Rios as they're controlling the map, but they have to get a read on the spawns in the back.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everyone's still looking at Marshall. And now they're going to get the alert. Wave spawns all the way out. Everyone's got to turn, but they're going to have to be bunkered up inside of the hill to read this. At least you've got a player up top with a trophy system trying to keep them safe. And Frost actually comes through a little bit of a pinch. That'll help clear up the front a touch. Even though there is a momentary flip of the hard point, Team Rios have actually recovered quite nicely. 30 seconds still to fight for.
30 seconds to fight for it. It's a key 30 seconds here. Waves for 2. Vlog also able to get involved, and now they drop down. Just need to get tased. Spawns are still on the back. One player going to spawn out, but that should be good for the 15, and with that kill, it will be. So
nice.
A nice moment here. Team Rios really needed to lock down the hill. They're able to deliver. They lock in a good 40 seconds, if not more, and they're right back in the game.
And look at how they've manipulated spawns here. I mean, they're forcing Variant COD to spawn bottom left at the very end of this last hard point, so they're actually going to get to P1 first. The kills on transition are not as perfect as you would like in theory, though, so they will be tested with a bit of generator play coming out of Variant COD, but Frost down low was completely unexpected. Nearly doubled up. Numbers still good, though, for Team Rios. Tight game, nearly tied, but at the moment, Team Rios hold a bit of an advantage around the first hard point, and they're starting to fight for P2 side of the map.
Yeah, the slaying has really picked up, hasn't it? Frost
yeah, it
now
really
16
has.
kills, Waves getting more involved. They're starting to heat up, and they're starting to feel it. That's kind of one of the main reasons we're seeing this as close as it is. Nade's coming over the top. Waves actually going to find one with the trophy system. That's also going to keep Marshall pretty weak on the point. Royal over the top, able to find some good shots. Takes out Frost. Spawn still looking solid, but Flog wants to break it open. He'll find a key kill. Now we'll see if he can try to push through.
And Flog is running, trying to get here as fast as possible. He will not be here in time to do much to the spawn, but is getting a lot of work done, and he nearly took down 2. Good follow-up, good trade. Number 6 in Royal does spawn out. Second hard point was not active yet, so he will be the only one outside of this setup. From the front, Rios already contesting, already on. They do not have the spawns, need the kills to try to really supplant this move from Variant COD. And even still, even though they're in the hard point, they do not have the spawns locked in. It's fully blocked. Marshall waiting for help. This is a lot of time that they're giving away, though, I'll say. I mean, you've got a 4v2 on the hard point right now. Someone's got to make a play and get in there and just try to enter. But for now, the 30 seconds is almost given away for free. Team Rios, I'm sure, will be happy to have that, considering they never held spawns.
Wow, I mean, they play that really slow. Like, my goodness, they're able to get in, and it's a huge 20, so they might be able to hold on to it. And I guess it works out in the end, and Royal actually is already across the map here. Spawn's actually coming through there for Frodo at the old hill, as well as Frost. You talk about the manipulation and a huge play in the back. Royal is that guy, and he is not done.
Yeah, these are power pieces on the chessboard, trying to fight for that last little corner. Flog still alive. From the front, Tased, Amp, getting the work done, and then Marshall off screen. We'll see the spawns won with that gunfight win onto Flog. So once again, Rios have to try to do something from the front. And for now, they've built a bit of a buffer and a cushion between the hardpoint and the spawn, so no one is in at all. The game clock is currently winning this next hardpoint. Frodo on 4, dead silence around the back. Could possibly play for streaks, but he's red. And finally, Variant COD get the setup and the numbers they need to get into the hardpoint.
Frost up top. Huge battle here. Huge 25 as well. And Marshall over the top finds 2, but Frodo wants to try to make a big play, and he's got 2 more players to cut through. He's already gotten through half the team. Can he get through the second half? Not going to happen, but a rotation being made. Flog already across the map. This is what you want to see here from Team Rios, continuing just to be annoying.
Yeah, I mean, they have been more than annoying from the front of these hard points. You got to give credit where credit is due. These are tough hard points to hold.
Ooh.
But they've done well, kind of keeping Variant COD quite trapped. Some of these, I mean, even right here, like, no one's in the hard point, but, like, look at Variant COD. They, like, can't move in towards the hill because they never have numbers. They just can't stay alive long enough to get 3 or 4 alive at the same time. And Rios, again, from the front, are in. How bizarre is this map a hard point at the moment? But can Rios continue to win the map like this? That's the big question, because it's not easy to do.
No, it's not. Not on Hydro. flipping from back and forth across the map. Not easy by any means, but Taste trying to fight for the back 20. Huge 1v1, and Frost is going to take it. Still a lot of players to deal with, but all these kills are great. He actually finds a window of timing to get behind one of the other players, and he's just continuing to slow down the rotation. The only one that was able to get across was Taze. Yep. He will fall. It's a slight lead here for Variant COD, but this is where Team Rio's locked in a huge amount of time.
Yeah, and this slight lead will be neutralized very quickly, you'd think, in this first 20 seconds right here, especially if they can continue to find kills from the front side of the hard point. How confident are Team Rios that they have locked in the back, because Variant COD is starting to make their move across, and everything's going to be held from the front. Waves will spawn in. That'll help kind of guarantee the information that, yes, this hit is still from the front. Contest is on. Frost not making a move yet. Catches one in the corner. First blood good. Help on the way. How about it? 3 straight kills come through. And there it is. The first 20-25 locked in. Team Rios back in the lead.
And they get a read on the spawns. They know immediately to start to turn around. They get the favorite side of the map. I mean, this is perfect when you talk about Hydro. You'll take 40 and give 20 any day of the week on any hill, especially when it's this close. So again, scrap time secured, but as long as you can hold this P1 rotation and hold on to the spawns, you're still in a great position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a huge rotation right here, trying to get to the P2 side first. You got to keep in mind that this 5 seconds of hardpoint time at old will mean that the spawns will continue to be on the left side of the map for a while here, but the numbers will, at least should, be good for Rios to hold the right side. They're also in the hardpoint. So it's going to be another tie game. 201, 201. Rios still in the hill. Long-range shots from Royal, good. Deals with the first player up top at Dome, but now Frodo starts to push forward. Careful here. You don't want to get too far forward because these kills are really clean for Rios. They will not be able to win it on this hard point, so you have to make sure you keep holding on to that right side of the minimap.
Yeah, they're going to have to start to make a move for this P1 time as well, so you have to fight 2 different fights at the same time. You have to rotate, and Frodo is continuing to go on a spree. He's not letting anyone get through that P1 building, but that's a huge kill for Royal. Takes one off the time. He's got no teammates with him, and he's trying to make a play to the back.
Yeah, but the thing about this, Royal doesn't have to go super fast here because the time has been set to neutral. So now you're just looking at a 203 to 208 game. Hardpoint, again, still active at 1, so there are no spawns back here at the moment. You've got a 1v1 possibly for the spawns. Royal has Frost in front of him. Hardpoint opens. Spawns are not fully blocked. Royal and Marshall are still behind the play. Rios, can you do it again from the front? Kills for Royal are in. Rios around the back. Waves is trying to block once again. Do they expect this? The spawns are out. He's got to find a way to get in. Waves for the 1v1 takes the kill. But who's chasing who? Royal tries to get around the back, but Taze has the team nade, and now they're over 240.
240 and Team Rios are holding on. The setup is locked in. And Variant COD need to find an answer and find it now. It's not looking possible. Flog gets 2, and that will do it. Waves gets to the back, and he breaks open the hard point.
Dude, I add that to the exhibit of weird things that have happened in COD, because I have never in my days of watching Hydro Hardpoint seen a team be that manipulative from the front of a hard point and be able to continually do that for the entirety of a Hydro hard point, bro. They were putting Variant COD almost in like quasi spawn traps behind the hills at like 50 seconds left to fight for in the hills. I've never seen something quite like that before, but it works. I mean, I don't know how, but it worked.
Somehow, some way. Wow. What a crazy map. And, I mean, it took a little bit for, Team Rios, I think, to get going, to get heated up. You could even see some of the players in the player camps kind of, blowing on their hands, trying to keep them warm. So, maybe a little bit cool coming in, but they certainly heat up in the end. Waves just makes a great play, and that's kind of what we talked about, and why, I consider Hydro to be certainly, a little bit more of a flip compared to the other hardpoint maps that we have, is because you have to play so picture perfect and do everything correctly all the time, and every single player on the roster that has to do it. And you come off spawn, you just have to always know what decision to make, and it's not easy to do, especially when you're in the chaos of trying to fight for the time and end the game. It's just so difficult to read, and you have to put yourself in the player's point of view in those spots. It's just not easy, man, but credit to Team Rios, making the heads-up play, getting to the back, and grabbing this map number 1.
Yeah, 30 from Frost. I think he was probably one of the biggest playmakers that we kind of had for Rios on those holds from the front. I mean, he gets 30 eliminations, but also 24 of them non-traded and over 4,000 damage. and a minute 40. We'll give him the minute 40 of hill time as well. Like, and he was running an AR, I want to say, more often than not. So impressive stuff from Frost. On the other side, we've come to know, and for some of us, love Taze from the CCL scene. 21 and 23, only 2,300 damage. Really wasn't as much of a factor as I think I was at least initially expecting.
No, I think that's a fair shout. Hydro Hardpoint in the history books. Hotel Search Destroy coming up, and we've had a lot of fun search maps. I think these amateur games with Search and Destroy have actually been more fun than what we usually get, because I feel like it's more chaotic and it's a lot less unpredictable, especially when we get used to seeing like the same teams kind of over and over again. We get an idea of how they like to play, and we know who their kind of aggressors or initiators are. But something like this, man, it's kind of up in the air, and you're just kind of reading it as it goes. I just absolutely love it.
It almost feels like we're like learning the game almost all over again, right? It almost feels like we're straight up like in December, like what's going to happen? What are the plays going to look like? Which bomb sites are we going to see more than the others? Like we're giving everything, even odds here. We're not really saying anything's going to be one way or the other. But I think the cool thing again, and I've said it a handful of times, so I apologize for keeping the same conversation going, but I got to give major shout-outs to OpTic, dude. The venue's been sick, but more importantly, this is the first time that we've had day one active challengers since back in Black Ops 4. We're talking 4 years ago, and now we're finally starting to see a lot of new players. Because, the thing about it is, and back then, I could speak to this because Ton and I casted a 250-0 and then followed up by a 6-0 hard point into Surge. But there were a lot of moments where it's like, hey, these guys are playing some pretty good COD. And then when you start to see them in Challengers Cups and other circuits, it's like, I remember this guy because we saw him on broadcast that one time. So it's cool to be able to kind of push the spotlight to some other people that we don't normally get a chance to see. So big shout-outs as far as the format's concerned. It's been a ton of fun over here, man.
It has been. And like that's how you also, kind of found like those like individual players, like those crazy, like just players that are like almost generational talents at times. Like you can pick those players out that sometimes never reach the top because of the pro point system and not getting recognition, but that's what we're here for. So like you said, shout out to OpTic.
All right.
Round one matches, and we're into it, Alan.
Hotel Search, brother. Who knows what we're going to get? I'm here for it. Opening offense. Variant COD looking to make a play over towards A. They've already got Marshall in a pretty solid spot on the top side of the staircase. So he can kind of block out that left bedroom side. Perfect example of that. Hayes is still watching for a down low cross. Amp would be there to help. And Royal will watch for the flank. So a lot of patience here for Variant COD. Just kind of feeling out, seeing what they can get away with over at A.
All this being cleared out, Marshall's going to probably find his kill. Yo! He got sound cue. Wave's almost there to snap. If he has a Vast Def, possibly. But now Marshall's done his job, and that should secure the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's looking good for it. I mean, he's going to have full bedroom control, no worries. It's going to force this defense to, have to likely hit this retake through mid, which, to be fair, is the only thing not really being watched at the moment. Although Amp is in a good position to put a good response to this. Taze is also behind that play if it comes through. And I am stretching until this hit comes, because why has it not come yet? Finally, it's on the way. Frodo Frost, good eliminations, but the problem is Royal is the kind of clutch up position. Taze will just kind of show shoulders, wait for the hit, and then Royal can make his move. You have to check the bomb, though. Okay, let's not get this too out of hand, please. Let's just keep this nice one calm and controlled. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit fortunate that they still come out with that round. Honestly, that was a 3v4 and a really good attempt on the retake. They do a good job of clearing out the back, but as you said, like you almost never expect like another player to be all the way at the back after you clear out two like that, unless you go and check yourself. So a little bit difficult, but very nicely done. Able to get in there, hold on to the lives, play the kills. That will be round number one.
Okay. Conversation underway. I see a Cowboys COD jersey right there. Oklahoma State love. Yeah, Royal plays for Oklahoma State, doesn't he? I was like, yeah, I remember that.
So, yeah.
I was like, I know Royal from some CCL squads. Couldn't put my finger on it, so. There we go. First blood, though, still tallied by his Rios, as they have gotten into B and largely for free. Marshall's nearby. I cannot anticipate him doing much of anything until he's got some help. But the problem with this is Variant kind of to make the decision on how they want to set up this retake, because you don't have the ability pinching at all. So it'll all be from the front. Royal stuns out. Dave Cook tosses it in, just hoping for something. Does get a couple of tags, but the hit's still not underway yet. Have to go, have to make a move. Shots through. Royal's able to find a couple of tags. Now he's able to secure the kill. This would be the time to go. 20 seconds. Someone's got to get through. Flog holding the side door. What are we doing? We're all finessing, waiting for the perfect gunfight. You don't have time. Tick, 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 tick. 12 seconds on the clock in waves. He's going to win the round right here. Bang, boom, bang. Whoa. Oh? Close? Was it 7.5?
Close. It's close. It's really close.
Point two. Wow.
Well, they got there. 0.2 seconds to spare. They get on the bomb, baby. That's all that matters. You get the round. But yeah, that one was looking a little bit shocked. I think Waves was already expecting someone to be on the bomb. And I don't think the comm came through on where Royal was actually at. But he's now on 4. He's having a heater of a map here so far, Alan.
Yeah, it's been a good one for him, without question. But man, I'm telling you, dude, like there was a moment it was just like, okay, we gotta go. Can't let someone go prone and hold the front door on you. Royal for 4 in a row. Opportunity for streaks. Offense is gonna go 2-2 split. And Variant Cod's gonna try to pull the defense, maybe back over towards B, but okay, well, never mind. Flog gets first blood, and all of a sudden the defense is gonna feel uber confident in their setup.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now what does the offense do? They just come back over to A, start to work some angles, potentially. Marshall going to be responsible for watching that flank, which means that the other two are going to have to be the playmakers. And there's a pretty heavy stack, inside a bedroom. Wave's going to have the cross. You got a player that's also kind of sitting inside of couches that can help if this bomb were to go down. But 50 seconds, still time to work with, still chances to work picks.
Yeah. Oh, and they nearly get one. Wave's lucky to be alive. But as he stays alive, kills will still come through. 4v2 situation. And tased. I mean, you have to make a play here with this dead silence. Tries to force the 1v1 in the corner, nothing there. And now he has lost his deady completely. That's a window that has shut. And, well, as he loses Marshall, the round will also come to a case-closed scenario. Pretty clean.
It's almost interesting, because, like, we've seen, especially, like, over the last, like, month, I'd say, there's been, like, a lot of deady pop plays where, like, no one, like aggressively, like, sprints somewhere or does anything. And I'm almost wondering if they're trying to use it to, like, bait out the sound cue of the dead silence, like, ring that comes through to get someone to peek or, you know, to try to catch you while you're on sprint when you pop it. Like, that's, like, the only thing that I can really come to when it comes down to, like, some of those plays where they're, like, they're not pushing, but they're trying to almost bait something from their gameplay.
I love your optimism. But there is a large part of me that is just like subconsciously, it's like I have it, I have to use it, and then, but I also don't have a play to make. Like I don't know, it just feels like I don't know. I've seen a lot of people hit deady and then just sit in the corner. So
yeah, not move at all. Like that's what I mean. Like it just gotta be something to it, right?
I don't know. I just think it's like I've got it, I'm going to use it, and then nothing ever comes of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Who knows? Marshall, first blood and second will tally the way of Variant Cod. Looking to get to a 3-1 tally. Bomb is down in a terrible spot for Team Rios. But if you're Waves and you can get a look at tased, maybe there's a chance to try to swing this defense over. But honestly speaking, Variant Cod are just stacked mid. They're going to use Marshall on the corner to try to watch for a cross, and that will be the only defense they need contact-wise towards A. But okay, that will for sure move somebody off of this double stack. Yeah, it's going to be Royal taking a more passive angle, watching the cross back over through Arch. I'm actually surprised that Amp is moving into B, but Marshall, he has pretty much single-handedly won the round by watching that cross towards the A side, which is where the bomb obviously had been dropped.
Yeah, without a doubt. As soon as you find that first pick, too, just so great. I mean, they're hanging on to their numbers. Like, I feel like they're not doing anything, like, too substantial, you know, on their defensive rounds. I think they're playing pretty default, pretty standard. Gunfights are coming to them. They're shifting at the right times, you know, supporting when it needs to come on through. But everything considered, I just feel like it's been really basic. Search, destroy played out for them so far, and they're just reaping the rewards. Up 3-1.
Yep. Yeah, so Royal is Oklahoma State, by the way. Marshall goes to Lamar University, who have been putting together a good season so far in the college COD wave. So we've got, what, like 4 or 5? Dude, I'm saying like 4 or 5 teams. Yeah. It's pretty wild. I love to see it. I mean, considering that, like, back in Black Ops 4, there was, like, one team of, like, CCLR stars, and now we've got people from Akron, Illinois State, Lamar, Oklahoma State, many more to count. We get into this round very passive from both sides, although this defensive stack towards B is going to have to make a decision what you want to do with these 3 numbers, because they don't really have info towards mid. It's like they're trying to blind counter a play towards B in which they have no information. And Waves' little shoulder check, I don't think saw anything. Now that some shots start to ring out, he's going to get an idea that, yeah, there's going to be a threat here at A. Oh, my goodness, almost gets the collat. Now looks down towards the bomb, but does not see the planter. So it will be a 3v4 favoring Team Rios, but the bomb's planted in a pretty solid spot for Variant Cod.
It sure is. Have the numbers at least to work with here. We haven't really seen them work too well. Haven't really worked with each other. And again, like, no one's watching Taste. And finally, Frodo's there. But you almost feel like it could be too late. Royal in a clutch spot, has a chance to win this round, but he does give away his position. And he does have the AR up close. We'll see if he can try to clutch it up.
Frost delayed this defuse, though, so now Royal can try to hit this from a different side, check the bomb, and oh, no, not going to work out. Gave it a really good go, though, I'll tell you that
Sure
much.
did.
I mean, that's almost the exact same setup we had from Omit just a moment ago, right? Where Standy's kind of playing, get down, Mr. President, you hit the defuse, I'll, play forward. But that time, I mean, Variant Cod was almost bailed out off the fact that no one went out for the defuse early, but still, the coverage was good, and the map stays pretty tight.
It's such a critical round. 3-2, 4-1, huge difference. You'll certainly be happy about it, but have to start to put something together here and have it maybe look a little bit cleaner, especially with these opening engagements. Offense, I feel like they've been toying with this B hit, but they haven't really ever fully committed to it. Like as a full-on team, it's kind of like maybe bait, come back over to A, try to work some picks, try to finesse the map a little bit. We'll see if they decide to actually fully commit and actually get inside of B this time.
Yeah. And this could be possibly blown up just off the read if Marshall gets one on this tight corner on bricks. You also got Taze playing pretty far forward here. That stun's going to put him in a really bad spot. Semtex to follow. He avoids that. I don't know. I thought he was on the other side of the door for a second there, but just go with it. How about that?
Just gonna have to, I guess.
Let it happen, Austin.
We'll start throwing that stun every game. My goodness. My goodness. That was a nasty one. I like it. Frodo trying to make maybe moves through catwalks. Meanwhile, Frost is going to be able to find Ampex, and that catwalk push will be read and stopped. Royal's going to be able to get the support in there from Taze. Frodo's out of the picture. B is secure. That bomb will go down at 8. 3v3 retake now in the cards.
And Waves needs to keep his life here. There's no need to even get an elimination from that position. Just keep the defense at arm's reach. Use the clock as your ally. So Waves will back up towards a more nasty heading on the stairs. That will work out for one. Does he get the read in the second? Sure does. Clean read. Very mature play. And that will put Rios now in a very nice spot with a couple rounds in a row.
Absolutely. This is a great read from Waves. He's been a playmaker. He was running the sub last map on Hydro. He's running the AR here. He's been great for some opening picks. He's been huge in just some of these closeout rounds. You see it right there. Just a good read, realizing, listen, this guy's challenging me from middle lobby. Surely that can't be the only one working to the back. And he reads correctly. 3-3. Back-to-back rounds coming on through. Team Rios there. Tied this one right back up.
And all of a sudden, Variant Cod have to have some conversations here about what exactly do we need to be doing here, because they nearly gave away a very secure post plant. Their opening offense, and now they're being contested by a lot of utility early here in this A attack. Marshall will still sneak through. Frost is waiting for this challenge, though. And you've got Waves down low, trying to also help control some of this bedroom space. The defense is going to full wrap and rotate. They're going to try to play for retake at bedroom first. And if they find the kills that they need, this could be terrible for Variant Cod. First kill out. Semtex down. Frodo gets away from danger. Avoids the 1v1 a little while longer, but now all of a sudden the bomb carrier is stuck, and no one's going to be able to get him out of here. He is stuck here.
And he used the dead silence, too, so he's not going to be able to really walk himself out unless he crap walks, and Waves is probably going to see him unless he's getting sound cues of his own on this little hop up here. But again, it's the bomb, and he's got 30 seconds. So you have to make a decision. Taze might have to peek and win this gunfight, then just immediately run to the bomb.
Yeah, it's just the play here is Royals trying to open up space and try to say, hey, defense, look at us, we're going B. But Waves was privy to that entire play the whole way through. I mean, he had, no problem reading this. Now, Royal, who was the one trying to create some vacancy, now turns into an impossible position. I don't know, man. That's a very greedy call to put your bomb carrier and Taze deep in towards Valet like that without any control of bedroom at all throughout really any of the opening engagements we saw.
I'm with you. I'm with you, absolutely. Very, very tough round, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, as soon as the first player gets shut down, that's why it's like always difficult to do it with your bomb carrier when there's not almost even a third following you up to like fully just take it by storm, push through, give yourself options. Like it's very difficult. And Royal also has a cruise. Got 5 kills, so that must be through score.
I like that comm. Yeah, must have been.
All right.
750 is what he's playing for. Team Rios, once again, similar play. Oh, look at this, though. They're staying a little passive in restaurant, and they may catch Variant caught on the quick push through around the back. Or will they? That's your only job, Frost. Isolation? Good trade. Okay. That opens the door for Team Rios to be able to re-wrap back. It's going to take some time. They need to make sure no one else is on this flank, but this will force Variant COD to have to keep their defense a bit more stretched than just hard stacking for B.
I'm wondering if they do actually decide to come back over to A. They've almost done it every single offense. So this time, do you try to throw the curveball in and actually just move into the B site, use the numbers, knowing that it's a 3v3? Could be split up, but oh, it's good info there. Marshall sees him run right into lobby. No one's going to shift. No one's going to move. But this position for Royal is still absolutely perfect.
And you have to know that Marshall was also seen on that little poke-up backside couches. So the offense will also have some pretty good intel here that there are defenders nearby. That Semtex is really well placed. We're all traded, 18 seconds on the clock. Onus is on the offense to make the next play. And Frodo will collect the bomb. He's being shot at, though, by Amp. But, oh, that's great help from Waves. Timing-wise, absolutely flawless. Amp is looking to go quickly, though, and that should have been calmed.
Wow.
I mean, you knew he was there. He just got to kill mid-map. Not sure about that one.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough. Like, exactly. You knew where he was. I know you want to get this kill, especially because he got him weak, but you can't, expose yourself to the line of sight through mid to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to take the chow first, and then, then you actually have the great position because you could dolphin dive across, force him to have to come and check the bomb. You could play the scenario totally differently, but Team Rios, that's 4 rounds in a row.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it's been pretty convincing, and you called it a couple of rounds ago. Waves has been kind of that playmaker, that tip of the spear, and he's now 12-4 going into now round 9. Quick hit on towards A, quick plant on towards A. Love this. I don't know why teams don't do this more often. If you can get the bomb onto A, just stick for the plant. Force the defense to have to make a play. Waves, the cruise missile finds absolutely nothing. And now, how you do this? You have so much you have to clear. Stun will connect. Marshall shuts the door. Oh, goodness. How long are we going to make this little door play happen? Not long enough, apparently.
4v2 now. Frodo, Flog, have to do it all in 18 seconds. Not looking likely.
No.
And that won't be the case. Flog could play for some kills. Try to add up just a few more to the tally. But other than that, we are going to see another round here. My goodness. And it's just aggression. This is the first time I think we've had a plant this fast as well through the map. So I think it also throws them for a bit of a loop. Maybe even, forces the cruise missile out just to try to get the information on where they were actually setting up.
And, the thing about it, like, there's something to be said about Occam's Razor is just like, bro, just keep it simple, stupid. Like, if you're having a hard time manipulating the map because you're trying to be too cute, you're trying to finesse too much, just play for a plant. Play the objective. Sure. Do you hear that, by the way?
I hear a bit of it. I can't make it out, though, is the thing. I can only just, I just hear it, slightly in the background. I don't know what they're saying.
That is lower round 2 passion across the venue.
Oof. I'm here for that.
And now everyone's going to go see what the noise is about. Everyone that was watching
started the walk over.
Either watch parties for the flank or the OpTic watch party, they're all coming this way. They're all huddling. Nothing quite like lower round 1 matchups, lower round 2, day 1 matchups.
No, nothing like it.
But into round 10, hit looks good towards B, but you can see Taze is feeling the pressure. He's going to call for a bit of help.
Yeah, he knows something's up here. They haven't seen anything through A, no peeks through mid. It's been very quiet for a little too long, so I think this call to stack is certainly correct. Will they actually commit? I think that's really the question I keep asking, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of commitment to this site, just to the other one. However, getting across the map now with 35 seconds,
oh, bro,
not going to be a possibility. You're going to have to go B.
Dude, this is like the definition of create doubt. Don't make a peep. Don't move. Don't do anything. Make the defense feel nervy. Why have we not seen them yet? Why they haven't hit anything yet? Well, problem is, now it's been red. Stuns are out, have to get these kills cleanly. Hayes just gonna finesse, do his little snake dance. And, well, time is now becoming a major problem. Kills are decent. Royal trying to do the same thing. He'll also drop. There's just enough time for the plant. How do they get away with this? And for the 1v2, hit up by a Semtex. That'll delay his hit. Stuns on the way through. Frag grenades as well. He avoids all of it. So now he's got a stun to work with. Frost on one corner. Shows a shoulder. Flog on the other. The play's coming forward. No dead silence. Frost has completely flipped the script. He's made his move back over towards mid. Oh, and they've just completely played around with Variant God. Shots are in. Kills are in. And Team Rios pop off for the 2-0 win. Wow.
That's a hell of a way to win, man. I mean, they play that final round, like, slower than a spelling bee full of stutterers, man. Like, that is as slow as it gets. Took their time, moved in, and found all the kills. Somehow, some way, get the bomb down with, like, 5 seconds left. That is just ridiculous.
How long have you been sitting on that one for?
Actually, I saw it from Prison Break the other day, and I was like, I'm going to use that.
I like that. Okay, fair. Bank it. Archive it. It's a good one. Slower than a spelling bee full of stutterers. That tickled me. I'm not going to lie.
I'm glad.
What a weird series that was, though. You're going to tell me that Team Rios wins the hard point on Hydro from holding everything from the front, and then on the search, they just fiddle around with the B site for more than I think anyone's ever done in the history of this COD title. So,
yes.
Man,
wow.
Waves goes 12-6.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty darn good, considering how the game started. What, 3-1 they were at one point? 2-0-2 down?
3-1.
Yeah.
3-1, yeah.
Wow. So with that, Team Rios move on to lower round 3. We'll take a look back at the scores. Again, the Hydra hardpoint was tight, but the fashion of which it was played was bizarre, to say the least. Definitely unexpected. So it'll be a 2-0 there. They'll move on to play lower round 3, which is still a best of 3. That'll happen tomorrow morning. And as pop-offs continue to kind of echo across the Passion Pit, we find ourselves in towards what I believe will be one of our last matches. Yep, right here. Okay. And we're actually already into map 2. Chachonene going up against Reality Check. And, whoa, wait a second. This Reality Check is freaking nasty, dude. Rix, Welly, Groovy, and Praise in lower round 2? What?
Dude, where has Welly been since Vanguard Stage 2, I feel like? I have not seen a lot of Welly. I think he took a break halfway through Vanguard, but I was probably gassing him up as, like, probably one of the best Challenger ARs last year, and we have not seen him. But we come in, Reality Check are good, grab themselves around, smiles all around. Looks like they're feeling themselves right now, Alan.
Who the hell did they lose to? This team is disgusting.
Yeah, that's a good question.
They lost to T1G, Treaty 1 Gaming Esports. Which, why name your organization Treaty 1 Gaming Esports? Like, why not just be Treaty 1 Gaming or Treaty 1 Esports? I have questions. But they lost that in the map 3 affair, so I don't know. Very curious things. Who's on that team? They sent me a logo. I know that much. I'm looking it up. You can cast this like normal.
Okay.
Oh, it's a good team. It's Mason, React, Llama 2 times, Pandemic, and Flinch. That's a pretty solid team, too, actually.
Yeah, that is. Love to see Llama back in the mix. But I'm going to go down right away. Reality Check. You're going to force the defenders to make a very fast move, and Brace is going to be able to push all the way out to that back corner.
Yeah.
He now has the ability to flank if he wants to, or just hold.
Oh, wait a second. Lujano
maybe not.
Nearly got both. Groovy up top. Good trade. Still stunned up. Not that it's going to be too much of a difference. Jay Hayes, another name that we haven't seen in a long time. Making his rap with Deadzy.
He's got single tap on.
Is that flat out single tap?
That's single tap. It had to have been, right? He was tapping. Was he trolling him?
I don't know, dude, but that's what it sounded like.
It looked like he was trolling him, but I had to imagine that was single tap. Like, it had to have been.
I have questions.
I've done that. Like, I think like it happened to somebody in the CDL too. Like, I think Kismet got turned on because he had single tap on. Like, you don't realize you sometimes hit it with your D-pad. It's unfortunate. I don't know if that happened there, but
I almost want to keep the focus on Jay Hayes just to see if that's
only watch him tapping across the map battling.
Was that an elective play? Like, Vaznev single tap? Are we witnessing a new meta? Surely not. Stun through mid does connect under praise. He can't do too much from that position, but look at this aggressive defense around the back. Is this the we're better than you strat? We're just going to run? Because Jay is punishing. They know they've got Groovy isolated on this backside. He would have to finesse and oh no. That's not good.
No, it's not. 1v2, has to grab the bomb. And he's breaking glass, and Welly should have a freebie, and he does. He was not going to lose those, and Reality Check are really starting to piece it together now. I mean, that's 3-0. Looking really good here on the Embassy Search and Destroy, but definitely an unfortunate moment in the back.
So you want to talk about where's Welly been? I'll give you your answer.
Yeah, hit me.
He played in Cup 6 with Trent's unit, Jintroid Exotic. They finished top 16. And then he played with Fire, Groovy, and Parasite. A replay from round 2. Oh, he turned it. I see. Okay, production's telling us that we watched him D-pad turn on single fire at the very beginning of the round. So.
Oh.
Yep.
I see. All right, well, we got our answers, I guess.
But yeah, Welly, 2 top 16s. That's all he's had so far, and it's been recent and in the Cup 6, Cup 7. So he hasn't had much time to play.
But you remember what Welly was doing last year, right? Like
we thought he was CDL bound, bro.
He was. I think he was. And then after the Toronto Open, I think a roster blew up, and we just have not seen anything since. So
yeah,
tough scenes, but glad to have him back, and hopefully we get to see a lot more of him. And based off what we're seeing, this should be the first round, and it is. Finally, able to put one up on the board here.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that Toronto Open. I actually remember outside of that event with Exceed and Noisy, they were kind of huddled around one another, and they were like talking about changes they wanted to make to rosters. Because Assault was on that team as well. I'm looking back over it. Like, I don't know why it was Welly that was left out, because that was that Ironblood gaming team that looked really solid going into it. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that moment specifically, like seeing Exceed and Noisy just kind of huddled outside talking about potential roster moves going into Boston. Weird scenes, man.
Mm-hmm.
But such is the way North American challengers go. Reality check up 3-1. On for the defense. Still heavy stacked. Nade's finding success up top towards admin, and that will allow Groovy a little bit of extra freedom. And Welly can actually make a decision and do pretty much whatever he wants with that kill going through. And looks like he's going to elect to kind of play a little bit more reserve, play topside AC. And it's on to Chachonene to make a. Is that how we?
I don't like that one. I want to call him the red team almost.
Chachonene.
Chacho Nacho Nene.
Chacho Nacho Nene.
It's got a ring to it. I like that.
I like it.
Yeah. Groovy's kind of gotten bored outside the middle of the map, eh? Watching the cross. Like, I'm not just going to sit out there anymore.
Yeah.
Let's take a gander inside the office and see what's popping here in the cubicles. And, well, 2v4. JAs can't lock down those shots. Really needed that one if it was going to somehow become possible.
Yeah, it's whenever you give up that much space through mid off the opening rip, it's just like stuff like this always follows, right? Like, you always get some sub that can hit you through bathrooms. You're so worried about trying to break down where exactly the defense is when you're on the offensive side stuck in your spawn.
Right.
This map can be really punishing if you're not proactive in the first 10 seconds as an offense. It doesn't necessarily have to be like you have to go and like make a move, but like your stuns or nades have to lock something up. You have to be able to isolate an area of the map quickly. Otherwise, if you give away that much for free, may as well just throw nades at your feet and load into the next round.
Sure. All right. Round 6. Reality check have been in firm control. It hasn't really come by any singular player. Everyone's just getting involved, doing what they have to. A great nade, though, is going to stop Praise from getting a look over the top here. And that should allow the bomb plant to come through. First blood has already been secured. Gunplay, I'm sure, would love to get a look out this side door in orange, but he's not going to get a good look just yet, but he does get a stun connection.
Reality checker stacked up, though. They're waiting to play for this push through. Kill is there. Jay, nothing really he can do with the scope, so he's got to turn back around. Nice shoot. For a second, I thought he just put Rix into bed, but Rix gets the kill, falls down right into the lap of the second elimination. And that will be enough for Reality Check to put themselves now on match point. And this will be possibly the final round of the day. Need to see some signs of life here, though, from Chachonene.
Shonene needs to step up. 5 rounds in a row. You got what, 4 in the last one? So maybe we'll get something special here. Who knows? But I don't think the sniper should stay out if it's going to happen. Didn't really get any clean looks, and
yeah,
difficult to kind of use it over to this A side of the map, but Reese does not care. Just breaks into the window, and well, luckily Jay Hayes is there.
Oh.
Wait, what? Where?
Oh, that's over towards... no. Lujano.
Is that the maid lady from Family Guy?
Yeah. No. That just can't happen. Semtex was, I think, intended to go back here towards Ricks, but I think it landed like right in front of the side door by P2. And now Ricks is connected with the scope. Groovy's found the elimination, and Jay Hayes, you've got no more dead silence. Knives are out! Oh, God, Welly.
Oh. Are they actually running at him with knives?
I think they are. Okay. Groovy? Can we get Groovy's POV? Is he running at him with a knife? He's running at him with a knife. He's running at him with a knife!
God.
Ah, it's a horror movie! Wow. But, like, again, that if you were to have put this team on paper, like, the middle of Vanguard was like, there's no way they're in lower round 2. There it is. Poke. Yeah, this team's good, man. This is, I would say, a squad that could, without question, do some damage in the lower round from lower round 2. Holy smokes, that feels weird to say out loud.
It does.
So they make their move in. I'm curious to see what their bracket looks like, if I'll be honest with you. Because that lower bracket is about to be wild.
Oh, it will be.
Look at it right now. There's too much still in light, but wow. That's a good team right there. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Oh, they're a fun team, man. I mean, like, we've seen a lot of history, I think, within this team. That's why, I think we have expectations for these guys to do well. And, I mean, you just expect these guys to potentially pull off some upsets as they go through this bracket. So, could be very interesting for them, and they look really good for as far as what we saw there into the S&D. I think the map 1 was also, for the most part, like, easily convincing. It was, like, 250 to, like, 50. So, these guys are looking real good right now, Alan.
Yep. Really clean. Yeah, 250-50. Nick knocked that out of the park. 6-1. No worries whatsoever. Casual scenes, but they still have to play another lower round 3 matchup tomorrow at the best of 3. Not a lot of forgiveness in these BO3s, especially considering it's a 10 a.m. local start time. So get your sleep, wake up ready to go, because one misstep could be the difference of you making a long run and getting into the best of 5s where you can kind of control your own fate, maybe a touch better than those best of 3s, and then waking up, losing, and then being done for the entirety of the day. That's not going to feel very good. So
No, don't want to be put in that spot. I mean, it's also just like, Saturdays usually also really long, just like Fridays. So you also just want to have a good start to a Saturday, like that warm-up match that we kind of talk about, like a good one to kind of get going and just kind of get the juices flowing, right? I think it's always pivotal, especially in the lowest bracket, if you got to make a run.
Absolutely.
You almost need it if it's going to actually come to light.
The thing that's crazy about this tournament, though, is like we only had like 78 total squads compared to like Boston that had a ton more than that. Obviously, Raleigh was kind of the same situation, just because at Dallas it's a little bit harder to get to for the Europeans, and we have no Aussies that are here. First event, we've never had an Aussie team. That's kind of wild to say out loud, too. But here's a look at our top 16, where a lot of our expectations will stay going, obviously, into tomorrow. And, again, color me surprised. I thought for sure we were going to get at least one upset in a best-of-3 winners round 3, considering how tight I think the top, we'll say 24 largely are, but not to be. It's all rock chalk here in winners round 3, so all of our top 16 have made it into winners round 4, where, of course, they will play up against a top 16 bracket like you would expect. 1 playing 16, 2 playing 15, so on and so forth. So we've got a really interesting day worth of matchups. Anything in particular as far as maybe an early matchup you're looking forward to? I know that Boston plays NRK, that 6 versus 11 match. That'll be an interesting one that I'm going to keep my eye on, but I think we also get Convoys playing up against M7, which is a matchup of the same roster, two players on each team that were on the same roster as recently as a couple of weeks ago. So that one's going to be an interesting one, I think, too.
Yeah, no, that's M7 with like Yeez and Co. and those guys, right? So
yes, sir.
That one's really interesting. I mean, that's got to be like the match I think that I have my eye on for, as far as one that could potentially go the other way. Now, I think Convoy Gaming have looked good, but I've seen some tweets that and maybe there were some players that were underperforming throughout the day. I think Gunless was just throwing a little shade at a Classic, just having some fun on the TL. So who knows, man? That could be a very interesting one. And, you know, Convoy Gaming, I think they're coming in as a really big, like, top seed, like number 2, at least coming out of North America in the Elite. So, yeah, I mean, those guys have high expectations, and you expect them to turn up on LAN, but we haven't really seen it so far this year.
No, not yet at all. And on the same front, there's that same storyline for teams like Team Notorious that we're going to keep our eyes on after a great group stage. Fell short in playoffs. We expected them to be red hot in Boston. Didn't quite have that either. So it almost feels like there's a couple of teams that are out there that have stuck with the same roster from, you know, the first bit of this season. That this almost feels like a last try. If the results aren't there, I think it's at the point where it's like, okay, we have to consider possible options in other areas. So those are, I think, the interesting stuff as we go. So tomorrow, of course, we'll have lower round 3 to start, and then following up winners round 4. I think 2 separate heats of that as well. And of course, we'll move on to the quarterfinals, the semis, and we'll wrap things up with a couple of late lower round matchups. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be a lot of fun. Visions, any final thoughts for you before we roll out?
Ah, man, I love that we got to do day 1, and I hope we get to do a lot more day 1s, man. We got to see so many players that, 1, we haven't seen in a very long time, or 2, we got to see a lot of new faces that made a lot of pop-up plays, man. So I'm just happy we got to see day 1 this weekend.
Love that out of you. Love it out of OpTic Texas as well. But for day 1, we have to say farewell and sign off. But what a day it was, starting with winners round 1 action that had, what, a 250 to 249, and I think like a 2v4 round 11 with players we've never heard of before. That's why we love challengers. But as we started to get deeper and deeper on the run, some of our favorites may have been a bit tested early, but still found a way to survive. Tomorrow's action sees nothing but the top 16 in the winners bracket, with, I'm sure we can finally say with confidence, some upsets that will happen. So who will come out on top? Can Europe find a way to survive with the small amount of teams that showed up in the first place? Most are still alive and well, but by the end of tomorrow, we will only have 4 squads left. So make sure you tune in right here at twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo, and we'll catch you back for more Challengers action next time. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. See you then. See you there. Bye-bye.